As consciousness gradually returned, Liao Yun felt an intense, searing pain throughout her body, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones with the slightest movement. Before she could even open her eyes, a fierce gust of wind swept past, and a fist collided brutally with her face. Blood erupted from her mouth, and the force of the blow sent her sprawling to the ground. Liao Yun's fingers twitched as she attempted to rise, but her efforts proved futile. As a general of the Federation, who would dare to lay a hand on her? Before she could ponder this further, a shadow loomed over her, accompanied by the sound of joints moving, instilling a sense of oppression. "Why aren't you dead yet?" The assailant muttered lowly, his movements relentless as he aimed another punch at her face. In a split second, Liao Yun's body surged with untapped potential. She turned her head to evade the blow and retaliated with her own fist. However, her strike landed on his body as softly as a drizzle, leaving him unfazed, while her own hand throbbed in agony. Recognizing the peril of her situation, she rolled aside and contemplated her next move. The cacophony around her was maddening, amplifying her irritation. Her head throbbed painfully, with two conflicting memories flooding her mind, as if they were tearing her nerves apart. "I told you she wouldn't make it." Fang Yinqing is notorious for his ruthlessness in the underground fighting scene. It's only natural she can't compete. TSK. This girl is truly unfortunate to encounter such a tough opponent right off the bat. But isn't this a bit brutal? Does it have to be so bloody? Are you new here? This is Fang Yinqing's signature style. If you're afraid, perhaps you should just go home and cradle bottle. Liao Yun's blood boiled, her heart racing fiercely. She fought to suppress her rising frustration, forcing herself to think clearly. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she squinted at Fang Yinqing as he approached her slowly. He was tall and imposing, muscles straining against his clothing, and with each step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. After confirming the angle, position, and distance, Liao Yun lunged forward, targeting Fang Yinqing's right leg with a novel technique that momentarily startled him. Drawing on her brief engagement and years of combat experience, she discerned that Fang Yinqing had an old injury in his right leg, causing an unusual gait that would have been imperceptible to the untrained eye. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, she formed her hands into an eagle's claw and aimed for his eyes, deftly employing the Qingba technique to obscure her movements, making it difficult for him to discern her direction. A pain scream escaped his lips. With a swift shoulder throw, she slammed him forcefully to the ground, avenging the earlier assault. At that moment, beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, tracing the contours of her face before plunging into the depths of her collar. The referee blew a whistle, initiating the countdown. If Fang Yinqing did not rise within 10 seconds, victory would be declared for Liao Yun. 10. Liao Yun opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy. 9. She was far from unscathed. Every inch of her body ached, her joints misaligned, her arms hanging unnaturally, tendons torn, and several ribs fractured. The memories swirling in her mind remained unresolved, leaving her with the vague impression that she had somehow been transported hundreds of years into the future, assuming the role of a military academy instructor. 8. That the original self was weak and easily bullied, serving as a punching bag for students at school and falling victim to underhanded tactics in illegal underground fights, ultimately losing a life before even uttering the words "I concede." The underground boxing arena is a grim industry where life and death are indifferent. Spectators may freely wager on the victor, and the fighters within are often desperate souls willing to sacrifice their lives for money. Fang Yinqing fought with ruthless precision, initially relishing the thrill of tormenting his opponent, much like a cat toying with a mouse. However, as his interest waned, he began to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes, targeting the most vulnerable areas of the frail body. The referee was already counting to 3, while Liao Yun quietly rested nearby, awaiting the final verdict. After a prolonged struggle, as the referee declared Liao Yun the victor, Fang Yinqing produced a vial of blue liquid from his pocket, bowing his head and striving to bring close. At last, his lips met the vial. Fang Yinqing clenched it tightly as he slowly ingested the liquid. The potent concoction surged through him, instantly revitalizing him for battle. He discarded his jacket, a frenzied gleam igniting in his eyes, disregarding the referee's warnings as he charged toward Liao Yun, his figure swift and resolute, channeling all his strength into a single, devastating punch. Boom! A deafening sound resonated throughout the arena, causing the timid spectators to shut their eyes in fear. Some braver souls began to whistle, envisioning Liao Yun's head exploding, a gruesome spectacle of red and white. The fervent supporters of Fang Yinxing shouted his name, their cheers fervent and impassioned. Indeed, in the underground boxing arena, life is deemed inconsequential and strength reigns supreme, even in the face of the referee's countdown and warnings. As the dust settled, the audience was met with an unexpected sight. Liao Yun had evaded the blow, leaving Fang Yinxing's hand firmly lodged in the floor. Interesting, he remarked, disregarding the pain in his hand as he yanked it free, his gaze sharp and focused on Liao Yun. Leaning against the railing, Liao Yun gasped for breath, feeling utterly disheartened. When had she ever been so vulnerable? Had it not been for her acute instincts, allowing her to narrowly evade the attack, she would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, facing death once more. She had been careless. Vigilance must be maintained at all times. The substance he consumed likely enhanced his strength temporarily, putting her at a distinct disadvantage. A heated confrontation was futile. Her only chance lay in outmaneuvering him with skill. Fang Yinxing, now a relentless force, was stronger than before. The audience sat in rapt attention, afraid to blink lest they miss a moment of the unfolding drama. Just as everyone believed Liao Yun was trapped like a caged beast, she made her move. Rushing towards Fang Yinxing, she clung to him tightly, gripping his body as she spun around, using his momentum to bring him down. As he hit the ground and began to rise, he suddenly realized he could no longer see Liao Yun. While he searched in confusion, Liao Yun appeared above him, her feet poised on his shoulders. How did she manage that? Her steps are ethereal and agile, perfectly evading Fang Yinxing's line of sight. How impressive. Mere tricks in the face of absolute power, they are but illusions. Fang Yinxing reached out to seize her foot, but grasped nothing but air. Liao Yun leapt higher. Her target was no longer his shoulders, but rather his head. With 2 feet firmly secured around his neck, her body subsequently fell backward, hanging suspended over him. Fang Yinxing's face turned a deep shade of purple from the strangulation. Realizing this was not a viable strategy, he gripped Liao Yun's legs tightly and began to spin, then violently crashed into the railing. In a nearly self-destructive manner, Liao Yun was slammed, her chest vibrating with pain, yet she refused to release her grip. With both hands on Fang Yinxing's back, she harnessed her mental energy, causing the air around them to warp, and struck down forcefully. No one noticed the transformation in the atmosphere. Fang Yinxing felt as if the muscles in his back were being brutally torn apart, his blood vessels constricting sharply. Enraged, he recklessly fell backward, throwing Liao Yun to the ground. Liao Yun ceased her entanglement, executing a backflip to regain her footing. Exhausted, she found her hard-won strength dwindling. Continuing in this manner was untenable. She needed to end it swiftly. She raised her hand to block Fang Yinxing's incoming fist, her wrist tingling and bones creaking under the disparity of their strength. Another punch whizzed past her ear, and she barely evaded it, delivering a kick to his head and following up with a relentless barrage of strikes, catching him off guard. Liao Yun's movements were swift yet composed, methodical in their execution. Initially, Fang Yinxing managed to parry a few blows, but gradually he faltered, and she sent him sprawling with a moon/palm strike. The audience was stunned by the turn of events, and soon the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and chatter. This battle was worth witnessing. There's a twist simply riveting. What technique is she employing? It appears remarkably formidable. I feel as though I've never seen anything like it. Oh no, I placed all my pocket money on Fang Yinxing. What? If he loses? Damn, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Come on, Fang Yinxing, get up and continue. 90% of the audience had wagered on Fang Yinxing, and following the previous spectator's reminder, they clamored for him to rise and continue the fight. No one wished to incur a loss. Hearing the crowd rallying in support of Fang Yinxing, Liao Yun's lips curved into a determined arc as she intensified her assault. Chapter 2. An Old Acquaintance? She mounted Fang Yinxing with fervor, unleashing a flurry of punches until his vision blurred and foam flecked his lips, rendering him utterly defenseless. At that moment, several bodyguards emerged from the crowd below, seizing Liao Yun. Like a frenzied beast, her eyes glowed crimson as she bared her teeth, swinging her fists in a desperate attempt to break free. However, she was easily subdued, rendered immobile. Kneeling on the ground, fatigue robbed her of the strength to speak, her entire body aching and weakened. Her hair, drenched in sweat, framed her pale lips as she fixed her gaze upon the bodyguards. "Miss, mercy should be granted where it is due," one of the bodyguards finally spoke, while the others escorted Fang Yinqing away for medical attention. How ironic, Liao Yin thought bitterly. These men had not exhibited such decorum when she was being brutally beaten. When Fang Yinqing disregarded the referee's intervention, they stood by, coldly observing her plight. Now, with the tables turned, they preached compassion with a faade of righteousness. Such absurdity. Her body was a canvas of blood, a mixture of her own and Fang Yinqing's. She glared at the bodyguards, her gaze so intense it could have felled them had it possessed substance. Yet, they ignored her stare, calmly moving towards the exit. The referee's voice echoed once more, this time declaring Liao Yin the victor. The audience, disheartened by their losses, shuffled out with their heads bowed, the sound of the final whistle accompanying their departure. Soon, the arena lay empty. Liao Yin mustered her strength to rise, taking tentative steps towards the exit. The sound of her digital currency being credited reached her ears, 100,000 credits. Exiting the underground fighting arena, the scene before her was both familiar and foreign. Although it was the same high-tech era, there were numerous flying vehicles she had never seen before. The original owner's memories were fragmented, leaving her with scant knowledge of this world. She headed towards the hovering bus, her attention drawn to the Anrue mech shop as she passed. Within, a man wielded a wrench, clad in tattered overalls, diligently repairing a damaged mech. Seated on a stool, his long legs had nowhere to rest, and a cap cast a shadow over much of his face. Sensing her gaze, he lifted his head, his eyes resembling the gentle spring waters of March, capable of drowning a soul within their depths. As Liao Yin beheld him more clearly, she noted his long, slightly curled eyelashes, smooth facial contours, and a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps due to his work on the mechs, his face bore traces of grease, creating a charmingly disheveled appearance that did nothing to diminish his attractiveness. Rather, it enhanced his air of nonchalance. As his visage gradually aligned with her memories, Liao Yin found herself momentarily dazed, her mouth opening as if to speak, but no words emerged. The man, however, beckoned her with a wave. "Care to come in and take a look?" Entering the mech shop, she was met with an array of mech materials, an abundance of new energy stones, and robots awaiting repairs. The shop was modest in size, every item crammed into the space, making it difficult to navigate. "Do not be deceived by our small shop. We are quite renowned in the entire underground city," he continued, his hands deftly continuing their work. His fingers were well-defined, veins visible, and his nails neatly trimmed, as if the wrench he held were a delicate chisel and the aged mech beneath him a masterpiece in need of refinement. "What is your name?" Liao Yin inquired. Her voice was hoarse and parched. Each word she uttered felt as though her throat were being sliced by a blade. Li Jingchuan paused his actions, turned with a smile, and propped his chin on his hands. "Madam, let us set aside the flirtation for the moment." He scrutinized Liao Yin, taking in her pitiful appearance, then rummaged through his pocket to reveal a vial of potion. "I believe you are in greater need of this at present." Liao Yin accepted the vial with gratitude, but refrained from drinking it. Unlike the potion Fang Yin had consumed, this liquid was crystal clear and encased in an exquisite shell. Li Jingchuan's Adam's apple bobbed as laughter spilled from his lips. "We are a reputable establishment, never compromising our integrity." Trusting the face before her, Liao Yin hesitated briefly before taking a sip. She had lost a significant amount of blood, having only applied a rudimentary bandage. Without further intervention, her life was in peril. As the potion coursed through her veins, she felt her wounds rapidly healing, warmth spreading within her, invigorating her spirit. "Does your mecha shop also offer healing services?" Li Jingchuan raised a finger and shook his head, then approached Liao Yin. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. You will need to work for us at the mecha shop." The underground city was rife with danger and gang conflicts, and as a fragile mecha engineer, my safety cannot be assured. Liao Yin recalled her recent victory in the competition, which had garnered her 100,000 star coins. Surely, she could afford this. However, when she lowered her gaze to her terminal, Li Jingchuan noticed, and seemingly resigned, He spread his hands. The starting price for a healing potion is 50,000 star coins. And given its efficacy, if you wish to transfer funds to me, it would be this amount. Liao Yun's eyes widened, taken aback by the price. She sensed that he was a smiling tiger, appearing harmless on the surface while harboring ulterior motives. The thought of him resembling an old acquaintance vanished. The person in her memories had been gentle and considerate, while this man bore no resemblance whatsoever. If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree. I have witnessed your prowess in the competition, Miss Liao. It should be no challenge for you to protect me. Liao Yun attempted to reason with him. Could I possibly defer payment? After all, I have a formal job and may not have the time. Li Jinghuan feigned a look of grievance. His tear mole at the corner of his eye quivering. Our mecha shop only opens at night, so it won't interfere with your schedule. Do you wish to witness your savior being bullied? His expression was reminiscent of a wronged young bride, and Liao Yun, unable to bear it, reluctantly acquiesced. They drafted an agreement for 1 year, commencing the following day, wherein Liao Yun would serve as a bodyguard at the Anrui mecha shop every night, finishing her shift at midnight. With the deal secured, Li Jingxuan's expression transformed from one of grievance to one of radiant joy. Liao Yun, aware she had been outmaneuvered, felt a wave of frustration as she turned to leave. Miss Liao, Li Jingxuan called after her. She turned back, sunlight illuminating his face, making him appear as though he had stepped straight from a painting. My name is Li Jingxuan. In that moment, silence enveloped them. Liao Yun stared at him, incredulous. Her old acquaintance had also borne the name Li Jingxuan. After Liao Yun departed, a figure clad in black emerged from the mecha shop. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Young Master Chuan, do you still need to concern yourself with matters of life and death? Given young Master Chuan's stature, there were more than a dozen elite bodyguards lurking in the shadows, so why was it necessary to have that woman safeguard him? Moreover, the newly developed potion that young Master Chuan had provided was something that money could not easily procure, so why had he so readily relinquished it? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Li Jingxuan showed no inclination to offer any explanations. He wiped the frivolity from his expression, returned to his chair, and reopened the page he had not yet closed. Displayed before him was the recorded footage of Liao Yun's duel with Fang Yan. He adjusted the progress bar to the moment when Liao Yun's techniques underwent a transformation. Leaning back in his chair, he watched intently. Chapter 3, passionate opening as night descended and the sky adorned itself with countless stars. Liao Yun finally returned to her school dormitory. She collapsed onto the bed, relishing its softness. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she began to organize the information she had gathered. After perishing alongside the Zerg Queen, she had found herself transported to the year 3658 of the stellar calendar, now serving as an instructor at the Imochin Military Academy. In 3297, the former Federation was engulfed in turmoil, splitting into two nations, the Federation and the Empire. For years, these nations were locked in relentless warfare, leaving the populace in distress. Only in recent decades had a formal ceasefire been established, yet the scars from the conflict had severely weakened humanity. Numerous historical documents, martial arts treatises, and mental training manuals lay in ruins. Once, individuals with S-level spiritual power and physique were commonplace. Now, achieving such status was a feat reserved for the most exceptional. Confounded, she felt a surge of indignation. During her years on the front lines, she and her comrades lived in dire circumstances, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the Zerg, shedding blood and sweat in pursuit of a brighter future for the Federation. Upon learning that her self-sacrifice alongside the Zerg Queen had quelled the Zerg's interference, the people celebrated, believing their most pressing threat had been vanquished. Yet, to her dismay, her nation had fragmented, its strength diminished, and its citizens suffered. How disheartening this was! Had their steadfast resolve held any significance? Now that she had traversed centuries into the future, what of the Zerg Queen? Would she one day resurrect, subjecting humanity to another invasion? With the current strength of humanity, they were utterly ill-equipped to confront the Zerg, and annihilation loomed ominously on the horizon. Pondering this, Liao Yun activated her holographic device and began searching for her name. Liao Yun, chief physician of the urology department at the Federation-affiliated hospital, graduated from the Imperial Capital Medical College. Liao Yun, a student in the junior class at Chunhua Kindergarten. Incident of violence in a shopping mall. Police are actively pursuing the fugitive Liao Yun. Confusion washed over her as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. Had she been mistaken? Had she not traveled centuries into the future, but rather to an alternate dimension? Otherwise, how could her esteemed reputation have left no trace in history? With a flick of her finger, she deleted her name from the search bar, replacing it with Jianan. The web page transformed, swiftly revealing pertinent information. Jianan, the 8th president of the former Federation, served for 48 years, passing away in the year 3054 of the stellar calendar. A renowned commander and military theorist. Once a member of the White Tiger Squad, she led the people to victory against the Zerg in 3000. In 3005, she enacted new revolutionary laws. In 3008, she ordered the annihilation of interstellar pirates, ensuring the safety of the populace. In 3014, gazing at the weathered visage of the woman in the photograph, Liao Yun's heart fluttered as she reached out to touch the holographic screen. Jianan, clad in formal attire, exuded resolve, her wrinkles etched deeply across her face. Her hair now streaked with white. The spirited young girl she had once known had transformed into a poised and authoritative figure. Just a short while ago, Jianan had clung to her arm, tears streaming down her face, wishing her safe return. She recalled gently patting Jianan's head, assuring her, all will be well. How had they grown so distant in such a brief time? Between them lies a vast historical chasm, a distance that transcends time and space. One can only ponder the emotions that course through Jianan's heart upon learning of her own demise in battle. Would her feelings mirror the profound bitterness she now endures? As if a colossal hand were firmly clasping her heart, rendering her breathless, tears cascaded from Liao Yun's eyes, tracing her cheeks and falling to the ground. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her search. Su Lin, a member of the White Tiger Squad, gloriously sacrificed in battle against the Zerg in the year 2998 of the star calendar. Xin Wang Xian, a member of the White Tiger Squad, gloriously sacrificed in battle against the Zerg in the year 2998 of the star calendar. Their photographs captured them in their prime, youthful and spirited in their military attire. Su Lin flashed a broad grin at the camera, while Xin Wangxian looked at him with mild disdain, the corners of his mouth betraying a hint of a smile. Such remarkable individuals, ultimately tormented to death by the Zerg. After they were captured on the battlefield, Liao Yun received a box the following day, containing their severed heads and a videotape. It documented the horrific details of how their tendons were severed, the inhumane tortures they endured, and their parasitic infestation by the Zerg. Their limbs contorted grotesquely, their veins rendered useless, their spirits severely shattered, they began to lose their sanity. Yet, despite their torment, they divulged not a whisper of military secrets. That day, Liao went on a rampage, mercilessly slaying Zerg without pause, as if only through this relentless violence could she stave off her anguish. As the captain, her failure to protect her comrades weighed heavily upon her conscience. From that moment forth, she vowed in her heart to eradicate the Zerg, refusing to relent until her objective was achieved. Reflecting on the past, Liao pressed her lips together, her gaze cast downward. Only one remained, and she was uncertain of his fate. After much hesitation, she searched for the name Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan, a mechanic at the Anrui mecha shop in the Undercity. Professor Li Ran explains the truth behind the bizarre events in Jinghuan village. Rubbing her eyes, Liao found no mention of Li Jingchuan online. Mirroring her own situation, what could have transpired? As a mecha engineer of the White Tiger Squad and a prodigy of the Federation, Li Jingchuan had crafted an SSS-grade mecha at the tender age of 22, yet he was now a ghost in the digital realm. What had occurred after her confrontation with the Zerg? Was the mechanic she encountered today truly him? Liao pondered, her eyes downcast. Why did he show no recognition? As if they were strangers? Had he arrived here as well? Subsequently, she searched for information regarding the Zerg and discovered that humanity's understanding of them was still woefully inadequate. Numerous Zerg varieties remained undocumented, and their reproductive methods were only vaguely understood. The Zerg Queen was scarcely mentioned at all. As long as the Zerg Queen lived, the Zerg could rise again. Thus, she had resolved to perish alongside the Zerg Queen, fully aware of her impending doom. The comments from netizens were equally intriguing. The Zerg are formidable? They haven't encountered me. I could take down 10 with a single punch. Ha ha ha. They don't seem impressive at all. People from centuries ago were incredibly weak. In today's world, they'd be obliterated in an instant. There is no need for such utterances. Times have changed. At that juncture, the Zerg posed an insurmountable dilemma, leaving many homeless due to their invasion. Such suffering should never be ridiculed. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Decades ago, we too lived amidst turmoil. Now, with the Empire and the Federation having reached a truce, we should be grateful for the peace we enjoy rather than mock those who have endured great hardship. Liao Yun began to respond fervently, starting with the individual who boasted of being able to vanquish 10 Zerg with a single blow, his avatar reminiscent of a spirited youth from an anime. Such bravado without a shred of evidence. When the Zerg return, do not hide beneath your blankets, weeping in despair. The individual, still online, quickly retorted, "How amusing. The Zerg were eradicated centuries ago. Are you perhaps too engrossed in novels and comics?" Liao Yun chuckled softly. As a former citizen of the Federation who had survived, what was there that she could not believe? She shifted her gaze downward and responded to the second individual. "Weak, are we? S-class beings from the former Federation are everywhere. May I inquire if you have attained S-class status? I advise you to refrain from online discourse. It merely exposes your ignorance." Upon reaching the third commenter, whose avatar depicted a cute girl, Liao Yun softened her tone considerably. The Zerg have historically been a formidable challenge. This was true in the past, and it remains so today. When it came to the fourth response, she carefully deliberated her choice of words. "With audacity, I predict that humanity will soon face another war. The Zerg will inevitably rise again. Our greatest adversary is the Zerg, and the Federation and Empire must unite to resist this external threat. The populace should enhance their capabilities. At our current level, we would merely serve as an appetizer for the Zerg." Once her response was posted, it sent ripples throughout the online community, sparking extensive discussion across various platforms. Such alarmism, is any nonsense permissible for the sake of attention? It sounds rather plausible, yet I remain skeptical, ha 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 ha. Save this for future reference. I await your comeuppance. You speak beautifully, but if the Zerg truly arrive, will you be at the forefront defending your nation? Liao Yun observed the influx of comments, some entertained, others rebutting her, and some taking a neutral stance, yet none seemed to believe her. Would she indeed rush to protect her homeland? She replied slowly and solemnly, "I would." Chapter 4. Facing dismissal. After an intense exchange with netizens, Liao Yun rubbed her neck, contemplating a warm bath and a restful sleep. Suddenly, a notification chimed from her holographic device, bearing a terse message. "Come to my office. We need to discuss your position." A sense of dread washed over her. It was evident that her job was in jeopardy. The original occupant of this position had been timid and underperforming, overshadowed by students, and it appeared the school was poised to relinquish her. Those deemed valueless are inevitably cast aside. Liao Yun massaged her temples, changed into a fresh outfit, exhaled deeply, and made her way to the principal's office. The office was sparsely furnished, featuring a black desk adorned with a few potted plants. The principal, a man in his 50s or 60s with a long beard and a stern countenance, sat with his hands crossed. Upon her arrival, he gestured for her to take a seat. Before her lay a stack of documents detailing the original occupant's tenure, what she had accomplished, her shortcomings, and a comprehensive analysis of her performance. As Liao Yun perused the contents, a flush of embarrassment overcame her. "Liao Yun, since your arrival at the school 4 years ago, you have consistently ranked at the bottom among instructors. In daily combat with students, you have found yourself at a disadvantage. The students you mentored show no signs of improvement. After taking over Class A, the incidence of injuries has surged, straining the school's medical resources. Honors earned for the school, 0. Participation in school activities, 0. Comments. Your authority as an instructor is non-existent, and students take advantage of you. Your lack of engagement in school events is apparent, and you are frequently late or absent. Conclusion. This individual is unsuitable for continued employment at Machin Military Academy. Dismissal is recommended." These statements were a damning indictment of the original occupant's ineptitude, each word piercing her heart. The document even included detailed examples, pinpointing specific dates and times, indicating a profound resentment from the author of this analysis. "What do you have to say for yourself, Instructor Liao?" The principal granted her the floor, inquiring about her perspective. Liao Yun forced a smile, acknowledging her faults. "Principal, I accept full responsibility for my shortcomings and recognize my failures in fulfilling my duties. Could you possibly grant me another chance? She could not afford to lose this job. As an instructor, her basic salary was 6,000 star coins a month, with benefits including accommodation, meals, and medical care. If dismissed, she had nowhere to turn. Having sold her only property to repay a loan, the principal's expression shifted. He did not respond immediately. He lifted his teacup, blew gently to cool the tea, and took a sip. Then he set the cup down with a crisp sound. With such dismal capabilities and a poor teaching methodology, how is it that you have remained in this position for 4 years? Have you ever contemplated that? Liao Yun lowered her gaze, remaining silent and instinctively fidgeting with her hands. As an instructor, how can you allow students to bully you so? Are you truly fit to hold this position? You hesitate to confront them due to their family backgrounds, delivering lackluster responses. What achievements can you possibly attain under such circumstances? Students come to school to learn, not to treat instructors as mere punching bags. At this point, the principal's agitation was palpable, his face flushed with emotion. Your actions display a lack of responsibility towards yourself and an even greater disregard for your students. You are tarnishing the esteemed profession of an instructor. The reprimands you receive are imbued with profound concern. It has been a long time since Liao Yun has faced such direct criticism. Previously, she stood at the forefront, training the undisciplined cadets, ensuring their compliance. Observing the principal's rising ire, she handed him a cup of tea from the table while soothingly remarking, "You speak the truth." The principal accepted the cup, took a sip to steady his nerves, and continued, "I am aware of your humble beginnings and your desperate need for this position. Despite the dissatisfaction of those around you, I have quelled the voices of dissent and granted you numerous opportunities. Your virtual training scores were commendable, and your skills were impressive upon your arrival, yet why do your deficiencies manifest in real combat? You have truly disappointed me." The aged voice pierced Liao Yun's heart. Perhaps influenced by the lingering consciousness of the original owner, she felt a wave of regret and sorrow enveloping her. The principal produced a dismissal letter and tapped the signature line. "The Education Bureau has expressed dissatisfaction with your performance. This decision reflects their sentiments. Please sign." He added, "In any future endeavor, remember this. Respect is something you must earn for yourself. Only when you respect yourself will others do the same." Liao Yun's hand trembled as she held the pen, and just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by the principal's phone ringing. It was not her intention to eavesdrop. However, due to the principal's advanced age, the volume of his device was quite loud, making it difficult to avoid hearing their conversation. The caller was the instructor of Class G, lamenting her inability to manage the unruly students. During the vacation period, the school had initiated a student survey, and the Class G instructor was unable to reach her students. The frustrations she had accumulated from the previous semester surged forth uncontrollably. Those few scions from prominent families were notoriously rebellious, wielding their privilege to disrupt the school at will. Class G had been established specifically for them, and being their instructor was no easy task. With the new term approaching in just a month, if the class continued to defy authority, her performance record would be jeopardized. She resolutely declared that she would not take on Class G any longer. Observing her tear-streaked face, the principal, feeling sympathetic, reluctantly acquiesced to her request. After ending the call, he furrowed his brow, contemplating who might be suitable to take over this troublesome class. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Liao Yun, who remained still, hesitating to sign. Frustration flared once more. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and sign so you can return and settle your departure procedures. You must leave by tomorrow." Liao Yun quickly waved her hand. "No, principal, how about this? I will take over Class G," noting the principal's displeasure. As if his very beard might take flight in anger, she hastily interjected before he could respond. "I assure you, I will achieve results. If I fail to meet expectations, I will leave immediately. You see, there are no suitable candidates available. What harm could it do to let me try?" Liao Yun earnestly widened her eyes, hoping the principal would perceive the sincerity within them. However, she had forgotten her injuries, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes and slightly swollen cheeks, rendering her actions somewhat comical. The principal, observing her disheveled appearance, felt a twinge of sympathy. He stroked his beard and said, "You may return for now. I will consult with the higher authorities regarding your situation." Whether you can remain here depends on their decision. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. What if they decline? Even if they agree, do you think managing Class G will be an easy task? If you struggle to handle ordinary students, taking on Class G may well lead to your utter dismay, and you might end up retreating in disgrace. Liao Yun nodded, indicating her understanding, while the principal waved his hand, urging her to leave quickly, as he wished to avoid seeing her face any longer. Very well, principal. Please take care of yourself. Liao Yun bowed and hummed a cheerful tune as she departed. The principal, listening to her joyous tone, shook his head and sighed. After all, one must bear the consequences of the path they choose. Chapter 5. Mockery. The sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Liao Yun from her slumber with the ringing of her phone. Gazing at the virtual image of the principal, she patted her face to shake off the remnants of sleep. Yesterday's battle had left her utterly exhausted. After returning to her dormitory and taking a shower, she had collapsed into bed and slept soundly until 9 in the morning. In her previous days on the front lines, she had endured hunger and cold, often facing enemy attacks. How different it was from the present comfort. No, she must impose a rigorous training regimen upon herself to enhance her abilities, striving to reclaim her peak condition as soon as possible. The higher-ups have approved your request, but with a condition. The students of Class G must secure top positions in the upcoming on-campus simulation competition. Do you have confidence in achieving this? Absolutely. Liao Yun responded with conviction, harboring ample faith in her capabilities. Failure to meet this benchmark would result in her expulsion from the school, and all the benefits she had enjoyed over the past 4 years would revert to their original prices, meaning she would owe an additional 5 million star coins. Wait a moment. Even at the original price, it shouldn't be that exorbitant, she inquired, perplexed. Prices have risen, the principal replied with a smile. Despite her lingering doubts, Liao Yun nodded in understanding. She felt as though the school viewed her as a plump sheep, easily led into the hunter's trap, a naive creature stepping unwittingly into a snare. Yet beneath the wool, who could discern whether the predator was a ravenous wolf or a mere sheep? After concluding the call, Liao Yun rose and made her way to the playground for exercise. Due to the holiday, the school was sparsely populated, with only a few upperclassmen remaining for group tasks, aside from teachers and instructors like herself who lacked a fixed residence. After completing her warm-up, Liao Yun commenced a light jog. Her physical condition was not yet up to par, thus, she could not afford to rush. She would focus on endurance training first, followed by targeted drills in the afternoon. Sweat gradually soaked through her garments as the sun ascended higher, casting a blinding glare. Uncertain of how long she had been running, Liao Yun gasped for breath. Feeling utterly drained, sweat poured forth like a tide, and she could taste blood in her throat, her cheeks flushed, as if her feet were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. After merely 20 kilometers, she was reduced to such a state. Truly, the path to strength was long and arduous. After a brief respite, Liao Yun performed several sets of muscle relaxation exercises, but just as she intended to continue, her stomach growled in protest. Thus, she ceased her activities and headed to the cafeteria. In the era of interstellar travel, most individuals opted for the convenience of nutritional liquids. Yet Liao Yun refused to neglect her appetite. Natural food, full of flavor and aroma, was something she had not had time to savor before. Now, she was determined to relish every bite. Just as she finished serving herself and was about to indulge in her meal, a few unexpected guests took a seat beside her. Instructor Liao, what a coincidence. One of them greeted insincerely, clearly not a student. Another chimed in, Instructor Liao, you are always so busy with training. It's rare to see you mingle with us colleagues. Finding you is quite the challenge. Indeed, it seems that Instructor Liao is quite confident about the ranking competition. Surely, you won't be at the bottom this time. Another remarked. By the way, Instructor Liao, have you fully recovered? It's all my fault for not managing the students properly. Jiaoming truly lacks restraint. Although she offered an apology, her tone was devoid of any genuine remorse, brimming instead with mockery. As for Instructor Yu, it is hardly his concern. Conflicts between instructors and students are commonplace. Yet here he is, utterly powerless against a 4th-grade student. Perhaps it's time for him to undergo a thorough reformation. The incessant chattering around her was causing Liao Yun a headache. She raised her eyes to survey the crowd, both men and women, whose expressions were filled with malicious delight. eager to witness the spectacle. Memories relentlessly collided within her mind, the remnants of the original owner's emotions provoking her, an incessant roar echoing in her thoughts. A sense of indignation and rage profoundly impacted Liao Yun's ability to think clearly. She had no knowledge of the identities of the people before her, nor did she possess the inclination to ponder their words. All she felt was a fiery frustration building within her, yearning for release. Enough. You are all too loud. Perhaps it was Liao Yun's fearsome demeanor that momentarily silenced them, leaving them in a state of shock. They had never anticipated that the typically submissive Liao Yun would speak with such assertiveness. Instructor Yu was the first to regain his composure, defiantly asking, "What is your attitude? It seems you've grown bolder in our brief separation." "Indeed, we were merely expressing concern for you." "Do not disregard our goodwill," the others chimed in. They held her in contempt, deeming her lacking in strength and a source of embarrassment. How could someone like her be worthy of collaboration? With a resounding thud, the crowd turned their gaze to see Liao Yun wielding her lunchbox in one hand while firmly pressing down on Instructor Yu's head, forcefully slamming the box onto his face. Following this, she retrieved a tissue from her pocket and meticulously wiped the soup residue from her hand, carelessly discarding the used tissue onto his head. The noise was unbearable. Instructor Yu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "You," in a fit of rage. He reached for a nearby chair to hurl at Liao Yun, but she deftly sidestepped his attack. Liao Yun rolled her neck, a fierce determination igniting in her eyes as she gestured for him to continue. Instructor Yu attempted to advance, but was intercepted. She was a sensible individual, do you not remember? Due to the incident last time, the school has revised its regulations. Fighting on campus is strictly forbidden unless it occurs in the designated competition arena. Those without shoes are not afraid of those who wear them. Do you wish to jeopardize your career prospects for a fleeting moment of pride? The evaluation of outstanding instructors is imminent. Why sacrifice your future for a moment of impulsiveness? 3 months prior, Instructor Liao Yun had been hospitalized after being assaulted by student Zhao Ming, teetering on the brink of death and undergoing extensive treatment. In the past, the school had often turned a blind eye to the students' bullying of Liao Yun, so long as it did not escalate excessively. However, this incident had reverberated far too loudly, tarnishing the school's reputation, prompting a revision of the rules. Aside from necessary guidance and training during classes, fighting was strictly prohibited, with offenders facing disciplinary action. She glanced around before leaning closer to Instructor Yu's ear, whispering, "Just teach her a harsh lesson during the instructor ranking competition." Instructor Yu, struggling to contain his fury, sought to issue a threatening remark, but found himself unable to locate her. Liao Yun, sensing the situation had become dull, had already turned to leave. Regrettably, her lunch remained uneaten, a waste of 20-star coins. "No matter," she concluded, "I shall resort to the 5-star nutrient solution instead. Every little bit saved counts." Chapter 6. The defiant student. After a day of rigorous training, Liao Yun arrived at the Manhwa mecha shop as promised in the evening. The shop, newly opened, had yet to welcome any customers, and Li Jingchuan was sprawled over the table, indulging in a much-needed nap. As he sensed someone entering, he sleepily opened his eyes, still hazy with slumber. Noticing the dark circles beneath his eyes, Liao Yun inquired, "Have you been burning the midnight oil?" "Indeed," Li Jingchuan replied, retrieving his toolbox from the cabinet. "The mecha is just one step away from completion, so I had to pull an all-nighter last night." "I've heard that mecha engineers earn quite a fortune," Liao Yun remarked. Li Jingchuan methodically inspected each component, responding, "Yes, it is lucrative, yet it can also be quite costly. For someone like me, lacking funds and formal training, my methods for repairing mechas are rather unorthodox." Having confirmed that all parts were in order, he felt a twinge of thirst upon waking and poured himself a glass of water. Seemingly nonchalant, Liao Yun posed a question. "So, can you fabricate an SSS-grade mecha?" Coughing violently, Li Jingchuan choked on the water he had just swallowed. Liao Yun, ever considerate, offered him a tissue and gently patted his back. Accepting the tissue, he wiped his mouth and said, "I believe you may have misunderstood me. While I am aware of Miss Liao's admiration for me, I did not anticipate it to be to such an extent. The primary requirement for creating an SSS-grade mecha is possessing SSS-level mental strength, and I dare say no one in the entire star system meets that criterion." Upon hearing this, Disappointment washed over Liao Yun's face. It was, after all, not him. A month swiftly passed, and students gradually returned to school, filling the campus with a vibrant energy. During this period, Liao Yun had not paused for a moment. She trained diligently during the day and worked as a security guard at the mecha shop by night, leading a fulfilling life, while strengthening her physique. She also devoted time to honing her mental fortitude, which had shown significant improvement. Just days ago, when a disturbance erupted at the mecha shop, she seized the opportunity to test her training results and swiftly subdued the troublemakers. Liao Yun absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the table as she ate. Suddenly, a chime from her holographic device interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to set down her chopsticks and open the messaging interface. The group chat remained silent, her messages floating solitary in the digital void. Instructor Liao, please gather promptly behind the playground at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Excellent, Liao Yun muttered through gritted teeth. A few days prior, the principal had provided her with the contact information of the G-class students, urging her to create a group for efficient communication. Since the beginning of the semester, she had sent 3 messages, yet not a single reply had graced her screen. As the appointed time approached, Liao Yun donned her jacket and headed to the playground. Today, she was determined to impart a lesson to these unruly youngsters, instilling in them the true meaning of respecting teachers and valuing education. Upon arriving at the designated spot, she found herself utterly alone. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and Liao Yun squinted at her watch, mentally counting down the seconds. Time flew by, and soon it was 7 o'clock. Just as she began to fear that no students would show up, a girl sporting golden-framed glasses arrived, breathless and apologetic. Sorry, instructor, I'm late. The girl was evidently exhausted, her hands resting on her knees as she bent over, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickled down her delicate face, and her lips appeared pale. Why are you late? Liao Yun inquired. I lost track of time while packing my belongings in the dormitory, she replied. Her voice soft and gentle, easily endearing her to others. Liao Yun crossed her arms and began to establish rules. Today is the first day. I shall not punish you. However, for future tardiness, it will be a 5-kilometer penalty. Understood, the girl responded solemnly, standing at attention and gazing straight ahead. What about the others? Liao Yun cracked her knuckles, stretching her neck. After a moment's contemplation, the girl spoke. Yu Shuchen is likely sleeping soundly at home. Yu Shuchen, ever the playful spirit, might be at the newly opened bar in the downtown area, enjoying the festivities. As for He Yuan, he recently acquired his surfing kit. He is probably basking in the sun at some beach corner. Liao Yun, holding the student roster, asked, and what about the last one? The girl paused before replying. As for Wu Xianwei, I suspect he remains on Capital Star and has tea returned. However, instructor, there is no need for haste. A shooting competition will take place on StarNet in a few days, and he will undoubtedly participate. You can find him there at that time. Listening to the girl's analysis, Liao Yun felt a flicker of curiosity about her. What is your name? The girl smiled, a hint of dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. I am Enili. Liao Yun nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward to pat Enili on the shoulder. Stay at school for now. I will bring the others back before we commence training. Enili's glasses glinted with a soft light. She held little hope for the instructor, merely wishing for her to minimize the trouble with that group of privileged youths and impart some practical combat skills. After all, since joining Class G, she had been left to her own devices, learning nothing of substance. It was a rare opportunity to have an instructor. She hoped she wouldn't flee before the training began. Liao Yun exited the school and took a cab to the U residence, following the directions provided by Enili, uncertain of the occupants' whereabouts. The Yu family, a prestigious lineage on Sakato's star, managed the mineral resources of several planets and boasted numerous enterprises, epitomizing wealth. Upon arriving at the Yu estate, Liao Yun gazed at the sprawling mansion, reminiscent of a palace, and felt a pang of envy. In her previous life, her family was well off, but not to such an extravagant degree. After being appointed as a general, she had hardly stayed in the general's manor. Straightening her attire, Liao Yun pressed the doorbell. A mechanical voice from the intercom responded, Hello, please verify your information. What is your identity? Instructor Liao Yun from Machin Military Academy. Identity successfully recorded. Contacting the butler to grant you entry. Liao Yin did not wait long before the grand door swung open. "Welcome, Instructor Liao," the butler said, extending his hand with a courteous smile, dressed in a white shirt and a black vest. They walked through the elegant garden and entered the house. Elder Yu occupied the main seat, reading a newspaper through his reading glasses, his rotund figure leisurely stroking his mustache. Upon hearing a noise, he squinted towards the door and, upon seeing Liao Yun, his eyes widened in surprise as he approached her. "Ah, I have long heard of the esteemed name of Instructor Liao. Seeing you today truly confirms your reputation." Liao Yun's lips twitched. What good reputation could she possibly possess? It was no wonder that someone in business could so effortlessly weave falsehoods. "Old Master Yu, you are too kind. I have come today to inquire about Yu Zhuxing and Yu Zhuchen. From this day forth, I shall take charge of Class G, since they have not attended school. I felt it necessary to seek clarification." Old Master Yu repeatedly assented. "Then please, Instructor Liao, take good care of my precious children, especially Yu Zhuchen, who seems to be causing quite a stir. I am growing old and am unable to manage them. I appreciate your diligence." "Not at all. It is my duty," she replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Old Master Yu instructed the butler to escort Liao Yun to the young master's room. Yu Zhuchen's chamber was located on the 5th floor, and once the butler had shown her the way, he departed. Liao Yun scrutinized the room. Its decor was distinctly juvenile, adorned with wallpaper featuring characters from energetic manga, while the display cabinet was filled with mecha models, and a holographic gaming machine occupied the floor. A lump under the covers on the bed suggested the presence of a person, and upon closer inspection, she could hear the sound of snoring. Liao Yun stepped forward and abruptly threw back the covers. Instead of the expected figure, a bloody doll emerged into her line of sight. The doll wore a sinister expression, its vacant gaze fixated on Liao Yun. Its hair hung loosely, and as she drew near, an unsettling chill emanated from it. Suddenly, its mouth twisted into an eerie smile. A small note was pinned to its chest, inscribed with the words, "Once you arrive here, you cannot escape." The writing faded after a few seconds, transforming into a bloody handprint. Chapter 7. Dark History. Yu Zhuchen concealed himself in a corner, stifling his laughter. Upon entering the door, Liao Yun had noticed the elaborate surprises prepared for the new instructor: bloody dolls, eerie music, flying darts by the bedside, cockroaches larger than tables, and maddening mist. Would this instructor dare to return after this? He waited and waited, until finally he heard a piercing scream. "Ah!" A smirk crept across Yu Zhuchen's lips, triggering the next mechanism. After a while, silence enveloped the room, prompting him to peek out. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Something was touching him from behind. He slowly turned his head, only to find a cockroach, larger than a table, perched on his back. The cockroach tilted its head, seemingly intrigued by his terrified expression, inching closer until their faces were a mere 5 centimeters apart. Ah! Yu Zhuchen was utterly horrified. The close encounter with the cockroach induced a visceral discomfort, especially with the creature pressed against his spine, its antennae brushing against his skin repeatedly. He hastily shoved the cockroach away and scrambled to the side, colliding with someone. The person had disheveled hair, a pallid complexion, and an utterly lifeless demeanor. A ghost. Yu Zhuchen's mind went blank. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he staggered into the room. Eyes shut tight. Unbeknownst to him, the flying darts by the bedside were triggered, shooting toward him. He was caught off guard, tumbling and landing unceremoniously, his clothes and trousers pinned to the floor. The room was filled with terrifying music, causing him to tremble involuntarily, every muscle quaking in fear. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, prickling his hair. His mental defenses began to crumble. In mere breaths, he transformed from a hunter into a caged rabbit. A staggering shift in identity. Liao Yun had not anticipated such cowardice. After tying her hair back, she entered the room, looking down at Yu Zhuchen from above. A peculiar scent permeated the air, prompting her to instinctively hold her breath. However, Yu Zhuchen had long forgotten about the mist he had arranged and inadvertently inhaled several breaths of it. His consciousness began to waver, wholly absorbed in his own realm. How could such trifling tricks ensnare me? Yu Zhuchen proclaimed loudly, invoking a transformation akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell, leaving his clothes behind and wrapping himself in a bedsheet like a superhero. "I am Superman. Where there is injustice, where there is oppression, there shall I be." I exist for the sake of justice for the people, Chen, the savior, onward. Liao Yun, troubled and holding her forehead, heard the commotion and glanced up. Discovering that he had already sprinted to the balcony, poised to leap from the 5th floor. Given Yu Zhuchen's physical constitution, such a jump could spell disaster. How would she explain this to the Yu family? Liao Yun tiptoed quietly to Yu Zhuchen's rear, who was still passionately delivering his speech. For dawn, for survival. Darkness shall never triumph over us. Let us shout for freedom. In a moment of fervor, he raised his arms in cheer, the bedsheet unfurling, leaving him completely exposed. The gardener and maid of the Yu household simultaneously looked up, watching their young master bare-chested, muttering incomprehensibly. Fortunately, he still had a pair of modest shorts. Otherwise, it would have been a scene of utter humiliation. Liao Yun covered her face and pulled him back, instructing him to drape the bedsheet properly. Yu Zhuchen hung his head, allowing Liao Yun to fuss over him. Suddenly, he shivered, and when he lifted his gaze, he appeared transformed. He hesitated, his eyes downcast, a flush adorning his face. He spoke with the force of thunder. What? Does the esteemed one not favor me in this manner? Liao Yun was utterly taken aback. Who could enlighten her on what Yu Zhuchen typically indulged in? The youth before her bore a flirtatious gaze, beckoning with a finger as he lowered the sheet, revealing a large expanse of shoulder. I am willing to follow you for a lifetime. At her wit's end, Liao Yun could no longer endure. With a swift motion, she delivered a stunning blow that rendered him unconscious. When Yu Zhuchen awoke, he had long since left the Yu residence. Rubbing his throbbing head, he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he was aboard a suspended bus, the scenery outside zipping by. Liao Yun sat beside him, her head resting against the window, peacefully asleep. Her breathing was shallow, and her visage was flawless, exuding an air of innocence. Before he could act, a cool voice reached his ears. Awake? Liao Yun kept her eyes shut, continuing her slumber. Yu Zhuchen glanced around and feigned innocence. Instructor, where are we headed? He radiated youthful exuberance, his features strikingly handsome, and many had been deceived by his innocent facade. This individual delighted in pranks and mischief, eluding any attempts at restraint. The underworld. Liao Yun, fatigued from the past few days, had not rested well and was disinclined to engage with him. Yu Zhuchen asked numerous questions, but they fell on deaf ears, receiving no response. After a while, an announcement echoed through the bus. They had arrived at their destination. Liao Yun led him off, and as they walked side by side, Yu Zhuchen, restless, scratched his head, an idea forming. Oh, instructor, I need to use the restroom. Would you mind waiting here? He clutched his stomach, feigning discomfort. Liao Yun nodded and halted. Once a distance away, Yu Zhuchen seized the moment when she relaxed her vigilance and dashed off, glancing back to make a face at her. Trash instructor. Never to be seen again. Unsure how long he had run, he finally paused to catch his breath. Though weary, he felt satisfied to have evaded that instructor. As he contemplated visiting the Interstellar arcade for diversion, a towel suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, he accepted it with a thank you, only to realize the owner of the towel was none other than the now distant Liao Yun. She appeared composed, a stark contrast to his disheveled state. Care to continue? Yu Zhuchen's jaw dropped, disbelief etched across his face. Just as he contemplated making another escape, he heard a voice he never wished to confront again. I am a superhero. Wherever there is injustice, wherever there is oppression, there I shall be. I am born for the sake of the people's justice. Dost Savior, charge forth. What? Does the esteemed one not favor me in this manner? I am willing to follow you for a lifetime. Liao Yun activated her holographic brain, taking great pleasure in admiring the video she had recorded. Yu Zhuchen's face flushed as if scorched by boiling water, his ears burning with embarrassment. Stammering, he pointed at Liao Yun and exclaimed, how could you have recorded that video? His toes dug into the ground, realizing that his attempt to be sly had backfired. If this video were to be released, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Liao Yun deftly evaded his grasping hand, stating, I have a backup. Deleting it would be futile. Fortunately, she had been astute enough to secretly initiate the recording, holding leverage over him, which made the situation considerably easier to manage. So, can we now proceed to comply with my wishes? Chapter 8. The Masquerade Ball. In a state of frantic disarray, Yu Zhuchen nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness despite his inner resistance. fearing that Liao Yun might inadvertently release the video. He obediently stood at attention, his hands clasped behind his back. Resembling an eager pup, ever ready to heed commands, Liao Yun was quite pleased with his current demeanor. And the two made their way to the newly opened KTV bar in the underground city. The sign outside proclaimed, "Grand opening celebration, drinks at 20 off, free desserts." The exhilarating masquerade ball event was in full swing, inviting all to encounter their special someone. The bartender presented them with masks, bowing slightly as he welcomed them inside. Liao Yun donned a fox mask adorned with intricate golden patterns, enhancing her allure. Yu Zhuchen's mask resembled that of a little rabbit, evoking the charm of a whimsical magician. The bar buzzed with excitement as men and women mingled, engaging in games, while the stage showcased passionate dancers and enthusiastic singers, creating a scene of sheer joy. They settled into a corner, where Liao Yun scanned the crowd for Yu Zhuxing. Though she had seen photographs of Yu Zhuxing, the bar was brimming with people in disguise, making her search rather challenging. "Why don't you look for your sister?" Liao Yun suggested, nudging the person beside her with her foot. Yu Zhuchen, lounging lazily with his arms draped over the sofa, replied, "With so many people here, how would I know? Besides, she is not going anywhere." The aroma of cakes and fine wines wafted around them, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Having skipped breakfast, he hadn't felt hungry until now. And gazing at the exquisite desserts, he patted his grumbling stomach and inquired of Liao Yun, "May I go grab something to eat?" Noticing his courteousness in seeking her permission, she nodded in agreement. Elated by her consent, Yu Zhuchen dashed off to indulge himself, amidst the cacophony of the bar. With vibrant lights casting colorful glows upon Liao Yun's face, she rested her chin on her hand, comparing faces one by one. According to the information she had on Yu Zhuxing, she had wavy long hair, fiery red lips, and an enchanting beauty complemented by a stunning figure. As her gaze fell upon a familiar silhouette, she paused momentarily. It was Fang Yinxing, the person with whom she had clashed in the underground boxing arena. Even with his face largely obscured, revealing only his eyes, she would recognize him anywhere. A small white pill slipped from Fang Yinxing's hand into a girl's drink, unnoticed by anyone else in the dim light except Liao Yun. Feigning nonchalance, Fang Yinxing leaned closer to the girl, who remained oblivious, having already drained her glass. She soon felt a wave of dizziness, her consciousness beginning to wane. Fang Yinxing wrapped his arms around her, feigning concern as he complained, "I told you not to drink so much, but you wouldn't listen. Let us go home." With a smug smile, he began to retreat along the premeditated path. Today had proven lucrative. These young ladies were all remarkably attractive, and selling them could yield a substantial profit. Liao Yun cautiously trailed behind him, maintaining a safe distance. Not far off, Yu Zhuchen, having satisfied his appetite, returned to the original spot, unaware of Liao Yun's presence. Feeling somewhat bored, he spotted a performer with a microphone, and a mischievous thought began to stir within him. In summary, he would not allow Liao Yun to have her way so easily. The prospect of finding her sister was utterly out of the question. He truly epitomized the ideal younger brother within the Federation, and afterward, he deserved a proper reward from Yu Zhuxing. Without hesitation, he approached the individual holding the microphone, his sweet smile illuminating his face. "Sister, may I borrow the microphone for a moment?" He skillfully leveraged his physical charm, every detail of his expression executed flawlessly. The singer, utterly enchanted, handed over the microphone without a moment's hesitation. Who could refuse such a handsome young man calling them sister in such a sweet manner? "Thank you, sister." Yu Zhuchen cleared his throat and addressed the audience. "Can everyone hear my voice?" His tone was crisp and clear, reminiscent of a mountain stream, and the surroundings fell silent. After a brief pause, someone chimed in, "We can hear you. I would like to dedicate a song to someone special, but I seem to have lost her. Could you help me find her?" She is wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, adorned with a fox mask, and stands around 170 centimeters tall. The crowd began to murmur, their attention shifting towards Liao Yun. Yu Zhuchen soon spotted her and unleashed his vocal prowess. "Hey girl, look over here, look over here." "Look over here" his loud singing left much to be desired and was rather grating on the ears. Fang Yinxing sensed something amiss and hastily retreated. Liao Yun, having lost sight of her target, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She wished she could stuff a mop in Yu Zhucheng's mouth. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. Excuse me. Her voice was laced with irritation as she pushed through the throngs of people, finally reaching the stage, where she lifted Yu Zhuqing as if he were a mere chick. She carried him to the entrance and set him down. Hey, don't you have any pride? Yu Zhuqing's ears flushed red, wishing he could sink into the ground. Being publicly hoisted by someone was a profound humiliation for a man of his stature. Liao Yun ignored his protests. Having failed to locate Fang Yinqing outside, she inquired with the bartender about a back exit. Receiving a positive confirmation, she instructed Yu Zhuqing. Wait here for me. I'll return shortly. She then dashed towards the back door. By the time Liao Yun arrived, Fang Yinqing and his companions were loading the unconscious girl into a car. To avoid detection, they had chosen an obsolete vehicle, one that could not be traced. Fang Yinqing noticed Liao Yun and hurriedly climbed into the car, wearing a provocative expression. He rested his hand on the window, snapped his fingers, and accelerated away. The back alley of the singing bar was desolate, littered with scrap metal, and the billboards swayed perilously. Liao Yun seized a piece of scrap metal and hurled it forward, then kicked a massive billboard aside, successfully obstructing the vehicle's path. With a loud thud, the car's tire deflated, and the road ahead was blocked. Fang Yinqing and his companions cursed as they exited the vehicle, brandishing energy guns. Do you really think you can stop us all by yourself? Fang Yinqing spat, his tone vicious. It was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. Several energy guns were aimed at Liao Yun's head, yet her expression remained composed, devoid of any fear. With a resounding bang, the energy gun discharged a bullet. Liao Yun deftly evaded, swiftly retrieving several stones from the ground, infusing them with her mental power and hurling them fiercely at her adversaries. The group scattered, yet the stones seemed to possess a will of their own, evading no one. Soon enough, they were struck, groaning in pain, curling into a ball as if their very bones were fracturing. Fang Yinqing, taken aback by the remarkable growth of her strength in just a few days, found himself at a disadvantage. Drawing a dagger from his shoe, he opened the car door and threatened Liao Yun with the hostage. Dare to approach, and they shall perish. He pressed the blade against the hostage, retreating hastily. Let us withdraw. Such a notion was utterly naive. As Liao Yun's figure began to fade from view, Fang Yinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? What kind of technique was this? By the time he located her again, he had already collapsed to the ground, the dagger wrenched from his grasp. Fang Yinqing cried out in agony, but Liao Yun showed no mercy, exerting her full strength, stepping on Fang Yinqing's face. She brandished the energy gun she had seized from them. Speak of everything you know, while ostensibly dealing with Fang Yinqing alone. She also tormented the others with her mental prowess behind the scenes. Rest assured, not one shall escape. The ability to materialize mental energy had only resurfaced after centuries. The vanishing act she had just performed was an ancient technique long forgotten, known only to her. The others writhed in torment, confessing all they could muster. They belonged to the Blood Wolf gang, and their nefarious deeds of drugging and abducting young girls were hardly their first offenses. Their hands were stained with countless vile acts. Once they divulged their secrets, Liao Yun compassionately raised the energy gun, bidding them farewell. They collapsed in response, the gaping wounds on their heads unmistakable. In the underbelly of the city, chaos reigned, arson and robbery were commonplace, and the federal government turned a blind eye to such occurrences. The surrounding neighbors had long grown accustomed to the danger, retreating far from the fray. The Huanchang bar had not dispatched anyone. As it was not their establishment embroiled in the turmoil, why wade into the murky waters? Yu Zhuqing had awakened early, witnessing the entire spectacle. She gazed at Liao Yun as one would at a savior, her every movement radiating brilliance and precision, evoking deep admiration, just as she was lost in awe. Liao Yun untied the ropes binding her and removed the cloth from her mouth. The savior's first words to her were, "Still a military academy student, and yet, do you not possess any sense of vigilance?" Chapter 9. Harvesting admirers. Her voice was laced with teasing, a hint of mirth evident within. Yu Zhuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, diverting her gaze to the side as she murmured, "I got in through connections. I can hardly be considered a proper military academy student." Liao Yun pulled her up, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liao Yun, the instructor for your class." Upon hearing this, Yu Zhuqing's enthusiasm surged, and she joyfully inquired, Can you teach me the techniques you just demonstrated? With a positive affirmation received, Yu Zhuxing leaped up, unable to contain her excitement. Together, they assisted the captured girls in freeing themselves, who, upon stirring at the commotion, expressed their gratitude to Liao Yun. At this moment, Yu Zhuxing approached, having heard gunfire from the back door, and concerned, he came to investigate. What he encountered left him astounded. His once imperious, temperamental sister was now clinging to Liao Yun like a kitten, her eyes brimming with admiration. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Sister, what are you doing here?" Upon spotting her younger brother, Yu Zhuxing's expression soured. After all, he had interrupted her moment with Liao Yun. She lifted her face from Liao Yun's arm, retorting, "I haven't asked you yet. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home sleeping soundly at this hour?" "I came with Instructor Liao," he replied. "What a coincidence." "I intend to accompany Instructor Liao as well," she declared. Liao Yun, rubbing his temples, interjected, "Let us move. We are still missing one person. We must hurry to ensure we return to the academy before nightfall." Yu Zhuxing waved her hand dismissively. "Fear not. I possess a flying device." She endeavored to showcase her prowess, nearly wagging an imaginary tail in her enthusiasm. Yu Zhuxing scoffed internally, unlike his sister, who so easily succumbed. He believed no one could tame him. He Yuan reclined in a rocking chair, sporting his stylish sunglasses, basking in the sun while listening to the soothing sound of the waves. A glass of red wine in hand, he closed his eyes, relishing the beauty of life. Breathing in deeply, he savored the scent of sunshine and sea. Suddenly, he removed his sunglasses, glancing left and right, perplexed. Could he have misheard? The sound echoed again from above. A small black dot descended from the sky, drawing nearer. As the figure became clearer, He Yuan contemplated fleeing, but alas, it was too late. He collided intimately with the figure, his body leaning back as he fell, inadvertently receiving a kiss on his throat from the person above. Feeling the cold, soft touch against his throat sent shivers down He Yuan's spine, prompting him to push the individual away, exclaiming, "Yu Zhuxing, what in the world are you doing?" Pain exploded in his chest as his newly acquired surfing gear shattered upon impact, ruining his vacation. A murderous intent towards Yu Zhuxing flickered in his mind. "My limited edition surfing gear. I swear I will kill you." Yu Zhuxing hastily retreated to the side, wiping his mouth, utterly disgusted. "It wasn't intentional. I'll compensate you for whatever it costs." He would never voice it, for he attempted to brainwash his sister aboard the aircraft, hoping to align her with his stance. However, his efforts only irritated Yu Zhuxing, who promptly kicked him off the vehicle. After all, he was her beloved younger brother. Just because of that Liao Yun, she treated her precious sibling in such a manner. It may sound trivial, but this was a limited edition, not easily acquired even with wealth. He Yuanya, cradled his precious belongings and began to dig a hole in the sand. He could not allow his treasures to lie lifeless. The aircraft hovered above them, with Liao Yun standing atop, arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhuxing immediately latched onto He Yuanya, who was still digging, and shouted, "Instructor Liao, this is He Yuanya. Quickly take him back to school. If he had to suffer, then others would not find peace either." "Yu Zhuxing, you are inhumane. I will fight you," He Yuanya shouted, and the two began to grapple. Alas, he was but a frail mech engineer. No matter how feeble Yu Zhuxing's strength, defeating him was a simple task. Everything proceeded smoothly thereafter, with smiles gracing every face as they awaited the aircraft's arrival at the school, except, of course, for the bound He Yuanya. Observing his pitiable state, Liao Yun offered a casual consolation. "I know a very skilled mech engineer. When the time comes, I will inquire if it can be repaired." He Yuanya, feeling dejected, thought to himself that being from a family of mech engineers, he was well aware of the difficulty of such repairs. The surfing equipment was crafted by Master Yunchuan himself, fully functional and capable of transforming into various shapes while ensuring safety and excitement during use. Master Yunchuan was the foremost mech engineer in the Federation, and his creations were worth their weight in gold. He often crafted peculiar trinkets for sale in his spare time. This particular equipment was a mere whim of Master Yunchuan's, but He Yuanya had exerted great effort to obtain it. Enili had spent the day in the classroom poring over books on command, analyzing several renowned historical battles. Now, as dusk set in, the empty classroom was suffused with shimmering light. A sound of footsteps broke the silence, and she looked up to see her long-missed classmates and instructor Liao. They had truly returned, and Denali felt a newfound respect for Liao Yun. Once seated, Liao Yun stood at the podium to commence his self-introduction. I am Liao Yun, your instructor from this point forward, as I trust you are already aware. Enili and Yu Zhuxing listened attentively, while the other two lounged in their seats, exhibiting no semblance of decorum. There are 3 rules under my guidance. First, absolute obedience. Disobedience will result in consequences until compliance is achieved. Second, punctuality is mandatory. Offenders will face penalties starting at a 5-kilometer mark. Third, forming cliques is strictly prohibited. You are a cohesive unit, entrusted to have each other's backs. I hope you will develop seamless cooperation in the forthcoming training. Upon finishing, Liao Yun observed Yu Shuqing and He Yuanjie kicking each other's feet, clearly disregarding his words. He slammed his hand on the desk with a resounding thud, capturing everyone's attention. You two, repeat what I just said, he commanded, pointing at Yu Zhuqing and He Yuanjie. The aura surrounding Liao Yun was markedly different from that outside the school, subtly exuding the authority of a higher power. The two were taken aback by her somber expression, rising to their feet, stammering, yet failing to articulate a single word. Enili, you speak. Enili adjusted her glasses with a delicate touch and stood up, perfectly echoing Liao Yun's words. Satisfied, Liao Yun permitted her to take her seat once more. She then approached Yu Zhuqing and He Yuan, lightly tapping their cheeks with a pen, scrutinizing them intently. The chilling pen cap elicited a rapid heartbeat with each fleeting contact against their skin. Liao Yun's intimidating demeanor rendered the pen akin to a dagger, seemingly slicing away at their very essence. Observing their palpable fear, Liao Yun lost any inclination for jest, and as the time for the night shift approached, she imparted a few final remarks. For the sake of management, from today onward, you are all required to reside on campus. I have already communicated with your parents, who have expressed their consent. Assemble at the playground promptly at 7 tomorrow morning. I trust none of you wish for me to personally come to your dormitories in search of you? And one more thing. All notifications will be posted in the group. Please acknowledge upon reading. No sooner had her words settled than she stepped out of the classroom, heading towards the underground city. Truly, she was the chosen worker of fate. Chapter 10. Invitation. The underground city was particularly lively tonight, with throngs of people congregated in one spot, jostling against one another. Liao Yun, filled with curiosity, approached and inquired, "Excuse me, why are there so many people today?" The elderly woman turned around, noticing the young girl, and softened her tone. Master Yin Chuan has arrived, and he brought invitations to the auction, which he bestows only upon those deemed fated. In the past, auctions were never the concern of ordinary people like us, but this time is different. If one could obtain an invitation, it would be an enriching experience. Liao Yun expressed her gratitude and joined the crowd, eagerly anticipating Master Yin Chuan's entrance. Approximately 10 minutes later, a figure emerged, stirring excitement among the crowd. Master Yin Chuan. Oh my, he is so handsome. Master, look at me. I want to bear your children. Perhaps influenced by the vibrant atmosphere, Liao Yun instinctively whistled, although she was too far to discern his features. The description suggested he was quite striking. She squinted her eyes in an attempt to catch a glimpse, but to no avail. Master Yin Chuan was encircled by bodyguards, obscuring even his attire. With a snap of his fingers, the bodyguards retreated, and Master Yin Chuan was unveiled before the crowd. He wore gleaming shoes and had long, straight legs. The buttons of his suit were casually undone, exuding an air of nonchalance. His jawline was sharply defined, and a mask adorned his face, imparting a sense of authority. Wow, it was worth coming today. My husband is so handsome. This was likely Master Yin Chuan's first public appearance, though his face remained obscured. Nevertheless, this air of mystery was intriguing. Even masters have their private lives, preferring to remain undisturbed. He grasped the microphone, his voice resonating across the venue. A ring adorned his right index finger, clearly of substantial value. Greetings, I am Yin Chuan. His voice was deep and magnetic, akin to fragrant wine, imbued with a distinct charm. I presume you are all here for the auction invitations? No sooner had he finished speaking than dissenting voices arose. No. I am here for you. So am I, Master. We are all here for you. It was absurd to think an invitation could rival the allure of Master Yun Chuan. Hearing their responses, Yun Chuan chuckled softly. I have come here to seek a fated individual to whom I shall bestow the auction invitation. He scanned the crowd with his gaze, finally resting on a particular spot. Liao Yun craned her neck but saw nothing. The throng was too dense, blocking her view entirely. She understood that the method of determining the fated individual was through the selection of the star beast by Master Yun Chuan. Whoever the star beast chose would receive the coveted invitation. Liao Yun, uncertain of the proceedings ahead, felt a twinge of boredom as silence enveloped the crowd. Wait. She seemed to have forgotten something. Glancing down at her watch, she realized it was already half an hour past her work shift. Frustrated, she lightly tapped her head. Wishing to head to the mech shop, but the route was utterly congested, rendering her immobile. This could be regarded as a peculiar circumstance. Perhaps her tardiness might be excused. Just as she contemplated whether her lateness would be noted, she felt her ponytail being yanked with considerable force. Who had the audacity to tug at her hair? Liao Yun, filled with indignation, turned around to discover someone behind her gazing at her with a complex expression. The onlookers all wore similar expressions, their eyes fixed upon her, rendering Liao Yun the center of attention. She looked up to see a plump star beast clutching her hair in its mouth. The star beast was adorably round, its large eyes straining as it attempted to pull Liao Yun along. Yun Chuan's voice resonated. It seems a fated individual has appeared. The crowd parted, allowing Liao Yun to be escorted before Master Yun Chuan. A gilded invitation was presented to her, which she accepted and scrutinized carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Chuan spoke. Do you have anything to say? Ordinarily, the recipient of such an invitation would be expected to express a few words, especially with hundreds of media outlets observing. They were all vying for exclusive coverage, eager to break the story. The headlines were already concocted. Shock. Master Yun Chuan makes his first appearance. Who will the fated one be? Master Yun Chuan spotted in the underground city. Who is the recipient of the invitation? A multitude of cameras trained their lenses on Liao Yun, awaiting her response. Liao Yun frowned, adopting a serious demeanor, and declared with gravity, Could you please move aside? I am late for work. The envious onlookers, who wished to be close to Master Yun Chuan, were left speechless. The reporters, eager to capture the moment, stood ready with their cameras. Yun Chuan, squinting with a smile, awaited her expression of gratitude. Liao Yun appeared perplexed. Is this hard to comprehend? Aren't we all just workers? Yun Chuan discreetly covered his mouth and cleared his throat. Of course, he replied. He turned to the side, instructing his bodyguards to clear a path for Liao Yun. Meanwhile, the jovial demeanor he had donned faded, replaced by a piercing gaze that warned the reporters of what should and should not be disclosed, particularly regarding her appearance, which ought to remain concealed from the media. Upon arriving at the Anrue mecha shop, Liao Yun found the door firmly locked, and Li Jingchuan was absent. She retrieved a spare key and unlocked the door. However, before she could settle in, a throng of individuals stormed into the shop. The leader, clad in the uniform of the Machin Military Academy, strutted with an air of arrogance, clearly seeking trouble. A fleeting memory crossed Liao Yun's mind. She recognized this person, though the exact details eluded her. Rising, she stated matter-of-factly, the owner is not here. If you require repairs or wish to customize a mech, please return later. If you are looking to purchase mech materials, you may come in and take a look. Xiao Ming signaled to his companions, and they encircled Liao Yun. Oh, Instructor Liao. Have you truly become the gatekeeper of a mecha shop? He taunted. Oh, I forgot. You must have left the academy to find another job. His words were met with raucous laughter from the others. This individual was Xiao Ming, the very student who had previously sent the original owner to the hospital. Known for his mischief in the underground city, he had recognized Liao Yun upon her receiving the invitation and had followed her to the mecha shop. He harbored an intense loathing for Liao Yun. Had it not been for that incident a few months prior, which had resulted in his disciplinary action from the school, he would have found no prospects for an internship, even those less capable than he had been sought after, leaving him to remain at the institution alongside a group of fourth-year students struggling to graduate, a humiliation of the highest order. How could he not resent her? Today, Xiao Ming had eagerly awaited the appearance of Master Yun Chuan, hoping to be selected and receive an invitation. If he could manage to sell the invitation, it would be an immense windfall. Alas, it was Liao Yun who had once again thwarted his ambitions. What right did she have to win the favor of the star beasts and obtain an invitation? She was unworthy. The invitation was rightfully his, Xiao Meng's. Now was the perfect time to settle old scores along with the new. Liao Yun remained unfazed by the filthy taunts echoing in her ears. She raised her hand and gestured towards the outside, stating that matters should be discussed outside to avoid damaging anything within the establishment. Xiao Meng spat in disdain. Why waste words? Brothers, let us go. This is the underground city, where life and death are irrelevant. Observing their disobedience, Liao Yun calmly evaded their attacks. Seizing Xiao Meng with a swift motion, applying pressure to his joints until his arm fractured, rendering his expression ghastly. She then hurled him out the door and proceeded to toss the others out like dumplings. After shutting the door, she squatted down, observing their agony. I said, if you want to fight, take it outside. Chapter 11. The confrontation. Jemung was taken aback, astonished by the transformation of the seemingly inept instructor. Seizing an opportunity while Liao Yun was distracted, he swiftly lifted his foot and shouted, let's take him down together. However, Liao Yun remained unmoved. Her body as unyielding as steel. When Jemung kicked her, she did not flinch. Instead, the impact sent jolts of pain through his own foot, cradling his injured appendage. He gazed at Liao Yun as if she were a creature from a nightmare. The others, sensing the impending disaster, had already fled. Liao Yun gently patted his face, declaring, now it is my turn. She forcefully slammed Jemung's face against the ground, disregarding his cries and insults. As his face scraped against the surface, it left behind a trail of blood. Powerless, he found himself under her relentless grip, his head firmly held in place. In that moment, death felt alarmingly close. Fear began to creep into Jemung's heart as he pleaded for mercy. Instructor Liao, I was wrong. It was a moment of madness. I shall never dare again. Releasing her hold on him, Liao Yun feigned innocence. Did you not say that in the underground city, life and death are irrelevant? Before he could catch his breath, he was hurled 10 meters away, convulsing in agony. Terror engulfed him, leaving him bewildered as to why he had ever crossed Liao Yun. She was terrifying, capable of extinguishing his life within seconds. Yet, she had no intention of truly killing him. Her aim was merely to impart a lesson, to instill in him the understanding that those who seek trouble often find it. Catching sight of Li Jingchuan's return, she ceased her actions. It would not do to appear overly brutal in front of the seemingly delicate mecha engineer, lest she frighten him. Li Jingchuan, observing the scene before him, raised an eyebrow. Is there a disturbance? Indeed, Liao Yun replied, as if suddenly recalling something important. She pointed at Jemung. You are not to go anywhere. Await my return to school after my shift. Jemung nodded vigorously, showing no sign of defiance. Upon entering the mecha shop, Liao Yun produced the damaged surfing equipment belonging to He Yuan. Can this be repaired? As their instructor, she wished to avoid disappointing her students. Li Jinghuan examined it carefully. It can be mended. Liao Yun beamed with delight. That is splendid. Name your price and tell me what materials are needed. Have you come into a fortune? He inquired. Liao Yun shook her head. What does that have to do with wealth? Li Jingchuan looked at her, spreading his hands in explanation. The materials for this surfing equipment are rare. It would cost a few million at least. I can waive the labor fee, but can you afford the materials? That was a profound question. The answer, of course, was that she could not afford it. In truth, there was no need to perform good deeds anonymously. Whether she was a good instructor was of little consequence. Perhaps, it belongs to one of my students. It's all right, he is affluent. However, I shall consult him tomorrow. Very well, then leave it with me. I can have it repaired within a few hours, he assured her, with time on her hands. Liao Yun sought conversation. Why did you arrive so late today? Of course, I was caught up in the excitement. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on receiving the invitation to the auction. He dressed quite casually, with stains from repairing mechas adorning his attire. Yet he gradually merged into the silhouette of Master Yun Chuan. Liao Yun shook her head, attempting to dispel the thoughts swirling in her mind. One was an ordinary mechanic from the underground city, while the other was a revered mecha master admired by thousands. Surely, she had lost her sanity to consider them as one. Besides, their voices were entirely distinct. As her thoughts drifted, Li Jingchuan suddenly leaned closer, abruptly pulling her back to reality, their breaths colliding upon each other's faces. Liao Yun instinctively recoiled but found herself restrained by him. "Do not move," he instructed, delicately extracting a handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains that had inadvertently marked her face. The soft fabric caressed her skin, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She could distinctly sense the warmth of his fingertips through the handkerchief, searing against her. A gentle tickling sensation crept across her cheeks as the distance between them diminished. However, Li Jinghuan soon stepped back, casually tossing the handkerchief into the trash bin. "Miss Liao, next time you engage in a brawl, please refrain from marring your exquisitely artistic face. Every mecha master wishes to keep their finely crafted masterpieces free from any blemish." Liao Yun inquired, "My face is your sculpted masterpiece?" Li Jingchuan chuckled, "Not quite. It merely reminded me of my most cherished creation in a moment of reverie." "What is it?" "A thorned rose." By the time Liao Yun returned with Qiao Meng, it was already midnight. Unsurprisingly, upon entering the student information recording machine, the display read, "Late return recorded." She patted Qiao Meng on the shoulder. "You understand what can and cannot be said once we return, right?" Qiao Meng nodded, and after receiving her assurance, hastily departed. The following morning at 7 o'clock, the students of Class G gathered promptly on the playground. Yu Zhuchen, still groggy from sleep, yawned intermittently, tears welling in his eyes. Apart from Li, the four of them stood disheveled, bearing expressions of deep resentment. Liao Yin whistled, "All present, attention. After warming up, everyone will run 20 laps around the playground." Upon hearing the command, several of them wailed in despair. He Yuan raised his hand. "Instructor, I am from the mecha department. Surely I need not run?" Class G was unique, without differentiation by major, and devoid of a systematic teacher's supervision. Liao Yin approached and delivered a swift kick to him. Li is from the command department, and she hasn't complained. Here, regardless of your combat specialization, you must undergo training. There are no exceptions. The students, laboring under the sun, ran until they were utterly exhausted. Liao Yun, wearing sunglasses, leisurely sipped on juice while occasionally hurling taunts at them. "I say, you're a grown man. Yet you can't even lift those legs? Yu Zhuchen, you look this worn out and still grinning? Shall I add 10 more laps? Yu Zhuxing, are you even moving in a straight line? Oh, and Li, your form is impeccable, but your speed rivals that of a snail." After the running concluded, the group lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Liao Yun, dissatisfied, spoke up. "I knew you were inept, but I did not expect you to be this incapable. If an enemy were to appear, do not even think about engaging. You wouldn't even manage a proper escape." Yu Shuchen, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, "It is merely the first day. How can we be deemed incompetent?" Liao Yun adjusted his sunglasses and replied, "What? Is this your first day at school? How dare you speak so boldly? If you wish to live a life of comfort, you might as well stay home instead of attending military academy." Observing that Yu Shuchen was left speechless, He Yuan wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts. Noticing the despondency among the younger students, Liao Yin attempted to console them, saying, "It is not a problem to be inexperienced, but if the inexperienced are also disobedient, then that is your fault." The students responded, "Listen to that. Is this truly a comforting remark?" Chapter 12, Culinary Arts of the Mind in the Morning. Liao Yin instructed them on some fundamental skills, primarily focusing on building a solid foundation. During lunch, she led them to the back mountain, indicating a pile of ingredients, and stated, "For the next few days, you will prepare your own meals, and no nutritional supplements will be provided." Yu Zhuchen exclaimed loudly, "Is this for real? After a tiring day, we still have to cook our own meals and cannot even drink nutritional supplements? Is this a form of torture?" This group of young lords and ladies had no cooking skills. Would they not starve? Li raised her hand. "I can cook. I can prepare extra portions." Yu Zhuxing brightened at this news, relieved that they would not go hungry. Liao Yun shook her finger. "No, no, no. Your understanding of cooking is vastly different from what I mean. Merely manipulating the ingredients with your hands is far too simplistic. What I intend is to cook with mental energy." The four were taken aback. Cooking with mental energy? Who in the entire galaxy possesses such ability? If they did, they wouldn't still be in Class G. Not to mention the Mo Chun Military Academy. Even the Federal First Military Academy would cherish them. Of course, this was also a form of training. Pay close attention. I will demonstrate. Liao Yun remained still while waves of air surged around her, and her mental energy manifested invisibly. The vegetables levitated seemingly out of thin air, making their way to the sink for washing, and a knife sliced them into thin strips autonomously. Once all the ingredients were in the pot, various seasonings were meticulously poured in, with precision down to the minutiae. In a brief moment, a dish was prepared. The aroma wafted through the air, and the hungry students inhaled deeply, swallowing in anticipation. Liao Yun smacked Yu Zhuchen's eager hand away. This is my lunch. If you wish to eat, you must cook it yourself. As for how to project your mental energy and control it, you must carefully attune yourself to the process. Close your eyes, as if connecting your mental energy to the mecha in a virtual machine, and gradually release it without haste. When the mental energy gathers, do not restrain it. Allow it to break through barriers freely. Her tone was calm, gradually guiding them into a meditative state while meticulously teaching them how to utilize their mental energy. Li was the most earnest, feeling the changes within her body. Her heart filled with astonishment. Liao Yun shared several precautions and tips, noting that her training method was entirely different from the current practices of mental energy usage. If others were present, they would surely point fingers and accuse her of leading them astray. After all, improper control of mental energy could lead to catastrophic consequences, which is why this concept had been met with disapproval from those in authority. The remaining techniques were fragmented. Should anything go awry, the situation would be irretrievable. However, Liao Yun possessed the most comprehensive training system, replete with experience, and with her supervision, there was no cause for concern. Approximately half an hour later, Li's mental energy surged forth first. It rushed out from her being in a frenzy, spreading uncontrollably in all directions. Li kept her eyes tightly shut, her expression one of agony, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Liao Yun stepped forward, placing her hand on Li's shoulder, beginning to soothe her mental energy. Soon, the ethereal energy dispersed in the air was fully retrieved. Li opened her eyes, utterly exhausted yet filled with joy. She had succeeded. Indeed, such remarkable progress in a short span was commendable. She must continue to maintain this momentum, Liao Yun remarked with appreciation. Through her observations, Liao Yun discerned that Li was a promising talent, meticulous in her endeavors and adept at perseverance, capable of bearing significant responsibilities. Those who had previously offended Li had, to varying degrees, encountered misfortune. Liao Yun could hardly believe that she had not retaliated in some manner. Whether Li could truly assume the role of team leader remained to be seen. Turning her gaze to the other three, Liao Yun chided, "What? Have you all fallen asleep? Do you require pillows?" Hearing Liao Yun commend others ignited a spark of competition within Yu Zhuxing, compelling her to exert herself even more. Humph. She too desired Liao Yun's praise, believing herself to be the instructor's favorite student. Fueled by determination, it was long before she too achieved success. Satisfied, she basked in Liao Yun's commendation, only to turn and discover that Li had begun to attempt controlling the ingredients. How infuriating. She couldn't afford to lag behind. The afternoon swiftly passed, yet Liao Yun was far from pleased with their training outcomes. The best performer, Li, had managed to ignite a fire for cooking, but her control was lacking, resulting in charred dishes. Following her was Yu Zhuxing, who, during the chopping phase, had shattered the cutting board. As for Yu Zhucheng and He Yuan, it was best not to mention their performance. Both had unleashed their psychic energies against one another, their faces resembling those of cannon fodder, saving on the expense of heat treatments. Goodness, it was as if the legendary talents had converged. The four, their stomachs growling, gazed pitifully at Liao Yun. They had gone an entire day without food, and by the time they could prepare a meal, they would surely perish from hunger. Liao Yun, sensing their plight, relented and rewarded each with a bun, before outlining the training agenda for the coming days. Tomorrow will mirror today. We shall focus on physical conditioning in the morning and psychic control in the afternoon. Once you become proficient, you may handle firearms. She recalled another student, preparing for the upcoming StarNet shooting competition in a few days, intending to train her G-class students to enhance their shooting skills while also aiming to capture Wu Xianwei. To elevate their marksmanship in a short period, they must invest considerable effort into mastering their psychic abilities. Before long, the day of the StarNet shooting competition arrived. With Liao Yun standing before her G-class students, her hands clasped behind her back. Do you have confidence? The students stood resolutely. Yes. Her expression turned stern. Have you all not eaten? I want to hear louder. Yes. They summoned every ounce of strength, finally satisfying Liao Yun. What is our objective? Li stepped forward to enter the semifinals. Yu Zhuxing followed suit to dominate. Yu Shucheng covered his face to locate young Master Wu. He Yuan, lacking confidence, stammered. To capture? Capture? Under Liao Yun's piercing gaze, he felt a deep sense of despair. How could he dare to apprehend the scion of the Wu family? Though they all hailed from respectable backgrounds, they were still far outmatched by the Wu family. The Yu and Yi families, while wealthy, amounted to nothing in the capital star. He possesses a deeper understanding of Wu Xinyue's identity than the others. Her father is a federal general, and her mother is one of the top 10 physicians. The Wu family is not only affluent but also influential, holding a prominent position in the capital star. Who would dare to overshadow their brilliance? It is to be hoped that he refrains from uttering such slogans in the Star Network. If he does, let us ensure that young Master Wu does not hear them. Liao Yun casually remarked. Aren't you curious about which master repaired your surfing equipment? At that time, when she and He Yuan mentioned that someone could fix it, he had scoffed, declaring with utmost certainty that no one but Master Yun Chuan could accomplish the task. Thus, they made a wager. With a stake of 10,000 star coins. The outcome was evident. He Yuan lost, yet he was indifferent to the loss of a few star coins. Persistently asking Liao Yun where that master could be found. However, Liao Yun remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge the information. As long as you cooperate earnestly, I will reveal it to you once you advance to the semifinals. He Yuan swiftly adjusted his demeanor, brimming with energy, appearing eager to showcase his skills. How could such a trivial shooting competition pose a challenge to him? Master, I have arrived. Chapter 13. Someone is looking for you. The Star Network was bustling with activity as people engaged in fervent discussions about who would triumph in the shooting competition. The previous champion, laughing at Songqiang, had captured the title, and I wagered he would do so again this year. However, laughing at Songqiang's abilities were limited. His last victory was merely a stroke of luck. I placed my bet on the steadfast Daoba Chuyangliu this time. Curse you, laughing at Songqiang is impressive. Daoba Chuyangliu is truly the mightiest. Do you not comprehend? The two exchanged heated words, each steadfast in their assertions. Within the Star Network, individuals had the liberty to alter their appearance and choose their nicknames. Some, reluctant to reveal their true identities, disguised themselves as entirely unrelated personas. Yet, their quarrel was short-lived. As they were soon drawn to a conversation nearby, it was rumored that the young master of the Wu family had registered for the shooting competition. Could it be the Wu family scion I was thinking of? Who else in the entire Federation bore the name Wu? As Liao Yun and her companions entered the Star Network, they overheard discussions regarding Wu Xinyue's participation. Liao Yun stepped forward and inquired, "Excuse me, do you happen to know the contestant number for the young master of the Wu family?" The onlookers cast her a dismissive glance, regarding her as someone with ulterior motives trying to approach the young master. How could we possibly know? One person replied, their tone earnest. Young lady, you seem quite young. It would be wise to focus your thoughts on more appropriate matters. There are many seeking the Wu young master's attention, yet how many have succeeded? Liao Yun had not altered her appearance significantly on the Star Network. She merely aimed to appear more ordinary, blending into the crowd. She had listed her age as 18 in her profile, leading others to mistakenly assume she was youthful and naive, fearing she would come to harm. The individual before her meant well, and Liao Yun refrained from arguing, nodding in acknowledgement. With an hour remaining before the competition commenced, she beckoned Yu Shuchen over. Leaning close to whisper in his ear, Liao Yun's words caused Yu Shuchen's expression to shift dramatically. He retreated with a shake of his head, indicating he could not comply. The others, intrigued, drew closer. You are familiar with this matter. None but you can fulfill this role, Liao Yun urged. After a moment's consideration, she added, with a hint of menace, the video I possess has yet to be seen by them. Good things ought to be shared, after all. Yu Shuchen bit his lip, trembling internally as he weighed his options. Liao Yun delivered another dose of persuasion. Do not worry, just claim you are acting under my orders. He cannot harm you. After battling with his thoughts, Yu Zhuchen gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Fine. After all, he is merely a messenger. Any fallout cannot be pinned on him. As he walked away, Yu Zhuchen inquired of his mentor, Instructor, what the matter that seems so secretive? Liao Yin teased. You will find out shortly. In the lounge, Wu Xianwei reclined languidly, his black hair adorned with several rebellious tufts that bobbed with his movements. Young Master Wu. News of your participation has leaked. Many are watching. Should we not cover you entirely, perhaps with a burlap sack? Wu Xianwei responded with a swift kick. His tone icy as he glanced at his longtime friend, Leave. Xie Yang skillfully dodged, unable to suppress his laughter. Despite his friend altering his appearance to a considerable degree, his inherent pride and defiance shone through like that of a wolf cub, and those familiar with him would recognize him instantly. This was his first shooting competition since that incident, and Xie Yang, eager to ease his friend's tension, made an effort to enliven the atmosphere. How could Wu Xianwei be unaware of Xie Yang's intent? He lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, striving to clench them into fists to steady them. Unfortunately, his hands seemed to have a will of their own, shaking even more violently. Fringes of hair obscured his brow and eyes, and suppressing the turmoil within. He lifted his gaze to Xie Yang and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Over the years, everyone had deemed him incapable, urging him to abandon his aspirations. Yet it was only his childhood friend who steadfastly supported him. Xie Yang rubbed the back of his head, responding with a casual, "Oh, it's nothing." Just as he intended to offer further words of encouragement, the intercom abruptly crackled to life. Please, Wu Xianwei from the Imochin Military Academy, report to the central area. Your classmates and instructors are waiting for you. The announcement repeated thrice, causing a stir among the crowd. What military academy is Imochin? Wu Xiao studies there? Surely, such an obscure institution could not hold his interest. Let us disperse. Let us disperse. It's clearly a case of mistaken identity. In the lounge, Wu Xianwei suddenly stood up, veins protruding from his neck. Xie Yang was taken aback. Is someone looking for you? While others were oblivious to Wu Xianyue's whereabouts, he was acutely aware. A year prior, Wu Xianyue had defied his family's opposition and resolutely enrolled in the Imochin Military Academy on Sakado Star. The General Wu had been furious, cutting off all his resources and ordering a media blackout to make it appear as though he remained on Imperial Star. Xie Yang burst into laughter, pounding the table with his hand. Your instructor is quite the character, clever enough to employ such a method to summon you. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the audacity of this instructor to toy with Wu Xianwei. As Wu Xianwei exited, Xie Yang wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes, chasing after him. Hey, wait for me. At that moment, Liao Yin stood with Li atop a height, surveying the assembly below. Observe closely. A true commander can distinguish one among millions. A vast mental energy emanated from Liao Yin, swiftly enveloping the competition area. Every movement within was under her control, and soon, she fixed her attention on Wu Xianwei, who had just exited the lounge. Liao Yin opened her eyes, found him. Upon hearing the announcement, he had emerged in haste, his demeanor markedly different from the rest. Liao Yin's certainty about his identity stemmed from two observations: his distinctive gait and the aura surrounding him, which aligned with her extensive research. Li stood by, her face alight with admiration, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. She aspired to be equally formidable, to become an exceptional commander. Liao Yin gently patted her shoulder to bring her back to the moment, then effortlessly lifted her down. Li, trembling with fear, clutched Liao Yin's garment, feeling the smooth contours of her muscles beneath the fabric. Deep within her heart, she resolved to become as formidable as her instructor. The two of them stood before Wu Xianyu, obstructing his path forward. Chapter 14. The shooting competition. Unexpectedly, two individuals appeared before Wu Xianwei, causing him to nearly lose his footing and almost collide with them. His mood soured further. Were they out of their minds? The path was so wide. Why must they crowd towards him? Were these two deliberately seeking trouble? Don't be so irritable. We specifically came to find you, Liao Yin cheerfully explained, unaffected by his demeanor. You haven't been to school since it started, and as your instructor and classmate, we are genuinely concerned for you. Li cautiously tugged at her sleeve, sensing that her companion appeared increasingly agitated. With every word Liao Yin uttered, Wu Xianyue's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "So it was you two who instigated this?" Observing his inky scowl, Liao Yun maintained her composure. "Indeed, no need for gratitude. It is our duty." And Ailey, look, he is so moved he might cry. "I always tell you to care for one another, and it seems to be effective. Isn't that how emotions are nurtured?" The shameless remarks flooded with Stianwei's ears, and he could no longer endure it. Shut up. He was determined not to let these two disrupt his mood or jeopardize his impending competition. "I advise you to leave quickly, or else." Before he could finish his threat, he felt someone tousle the tuft of hair atop his head. Stunned, he momentarily forgot his purpose. Once he regained his senses, he glared fiercely, pushing Liao Yun's hand away. "Who permitted you to touch me?" Liao Yun withdrew her hand, her gaze drifting. She could not help but be reminded of the little wolf she once raised. His angry demeanor was strikingly similar. At that moment, Xia Yang approached, grasping his friend's arm. "Don't be angry. We have half an hour until the competition. Let us proceed to the waiting room." Wu Xianwei was reluctant to engage in conflict now. Attracting attention could jeopardize his identity, making future actions exceedingly inconvenient. Yet, he felt a simmering resentment. Who dared to mock him so brazenly? He turned away sharply, his eyes blazing with fury. He muttered something under his breath, and upon closer inspection, Liao Yun realized he was reciting their ID numbers. There was an inexplicable charm to it. As they prepared to leave, Liao Yun stepped forward, blocking their path. "Did I permit you to leave?" Xia Yang wiped the smile from his face. "What more do you want?" Liao Yun feigned innocence. "Of course. I want him to return with me. What other reason could I have for seeking him out? We are competing as well." The thought of fighting alongside classmates is simply delightful. Wu Xianwei clenched his fists. "Nonsense. The preliminary round is an individual competition. There is no team event." "Ah, you caught me," Liao Yun exclaimed dramatically, her mouth agape. "Attention all competitors, please gather in the waiting room." Time was of the essence. Wu Xianwei wished to depart, but found himself unable to do so. Unable to act directly, his anger peaked. Liao Yun, sensing his agitation, intended to relent. But then she noticed he had logged off. Indeed, Wu Xianwei had disconnected. Logging back and allows one to select their location freely, a clever strategy. Seeing his friend go offline, Xia Yang also exited the Star Network. Liao Yun crossed her arms, exuding a sense of intelligence. And Ailey, perplexed, inquired, "Instructor, why are we provoking him now? Were we not supposed to apprehend him after the competition?" She observed that he no longer appeared tense. Rather, he was seething with anger, much like an irate bird. "I am indeed curious to witness his performance at full capacity," Liao Yun elucidated. And Ailey nodded in agreement. Yet a nagging feeling of unease lingered within her. Did the instructor truly aim to alleviate Wu Xinyue's anxiety? Was there not even a hint of mischief in her intentions? She sensed that the instructor was deriving amusement from the situation. Liao Yun gently tapped an Ailey's head, urging her, "Stop daydreaming. Let us proceed to the waiting room." Upon their arrival, they collected their competition badges, which displayed their respective numbers. In the preliminary round, participants were grouped in sets of 100, sharing a single venue. Only those who could achieve 10 perfect shots would advance. However, the task was far from straightforward. The number of targets was limited, and if someone squandered them, leaving a competitor just shy of a perfect score, advancement would be denied. Thus, the emphasis lay on swift execution. The quicker one completed the task, the more advantageous their position would be, as later rounds would devolve into a race for targets. Liao Yun held the number 318, competing in the third venue, while Ailey bore the number 009, assigned to the first venue. The remainder of the participants were situated in the fourth venue. As the competition time commenced, announcements beckoned the contestants to the arena, where they awaited their turn. Before entering the field, Liao Yun conveyed several essential reminders, and upon receiving their affirmative responses, she felt assured in their readiness. Provided the students performed according to their training, they should all progress. As the competitions on the Star Network were virtual and considerably less challenging than in reality, by chance, Liao Yun noticed that Wu Xianyue was in the same venue. Wu Xianyue, evidently aware of her presence, instinctively distanced himself, blending into the crowd. The competition employed specially designed rifles, ensuring no risk of injury. Although participants operated virtual avatars, they still experienced a semblance of pain, albeit at only 30%. Some individuals would elevate their pain threshold prior to training to enhance their performance. The Star Network offered limitless possibilities for piloting mechas, featuring a plethora of game modes, with competitions awaiting eager participants, rendering the world within the Star Network vibrant and diverse. Ahead lay a cluster of targets. The initial round featured stationary targets. As the number of eliminations increased, the difficulty would escalate, with targets moving at a faster pace. Competitors, please prepare yourselves. The competition is about to commence. After a robotic countdown of 10, the contest officially began. Contestants seized their rifles and commenced their assaults, eager not to fall behind. However, this haste resulted in diminished accuracy, leading many to squander ammunition without hitting their marks. A few, on the other hand, remained still, meticulously observing the targets, aligning their aim before pulling the trigger. Liao Yun, unfazed, keenly observed Wu Xianwei. He stared ahead, his eyes unwavering, exuding confidence, if one could overlook the tremor in his hand. Bang! He finally pressed the trigger and fired his first shot, achieving an 8. Yet another slight miscalculation, and Wu Xianwei could not help but feel a twinge of frustration within. However, he swiftly exhaled, calming his mind. He took aim once more and fired, a perfect 10. Wu Xianwei whispered a quiet cheer. He had found his rhythm. Just as he continued to shoot, a bullet from an unknown source struck his projectile, altering its trajectory. Maintaining his composure, Wu Xianwei fired again. Once more, his bullet was intercepted. Once could be deemed a mere accident, but twice suggested deliberate interference. He turned to see a burly man with a bushy beard, grinning maniacally. Having completed the competition long ago, he lingered, relishing the chance to unsettle the remaining competitors, delighting in their struggles. Such contests held a certain charm. The bearded man showed no hint of remorse. My apologies, I missed. He had previously engaged in similar antics. With those he disrupted, too intimidated to voice their anger, for who would dare confront a favorite for the championship? Competing against him in shooting was akin to a fragile egg challenging a boulder. Just when he anticipated that Wu Xianwei would retreat like those before him. Shifting to another position to shoot, Wu Xianwei aimed directly at the grinning man and fired. He then added, my apologies, my skills are limited, I missed. Chapter 15. The boldness of Sister Hua Xiao Song Xiong was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, who had the gall to fire directly at him. Caught off guard, his right hand was struck, eliciting a painful cry from him. You have committed a foul. Xiao Song Xiong exclaimed loudly. This person has violated the rules by intentionally injuring another competitor and thus should be disqualified. Their contest was displayed on the large screen, allowing viewers across the Star Network to monitor the developments in real time. Xiao Song Xiong's reaction was not unprecedented. In previous tournaments, others had resorted to similar tactics, exploiting loopholes in the regulations to bully fellow participants. Yet, who could blame them for their shortcomings? They too could retaliate. Though whether they possessed the requisite skill was another matter entirely. For the audience, the more exhilarating the competition, the better. Moreover, this was merely an informal shooting contest organized on the Star Network, inherently lacking in stringent regulations and prestige. Who would truly care? Those of genuine prowess typically participated in officially sanctioned events. A few spectators murmured among themselves, this fellow exhibits some talent. He dares to resist. I wonder how long he can hold out. Was there a rule against using firearms to harm others? It seemed so, but the delineation was rather ambiguous, with most incidents deemed mere accidents. Within the arena, the competitors had no time to divert their attention to matters of little consequence. Xiao Song Xiong's words went unanswered. Liao Yun appeared contemplative, while the nearby robot refrained from issuing any warnings, indicating that Wu Xianwei had not breached any rules. Xiao Song Xiong also noted the robot's inaction and approached closely, declaring, he has intentionally harmed another. He should withdraw from the match. The robot hesitated momentarily before responding. Upon evaluation, Wu Xianwei's actions do not constitute a violation. Competitors are advised to focus on the contest. The mechanical voice was devoid of emotion, rendering a fair and impartial judgment. Wu Xianwei concealed a smirk in a place unseen by others. He was far from foolish. His shots were meticulously calculated, and where Xiaoqin Song Xiang's right hand hung loosely, a target lay not far off, forming a straight line that the system deemed an accidental injury. Xiaoqin Song Xiang soon realized this, harboring a deep-seated resentment toward Wu Xianyu. Very well, he would remember this and bide his time. In the ensuing rounds, Wu Xianyu's bullets were persistently obstructed by Xiaoqin Song Xiang, who, like a venomous serpent, clung tenaciously to him, unwilling to allow him to progress. The fear of a thief's intent loomed larger than the fear of theft itself. Xiaoqin Song Xiang's treacherous machinations were not lost on Wu Xianyu. Seeing her student being bullied, Liao Yun could no longer stand idly by. As Xiaoqin Song Xiang's figure aligned with the target in the background, she took action. With a series of sharp shots, she struck at Xiaoqin Song Xiang's limbs, and as his weapon threatened to drop to the ground, she fired several more rounds, damaging his gun. Consequently, Xiaoqin Song Xiang could no longer interfere with Wu Xianyu's competition. Wu Xianyu took note of Liao Yun's intervention and nodded in gratitude. Having squandered considerable time previously, he now observed the rapid depletion of targets in the arena and was compelled to hasten his shooting. Xiaoqin Song Xiang shouted indignantly, "Are you out of your mind?" Upon seeing Liao Yun's performance, he scoffed. "You haven't hit a single target, and yet you meddle in others' affairs without understanding your own limitations." "Oh, is that so?" Liao Yun retorted. Before Xiaoqin Song Xiang could utter another word, she swiftly adjusted her shooting stance and fired 10 consecutive shots. The bullets erupted from the muzzle, dispersing outward, and astonishingly, all 10 struck the target. 10 perfect 10s. How could this be? Xiaoqin Song Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. Not only was he incredulous, but everyone in the arena also ceased their movements, collectively gazing at Liao Yun. The venue fell silent, save for the sound of breathing. The spectators outside the arena were equally stunned, rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding on their screens. After a prolonged silence, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. "No way. Did I just witness that? Is this something a human could achieve? The bullets curved. She must be a deity. Oh my goodness. I dare say even the federal general might not be capable of such a feat." Many were captivated by Liao Yun's remarkable display, their attention drawn to her unique username, Hua Kai Fu Gue. "Ah, Sister Hua is so impressive. I used to think such usernames were rather tacky. But now I realize it's not the username that's tacky, it's me. Sister Hua is amazing." Liao Yun calmly holstered her weapon, bearing the intense gazes of the crowd as she escorted Xiaoqin Song Xiang away. Before departing, she addressed those in the third arena, saying, "The threat has been eliminated. No need to thank me." The crowd murmured in agreement, as if she spoke the truth. Wu Xianyu regarded Liao Yun with a complex expression. His instructor possessed quite the prowess. Liao Yun waited outside while the G-class students continued their competition. She observed Enili through the large screen. Enili needed just one more perfect 10. At that moment, she was calmly aiming at the target and taking her shot. Splendid. Enili advanced smoothly. Next, Liao Yun turned her attention to the large screen of the fourth arena, feeling uneasy about the 3 participants. Her gaze immediately landed on Yu Zhuxing and the others. It wasn't her keen eyesight, but rather, they were simply too conspicuous. Yu Zhuchen clung to Yu Zhuxing's leg like a pendant. And He Yuan? Oh, he was draped over Yu Zhuxing's right leg. "Woe is me, sister, this robot is definitely malfunctioning." Yu Zhuchen sobbed, tears and snot streaming down. He Yuan nodded vigorously, refusing to let go. Initially, they were performing well, successfully merging their mental energy into the gun using Liao Yun's methods. Making it seem as if they could control the Buell, however, they soon discovered that they were utterly immobilized, ensnared by invisible hands. He Yuan felt his legs weaken. He feared that his life might meet its end here. A few steps ahead, a glimmer appeared, from which emerged a most peculiar creature. It possessed a human face and a worm-like body, with 8 limbs, each adorned with jagged spines, gradually advancing toward them. Its eyes glowed ominously red, emanating an unsettling aura. The insect tried. The human-faced worm. They screamed in terror, had it not been for Liao Yun's insistence on their thorough understanding of the insect tribe. They would have been utterly oblivious to the adversary they were about to confront. The visage of the human-faced worm contorted grotesquely, its skin twitching as blood blisters seeped forth. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw and quickened its pace, hurtling directly toward the trio. Chapter 16. The Queen of the Insectoids outside the arena. Liao Yun sensed that something was amiss. The three individuals exhibited vacant expressions, signaling a dire situation. Ignoring the staff's attempts to restrain her, she dashed into the fourth venue, heading straight for Yu Zhuxing and the others. Entering the competition area without authorization would incur penalties. The staff and robots could only watch helplessly as Liao Yun disregarded the warnings and entered freely. Inside the arena, others began to succumb to a peculiar illusion. Each person spiraling into a frenzied state, laughing or weeping, utterly disoriented. The staff quickly recognized the anomaly and attempted to contact their superiors, only to discover that their communication devices had malfunctioned. Warning, warning. Under attack from an unidentified energy source, initiating combat mode. Dozens of robots went rogue, launching indiscriminate assaults on the crowd. People scattered in panic. Some managed to escape the arena's confines and quickly logged off the Star Network. Bodyguards sought to protect the populace while the staff endeavored to evacuate the throng, barely managing to regain control of the situation. However, the contestants within the fourth venue had also lost control. Over 100 individuals attacking indiscriminately, akin to frenzied beasts. The chaos escalated, leading to a stampede. Liao Yun felt her hand clamped in the jaws of Yu Zhuxing, while the other two individuals bit down on her thighs. "What are you, dogs?" she exclaimed. She raised her hand, gathering her mental energy, and delivered a jolt to each of their heads. They instantly regained consciousness, clutching their skulls in pain. "What are you waiting for? Help?" Liao Yun was the first to strike, assisting the bodyguards in subduing the rogue robots. This situation was untenable, relying solely on herself. She could not purify so many out-of-control individuals. What on earth was happening? Liao Yun's mind began to feel hazy as well, and she urged everyone, "Hurry and leave this place. Staying here too long will drive you insane." Just as Yu Zhuxing and the others were about to retreat, a sudden thought struck Yu Zhuxing, prompting him to halt and shout at Liao Yun, "Instructor, the face worm. It's the face worm." Liao Yun understood. The face worm lurked in the shadows, and if they could eliminate it, everyone would regain their clarity. She closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, determined not to overlook any corner. Finally, her eyes snapped open, and she sprinted toward a location shrouded in a massive shadow. With a powerful punch, she struck the ground, causing it to crack open, and the face worm sprang forth, lunging at her. Chitter, chitter. The face worm emitted a horrifying sound, its 8 appendages ensnaring Liao Yun tightly. "Liao Yun, long time no see." A feminine voice echoed, though it did not emanate from the face worm itself. Liao Yun delivered a swift kick to the face worm's face, breaking free from its grasp, and her mental energy surged into the creature, seizing control of its nervous system. She had no time for nostalgic exchanges with the insectoid queen. Indeed, the voice belonged to the insectoid queen, yet she was not physically present. The face worm was merely a bait she had released to lure Liao Yun. Still so cold. Are we not the best of friends? Liao Yun seized a long pole she had found and delivered a crushing blow to the creature's head. The face worm collapsed heavily to the ground, groaning as its body writhed, countless eggs emerging from it, soon to hatch into a multitude of face worms once more. Begone. Disgusting creature. Liao Yun was compelled to exert all her mental energy to prevent the hatching of the insect eggs, gradually erasing their life signs before slowly retracting her mental power. She was utterly exhausted and dared not relax for even a moment, constantly monitoring the situation with the human-faced insects. "You haven't changed at all, Liao Yun. Don't you think we are fated to meet? In this world, we are the only ones from the same era. We are the most harmonious partners." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Liao Yun clutched her head and exclaimed, "Silence." She had no desire to hear the voice of the insect queen, as it reminded her of the repugnant actions she had once committed. "We will meet again," the insect queen declared, and with that, her presence dissipated, allowing the people to return to normal and the robots to cease their attacks, falling into slumber. Liao Yun sighed in relief, her heart tumultuous. The insect queen had indeed arrived. How had she managed to infiltrate the StarNet? It seemed her current strength surpassed Liao Yun's own. She fell into deep reflection. She was still too weak. Once communications were restored, the staff reported the situation on the StarNet to the higher-ups, and footage of Liao Yun's battle with the human-faced insects was displayed on the large screen. Everyone witnessed her valiant figure swiftly resolving the crisis. "Flower Sister is formidable," someone exclaimed. "I apologize, Flower Sister," initially. I thought you were acting recklessly and even complained about you in my heart. When Flower's sister intervenes, who can contend with her? The insect race had truly emerged. The Interstellar headlines were soon flooded with reports about the insects. A man seemed to recall something and hesitantly spoke up. I remember a while ago. There was a prophecy circulating online, stating that it wouldn't be long before the insect race would appear. Yes, I remember too. I even left a derogatory comment back then, thinking he was just seeking attention. The resurgence of the insect race, which had historically instilled terror in humanity and left countless people homeless, was indeed terrifying. Today's competition was announced as suspended, and all results were rendered void, to be rescheduled for another day. Liao Yun and her students exited the StarNet, exchanging glances in the virtual room. Were you the first to sense the human-faced insects? They nodded and recounted the entire sequence of events, sparing no detail. Liao Yun understood. The method she had imparted to her students for controlling their mental power had been detected by the insect queen, who had launched the first attack against them. Had she arrived even a moment later, her students would have been devoured by the human-faced insects, their bodies parasitized, living a fate worse than death. Fortunately, she had made it in time. Liao Yun shuddered at the thought. She feared for her students, not wanting them to suffer as her previous companions had. She could not bear to witness further harm to those close to her. Somewhere on Sakado Star, a girl opened her eyes in a virtual machine. Her irises pale and devoid of any emotion. Knock, knock, knock. A youthful male voice accompanied the knocking. AMU? After tidying the various bottles on her desk, the girl replied, Come in. The young man entered, his face flushed and fidgeting. He was uncertain why AMU had summoned him. Could it be to accept his affections? He was convinced that AMU must also harbor feelings for him. The girl beckoned him to come closer. The man, unsuspecting, approached her. Unexpectedly, her grip tightened around his neck, rendering him unable to escape. You. His face flushed, deprived of fresh air, his mind succumbing to oxygen deprivation. The girl smiled with delight. Do you not adore me? If you truly cherish me, then embrace death for my sake. Her hands emanated a dark aura, steadily draining the man's vitality until he lay lifeless, a mere husk, at which point she reluctantly released him. Her voice tinged with regret. Alas, you are still too weak. Otherwise, I would have transformed you into a boneless insect. This is a new breed I have meticulously researched. She spread her arms wide, her voice laced with madness. Liao Yun, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Ah. Chapter 17. Unsanctioned withdrawal. The news of the Zerg's emergence reverberated across various media outlets, instilling a palpable sense of unease among the populace. In an effort to placate the public, both the Federation and the Empire invited media representatives to interview military officials, showcasing humanity's formidable strength. The camera focused on the Marshal of the military, adorned with numerous medals of honor, who proclaimed with authority, Humanity shall not relive the horrors of the past. We possess ample strength to confront the Zerg. Should they dare to approach, they shall face annihilation. The Marshal's words ignited fervor among the crowd, who rallied in unison, shouting, Let them face annihilation. They are but mere insects. We fear them not. Liao Yun switched off the news broadcast, lost in contemplation. She could not overlook the weary expression on the Marshal's face. Perhaps the Zerg had made their presence known much earlier, but the upper echelons suppressed the information to maintain public morale. Perhaps she should take action. Instructor, let us log into the virtual machine. The competition is about to commence, Anili reminded her. After several days of adjustments, the shooting competition proceeded as scheduled. A considerable number of elite bodyguards were assembled, each equipped with B-class mechas, to prevent a repeat of the previous incident where assistance could not be reached. Liao Yun had gained considerable fame following that battle. Her online persona, Blossoming Wealth, spread widely across the Star Network, becoming a hero in many hearts. Both the military branches of the Federation and the Empire had privately reached out to her, offering accolades and extending olive branches. However, Liao Yun declined them all. She wished to keep her identity concealed and avoid being beholden to others. She could assist the military in combating the Zerg in her own way. All right, let's go. Liao Yun replied. The preliminary rounds had concluded, and among their group, only Liao Yun and Anili advanced to the semifinals. Their enthusiasm remained undiminished as they cheered each other on. The semifinals presented greater challenges. The first match involved a duel between two contestants, aiming to be the first to pop the balloons tethered to their opponent. Each balloon struck earned a point, while hitting the opponent incurred a 5-point penalty. Liao Yun drew number 5, and by a twist of fate, her opponent was a familiar face. Xiaoqun Songqiang, upon seeing Liao Yun, faltered, his fighting spirit waning significantly. How unfortunate. With his skill, he should have easily advanced to the finals, yet he found himself facing this harbinger of death. Would he be stopped here in the semifinals? No. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He certainly had the prowess to fight back. As the match commenced, Xiaoqun Songqiang sprang into action, catching the audience off guard. His movements flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable speed. He chambered around, took aim, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang, 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 3 bullets were fired, targeting Liao Yun's left, right, and upper balloons. Liao Yun spun her rifle, her speed creating an afterimage, successfully deflecting all the bullets. Then, with a graceful leap, she unleashed a barrage of bullets directed at Xiaoqun Songqiang. Caught unprepared, he attempted to mimic Liao Yun's defensive maneuver with his rifle, but ultimately, he was merely a poor imitation. His weapon was struck down, falling from his grasp. In a moment of desperation, Xiaoqun Songqiang concocted a dangerous plan, deciding to use his body to absorb the bullets. The impact of the bullet, though unpleasant, could hardly be considered severe, yet, despite the penalties incurred, Liao Yun still emerged victorious. Ah, the naivety of youth. Just as he was savoring the delightful fantasy of eliminating Liao Yun, a bullet seemingly guided by fate dodged him and hurtled straight toward the balloon. Within mere moments, the cunning Xiaoqun Songqiang faced elimination. How insidious Xiaoqun was. Had it been anyone else, his scheme would have succeeded. Thankfully, it was my sister Hua. Simultaneously, Wu Xianyu also advanced, departing the competition venue just after Liao Yun. His pallor was striking, and he appeared utterly dejected. He showed little interest in Liao Yun's inquiries, offering only a few hasty replies before departing. What could be troubling him? Yu Zhuxing pondered aloud. Since Liao Yun had assisted him in dealing with the troublesome Xiaoqun Songqiang, his demeanor had softened considerably, and he had even engaged with their classmates. Yet now, he had reverted to his previous aloofness. Let us go. Perhaps he is simply in a foul mood, Liao Yun remarked, stretching lazily as she led them to meet Li. As expected, Li did not progress to the next round. She appeared tense, unable to meet Liao Yun's gaze. Instructor, Liao Yun, however, offered her a gentle pat on the shoulder, encouraging her. You did well. Reaching the semifinals is a commendable achievement. Her intention was merely to provide training for the students, harboring no grand expectations. Li's advancement to the semifinals came as a delightful surprise. After all, they had only undergone a few days of training, hadn't they? There would be plenty of time ahead, and she was confident in guiding this group of students to success. With no competition scheduled for the afternoon, Liao Yun continued with the training of Class G students. During a break, she activated her holographic computer to watch Wu Xianyu's match. The second round was a 2-person duel, where the victor would be determined by who could hit the moving target more accurately within the allotted time. The competition was evenly matched until suddenly, Wu Xianyu lunged at his opponent with an unexpected ferocity, catching everyone off guard. The other participant was defenseless, blood pouring from his mouth, utterly weakened. Staff rushed onto the stage to restrain Wu Xianyu, while a robotic assistant provided medical aid to the injured. Severe injuries in the virtual realm could impair one's mental faculties, making it difficult to regain consciousness in the real world. Wu Xianyu was escorted off the stage, and his score was declared null. He noticed his opponent smirking mockingly, taunting, useless. No one else paid attention to his words. Ignoring the staff, Wu Xianyu broke free and charged at his adversary once more. He exerted every ounce of strength, even contemplating the use of mecha, determined not to relent until he had vanquished his foe. The audience erupted in screams, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Wu Xianyu's fervor. Security swiftly intervened, subduing him, this time employing chains. Wu Xianyu, now utterly disheartened, was taken away, facing repercussions for violating the Star Network's regulations. Liao Yun furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the screen. Wu Xianyu is not a person prone to impatience. Even when provoked to great anger, he refrained from resorting to violence. choosing instead to log off and seek an alternative means of liberation. He possesses his own plans and aspirations, placing significant emphasis on the upcoming shooting competition. How could he possibly contravene the regulations over a trivial dispute? No, she must check the Star Network. Liao Yun allowed Ni Li and others to train freely, while he himself ventured into the virtual chamber to log onto the Star Network. Wu Xianyu was currently at the Virtual Public Security Bureau, providing a statement. The officer inquired, "Why did you harm another?" Wu Xianyu languidly reclined in his chair. Raising his gaze, the simmering hostility in his eyes still palpable, "I found him displeasing. Due to your malicious intent to inflict harm, we are investigating your real identity. If you wish to mitigate your punishment, please cooperate earnestly." He placed his legs on another chair, exuding an air of arrogance. "Very well, I am Wu Xianyu, of the Wu family from Capital Star. You may contact General Wu. He is my guardian." Chapter 18. The gathering of Class G. As Wu Xianwei emerged from the police station, his hands tucked into his pockets, he was greeted by the blinding sunlight. In the corner, he noticed a figure standing there. "Here to witness my misfortune?" he quipped. Liao Yin shook her head, opting not to inquire about his reasons for injuring someone. Instead, she shifted the conversation. "So, when are you returning to school?" Wu Xianwei chuckled softly. "Do you truly wish for my return?" "Of course, it is my duty. Unless you choose to abandon your studies at the Machin Military Academy. I have no authority over you." Before Wu Xianwei could respond further, Liao Yin led him to the training ground, pointing at various targets. "Have you considered learning shooting from me?" Wu Xianwei ruffled his disheveled hair. "No, I lack the talent for it." He appeared somewhat despondent, shrouded in gloom. His background was not difficult to uncover. A simple search on his holographic computer revealed a plethora of information. A prodigious youth, a rising star of the Federation. The future's most formidable sniper. From a young age, Wu Xianwei had been an exceptional talent among his peers, with unparalleled shooting prowess, garnering the military's high expectations. However, everything changed when he was 12 and participated in a national shooting competition, where he sustained severe injuries, leaving him unable to steady his grip on a firearm, drastically diminishing his shooting skills. On that fateful day, he stood on the competition stage, a silenced weapon aimed at him. Had he not experienced low blood sugar that day, causing him to feel faint and unstable, he might not have escaped that lethal shot. The assailant, once detected, fled swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Though he survived the encounter, the bullet struck him in the chest, a toxic projectile. Wu Xianwei collapsed, and fortunately, timely medical intervention saved his life. General Wu was furious, mobilizing all military resources to unearth the mastermind behind the attack. Yet, the perpetrator seemed to have vanished without a trace. The toxins within Wu Xianwei's body ravaged his veins, impairing his mental acuity, and his marksmanship stagnated. The once promising prodigy gradually faded from public consciousness. As time passed, when Wu Xianwei's name was mentioned, people merely recalled his noble lineage, stubborn temperament, and lack of academic pursuits, forgetting how brilliant he once was. Liao Yun's expression was earnest. "Here, there are no students I cannot teach, only instructors who do not strive." Before her lay over a dozen specially designed firearms, each weighing 10 pounds. With a sweeping gesture, the air quivered, forming waves that surrounded the weapons. 1, 2, 3, 10. All the firearms floated in midair as Liao Yun raised her hand, as if issuing commands. With a resounding bang, all 10 targets, spaced irregularly apart, were struck simultaneously. Wu Xianwei stood in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Liao Yun turned to him, leisurely stating, "Do you think I possess the capability to teach you?" Wu Xianwei pressed his lips together, his tone imbued with subtle anticipation. "Can you truly help me improve my shooting skills? What do you think?" Liao Yun retorted, casually handing him a firearm. "Give it a try." Wu Xianwei accepted the gun, aimed at the target, and began to shoot. For years, he had struggled with his training. Yet the results were mediocre, even inferior to his shooting proficiency at the age of 12. This disheartening reality threatened to erode his confidence. Had he not withdrawn from the competition due to a violation, the finals would have represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. Bullets swiftly traversed the set obstacles, aimed directly at the distant target, while Wu Xianwei held her breath. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. A score of 7 rings. Liao Yin identified the issue. Your mindset is unstable, causing your hands to tremble unconsciously before shooting, which results in an unsteady firearm and a misdirected bullet trajectory. Perhaps you could consider utilizing mental fortitude as assistance? She provided patient guidance, and Wu Xinyue listened attentively. After numerous attempts, he experienced a significant breakthrough, joy bubbling within him as he turned to glance at Liao Yun. She smiled and gave him a thumbs up in encouragement. Tilting her head, her expression was gentle, as if she were enveloped in a soft glow, rendering the roses in the room pale in comparison. In that fleeting moment, Wu Xinyue was momentarily dazed. Hearing the powerful rhythm of his own heartbeat, his hand slowly rested upon his chest, feeling the surging waves inside. Perhaps it was merely excitement, he mused. Without any suspense, Liao Yin emerged victorious in the shooting competition, her happiness boundless, for the prize amounted to 30,000 star coins, promising days of indulgence. In her exuberance, she granted the G-class students a day off. Yu Zhuchen and He Yuan were the most exuberant, clamoring to go out and have a grand time. Hey, I'll take the lead, He Yuan declared, having made a special effort to present himself well, with his short red hair and blue earrings, dressed in fashionable brands. He had arranged to meet his friends at their usual spot, where numerous beautiful girls awaited him. Before He Yuan could exit the door, a throng of students surged forward, blocking the school gate completely. He was jostled around, his eyes shimmering with stars. I heard Master Yunchuan is nearby our school. Really? I'd love to meet Master Yunchuan. Oh no, it's so crowded. Can we please exit in an orderly fashion? At this rate, no one will get to see Master Yunchuan. When Liao Yun and the others arrived, they found He Yuan in a disheveled state. His freshly styled hair was undone, his once spotless shoes bore the imprints of countless feet, and his sunglasses had vanished. Yu Zhuchen was the first to erupt in laughter. Ha, you look incredibly trendy right now. Damn it, Yu Zhuchen, get lost. The two engaged in their usual banter, and Liao Yun lost interest in managing them. Well, let the kids be lively. It's rather delightful. As a devoted fan of Master Yunchuan, He Yuan could not possibly miss such a scene. After finishing his playful altercation with Yu Zhuchen, he abandoned his pursuit of beautiful girls and followed the crowd to see Master Yunchuan. A figure wove through the throng, stopping in front of Liao Yun. Instructor Hua. I have arrived, Wu Xinyue greeted, scratching his head. His appearance was strikingly fierce, with eyes slightly slanted, giving him an air of indifference towards everyone. His tousled hair obscured his brows and eyes, and beneath his prominent nose lay soft, pink lips, making him resemble a formidable wolf dog, fierce and intimidating. However, in the presence of Liao Yun, he made a concerted effort to maintain a gentle expression, his unruly tuft of hair standing defiantly, exuding an endearing contrast. Liao Yun, with a stern countenance, declared, I am not the flower instructor. The moniker Sister Hua had spread widely, yet fortunately, her true identity remained unknown on the Starnet. Otherwise, it would indeed be a scene of social demise. In the current reality, she could not allow the term flower instructor to circulate. So, what about wealthy instructor, noble instructor? Or perhaps wealthy and noble instructor? Wu Xinwei teased her, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Liao Yun tugged at his unruly tuft. Listen well, I am Liao Yun, and you may address me as Instructor Liao. Observing her pouting demeanor, Wu Xinwei felt immense delight. How could he possibly be unaware that her name was Liao Yun? Very well, Instructor Liao, he replied, standing tall in a posture of readiness. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 19, Training the G-Class. Comprising merely 5 individuals, finally assembled, standing in a line and gazing ahead. Dark circles adorned their eyes, a testament to the sleepless night prior when Liao Yun had roused them all for nocturnal training. With her hands clasped behind her back, Liao Yun struck the almost slumbering Yu Zhuchen. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed that the training of the previous days had merely served as an appetizer. The true regimen was now commencing. Instantly alert, Yu Zhuchen protested, shouldn't training be progressive? We barely slept last night, and today the intensity is being ramped up. Do you not care? Liao Yun shot him a glance. Did you come to the military academy for leisure? Since you've spoken up, I shall grant you an opportunity. Spar with me. If you can brush against the hem of my garment, you shall be deemed the victor. Thereafter, you may pursue whatever you wish without my interference. Her tone remained steady, dismissing Yu Zhuchen entirely. In the spirit of fairness, I shall use only my hands. Yu Zhuchen, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, "You truly mean it?" "Indeed," she replied. Without waiting for her to declare the start, he lunged forward with remarkable grace, only to find himself tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Spitting out dirt, he wondered how it was possible that Liao Yun had not moved at all. Rising, he surveyed the situation. His fellow students were to his left, while Liao Yun stood before him to the right. "Look, a flying saucer," he shouted, concealing a stone he had picked up during his fall behind his back. She had never stated that external force was prohibited. Without turning, Liao Yun regarded him with an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "Are you foolish?" Embarrassed, Yu Zhuchen coughed awkwardly, then unexpectedly hurled the stone at her. He quickly dashed toward the pile of stones, relentlessly tossing them in her direction. Surely, with such a barrage, Liao Yun could not evade them all. Liao Yun sighed, shaking her head. Her figure blurred as she swiftly approached Yu Zhuchen from behind, delivering a kick. Face down on the ground, he shouted, "Your shoe touched me. I win." "You fool, it was the soul, not the him," Liao Yun mocked, yet she failed to notice the smirk that crept onto Yu Zhuchen's face, having successfully deceived her. In an instant, he executed a backflip and, with remarkable speed, aimed a punch at Liao Yun. She retreated a few steps, her form vanishing, leaving behind a lingering echo on the training ground. Quite clever. Yu Zhuchen shook his head, unable to locate her. Gradually, her voice drew nearer. "But that is where your ingenuity ends." Liao Yun reappeared behind him, launching him into the air as if he were a mere ball. Unsatisfied, she leapt, delivering a swift kick with her left foot, followed by a right, her speed unfathomable to the human eye. Yu Zhuchen felt his last meal threatening to resurface. Grimacing as he cried out, "I concede. I concede. Put me down." As the others observed Liao Yun moving with a swift elegance, they silently lit a candle for Yu Zhuchen in their hearts. Liao Yun raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Oh, I never mentioned an option for surrender." After playfully teasing Yu Zhuchen for a few minutes, Liao Yun finally released him. "Do not just stand there idly. Join us." Yu Zhuchen hesitated. "Instructor, could you perhaps be a bit gentler when you kick me later?" Liao Yun's expression darkened. "If you continue to dawdle, I will only kick you harder." Yu Zhuchen pouted. "Oh." The five of them launched a collective attack, arms outstretched, disregarding any semblance of dignity, simply hoping to grasp the hem of Liao Yun's garment. They understood well the distinction between pride and survival. With a series of swift movements, all five were sent sprawling to the ground. He Yuan, attempting to lighten the mood. "Quit, Yu Zhuchen, you have some stamina, don't you? After enduring so many kicks, you still appear lively. Unlike me, one kick is enough to incapacitate. That is because I am in good health, not like you, you weakling," Yu Zhuchen retorted while clutching his waist. Anili struggled to rise, complaining, "Instructor, my head hurts." Before Liao Yun could respond, the girl ambled off on her own. Yu Zhuchen gasped, "Is it truly permissible to act like this?" He rolled away, lamenting, "Oh, my backside aches terribly." Gradually, he moved further. "I must visit the infirmary." "Instructor, my face hurts too." I ought to have it checked." He Yuan also covered her face, bending over to escape. Only Yu Zhuchen and Wu Xianwei remained. Yu Zhuchen stepped forward, realizing that He Yuan had taken her words. Now, she had to speak first or risk losing her chance to express her discomfort. "Instructor, my nails hurt." She displayed her beautifully manicured nails, adorned with sparkling gems, which caught Liao Yun's attention. Frowning, he remarked, "What purpose do such long nails serve for a military cadet? Are you planning to scratch the enemy in the event of an attack?" Yu Zhuchen hastily hid her hands. "I will go cut them immediately." With that, she turned and vanished from sight. Liao Yun then addressed the last remaining silent individual. "Let me ponder. Where does it hurt? Your nose or your eyes?" Wu Xianwei, touching her heart, was about to jest, but noticed the darkening expression on Liao Yun's face. Standing straight, she reported, "Instructor, I do not feel any pain. I suspect they are all feigning it. Please allow me to assist you in bringing them back." Liao Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, go on." The group, feeling a chill down their spines, attempted to hasten their escape, only to hear her ghostly voice, "Run another step forward, and I shall knock you out with a single punch." Their movements froze, and they turned back stiffly. "Oh dear," My backside suddenly doesn't hurt anymore, Yu Zhuchen declared, springing to his feet and darting back. Before he could reach safety, Wu Xianwei caught him by the collar and tossed him back. He Yuan met the same fate, as did Enili and Yu Zhuxing, all treated with equal severity. Except for Wu Xianwei, all of you shall endure additional training. Liao Yun wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, mimicking the tone of Yu Zhuchen. Their audacity was quite remarkable. The sound of anguished cries echoed repeatedly across the playground, while Wu Xianwei turned away, forcing himself not to look. After their drills, Liao Yun announced, "It is time for lunch." Except for Wu Xianwei, every face around him bore an expression of profound suffering. He lowered his head and inquired, "What is the matter?" Yu Zhuchen, furrowing his brow, explained, "Take my advice. Ensure you eat a hearty breakfast, as it may very well constitute your sustenance for the entire day." He then asked, "Did you have breakfast?" Wu Xianwei shook his head. He was not in the habit of eating breakfast. Yu Zhuchen's face softened with sympathy, after all. How many students today actually enjoy breakfast? However, he would soon cultivate the good habit of relishing breakfast. Secretly, Yu Zhuchen slipped him a piece of chocolate. Wu Xianwei was puzzled, yet Yu Zhuchen offered no further explanation. For soon enough, Wu Xianwei would come to understand. Chapter 20. My blind instructor gazing at the iron pot before him. Wu Xianwei's lips twitched slightly. He had envisioned numerous scenarios. Yet he never anticipated that he would have to cook himself. Surrounded by unfamiliar kitchen utensils and vegetables, he found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Yu Zhuchen had just ruined a pot, his face smeared with soot. Balancing a leafy vegetable atop his head, he called out to Wu Xianwei, "Hey, why are you still standing there?" Wu Xianwei pointed at the dark, unrecognizable mass in Yu Zhuchen's hands and inquired, "Is that what you're eating?" "What? Do you find it unappealing?" Yu Zhuchen replied, clearly pleased with his culinary effort. This was the first time he had managed to create something edible. The remnants of his previous attempts were long gone. Liao Yun approached, delivering a sharp slap to his head. "How many pots have you ruined? You better bring your own next time. I won't provide any more. These pots are borrowed from the school, and any damage will be deducted from my salary. At this rate, I'll lose my entire paycheck." "Oh, who cares about a few pots? I can just order 500 online," Yu Zhuchen declared, and to his word. He indeed placed an order for 500 pots. Liao Yun snorted, "Now that's more like it." She then turned her attention to the still dawdling Wu Xianwei. "What's the matter? If I don't teach you, are you just going to stand there? What are your eyes for, can't you see?" Wu Xianwei buried his head in his collar and mumbled something that Liao Yun couldn't quite catch. "What did you say? Speak up," Liao Yun insisted. Reluctantly, Wu Xianwei lifted his head and repeated, "I was paying attention." He pointed at Yu Zhuchen, but I was watching him. Feeling wronged, he lamented that at the beginning. Yu Zhuchen seemed to know what he was doing. Had it not been for the ruined pot, he might have followed along step by step. Liao Yun rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "Fine, try to find your rhythm. Recall how I taught you to utilize your mental energy on StarNet. The application of mental energy in both shooting and cooking is quite similar, yet cooking demands a finer control of the details." Wu Xianwei's thoughts began to wander, and he felt a blush creeping onto his face. Liao Yun, infuriated, delivered a swift punch to him. "You dare to zone out while I'm asking you to recall the steps of mental energy manipulation?" Wu Xianwei covered the spot where she struck, gasping in pain. "I'm sorry," he murmured, adjusting his attitude. Satisfied with his response, Liao Yun nodded and moved to check on Enili. Upon seeing her instructor approach, Enili became flustered and accidentally dumped all the salt from the container into the pot. In a flurry, she attempted to rectify her mistake, but her mental energy was unresponsive to her commands. After much commotion, she finally managed to mix the salt with the vegetables. Liao Yun remarked, "You have quite a strong taste." She patted Enili on the shoulder. "No wasting, mind you." Enili felt close to tears, bewildered by her sudden nervousness. Meanwhile, Yu Zhuxing was sneaking around nearby, busy with his own endeavors. Upon noticing Liao Yun, he flashed a sweet smile and presented, "Instructor, look at the sweet and sour ribs I made." Liao Yun took a taste, giving a thumbs up in approval. It's visually appealing and delicious." Yu Zhuxing's smile widened, but little did she know that Liao Yun's next words would bring her crashing back down to reality. The sweet and sour ribs from the culinary house were as delectable as ever. Yu Zhuxing's face paled as she furtively glanced at Liao Yun's expression. At that moment, Liao Yun was savoring the ribs, showing no sign of anger. Yet, she sensed that the situation was far from simple. It was undoubtedly the calm before the storm. Carefully clutching the hem of Liao Yun's garment, Yu Zhuxing pleaded, "Instructor, I was wrong." After finishing the ribs on her plate and meticulously wiping her soiled hands, Liao Yun replied with composure, "No, you are not at fault. I am. Have my actions led you to misunderstand me?" Yu Zhuxing was perplexed. "Instructor, what are you talking about?" Liao Yun, smiling, lowered her hand. "Is it my foolish demeanor that has made you think I am easily deceived? Firstly, there are no ribs in today's ingredients. Secondly, do you think I am blind? Can't I see your little antics?" Liao Yun feigned disappointment and turned to leave. Yu Zhuxing extended her arms in a gesture of restraint. "Instructor." Liao Yun covered her ears and muttered to herself, "I want to listen. From now on, I shall be your blind instructor. Do as you please, for I cannot see anyway." With a chuckle, Yu Zhuxing couldn't contain his laughter, then mockingly shouted, "Ha ha, sister. You should write an essay titled My Blind Instructor. What do you think? How can someone so astute have such a foolish sister?" In a flash, Yu Zhuxing appeared before him, delivering a playful slap. "Enough of that. You have half an hour left. If nothing is accomplished, we will commence afternoon training." In the ensuing half hour, amidst the cacophony of explosions, it was evident that no one succeeded. Liao Yun led them to the training ground, finding a secluded corner. "Now, I will teach you the clearing wave technique. As the saying goes, among the 36 strategies, fleeing is the best. When you are still inexperienced, mastering the skill of escape is paramount." Anili inquired with confusion, "Clearing wave technique? Does it enhance one's speed in fleeing?" "No." Liao Yun patiently explained, "The clearing wave technique, as the name suggests, temporarily conceals your breath, rendering it impossible for the enemy to discern your direction." Yu Zhuxing scoffed, "Breath concealment? We are not blind. How could we possibly fail to detect someone? The clearing wave technique? How could the instructor be even more dramatic than he? Perhaps she has indulged too much in anime and novels?" Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Even though the instructor had changed her position, he felt as though she was right beside him, as if he had lost the ability to discern direction. "Come to me." Liao Yun's voice reached his ears, and he instinctively walked to a large tree several meters away from her. Yet, Liao Yun was clearly 50 meters to the southeast. Yu Zhuxing shook his head vigorously, finally clearing his mind. This time, he genuinely approached Liao Yun. "How was that?" Liao Yun stood motionless, allowing himself to be scrutinized, even extending his arms in cooperation, as if he were a genuine article. Not only Yu Zhuxing, but all the students present were captivated by the illusion. Had they approached, they would undoubtedly have reacted in precisely the same manner as Yu Zhuxing. A profound admiration blossomed within them. If such a skill were employed in battle, even a fleeting moment of confusion could alter the tide of conflict. It was truly a life-preserving technique. Yu Zhuxing clutched Liao Yun's thigh, exclaiming, "Instructor, I should never have doubted you. You are so magnificent, benevolent, and powerful. From this moment forth, your image shall be elevated infinitely in my heart. I never realized I did not perceive you in such a light before." Liao Yun teased him, deliberately elongating his tone. "No, no, no. Oh dear, I was mistaken. Instructor, my esteemed instructor, please teach me." He began to act petulantly, like a stubborn adhesive that one could not shake off. "Do you all wish to learn?" The remaining four heads nodded eagerly, akin to chicks pecking at grain, suddenly aware of their instructor's remarkable prowess. The manipulation of mental energy, the clear wave technique. Each ability, if showcased in the cosmos, would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Watch closely, I shall teach only once. Chapter 21. The virtual map. Liao Yun meticulously explained the operational steps, demonstrating once before allowing the students to practice freely. They immersed themselves in their practice, eagerly seeking clarification from Liao Yun whenever confusion arose. She was quite pleased, providing patient guidance. Anili showcased an innate talent for mastering details, progressing rapidly. In no time, she had become quite adept, nearly astonishing her peers. Did she just momentarily drift elsewhere? Yu Zhuxing cradled his head, reluctant to admit that Anili was advancing faster than he was. Don't be envious. Anili simply excels beyond you, He Yuan interjected. I'm not envious. I can do it too. Oh, the vanity of men, came the mocking response. Get lost. As the two lively characters seemed on the verge of a quarrel, Liao Yun's brow furrowed in irritation. Enough, stop the bickering. At her command, both fell silent, though their gazes remained locked in fierce competition. Every skill I teach you will be assessed. Each of you must pass before the semester concludes. The 5 students gasped in unison. Assessments? Indeed. Liao Yun began to prepare them for what lay ahead. The mental acuity assessment entails a week of part-time work in the school cafeteria, where you will use your mental prowess to prepare meals. Upon hearing the nature of the mental acuity assessment, they collectively exhaled in relief. They had anticipated something far more arduous. After all, it was merely a week of cooking, with ample time before the semester's end. They believed their culinary skills would surely improve. Liao Yun's gaze swept over their expressions, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. The rate of negative feedback must not exceed 20%. What negative feedback? Yu Zhuchen inquired. What does that have to do with cooking? The meals you prepare will be subject to evaluation by the student body, meaning you must not only create them, but also ensure they are delectable. Your assessment scores will hinge upon the satisfaction of your fellow students. Did they truly believe she would set the evaluation criteria lightly? It was obvious that producing numerous dishes in a single day would not be a simple task. Anili raised her hand. Instructor, what about the assessment for the clear wave technique? At this question, Liao Yun cleared her throat nervously. As for the assessment of the clear wave technique, those who can catch the instructor off guard and give her a good thrashing will pass. You may all join in if you wish. Liao Yun had not forgotten the haughty demeanor of the instructor before her. The original owner had been sent to the hospital by her students, undoubtedly with the instructor's encouragement behind the scenes. Merely retaliating against her would be too lenient. Returning the favor in kind would be far more satisfying. Of course, fighting on campus was strictly prohibited. They would have to devise their own methods. Finally, she kindly reminded them to carry out their plans in secluded areas, away from prying eyes. Anili exclaimed, Am I hearing this correctly? Wu Xianwei added, Are we not courting death? Yu Shuchen chimed in, Since when does an instructor encourage students to beat up another instructor? He Yuan concurred. What was said above is true. Yu Shuchen, in shock, how could you hear my thoughts? He Yuan, shrugging, didn't you hear my thoughts as well? Yu Zhuchen could no longer endure the situation. Is there a possibility that you might express your true feelings? The two turned in unison. No way. Instructor Yu primarily trains the 4th grade students, consistently ranking among the top in the Academy's instructor competition. Her prowess is unquestionable, and overpowering them would be effortless. Anili timidly interjected, Wouldn't that be a bit difficult? What? Are you lacking confidence in yourself? Liao Yun, brimming with enthusiasm, rallied them with fervent encouragement. While you possess a clear understanding of your own capabilities, remember, you have an exceptionally skilled instructor. After months of training under her, should you still fear Instructor Yu? The 5 responded in unison. Yes, we do. She paused. The remainder of her thoughts lodged in her throat. However, Liao Yin took a deep breath and continued. Students from the 5 military academies can challenge seniors, and some are even capable of outperforming instructors. Yu Zhuqing signaled to He Yuan to address this matter, but to his surprise, He Yuan, seemingly oblivious, indeed engaged. He raised a finger. First, they are students from the 5 military academies. Then, he raised a second finger. Second, they are top-tier students. Even among the students of these esteemed academies, would the average person triumph over an instructor? He Yuan then pointed to himself. I am a failure. He pointed to Yu Zhuqing, a great failure. He pointed to Yu Zhuqing, the sister of a great failure. He pointed to Anili, average. Finally, he pointed to Wu Xianwei. His remarks taking an unexpected turn. This person is a genius. Yu Zhuqing's fist clenched, his gaze laced with a hint of menace, as if he could tear He Yuan apart at any moment. Splendidly, He Yuan's remarks offended everyone except Wu Xianwei. Liao Yin ceased the idle chatter, leading them into the virtual training room. Due to their inadequacies, additional practice was essential, she stated expressionlessly. She bound the students' virtual accounts to Imochin Military Academy, and upon entering the Star Network, they arrived at a scene exclusive to Mochin Military Academy. A leaderboard was visible. allowing them to monitor their progress and rankings at any time. The training map of Mo Chun Military Academy encompasses thousands of variations, with tasks released intermittently in the square, categorized into levels S, A, B, C, D, and E, offering points as rewards upon completion. These points can be redeemed for potions, manuals, and weapons within the academy, or exchanged for virtual mechs on the Star Network. With a mech, one's strength would significantly enhance, resulting in a higher task completion rate. Every student of Mo Chun Military Academy receives a free D-Class mech, while students from the 5 military academies are granted A-Class mechs. The genuine operation of mechs occurs in the second year, where students pilot actual mechs in the real world. Liao Yun casually initiated a custom map, wherein the scenery and star beasts were of her design. She instructed the students to enter the map and reach the destination within the stipulated time. You are a team. How to allocate tasks is entirely up to you. While she had mentally categorized each individual, understanding their aptitudes, the team was theirs to form, requiring them to experiment and adapt through trial and error. The commander of the team, the mech engineer, the sniper, the scout, and the individual soldier must each find their own positions. Liao Yun, having articulated this, inquired, "Who among you will take on the role of commander?" Yu Zhuqian was the first to raise his hand, exclaiming, Me. I want to be the commander." And Aili silently retracted her hand, lowering her gaze. "Does anyone have any objections?" Yu Zhuqian asked the others. Yu Zhuxing expressed her agreement, as she was his sister and could hardly oppose him. Moreover, her brother had always been full of clever ideas. Appointing him as commander seemed quite reasonable. He Yuan and Wu Xianwei also voiced their approval, which delighted Yu Zhuqian. And Aili opened her mouth to speak. However, her words were interrupted, and she did not continue. Given her status among this group of young masters and young ladies, her opinion held little weight. Chapter 22. The Star Beast. Liao Yun observed everything, including Aili's unraised hand and the words she had been interrupted from speaking. She remained silent, merely watching intently. According to her educational philosophy, if one wishes to command, one must seize the opportunity to do so. Standing idly by will not grant one authority without merit. And Aili ought to wield her personal charisma to earn the right to lead, thereby gaining the team's genuine respect. Thus, this simulation training served as Liao Yun's test of Aili's ability to gain the team's recognition and validate her worth. Yu Zhuqian pondered for a few moments. My sister possesses formidable combat skills. She must be a fighter. Fighters operate as individual units, but there are 3 distinct types, each assigned different missions. The reconnaissance officer must survey the terrain, identify exit routes, and detect the presence of star beasts in advance, relaying this information to the commander for strategic decisions. The sniper, concealed in the shadows, engages in long-range assaults. The third type, the most powerful individual unit, is tasked with protecting the commander and the mech pilots from ambushes by star beasts or enemies. With a decisive clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Aha! Sister, you shall be the reconnaissance officer, scouting ahead for us. You can also safeguard yourself in case of danger." He gradually adopted a commanding demeanor. Given Aili's adeptness in mental energy manipulation and her excellent shooting skills, she shall assume the role of sniper. He remains our mech pilot, and Wu Xianwei appears quite capable of defending both of us. His analysis was thorough, and no one disputed his designations. They accepted his assignments without question. Liao Yun completed the scenario setup, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, for there were considerable surprises awaiting them within the map. "All right, let us swiftly enter the map. I shall commence the countdown," she announced, adjusting the parameters and setting the pain threshold to 100%. After all, in a virtual environment, they would not face true death, allowing them to experience the harsh realities of society preemptively. However, the system would automatically eliminate players deemed to be in a state of death. The map Liao Yun designed simulated a tropical rainforest climate. As Yu Zhuqian and his team entered the map, they were greeted by the damp scent of the air. The soil was soft, suggesting that a heavy rain had recently fallen. Raindrops clung to the leaves, and the tree trunks were soaked, with the distant roars of star beasts echoing. They turned to Yu Zhuqian, awaiting his command. Yu Zhuqian instructed his sister to scout the environment first, while Aili was to conceal herself in the shadows. Following his orders, Yu Zhuxing set forth. The team remained stationary, waiting for her return, while Wu Xianwei vigilantly observed for any signs of enemy attack. Liao Yun monitored their every move through the screen, stroking her chin in contemplation. To be candid, Yu Zhuxing's initial directives were sound, yet he overlooked a critical point. They had been deployed onto a large screen, divided into several segments. Once Yu Zhuxing separated from the team, she ventured into the second segment alone. Navigating through the jungle, she was considerably more agile due to Liao Yun's training. However, the complex terrain soon led her astray. With a sigh, Yu Zhuxing settled beneath a tree to rest. The scenery within the jungle appeared almost identical, rendering her utterly incapable of discerning the cardinal directions. Help? Which scout gets lost? She pondered, when suddenly she felt a stirring beneath her. Glancing down, she was instantly alarmed to discover she was perched upon a large lizard. Its skin blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it nearly indistinguishable. With a gasp, she quickly rose, cautiously retreating, her gaze averted to avoid drawing attention. Terrified of being devoured at any moment. This was undoubtedly a mutated lizard, towering over her significantly. It flicked its tongue menacingly, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. A sweeping motion of its long tongue sent a cascade of leaves and grasses into disarray, as she attempted to evade and counterattack. Every effort was thwarted by the creature's agility. What should she do? Would she end up in the lizard's jaws? Just as despair threatened to consume her. She remembered the weapon she had brought along. In a flurry, she drew a handgun from her pocket and fired at the lizard. The gunshot rang out. But the creature's tough hide rendered the bullet ineffective. A fleeting thought of retreat crossed her mind, but she dashed away recklessly. Meanwhile, the rest of her companions were not faring much better. They too were engulfed in a dire predicament. A horde of star beasts was charging toward them. He Yuan swallowed hard, glancing at Yu Zhuxing, and inquired, "What should we do?" Yu Zhuxing shouted back, "What else can we do? Quickly, get into the mecha and flee." Initially, only one star beast had approached, and he had instructed Enai Li to eliminate it, not anticipating the ensuing swarm. Enai Li, struggling to keep pace while wielding a sniper rifle, quickly summoned her mecha upon hearing Yu Zhuxing's command. Her D-grade mecha appeared conspicuously inferior compared to the A-grade mechas of the others. Unlike her peers, Enai Li had only encountered virtual mechas through Liao Yun, thus acquiring her mecha skills. The others had their own virtual mechas at home, having navigated the star network from childhood, rendering them much more adept at piloting. They had long since procured A-grade mechas from the marketplace. In the first semester of their freshman year at the Mo Chin Military Academy, students were instructed on how to operate virtual mechas. However, Enai Li had been relegated to Class G before she could partake in such lessons. While she could audit elective courses, she was barred from entering the classroom for the virtual mecha course. Once inside the mecha cabin, she clumsily maneuvered the machine. But her sluggish pace allowed a star beast to catch up with her. The beast opened its gaping maw and clamped down on her mecha's arm. Since the mecha was neurologically linked to her, the beast's grip felt akin to a vice on Enai Li's own arm. Pain washed over her, draining color from her face, yet her mind remained clear, compelling her to sever the mecha's arm. The intense agony coursed through her nerves, tears welling in her eyes as she regrouped with the main force. Her arm throbbed with fiery pain, and her right hand became rigid on the control panel, leaving her solely reliant on her left hand for maneuvering the mecha, which only exacerbated her struggle. Suddenly, a mispress of a button caused her mecha's left foot to tangle with the right, sending her tumbling to the ground. The pursuing star beast pounced, pinning her down. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a bullet pierced through the star beast's eye. The celestial beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, and Wu Xianyu swiftly pulled Enai Li to her feet, urging her to flee. They were oblivious to the passage of time as they escaped, until at last the relentless pursuit of the celestial beasts behind them ceased. The group leaned against a towering tree, panting heavily. Suddenly, the tree behind them trembled, prompting Yu Zhuxing to call out warily, "Who goes there?" A mech slowly approached, responding, "It is I." Yu Zhuxing appeared disheveled, complaining, "I lost my way and encountered a mutated lizard, fleeing in all directions. After finally shaking it off, I stumbled upon a horde of celestial beasts." Their astonishment was palpable. "You two encountered the celestial beasts?" Yu Zhuxing, perplexed, asked, "What of it?" Suddenly, a realization struck her. and she too was taken aback. You all face the celestial beast as well? Yu Zhuchen, clutching his head in despair, exclaimed, Good heavens! How many celestial beasts did the instructor set loose? Chapter 23. The tribe of savages. As the savages were lamenting, a trap descended from above, encircling several individuals. Wu Xianwei attempted to slash at the trap with the blade of her mech, only to find it impervious to her efforts. The cage was custom-made, resistant to all but S-class matches. A savage approached, gesturing animatedly while speaking in an unintelligible tongue. Hey, who are you? Release us at once. Yu Shuchen grasped the edge of the cage, shaking it vigorously. The savage tilted his head, misunderstanding the gesture as a provocation. Angered, he babbled incoherently before advancing to kick him. The towering mech, with its robust shell, rendered the savage insignificantly small. His kick resulted in a fracture. Writhing in pain, the savage's fury intensified. He began to whistle, summoning a group of savages riding star beasts. Another savage brandished an unknown object, allowing the wind to carry it into the mech's cabin. They soon felt dizzy, realizing too late the danger as they inhaled a significant amount of gas, succumbing to unconsciousness. The savages climbed onto the mech, employing the star beasts to break open the cabin and extricate the captives. Yu Zhuchen and the others found themselves tightly bound and taken to a cavern resembling a tribal settlement, filled with captured food and fruits. The savages congregated, bowing to a particular figure. Cautiously, they presented their catch to this higher authority, fearful of displeasing her. The figure seated aloft lifted her chin slightly. The savages understood and promptly doused Yu Zhuchen and the others with a bucket of water. Anili was jolted awake, shivering from the icy water that clung to her skin uncomfortably. The others gradually regained consciousness, except for Yu Zhuchen. The savages, perplexed, persistently prodded him. He remained tightly shut-eyed, unresponsive. The figure above chuckled, instructing them to place a snake within Yu Zhuchen's clothing. He felt the cold creature slithering inside, moving restlessly across his body. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, locking gazes with the small snake. He quickly flung the snake aside, heart racing. Isn't this how dramas portray danger? The protagonist feigns unconsciousness. Where did it all go astray? Awake at last? The figure spoke, her voice indiscernible in gender, yet imbued with an invisible force that rendered them breathless. They were compelled to kneel, assuming a posture of submission. The savages cheered, perhaps enacting some ritual. Anili knelt, feeling as though her body bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, unable to rise. Straining to lift her gaze, she sought to identify the figure above. The cavern's dim light obscured the features, yet the silhouette was strikingly familiar. Her pupils dilated in disbelief. Someone else voiced the revelation before her. Instructor? Indeed. The person seated above was Aoyun, her demeanor calm as she diligently upheld her persona. What instructor? I am the chieftain of the savage tribe. Do you dare show me disrespect? As she spoke, the savage glared fiercely at the group, his large teeth bared in a menacing display. It seemed that should Yu Zhuchen and his companions show any sign of disrespect, he would rush forward and rend them to pieces. Liao Yin languidly reclined in his chair, savoring the attention of the savage while leisurely indulging in grapes. The map she had designed ought to honor her as its sovereign. She was the ruler within its confines. You have trespassed into our territory. What punishment shall befall you? Huan could not contain himself, retorting, Didn't you invite us in? A cold glance silenced him instantly. Anili realized that they were now enacting a narrative. Every word uttered by the instructor undoubtedly bore significance. She was testing whether they could escape from the cave. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the crude cave where the savages encircled them, while outside, the star beasts lay vigilant at the entrance. It was a deadlock. How could they possibly escape? Just as Anili found herself engulfed in confusion, Liao Yin spoke again. Outsiders, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Our annual sacrifice is commencing, and you shall serve as our offerings. The savages raised their fists, brandishing weapons in agreement. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Anili. Perhaps there was no need to flee after all. My lord, we did not intend to intrude upon your domain. Yu Zhuchen, hearing Anili's words, stared in disbelief. What was she up to? Was she truly engaging in roleplay with the instructor? Hey, what are you doing? As the oppressive aura dissipated, Anili hurried to Yu Zhuchen's side, covering his mouth. My lord, We were blind to our surroundings and have inadvertently angered your brethren. Wu Xianyu and Yu Zhuxing quickly followed suit, offering their apologies. He Huaiyan, though still perplexed, wisely chose to remain silent. N.I. Li's hands searched Yu Zhuchen's person for something. His eyes widened in shock as he attempted to break free, but Wu Xianyu held him down. N.I. Li is actually taking advantage of him. This is intolerable. However, observing N.I. Li's serious demeanor, Yu Zhuchen surrendered his struggle. After all, he was a grown man. He had no reason to fear being taken advantage of. This sensation was not entirely unpleasant. N.I. Li triumphantly retrieved an item from Yu Zhuchen's shoe, her face alight with joy. Found it. I knew it had to be here. She glanced at the map in her hands, quickly discerning the locations of various tribes and star beast groups delineated upon it. Without the map, wandering aimlessly would have led to their capture. Presently, they were within the territory of the wild tribe, with the fierce tiger tribe and the vermilion bird tribe not far off. The map indicated that the three tribes were in constant conflict over food, water, and territory, as evidenced by the sword and dagger symbols between their arrows. Understanding dawned upon her. The wild tribe was severely injured and lacking in combat strength. She gazed ahead, her expression resolute. We can secure victory for the wild tribe. Noting Liao Yun's unwavering stance, N.I. Li pressed on. I am aware that the wild tribe is suffering from significant casualties and is lacking in fighting capabilities. Our 5 individuals can precisely fill that void. Moreover, we possess intellect that can strategize and deploy troops effectively. Her words compelled Yu Zhuxing to give her a thumbs up. The others also believed that Liao Yun could not possibly refuse the conditions proposed by N.I. Li, for they were indeed wise beings, possessing immense value to be harnessed. Liao Yun rested her head on her hand, her ruby lips uttering 2 words, not convinced. If they were truly intelligent, how could they have faced 2 waves of star beasts right from the outset? If they were truly astute, how could they have fallen prey to traps? If they possessed any sense, they should have sought a map at the very beginning, rather than recklessly charging ahead. Although that cage was a manifestation of her unique traits, impervious to mechas, and such high defensive traps were not typical on ordinary maps, this did not excuse their capture. N.I. Li exclaimed, why is this not following the script? How might it proceed? Her mind raced as she noticed He Yuanze idly standing by, and a clever idea sparked within her. Do you know who he is? She proclaimed, pointing at He Yuanze. He Yuanze was momentarily taken aback. Who could he possibly be? The charming and beloved figure who elicited countless squeals from young maidens? There was no need for such exaggerated praise. It made him feel quite bashful. Yu Zhuqing also expressed confusion. Who could he be? N.I. Li scoffed. You all remain oblivious. Do you not? He is none other than Master Yin Chuan. Chapter 24. The quarrel. Her words stirred a tempest, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. He Yuan exaggeratedly leaped up, finally pointing to himself. Me, Master Yin Chuan? N.I. Li began to signal him with her eyes, and He Yuan quickly understood, pausing for a moment before boldly declaring, Yes, I am Master Yin Chuan. What of it? Yu Zhuchen could hardly bear to watch. It was over. He Yuan was about to start his pretense. He was renowned in the outside world as Master Yin Chuan, whose mechs could easily vanquish those tribal warriors. N.I. Li turned her serious gaze toward Liao Yun. Chief, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Surely you are aware? Since the instructor was to perform, she was eager to cooperate. Instructor Liao knew that He Yuan was not Master Yin Chuan. Yet the chief of the wild tribes was unaware. She was betting that the chief would keep them because of her words. For the sake of the wild tribe's future, the chief could not remain indifferent. The urgency of the 3 tribes' conflict made it a crucial time for them. They held substantial value for utilization. Liao Yin pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Is that true? This clever girl was compelling him to leap into the trap, fully aware it was a deception. N.I. Li nodded, asserting that if the chief did not believe, her mech arm was malfunctioning, and he could test it himself. The entrusted He Yuan held a wrench. Looking utterly bewildered. Who is he? Where is he? What is he supposed to do? Although he had been studying mech manuals these past few days, the prospect of immediate application felt rather rushed. Fortunately, N.I. Li's mech was of D class, making it relatively easier to repair. Coming from a family of mech engineers, even though he lacked formal training, he had absorbed some foundational skills from a young age. With a few swift movements, he crafted an identical mech arm, then concealed his hands behind his back, adopting an air of modesty. Yu Zhuxian could no longer contain herself. Whispering, does he not realize that the sizes of the two mech arms differ significantly? Wu Skinwei also compared them and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are completely uncoordinated. N.I. Li graciously applauded after He Yuan completed the installation. What do you think? This is the prowess of Master Yin Chuan. The wild tribesmen, unable to discern quality, turned their gazes toward Liao Yun. Liao Yun's expression remained unchanged. He indeed possessed considerable skill. He Yuan, buoyed by the praise, was soon brought crashing down by the next remark. Is the mech technology from the outside world so underdeveloped? The other mech arm appeared like a miniature version. Whether it could even attack was another matter. He Yuan realized he had neglected to measure the dimensions, focusing solely on aesthetics. He looked to N.I. Li for help, and she did not disappoint. You see, this is the new design by Master Yun Chuan. It is exceptionally functional. Liao Yun smiled, his demeanor amiable. Yet his next words turned icy and ruthless. Dare you mock me? Take them to the snake pit and ensure they serve well. Was the chief of the wild tribes so easily deceived? The idea was commendable, yet the ability to fool others needed considerable improvement. She activated the luminous brain, silently assigning scores and composing numerous comments on the performance evaluations of a few individuals, anticipating a thorough reprimand once the training concluded. From the outset until now, she had observed every reaction and response they exhibited. Liao Yun's verdict could be succinctly summarized in 3 words: utterly disheartening. It was evident that they were unfit for the simulated map training. Logically, she ought to expel them and subject them to rigorous drills. However, she was genuinely curious about the others' attitudes towards N.I. Li. Would they cast blame or offer solace? They had been bound and cast into the serpent's den. Though the serpents had yet to appear, the incessant sound of their flickering tongues filled the air. This was a true test of one's mental fortitude. Those with fragile wills would falter, succumbing to their own fears and fainting away. The temperature within the den was frigid, with icy winds seeping into their garments. Yu Zhuqian sneezed, lamenting the instructor's cruelty. Wu Xianyue furrowed his brow, urging, stop complaining, let us untie ourselves quickly. He and He Yuan were back to back, with his hands deftly unfastening the knots binding the ladder. He Yuan likewise liberated everyone, and they gazed upward like frogs at the bottom of a well, peering at the sliver of sky visible above. The sound of a flute resonated, seemingly activating a switch, which stirred the serpents within the den into motion. An overwhelming multitude of serpents slithered into view, inciting a chorus of screams from the group. It was not that their capacity to endure was lacking, but rather the spectacle was too grandiose. Yu Zhuqian scrambled up the stone wall, swallowing hard as he could not help but murmur, N.I. Li, if only you had refrained from speaking so much. If we were to be eliminated, must we endure such torment? He Yuan chimed in, indeed. How could I possibly compare to Master Yin Chuan? This truly exposes my shortcomings. N.I. Li nimbly evaded the serpents, ascending onto a large stone. She refrained from retorting, guilt enveloping her like a shroud. If only she had not assumed too much, had not rushed forward blindly, would the outcome have been different? Was it she who had endangered them all? Yu Zhuqian felt a sharp sting as a serpent bit his backside, prompting a cry. He Yuan, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, And you, what sort of command was that? We merely spun in circles and were thrown into the serpent's den, not even catching a glimpse of the finish line. Yu Zhuqian, incensed, shot back. If you're so capable, why don't you take charge? I know exactly what your skills are. Blood trickled from his wound. But he paid it no heed, solely intent on besting He Yuan in their verbal sparring. Resentment, anger, and fear consumed their hearts, leading them to inadvertently deflect blame. Hey, I did nothing wrong. To assist you in scouting ahead, I was pursued by mutated lizards for quite some time, Yu Zhuqian retorted, discarding the serpent clinging to her. In the midst of their quarrel, they dragged her into the fray, accusing her of inaction and questioning her capability as a scout. The conversation inevitably returned to N.I. Li. To be frank, you are not in command, so cease your interruptions. You hinder our efforts. Yu Zhuqian's words struck like a dagger, piercing deeply into N.I. Li's heart. N.I. Li tightly clutched the hem of her garment, her fingertips turning pale from the strain. She remained silent. Wu Xianyu could no longer endure their quarrel and, suppressing her anger, said, "Enough of this bickering. Is it truly worth it over such trivial matters? This is merely a simulation exercise. What significance does a failure hold? When it comes time to perform, none of you are capable, yet you excel at arguing. Rather than teaming up with these individuals, it might be more advantageous to go solo. Perhaps the results would be far superior." Yu Zhuchen turned his head away, sulking in solitude. The snakes in the den bore no venom, yet they eagerly slithered onto Ni Li and her companions. The group bore numerous marks, their exposed skin entwined by the serpents. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yu Zhuchen shouted at the sky, "Instructor, I cannot take it anymore. I withdraw. I concede. This is utterly terrifying. After being subjected to the affections of so many snakes, I shall feel nauseated at the sight of a rope henceforth. Whoever wishes to command, let them take the lead. Whoever desires to learn, let them proceed. I shall no longer serve." Chapter 25. Over the top. Upon exiting the virtual realm, Yu Zhuchen strode purposefully back to his dormitory to gather his belongings. Liao Yun intercepted him. "Are you truly not reconsidering?" She had not anticipated that Yu Zhuchen's temper would flare to such an extent that he would genuinely proceed with the formalities of withdrawal. "Yes," Yu Zhuchen affirmed, his tone resolute. Liao Yun retracted her hand, stretching lazily. "Suit yourself." Once he withdrew from the academy, he would no longer be a student of Class G, and she held no authority over him. To abandon ship at the first sign of adversity and return home was perhaps the wisest course of action. The military academy had no room for the faint-hearted. After graduation, 80% of military students would find themselves assigned to military districts, safeguarding the nation. Given his nonchalant attitude, it was likely he would leverage his family's influence to secure a position, merely occupying space without contributing. Such was the reality when one had numerous avenues of retreat. Yu Zhuchen was taken aback by her lack of effort to persuade him to stay. He had initially intended to leave with some semblance of reluctance. How could she not offer him a way out? Liao Yun tilted her chin and inquired of Yu Zhuchen, "Are you leaving or not?" Yu Zhuchen shook her head. "No. I wish to remain at the military academy under your guidance." Her eyes sparkled with fervor, her heart tumultuous with emotion. With one less person in Class G, would the instructor perhaps focus her attention more on her? Whoever left would be a fool. "Very well," Liao Yun replied, consulting their class schedule on her light brain. With no assigned teacher for Class G, it seemed she would bear the burden of instructing them. However, they could not afford to be absent from major and elective classes. She spoke with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. "The schedule has been distributed. Each of you must attend the major classes, and for the electives, choose as you see fit." She made a special note to He Yuan. "You must attend the mecha maintenance course. I can teach you everything else, but I am utterly clueless when it comes to the fabrication of mechas. If only Li Jinghuan were here, no mecha engineer across the galaxy could rival his prowess. Master Yuchuan, even a few centuries of cultivation would scarcely suffice to match his level. Today's training concludes here, class dismissed." As Liao Yun prepared to depart, she noticed Yu Zhuchen still standing there, looking bewildered. She kicked his leg playfully. "What are you doing? Go pack your things." Yu Zhuchen, defiantly lifting his chin, replied, "I know, I am merely waiting for my sister." Yu Zhuchen had dashed out the moment class was dismissed, covering several miles in mere seconds. Liao Yun's lips twitched. "Are you certain?" The fib was quickly exposed, causing Yu Zhuchen's ears to flush with embarrassment. Yet, he maintained his obstinacy. "I didn't expect her to run that fast." Liao Yun mimicked his words in a sarcastic tone. "I didn't expect her to run that fast." She frequently rolled her eyes, her imitation strikingly accurate. Yu Zhuchen bit his lip, at a loss for words. "Before you leave, allow me to fulfill my duties as your instructor." Liao Yun pointed out his shortcomings. "First and foremost, you have failed to recognize each individual's role and stubbornly acted according to your own notions." Yu Zhuchen, puzzled, replied, "Wasn't my allocation satisfactory? Do you know your sister is directionally challenged?" She posed a question but received no response from Yu Zhuchen for a long time. After contemplating for quite a while, Yu Zhuchen finally lowered his head and weakly defended himself, stating that he had never exhibited the traits of being directionally challenged. Liao Yun shook her head and retrieved the recording of the previous virtual map. She pointed at Enili's expression and remarked, "Look at her. When you assigned Yu Zhuxing as the scout, her face cracked with concern as she glanced at your sister." Yu Zhuxing wanted to interject, but she interrupted him. "You might argue that this expression signifies nothing, yet do you know how I managed to bring you all back? It was Enili who deduced your location. Despite having spent barely a semester with you, she understands you well, having grasped all your habits. A team leader must possess superior observational skills, identifying discrepancies sooner than others, with a vision that extends further. Do you believe you possess such insight?" She observed Yu Zhuxing's expression, noting that his previous arrogance had diminished. He listened humbly, replying, "I understand, instructor." Liao Yin pinched his face, giving it a gentle rub before releasing him. Secondly, upon entering the virtual scene, why did you not seek the map? Instead, you allowed Yu Zhuxing to flounder about like a headless chicken. Yu Zhuxing, fidgeting with his fingers, awkwardly replied, "I wasn't aware there was a map." Liao Yin raised an eyebrow. "You see, your lack of familiarity with virtual training begs the question of why you would seek to commandeer the leadership position. Is it mere vanity? Do you believe that commanding sounds appealing, as if one can issue orders that will like a superior?" Her words struck a chord within Yu Zhuxing. Indeed, that was precisely his thought. Yet, hearing it from Liao Yin made it feel all the more embarrassing. The significance of a commander within a team cannot be overstated. An exceptional leader can achieve victory with minimal cost. Conversely, the burden of responsibility rests heavily upon their shoulders. Do you think commanding is an easy task? Yu Zhuxing hastily shifted the topic. "Instructor, what other issues do I have?" "You have plenty," Liao Yin retorted, rolling her eyes as she continued to enumerate. "Thirdly, you have no real impact on the team. How many effective commands have you issued? Do you not realize that the team could operate just as well without you? The greatest fear in a team is a commander who is ineffectual. Having one is akin to having none at all." She then played a video of the group arguing. Encountering difficulties, they blamed one another, deftly shifting responsibility. "Excellent. Is this how I usually instruct you? You might as well drop out. I would rather not admit to having taught you." She could hardly bear to watch. These individuals were truly unprepared for the test. Their relationships as fragile as paper, easily torn without any effort to incite discord. Yu Zhuxing felt despondent, his spirits plummeting. He suddenly reconsidered his decision to withdraw. He still wished to remain in Class Chi. However, the words had already escaped his lips, and he could not bear to retract them. Thus, he trudged heavily toward the dormitory. Wait, Yu Zhuxing turned back in surprise. Could it be that the instructor wished to retain him? Should he not hesitate, refraining from giving a prompt response? From what I gather, last semester, did you not take pleasure in teasing Enili, such as finding caterpillars in her drawer, tugging at her braids during class, occasionally frightening her, and compelling her to assist with your assignments under the threat of intimidation? Yu Zhuxing paused, scratching his head. Indeed, that is his nature. He cannot remain idle. At that time, his grandfather seemed to have lost his senses, insisting that he transcribe theoretical course materials daily, claiming that even a little retention was beneficial. Absurd. Is he the type who can sit still? Thus, he turned his attention to the quiet girl in class, contemplating how to manipulate her. For instance, leveraging family influence to coerce her into helping with his homework. Out of boredom during lessons, he found amusement in teasing her. Yet, she seemed impervious to anger, which ignited Yu Zhuxing's competitive spirit. He became increasingly audacious, his actions growing more excessive. "Enough," Liao Yin stated, arms crossed, her gaze perilous. "So, you do not consider the feelings of others at all, do you? Including the fact that you clearly saw her raise her hand, heard her voice, yet chose to ignore her, deliberately interrupting her speech, correct?" Yu Zhuxing abruptly lifted his head, colliding with the inscrutable depths of Liao Yun's eyes. He felt a surge of panic, his legs trembling, fists unconsciously clenched, nails digging into his palms. Chapter 26. The Dark Heart. How did the instructor know? Indeed, he had noticed Enili's intention to raise her hand and deliberately chose to disregard her. Perhaps it was his vanity that compelled him to interrupt her when she finally mustered the courage to speak. Maybe deep down, he held her in contempt, unable to admit that he was inferior to her. Enili was remarkable. Even amidst classmates who neglected their studies, she remained steadfast in her dedication to learning, impervious to their influence. He had seen her outstanding grades and pondered how someone could exist, indifferent to her surroundings and living freely. Coming from a humble background, she exhibited no signs of inferiority. She resembled a snow lotus atop a mountain, pure, proud, and untouched by dust. His inner turmoil festered, as he could not bear to witness Lee's nonchalant demeanor toward everything. He yearned to evoke a different emotion upon her face, to incite her anger, to see her descend from her pedestal. He desired her gaze to linger on him, wishing for her to bow her head in deference. In truth, he had indeed taken numerous actions to provoke her. After class, he cornered her against the wall, compelling her to skip school with him. During lessons, he would flick paper balls at her head, disrupting her focus. He encroached upon her study time, making her assist with his homework, and occasionally sent her on errands to buy things, even asking her to hold his clothes while he played basketball. Lee accepted all of this without a hint of resistance. Her eyes remained as placid as ever, devoid of any excess emotion. To her, he appeared no different from the others. It seemed that even if a different person were to take his place, she would respond in the same manner. She resembled a doll, lifeless. A mere touch would cause her to react, yet her gaze never strayed toward him. These thoughts were the shadows lurking in the depths of his heart. He had never before fixated on someone so intensely, nor had he felt so helpless in the presence of another. Clumsily, he sought to tease her, hoping she might glance his way, to acknowledge his existence. Isn't it somewhat absurd? Burdened by pent-up frustration, he lost count of how many times he had drunkenly stumbled home. On one occasion, in a state of utter inebriation, he missed several days of school. When he returned, he found Lee cornered on the playground, a handprint visible on her cheek. Enraged, driven by an inexplicable impulse, "PCONF Commander, have I made a mistake?" he inquired. Liao Yun was at a loss for words, shaking her head with a sigh. This matter should be left to Lee for judgment. The ways in which the younger generation expresses affection are indeed peculiar. Isn't this merely pushing one further away? Upon hearing these words, Yu Zhuchen felt increasingly agitated. She certainly didn't care about anything. Wouldn't he explode in anger, nor would she. Yu Zhuchen's voice diminished, tinged with grievance. She wouldn't even pay me any mind. It was the most disheartening feeling. Even if she were to strike him in anger, he would gladly accept it. Instead, it was as if his fist were striking a pillow, yielding no response. I am nothing but a scoundrel. He began to slap his own face, each strike infused with all his strength. His cheeks quickly turned crimson, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that only in this manner could he alleviate the torment within. What good does this do you? Liao Yin questioned. What problem does it solve? Upon hearing this poignant inquiry, Yu Zhuchen ceased his actions. He cracked a smile, albeit a bitter one. Indeed, what good does it do? Suddenly, he grasped Liao Yun's pant leg, pleading, "Commander, I don't want to drop out. I wish to remain in class Chi. I acknowledge my faults. I am not a good person, but I am willing to change. I am willing to strive." Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, leaving a mark on his chin. On Yu Zhuchen's pallid face, this was the only vibrant hue. He resembled a helpless soul adrift at sea, clinging desperately to a piece of driftwood. I wish to become an exceptional person, like Lee. Liao Yun turned to leave, her tone light. As you wish. Left behind, Yu Zhuchen squatted there, foolishly smiling. As Liao Yun made her way to the underground city, she sensed someone trailing behind her. She slowed her pace, leading her pursuer to a secluded alley. Liao Yun toyed with her keychain, her fingers deftly maneuvering it. Turning back, she said, "Come out." No sooner had she spoken than two figures in black emerged. Liao Yun flexed her wrists, preparing to unleash her skills. To her surprise, several more figures in black appeared. No, there were far more than that. The number of assailants was staggering, well-equipped, and undoubtedly premeditated. The entrances of the alley were swiftly blocked, and without uttering a word, the black-clad individuals summoned their mechs. In a flurry, they swiftly entered their machines, leaving Liao Yun no time to react. Damn it, Liao Yun couldn't help but curse. Who would have imagined that so many would converge to besiege her, even deploying mechs? She mused with a bitter sense of humor. I must be quite the figure. The trained assailants in black closed in, encircling her completely. Liao Yun swallowed hard, took a leap, and landed atop the lead mech. Then she quickly activated her wave cleansing technique, summoning her own mech. Hers was a B-class mech assigned to instructors by the Machin Military Academy, which was in an entirely different league compared to their uniform A-class mechs. The wings of her B-class mech unfurled, and she piloted it into the sky. How could the black-clad figures possibly allow her to escape so easily? They soared into the sky, pursuing relentlessly. The energy cannons of the mechs unleashed their fury, targeting Liao Yun directly. A dozen energy beams converged upon a single point, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. The pedestrians below sought refuge, trembling as they gazed skyward. Liao Yun's hands danced frantically over the control panel, wishing fervently for 8 arms to navigate the chaos. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, allowing her to evade the onslaught with agility. She initiated her counterattack, pressing a button that activated several rounds from the B-class mech's back. However, these few bullets were hardly sufficient, as the cloaked assailants deftly deflected them with the blades mounted on their mechs. They closed in, encircling her and steadily diminishing the space around her. Trapped at the center, the situation became increasingly dire. With no escape in sight, she resolved to turn the tide. Liao Yun activated the hidden mechanisms of her mech, brandishing her long knife and preparing to strike back. Chapter 27. Who Wants to Kill Her? She navigated deftly between various mechas, striking with precision, targeting vital points. Her mecha was pushed to its utmost limits, achieving a speed and offensive power that rivaled that of an A-class mecha. In the blink of an eye, she carved a path through the encirclement. The leader of the black-clad figures raised their mecha's arm, issuing commands. Numerous mechas reformed their ranks, launching successive assaults on Liao Yun. For every one that was sent flying, another would take its place, the onslaught relentless. Liao Yun found herself overwhelmed. Her mecha was nearly out of ammunition, her long blade dulled, and the exterior of her mecha was riddled with dents, with her mental acuity waning and her B-class mecha sustaining damage. The connection between her and the machine began to falter, her movements growing sluggish. Fortunately, she still had a fog bomb. The adversaries grew bolder with each passing moment, their ammunition seemingly inexhaustible. The advantages of the A-class mecha were evident. Despite their losses, their speed and reflexes remained adept. Liao Yun glanced below. They were still hovering above the underground city, not having escaped this place. These individuals were undoubtedly scheming, aware that she would frequent the underground city each night. They had dispatched 2 to divert her attention while laying a trap within the city itself. Their aim was nothing less than her life. The underground city was lawless. No matter the uproar, it would not attract the notice of the federal authorities. They acted with impunity, fully equipped with bullets, energy cannons, and an array of weapons, waiting for their prized prey to fall into their snare. How careless! Who could be so intent on her demise? Gritting her teeth, Liao Yun resolved to take a bold action. She activated the fog bomb, obscuring the enemy's vision, and with unyielding courage, she maneuvered her mecha to collide with the lead black-clad figure's machine. The 2 mechas clashed, producing a thunderous sound. Liao Yun bore the ringing in her ears, suppressing the tumult within her blood, biting her lip fiercely. She stealthily opened the cockpit and escaped within 3 seconds of pressing the self-destruct button. Boom! A smirk graced her lips as she enveloped her body with mental energy and plummeted downward, even as the blast affected her, scorching her skin and leaving it charred. A wave of exhilaration surged within her, and she defiantly raised a middle finger at the raining carnage above. If they sought her life, they would have to try again in another lifetime. The fierce wind whipped past her ears, and moments later, she landed upon a heap of refuse. The mountain of garbage collapsed, burying her beneath its weight. The foul stench invaded Liao Yun's airways, leaving her gasping for breath. In her dazed state, she perceived the sound of debris shifting around her. A beam of light filtered through, rendering her unable to open her eyes. All she knew was that someone held her tightly, their large hand gently stroking her cheek with tender care. Before she could discern the person's features, darkness enveloped her once more. Whether it was due to her severe injuries or the noxious fumes, she could not tell. Upon awakening, Liao Yun found herself swathed in layers of coverings. She shifted her body, surveying her surroundings. She was in a bedroom, the arrangement of which seemed hauntingly familiar. It was not until she caught sight of a familiar face that recognition dawned. Li Jingchuan sat at her bedside, holding a bowl of medicine. You owe me yet another favor. He scooped a spoonful of medicine, gently blowing on it before offering the spoon to Liao Yun's lips. Straining to rise, Liao Yun swallowed the concoction. You saved me? She inquired softly. Li Jingchuan contemplated for a few moments, shaking his head, then nodding in affirmation. The sanitation workers discovered you, mistakenly believing you to be deceased, and discarded you in the street. Had it not been for someone recognizing you as one of my patrons, you would have surely perished. His voice, warm and soothing like the gentle rays of the morning sun, could quell the most restless of spirits. As he spoke, he continued administering the medicine with unwavering diligence. In your unconscious state, no remedy could penetrate. Out of desperation, I placed you in the treatment chamber. As the bowl emptied, he tenderly wiped the corner of Liao Yun's mouth with a tissue. Liao Yun sensed something amiss and queried, Did you not rummage through the trash to find me? At her words, Li Jingchuan let out a soft scoff. I am averse to filth. I would never sift through a heap of refuse. Just as Liao Yun was about to retort, he interrupted, Let us tally the star coins. You squandered an excessive amount of medicine and spent several hours in the treatment chamber. Oh no, my head aches terribly, Liao Yun lamented, collapsing back onto the bed, transferring all her funds from her neural interface to him. This is all I possess. I am utterly broke. Like a defeated fish. She relinquished her struggle. Whatever will be, will be. I have no money, nor life to spare. The thought brought her to the brink of tears. The mech issued by the school did not belong to her, and any damage would necessitate compensation. How much does a B-class mech cost? The zeros blurred in her mind, prompting her to shut her eyes and empty her thoughts. Forget it all. Forget everything. She was not being pursued, and the mech remained unscathed. After successfully convincing herself, she opened her eyes to be met with a striking visage. Li Jingchuan's handsome face filled her view. He gazed at her intently, his eyes sparkling with interest. Forget it. Let us start anew, Liao Yun mused. Yet life must carry on. The future is forged by one's own hands. She adopted a nonchalant demeanor. See, I did not request your rescue, did I? Li Jingchuan merely acknowledged her with a sound. She coaxed gently. We have known each other for quite some time. Haven't we? Li Jingchuan smiled and nodded. Pleased with his cooperation, Liao Yun seized the moment to propose. So, could you perhaps offer me a discount? No. Li Jingchuan replied firmly, breaking from her line of thought. Liao Yun's expression fell, uncertainty enveloping her. Li Jingchuan feigned a conflicted demeanor, contemplating for a few seconds before stating, Since you lack funds, I shall not press you. Liao Yun smiled, reaching to touch his shoulder, but the movement tugged at her wound, causing her to gasp in pain. You truly are a kind-hearted individual. She wished to give him a thumbs up, but her hands were bandaged like oversized buns, so she settled for verbal praise instead. In today's society, there are few who perform good deeds. Li Jingchuan is one of them. However, you must promise me 3 things. Before Li Jingchuan could finish his words, he noticed her exuberance and quickly completed his statement. Liao Yun's face was a vibrant tapestry of colors, utterly captivating. An inexplicable joy welled up within Li Jingchuan. He was fond of her vivacious demeanor. All right. This time, Li Jingchuan was taken aback and inquired, Aren't you going to ask what the conditions are? Liao Yun tucked the blanket snugly around herself and closed her eyes. Could it possibly be something as nefarious as murder or arson? Certainly not, he denied. Liao Yun yawned and continued, Then that settles it. I still owe you money, so I have no choice but to agree. She began to usher him out. I'm tired. If there is nothing else, you may leave now. It was an exceptional circumstance. Surely he wouldn't hold a grudge for her absence from work today. Being in the bedroom, it would be a shame not to take a nap. After all, she was currently unwell and required rest. Li Jingchuan paused for a moment, then responded, All right, you should rest. With that, he tiptoed out, remembering to turn off the light as he departed. Chapter 28. Attending class on the following day. Liao Yun did not rush back to school. Instead, she meandered through the underground city, inquiring about the mysterious figures clad in black from the previous day. Her recovery was remarkably swift. She was now frolicking about with ease, as if nothing had transpired. Who would suspect that she had sustained grave injuries just yesterday, nearly losing her life? It was a wonder where Li Jingchuan had procured such an effective healing pod. The original occupant had languished in a hospital for half a month following her injuries. Rubbing her chin, Liao Yin began to entertain a notion. If she possessed a healing pot of her own, would she not become invincible? As long as she had breath in her body, she could rise again to exact her revenge. With a resolute strike of her hand, she solidified her plan. The foremost priority was to amass wealth, first to repay her debts, then to contemplate the acquisition of a healing pot. Though Li Jingchuan had dismissed her with 3 conditions, demanding no payment, one cannot simply disregard a debt, can they? As for the incident involving the destruction of the mecha issued by the school, she would delay any repercussions for as long as possible, ideally until she had the funds to commission Li Jingchuan to construct an identical one. The commotion from yesterday had sparked considerable discussion throughout the underground city. The spectacle was indeed terrifying. Yes, I saw it too. The body exploded into a shower of gore mid-air. Do not mention it. I have not been able to eat a single bite since yesterday. Those individuals were utterly fearsome. They even questioned me about a severely injured woman in her 20s. I was so frightened that I could barely speak. Liao Yin approached to gather more information and discovered that after she had been taken by Li Jinghuan, the remaining figures in black had been scouring the underground city in their mechas, leaving no stone unturned. After all, the A-class mecha possessed formidable defensive capabilities at a distance. The damage sustained would be significantly less. She had not expected that the self-detonation of a B-class mecha would annihilate them all. With resolve, she thought, if they dare approach again, I shall ensure they leave with nothing. However, this ambush served as a valuable lesson. Henceforth, she would adopt some disguises while in the underground city. This would not only facilitate her operations but also spare her many complications. After wandering for quite some time, she realized it was time to return to school. Suddenly, it struck her that she was utterly penniless, lacking even the fare for the hover bus. After a rough calculation of the distance between the underground city and the school, she sighed, deciding to consider it a means of physical exercise. Fortunately, the students had a major lecture today, and she had no obligations in the morning. Today, the students of the Machin Military Academy were astounded, for the young masters and mistresses of Class G had actually come to class. They collectively gazed skyward, perplexed. The sun rises from the east, after all. Yu Zhuqin and others occupied the back row, drawing numerous glances. Even the instructor, while taking a sip of water, nearly choked upon catching sight of them. The lesson today was on mecha theory, and Mr. Wu was renowned for his strictness. The combat department students had filled the seats long before. Mr. Wu set down his thermos and cleared his throat. Now that you are in my class, you must pay close attention. I must keep track of my regular grades. Failing any subject at the end of the term is unacceptable. These words were clearly directed at the students of Class G. In the past, their absence from his lectures did not concern him. He could easily disregard their presence. However, now that they had arrived, adherence to classroom regulations was imperative, and future absences could not be tolerated. Apologies for my tardiness, teacher, came a voice as the door creaked open, and Ailey entered, clutching her books and slightly out of breath. Her voice resonated clearly in the quiet classroom, drawing everyone's attention. Teacher Wu recognized her. She was indeed from Class G. Yet unlike her peers, she was diligent in her studies, actively engaged in discussions, and had never missed a single class. Therefore, he bore her no ill will and nodded to allow her entry. Scanning the room, Inali noticed that all seats were occupied. She made her way to a corner at the back of the classroom, took out her notebook, and listened intently. Yu Shuchen's eyes lit up as he nudged his drowsy classmate He Yuanya. Hey, you from the mecha department shouldn't be attending our combat department classes. He Yuanya yawned. You don't understand. I must attend both. The instructor had crafted a personalized timetable for him and Inali, which included not only their major courses but also classes from the combat department under the pretense of fostering a well-rounded education. He had spent the previous night engrossed in literature regarding mecha construction, foregoing sleep entirely. With renewed vigor, He Yuanya felt as if he might finally change his fortunes. He smirked at Yu Shuchen. I have far more classes than you. Perhaps you should be the one worried. What if I become a prominent figure in the future? You might find yourself relying on my favor. Please, spare me the delusions of grandeur. Yu Zhuchen countered coldly, yanking him back into reality. Let us not dwell on that. You seem quite drowsy. Why not lay your head down on the floor for a while? Yu Shuchen declared, patting his chest. I'll keep an eye on the teacher for you. He Yuanya, taken aback, replied, Are you truly so kind? This isn't some cunning scheme of yours, is it? Afraid I might catch up to you. So you wish to distract me from my studies? As Yu Shuchen fell silent, He Yuanya grew increasingly convinced of his theory. Ha! I want to let you succeed. With my stamina, I could endure 3 more days and still be full of energy. Yu Shuchen, exasperated, realized he should not harbor any expectations for this oblivious individual. Resigned to his fate, he abandoned his plan to sit beside Li but resolved to offer her his seat instead. Without hesitation, he tore a piece of paper from his notebook, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it at Li's head. She turned, displeased at being struck. Before he could utter a word, Teacher Wu's voice boomed from the podium, The boy at the back, pay attention and do not disturb others. Just moments ago, you were whispering with the boy next to you, and now you've begun to disrupt this young lady's studies. I will have to deduct points from your regular grades. His tone was stern as he rapped the desk. Yu Shuchen shrank back, obediently sitting up straight and focusing on his book. Had he not been holding the book upside down, even He Yuanya might have been deceived by his seemingly earnest demeanor. Unbeknownst to others, one might mistakenly believe he excels in his studies. Yu Shuchen's thoughts were far from the textbooks as he continually cast sidelong glances at Li. Suddenly, he noticed that her clothes were damp, particularly the hems of her trousers, which were significantly soaked. What could have happened? Had those individuals troubled her once more? Throughout the lesson, he found it impossible to concentrate as his mind was consumed with concern. After class, he wished to approach Li and inquire about her well-being. Yet he could not muster the courage. In the end, he helplessly watched her exit the classroom. Hey, what are you pondering? He Yuyan waved his hand in front of Yu Shuchen's face, retracting it before he could respond. I can't stay here any longer. I have a mecha maintenance class to attend. With that, he slung his backpack over one shoulder and departed the classroom. Chapter 29. The forum news of the G-class students attending classes spread like wildfire throughout the Machen Military Academy. The forums within the school buzzed with discussions on this matter. The most popular thread titled, Astonishing. I have actually witnessed the entire G-class attending class in my lifetime. Original poster. OP, is this a decline in morals or a distortion of humanity? The ancestors of G-class have surprisingly begun to attend classes. He posted a photo, evidently taken surreptitiously, depicting Yu Shuchen biting his finger, deeply engrossed in his book. He Yuan propped his eyes open with his hands, forcing himself to stay awake. Yu Shuchen applied lipstick using a mirror, while Wu Xinyu diligently took notes. Li was barely visible, only a hint of her clothing showing. As the OP's attention was predominantly focused on the 4 towering figures, quickly, others began to comment, creating a lively atmosphere. OP, allow me to seize the first post and recount the tale. Wu Laoda's lectures are inherently dull, yet he maintains strict discipline. A single misstep could result in points deducted from our overall grade, as all students in the combat department are well aware. Comment 2. Indeed. One rarely dares to miss Wu Laoshir's classes. OP. Thus, I strategically secured a seat in the back row, and what do you know? I actually witnessed them entering the classroom. I assumed they would merely indulge in a fleeting whim and not remain long, yet they sat through the entire session. OP. Apart from Yu Xiao being called upon once, they maintained an unusual silence, showing no signs of the rumored behavior. Comment 6. Wow, they look so serious. Comment 22. Speaking of which, last semester they hardly attended classes, and even when they did, they would quickly escape. Today, however, they all showed up and did not skip. Comment 48. With Wu Laodu teaching, they sat right behind me. Don't ask, just know it was incredibly nerve-wracking. Many students were slacking off. As the thread was posted during class time, yet numerous individuals continued to comment. Approximately after a class concluded, someone posted again. Comment 123. Report. I saw He Xiao heading to the mecha department. Comment 142. I'm from the mecha department. I also saw him there. Comment 158. Indeed. He Xiao is currently attending a mecha maintenance class with us. Comment 161. Could He Xiao be majoring in 2 disciplines? Comment 165. Oh my goodness. Liao Yu navigated her holographic device, observing the fervent discussions within the forum. She had already submitted the profiles of Yuan and Enili to the school, applying for them to undertake 2 majors. The school responded promptly, approving the request without delay. It seemed these students were quite dependable, diligently pursuing their studies without causing any disturbances. She stowed away her device, opting not to enter the classroom immediately, but instead observing the group outside G-class. By now, it was noon, and after their class, Yu Zhuchen and the others gathered to await Liao Yun. Excluding Enili, the 4 sat together, engaged in conversation. "Hey, what has fun to do on Capital Star?" Yu Zhuchen inquired, twirling her hair. Wu Xinyue, resting her chin on her arm, replied, "The giant Ferris wheel. The Blood Book Museum, the Mecha exhibition." "Wow, that sounds rather exciting. I've decided to visit Capital Star during the break." Yu Zhuchen exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. He Yuan also chimed in, "Hey, take me along. I wish to broaden my horizons as well." Hearing that they were all heading to Capital Star, Wu Xianwei casually remarked, "Once you arrive, just call me, and I shall introduce you." Hooray! In mere moments, they had already decided on their holiday destination. Yu Zhuchen, being more observant, noticed Enili standing nearby and said, "Enili, why not join us for some fun at Capital Star during the holiday?" Enili, who was quite distant, shook her head and replied, "No, I need to work during the break. Besides, the tickets to Capital Star aren't cheap. They could cover several months of my living expenses." The young lady's invitation was met with rejection, causing her expression to sour instantly as she pouted. Yu Zhuchen quickly changed the subject, fearing that she might direct her ire towards Enili. "Ha, sister, weren't you yearning for the T-Series cosmetics? Your birthday is soon. How about I gift you a set?" Yu Zhuchen tapped her fingers on the table and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, look at you. Becoming generous enough to buy gifts for your sister. Are you certain? After purchasing it, your balance will be quite slim." Yu Zhuchen nodded vigorously. "I'm more than willing to spend on my sister." "Now, that's more like it," Yu Zhuchen said, playfully tapping her brother's head. Enili, maintaining a calm facade, had secretly begun searching for information about T-Series cosmetics on her holographic device. Upon seeing the prices, she nearly dropped her pen in shock. Just a single eyeshadow costs 100,000 star coins. Not to mention a complete set. How many star coins would that require? This was Enili's first encounter with the stark reality of the disparity between her and them. How vast the difference is, she thought bitterly. After reaching adulthood, she had financed her entire education through part-time jobs. She seldom indulged in purchases, treating every star coin as if it were to be meticulously divided. Every endeavor was meticulously planned, fearful of repercussions if expectations were surpassed. Enili was not alone in her shock. Liao Yun, lurking outside, was equally taken aback. Covering her mouth, she trembled as she counted the zeros on the price tags. Good heavens, could someone explain why an eyeshadow was so exorbitantly priced? Gazing at her empty holographic account, Liao Yun was at a loss for words regarding her feelings. How had the once mighty general fallen into such dire straits? In her heyday, she had commanded respect and received gifts without uttering a word. Now, she could scarcely afford public transport and had to walk back. How dramatically her life had shifted. With a sigh, Liao Yun stepped into the classroom. However, before entering, she donned a solemn expression, reverting to the stern instructor everyone knew. If she remained silent, who would fathom the turmoil of envy and resentment that had just gripped her heart? As the instructor entered, the classroom fell silent. Liao Yun approached Enili and tapped her desk. "Come with me for a moment." Before leaving, she addressed the others. "You may head to lunch first. Afterward, gather in the training room." Leading Enili to the rooftop, the gentle breeze fluttered their garments. "Shall we have a conversation?" Liao Yun inquired. Enili leaned against the railing, inhaled deeply, and replied, "Yes." "Instructor, look at the splendid view of the school." They stood atop a height, gazing down upon the school. Liao Yun followed her gaze. The Machin Military Academy, neither grand nor diminutive, boasted shaded woodlands and an artificial lake. Groups of students were jogging on the playground, perspiration glistening as they trained, while many congregated in the training rooms, immersed in a rich atmosphere of learning. Enili spoke softly. "I used to come here often." She pointed to a corner below. "Look, there's the instructor, being bullied by other students." Chapter 30. Enili's past. Liao Yun chuckled. "Do you believe I am different from before? Ailey nodded. Indeed. I have heard whispers about you. She seemed to express a tinge of remorse in the past. I merely observed from a distance without extending a helping hand. Of course, my individual capabilities could not have offered much assistance. If the instructor prefers not to discuss this, Liao Yin raised a finger to her lips. There is nothing I wish to avoid discussing. Since I expressed a desire to converse, we can speak about anything. People, when pushed to the brink, will inevitably change. Her tone was carefree, yet upon reflection, the chasm she once found insurmountable now appeared trivial. I once ventured into an underground boxing arena, experiencing moments perilously close to death. I struggled fiercely to escape, and ultimately, I was reborn there. I am Liao Yun. Yet I am also not Liao Yun, she mused. Upon further contemplation, she realized her connection to the original owner of this identity was profound. She was both herself and not herself. They were like souls traversing time and space, finally breaking through barriers and merging successfully on a certain day. Liao Yin tilted her head. From what I gather, you are quite remarkable as well. However, the way Yu Shucheng perceives you is entirely different from how I see you. Ailey smiled, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, what do you see when you look at me, instructor? Liao Yin stepped closer, pinching her cheek. In my eyes. Ailey, you are astute and a person who would never allow herself to be disadvantaged. As sunlight filtered through, it caused Ailey's pupils to constrict, rendering her irises even lighter. And how does Yu Shucheng perceive me? She asked. Liao Yin pondered before replying, like a snow lotus on a lofty mountain. Pure and untouched by the mundane. With a chuckle, Ailey couldn't suppress her laughter, wiping away the tears of mirth that gathered at the corners of her eyes. Is that a favorable assessment? She remarked. Liao Yun continued. Overall, it suggests a disposition of indifference towards all matters, akin to a marionette, devoid of vitality. Who do you think describes me more accurately? She queried. Ailey considered for a moment and replied, certainly, the instructor's description resonates more profoundly. That fool Yu Shucheng could hardly discern anything. Ailey leapt onto the railing, closing her eyes and stretching her arms wide. This posture was perilous. One misstep could lead to a fall from a height of several stories. Liao Yin rested her chin on her hand, offering no objection. With her watchful gaze, even if Ailey were to fall, she could ensure her safe return. Perhaps seeking to alleviate the pressures within, Ailey maintained this position for quite some time. Finally, she opened her eyes and lowered her arms. Contrary to Yu Shucheng's assertion, I am a person who deeply values others' opinions. My origins are humble, stemming from a desolate planet where existence itself is a struggle. I yearn to escape that place, and coincidentally, influential figures from above planned to establish an experimental site there. Those who volunteered would have a wish granted. Thus, I secretly enlisted at the tender age of 8. Ailey placed her hands over her face, concealing the emotions swirling in her eyes. The experiment is truly excruciating, yet I endured it for the sake of attending school to escape this wretched planet. Her voice was faint, and eventually my family discovered my plight. They sought to usurp my aspirations to pave a path for my younger brother. From the moment of my birth, I was not favored. As I grew older and my brother arrived, I was compelled to scavenge alongside my parents, earning tuition for him. She stifled her emotions with great effort. But what of him? He received the adoration of all from a young age, yet remained unsatisfied, hurling insults at me without restraint. These were the secrets she harbored deep within, never uttered to another soul. I was unwilling to accept this. I was indignant. I could not bear the thought of my hard-won dreams being so carelessly stripped away. Thus, I resolved to rebel, deliberately instilling in my brother the belief that you are the greatest. Everyone should heed your command. When the dignitaries came to inspect, I intentionally provoked my brother into offending one of them. That year, I was 10 years old. Ailey gazed earnestly at the instructor. Do you believe my actions were justified? Liao Yin responded. You merely sought to rebel. At that time, you had no other recourse, did you? Ha ha, indeed. The outcome was evident. My brother was taken away, becoming yet another subject of experimentation. My parents aged overnight, exhausting all their savings in a desperate attempt to rescue him. As for me, I seized the opportunity to flee, boarding a starship that transported materials to Sakato Star. They overlooked me as a mere child, allowing me to wander in Sakato Star. It was a far cry from the garbage planet. The police took notice of me. And upon learning of my status as a minor with no guardians, they followed the Federal Minor Protection Act, sending me to a boarding school until I reached adulthood. Aniley swung her legs, feeling considerably lighter. I excelled, achieving remarkable results in my college entrance examinations, securing a place in the command department of Imochin Military Academy. Liao Yun inquired, "But why are you in Class G?" Class G is composed of students from powerful families, ones whom the school cannot discipline. How could Aniley end up here? She had been curious about this for some time. Aniley sighed. At the beginning of my enrollment, I consistently ranked first, with a promising chance of becoming the top student in this year's command department. Perhaps out of jealousy and compounded by my humble origins, I was ostracized by my classmates. I didn't mind their petty schemes, but one day, I was summoned by the mayor's daughter, who promised me a substantial sum of money if I withdrew from school. Naturally, I refused, which earned me her animosity, making my life in class even more unbearable. Then one day, I received a notification instructing me to transfer to Class G. I knew she must have orchestrated something behind the scenes. I suppose it was a stroke of misfortune that I was not expelled, or so I tried to convince myself. Liao Yun gently touched Aniley's short hair, his voice soft. "You took your revenge on them." Aniley displayed little emotion. "Yes, indifference is one thing, but revenge is another. I refuse to be at a disadvantage. For instance, I could employ some cunning to further exacerbate their relationships, or perhaps administer a laxative, setting traps for them. For instance, there was an incident where the teacher mistakenly believed that they had stolen his wig. However, these trivial matters pale in comparison to the grievances they had inflicted upon me." She recalled another incident, a boy who harbored affections for the mayor's daughter. In a bid to impress her, bullied me the most mercilessly, which is why I found him particularly irksome. I sent photos of him entangled with Qian Weixiu into her fiancé, embellishing the narrative while concealing my own identity. That very afternoon, the boy was nearly incapacitated from a beating. If you were to inquire about my feelings, perhaps guilt or remorse, I must confess that I felt none. Rather, I believed the punishment was far too lenient. It seemed she was fatigued, for Aniley descended from the railing and remarked, upon entering Class G, "Though I am but a specter, regarded with indifference by my peers, it is still a vast improvement. At the very least, their disregard grants me the peace I cherish." The class instructor of Class G was one who feared the strong and favored the weak, observing their lack of diligence. She simply ceased coordinating the class schedule with the subject teachers. No matter my entreaties, she remained obstinate. Thus, I could only attend the large lectures and elective courses, wistfully watching others engage in exclusive training within the virtual machine. Given her ineffectiveness and her tendency to seek convenience, I resolved to seek an alternative. The subsequent events were known to Liao Yun, for she was present when the Class G instructor lamented to the principal. "Have you been meddling?" she inquired. Aniley raised her chin, a hint of pride in her demeanor, and replied, "Merely a minor stratagem." The woman desired results without the burden of responsibility, thus resorting to intimidation. For instance, she clandestinely altered her records to modify the students' neural IDs. During the holidays, aside from herself, who could the instructor contact? She dared not question those few students, thus suffering a silent defeat. Ultimately, she seized upon the opportunity to abandon her position as the Class G instructor altogether. Chapter 31. A most unfortunate man. As for Yushuchin, he initially regarded me as if I were invisible. Aniley paused for a moment before continuing. Later on, for reasons unbeknownst to me, he began to create trouble for me, distracting me from my studies. I found him exceedingly bothersome, yet I could not express my annoyance overtly. After all, he is a member of the Yu family. She spoke to herself, as if lost in a reverie. He once asked me to fetch him some water, and I cunningly added a bit of laxative to it before eagerly assisting him in opening the bottle. He is rather dense and failed to notice, but afterwards, he spent an inordinate amount of time in the restroom, utterly exhausted. At that moment, I brought him some antidiarrheal medication, which made his eyes light up with gratitude. When he needed a shirt for basketball, I lent him one that I had trampled upon countless times. To my surprise, he wore it with delight. As she recounted these tales, her spirits lifted even further. His father punished him for having to transcribe theoretical course materials because one day, his father visited the school, and I had taken the liberty of speaking kindly of him. Although he threatened me into writing, I feigned a painful wrist, which caused him to relent, and in the end, he even assisted me with my assignments. Liao Yun understood now. The words Yu Zhuchen uttered were entirely at odds with his actions. He appeared so remorseful, perhaps even unaware that he had fallen into N.I. Li's trap. Liao Yun felt a twinge of pity for him for a fleeting moment. To be duped yet still counting the coins for someone else. This boy, despite his seemingly astute nature, was remarkably easy to deceive. Placing bugs in my books. Tugging at my braid. A glint of cunning flashed in N.I. Li's eyes. I stuffed his backpack full of bugs. And yet he failed to open it for months, completely oblivious. I suspected the bugs had begun to rot within. As for tugging at my braid, I could not tolerate it any longer, so I burned a bit of his hair. It was a bright sunny day when N.I. Li attended an elective class, and Yu Zhuchen accompanied her. The teacher droned on at the front, while he struggled against drowsiness in his seat. Eventually, he succumbed to the teacher's relentless lecture and fell asleep. Seizing the opportunity, N.I. Li ignited a strand of his hair. She felt no guilt as the perpetrator. Instead, she deliberately woke Yu Zhuchen to inform him that his hair was ablaze. Afterwards, she deceived him, claiming that the outside temperature was too high and that sunlight streaming through the window could easily ignite hair. Lacking basic physiological knowledge, Yu Zhuchen was so frightened that he wore a sun hat for several consecutive days. He brought this upon himself, N.I. Li remarked coldly and without compassion. He even had the audacity to ask me to skip class to accompany him out. How naive of him. I had no time for such frivolities, so I found him some tasks to occupy his time. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Liao Yun, her face urging him to inquire further. Liao Yun played along. What sort of tasks? I spread a rumor that he shared a close relationship with Qin Weishuan, suggesting that the Qin family might consider abandoning their engagement in favor of an alliance with the Yu family. This rumor spread like wildfire, and it wasn't long before the entire school was abuzz with the news. Qin Weishuan was the daughter of the mayor of a city, who had been betrothed to the son of the Staccato Star family since childhood. The connections between several elite families were deep-rooted, and the implications of this rumor were far-reaching, causing quite a stir. Yu Zhuchen was suddenly confined at home by his father, instructed to refrain from causing any disturbances. N.I. Li experienced an instant sense of tranquility. At the stairway to the rooftop, a figure stood with their back turned, hidden away. Yu Zhuchen had no idea how long he had been listening, but he knew that every word spoken by N.I. Li pierced his heart like a dagger. He had originally come to invite N.I. Li to dinner, hoping to sincerely apologize and inquire about the stains on her clothing, wondering if she had been bullied again. Unbeknownst to him, their conversation was far from over, and he inadvertently overheard many things. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, further agitating his restless spirit. Yu Zhuchen felt an overwhelming discomfort, sensing that something was amiss. After much contemplation, he realized it was the absence of smoke. He had never smoked. During his adolescence, he had taken a few puffs, found it choking, and never pursued it further. Yet now, inexplicably, he yearned for a few cigarettes to alleviate his troubled mind. After joining Class G, those few individuals had tried to trouble him, but before he could retaliate, Yu Zhuchen had resolved the matter for him. A free enforcer was an opportunity not to be missed. He believed he had deftly dealt with those individuals, unaware that they merely accommodated him due to his identity. Otherwise, given his skills, he would likely have had to flee while dragging him along. Yu Zhuchen recalled a time when he thought he appeared quite cool, almost captivating N.I. Li. Yet it turned out that his identity was a barrier. In her eyes, he was nothing. Today, they had come to trouble him again. But he had managed to handle them, huffing to himself that he had undergone rigorous training under a stern instructor, making it effortless to deal with them. Such a vivacious N.I. Li was a sight he had never witnessed before. Yu Zhuchen tilted his head back, one hand tucked into his pocket, leaning against the wall. The cold wall seemed to mock his past self-deceptions. After a long while, he took a step away. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to distance himself from her, to not disrupt her serene life. After Yu Zhuchen left, Liao Yun cast a glance in the direction he had departed. She reached out to pinch N.I. Li's cheek, exclaiming, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" You wanted Yu Zhuchen to hear those words. "Ouch, instructor, that hurts," N.I. Li protested as she struggled, finally escaping Liao Yun's grasp. Rubbing her reddened cheek, she added, "I simply couldn't keep up the facade any longer." Continuing to deceive him felt a bit cruel. Of course, This was merely a flimsy excuse. Her heart was as cold as ice, incapable of compassion. She merely wished to prevent him from treating her with such kindness. And nothing more. The playful concern felt intrusive and vexatious to her. Liao Yin huffed, uncertain whether to believe her. By the way, do you wish to be the team leader? Upon hearing this, Li's eyes instantly brightened. Yes. Liao Yin tapped her on the head. Dream on. If you want to be the leader, you must earn it yourself. Ouch, instructor, you hit me again, Li complained, but then with seriousness declared, I understand now. I will strive to earn the leadership position through my own efforts, gaining their respect. After conversing with her instructor, she experienced a moment of clarity, and the issues that had previously ensnared her were swiftly resolved. What significance did her illustrious family background hold? What did it matter if she was unruly? She resolved to embody the fearless spirit of her mentor. The leader of Class G, she, and Li had made her determination clear. With that, they decided to have lunch. For only with a full stomach could she muster the strength to endure her impending punishment. And Li. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat awkward. And Li, flustered, confessed, Instructor, I have no money in my pocket. Liao Yun, equally embarrassed, glanced around before quietly admitting, I too am without funds. It was truly humiliating to reveal their financial struggles in front of their peers. Suddenly, Liao Yin spotted a group of 4 gathered together, enjoying their meal. A smile spread across her face as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, food has arrived. With that, she led Li to join in and share a meal. Chapter 32. Stoking the flames. Ah, you are here too? Liao Yin greeted, taking a seat at the empty table. He Yuan was also with his mouth full of rice, his large eyes filled with confusion. After finally swallowing, he asked, wasn't it you, instructor, who invited us to dinner? Ha ha ha, indeed. You are the young blossoms, and you must be well fed. As she spoke, her hands were not idle either, having already snatched the chicken leg from He Yuan's plate. Instructor, why did you take my chicken leg? He inquired, noticing her hand poised for another attempt. He Yuan quickly shielded the remaining chicken leg, eyeing her warily. Liao Yin retracted her hand, pouting slightly as she sought a new target. Zhu Xing, are you on a diet? She asked with a cheerful smile. Yu Zhuxing's meal was rather simple, consisting of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and boiled greens. Instructor, would you like to try some? She generously offered her dish to Liao Yun. Upon tasting it, Liao Yun's face turned sour. Indeed, she still had no fondness for scrambled eggs with tomatoes or for dishes devoid of meat. And Li swallowed hard and decided to follow suit. He Yuan, it seems a girl was looking for you earlier. Seeing him remain unfazed, and Li pressed on, she asked the campus beauty. He Yuan raised his eyes at her. Do you think I can't see through your intentions? After saying this, he hastily took a bite of the only chicken leg left, feeling relieved. Where is the campus beauty? And Li twitched her mouth in dissatisfaction. The campus beauty has flown away. Alas, her large chicken leg had fled. Gurgle. And Li's stomach audibly protested, and she gazed enviously at the instructor, who had already begun eating the chicken leg. She understood the significance of timing. Even a slight delay could result in a considerable gap. The chicken leg was reserved for those who were prepared. In warfare, similarly, to achieve victory, one must be the first to take the plunge and block the retreat of others. The instructor's intention must lie therein. Unbeknownst to Liao Yun, who was contentedly gnawing on the chicken leg, Yu Zhu-chun heard Li's stomach growl and forced himself not to look at her. Why should her hunger concern him? However, his actions betrayed his thoughts, as his hand unconsciously transferred all the ribs from his plate to Li's. Yu Zhu-chen's ears burned with embarrassment as he struggled to maintain a calm and indifferent tone. Don't get the wrong idea. I simply do not care for ribs. That is all. Just when he thought Li would decline, he heard her sweet voice reply. Thank you. I absolutely love ribs. Liao Yun, sitting across from them, could hardly bear to witness Yu Zhu-chen's unseemly behavior. He had given away everything without anyone prompting him. He Yuan, puzzled, exclaimed, you don't like ribs? Yet you always compete with me for them. If you don't like them, why order them? He was oblivious to the undercurrents between them. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned their attention to Yu Zhu-chen. He wished he could dump all the rice in his bowl onto He Yuan's head. If you cannot speak wisely, then keep silent. Does it make you look competent at this moment? As the elder sister scrutinized her from head to toe, Yu Zhuchen cleared her throat and began to weave a fib. I haven't much of an appetite today. Liaoyun teased. Oh, not feeling hungry, are you? Then why not share some of that food with our amiable and enchanting instructor? She lamented. Instructor, I am so impoverished that I can scarcely afford a meal. Before Yu Zhuchen could react, her bowl was already brimming with the food provided by Wu Xianwei. The array of dishes was quite lavish, featuring roasted chicken, sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, and pot-wrapped meat. Did you order all this? She exclaimed in surprise. Wu Xianwei continued to serve her, asking in response, Is it too much? I specifically ordered these dishes for you, not knowing which ones you would prefer, so I ordered a bit of everything. Liaoyun chuckled, haha. It's perfectly fine. I love them all. Besides, whatever I cannot finish can be packed for later, so no worries about dinner. After the group had their fill, they proceeded to the training room. Now, we shall assess your mental strength. Liaoyun indicated the mental strength apparatus, instructing, place your hands upon it. Connect with your mental energy, and upon entering the training room, your progress through the levels shall depend on your own abilities. Among them, Enili and Wu Xianwei possessed S-level mental strength, while the others were all A-level. Each level exhibited varying degrees of intensity, and after days of training, she was eager to see if they had made any advancements. Typically, a student with A-level mental strength could reach the 5th level, while those with S-level could ascend to the 7th. However, her students were not to be compared with the average at the same level. They would undoubtedly shine brighter and excel. Wu Xianwei, being a recent addition, had yet to receive instruction on enhancing his mental prowess, but it was not a significant concern. A deeper control over mental energy would yield considerable progress. Liaoyun awaited them outside, while students gradually exited the training room. Some recognized her and whispered among themselves. Isn't she the instructor who previously taught the combat class, eh? How could she allow herself to be beaten into the hospital? With such prowess, how can she still remain at the academy? I don't know. Perhaps someone is backing her. Liaoyun regarded them expressionlessly, remarking, I'd appreciate it if you could refrain from speaking ill of others in earshot of the subject. She truly wished to disregard these students, attempting to feign ignorance. However, their voices grew louder and more brazen, making it increasingly difficult for her to ignore them. One student remarked, What's wrong? Are you afraid of being spoken about for your deeds? Another chimed in, Indeed, having you as an instructor at Imochin Military Academy is a disgrace. One particularly bold student added, I heard you've been teaching that G class? I just saw them enter the higher mental strength levels. You're not showing them any secrets, are you? Ha ha, an instructor standing guard for students is truly the best joke of the year. Liaoyun clenched her fists and replied, Do you know what became of the last person who spoke to me in such a manner? Last time, Xiao Ming and others had also used similar words to humiliate her. Did these students only possess such banal phrases? The group of students scoffed. What else can you do? Are you brave enough to strike us? Upon their conclusion, they noticed an individual entering the training room and immediately transformed their demeanor. Brother Qiao, what a coincidence. We were just discussing your illustrious deeds. As Qiao Ming stepped into the training room, he found himself encircled, and while he was utterly bewildered, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, one he never wished to confront again. Qiao Ming straightened his attire and donned a smile, preparing to nod and show deference to Liaoyun. However, a nearby student's words struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him both stunned and shaken. Brother Qiao, this instructor is utterly ungrateful, openly insulting you. It's evident she has been put in her place by you. You should certainly teach her a lesson, so she understands that not everyone is to be trifled with. Chapter 33. The 8th layer. Qiao Ming hastily covered the man's mouth, repeatedly smiling apologetically. Instructor Liao, I did not utter such words. How could I dare? Liaoyun, observing his ridiculous demeanor, raised an eyebrow and remarked, What a coincidence to meet again. Indeed. It's quite a stroke of luck, he stammered, his words losing coherence as he continued to respond. I have been behaving myself lately, and I am grateful for your guidance on that day. The several domineering students had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such an extent, and they stood dumbfounded. Mouths agape, what is happening? Xiao Ming was notorious within the school for bullying younger students. Ever since he had assaulted an instructor leading to hospitalization, he felt untouchable and special. The others, who usually trailed behind him, took pleasure in tormenting others. Why had he suddenly transformed? He seemed genuinely fearful of Instructor Liao. The astute among them had gleaned something from Xiao Ming's expression, yet some naive individuals remained perplexed. Brother Qiao, why are you afraid of her? Liao Yun was known among the students as a rather ineffectual instructor, and many had taken pleasure in her subjugation. They had firmly asserted their dominance over her, and at any sign of resistance from her, they would unleash their familial influence to suppress her. Regardless, Liao Yun was quite timid, easily deceived by false identities, and frightened out of her wits. Thus, the students would, under the guise of seeking her counsel, covertly bully her, using her as a punching bag to vent their frustrations. Now, why was the most audacious Xiao Ming treating this ineffectual instructor with such courtesy and even appearing somewhat intimidated? It was unfathomable. Could he have been drugged? Xiao Ming snapped, "Be quiet. I do not know you," he retorted, distancing himself from the group. Liao Yun, standing aside, watched them with great amusement, relishing their various expressions. Perhaps due to her silence, Xiao Ming was uncertain of her thoughts and whether she was angry. He tentatively inquired, "Instructor, would you like me to handle them for you?" Upon hearing this, the students were left speechless. They had merely sought to show off and flatter Xiao Ming. Little did they know that their flattery had backfired, inciting Xiao Ming's ire. "Come now, Brother Qiao, are we not on the same side?" One of them attempted to continue, but a more astute companion quickly grasped his clothing and whispered in his ear, "Shut up. Can't you read the room?" Liao Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "The school prohibits fighting. How do you intend to handle this?" This statement left Xiao Ming at a loss. Although the school had clear regulations, he had never curtailed his behavior in the slightest. As long as he did not escalate matters as he had previously, he believed he would face no repercussions. Who dared confront him directly? He recognized that Liao Yun was challenging him. The school had implemented this rule primarily due to his actions. He could not blatantly disregard the regulations in her presence. That would be akin to inviting trouble. "Instructor, I truly apologize. I was blind to the greatness before me." Xiao Ming was truly afraid that she might bring up old grievances, harboring resentment and retaliating against him as she had before. The thought alone made his bones ache anew. "Oh, am I truly such a petty person?" "You are." Xiao Ming only dared to ponder this in his mind, not daring to voice it aloud. The few students huddled like quails in the corner, fearful of being implicated. Liao Yun glanced at them, remarking, "You truly are Xiao Ming's little followers. Your mocking rhetoric is all too similar." This statement left them in a state of indecision, unsure whether to respond or remain silent. Though they felt a surge of defiance, they understood that this was not the time to showcase bravado. The instructor seemed different from before. Liao Yun was not inclined to dwell on them any longer, gesturing for them to leave. The students, receiving the cue, swiftly fled as if their feet were coated in oil. She found a chair to sit on and began browsing her holographic device. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another figure and, without turning her head, asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Xiao Ming, displaying his bright white teeth, replied, "I." He remained uncertain of the instructor's thoughts, fearing that she might unleash her ire upon him. After being soundly beaten by Liao Yun last time, thoughts of revenge had indeed arisen within him. However, with his current capabilities, such ambitions were but dreams. He could only endure, bide his time, and strike when she least expected it, rather than provoke her too soon and earn her lasting resentment. Liao Yun parted her crimson lips and commanded, "Scram." Xiao Ming clenched his fist in secret, forcing a smile upon his face. Of course, "Instructor." After his departure, Liao Yun watched his retreating figure and sneered softly. "Fool. Ding dong. Congratulations to student number 45123 for successfully advancing through the 7th layer and reaching the 8th. Upon this announcement, the noise in the hall ceased, and the students gazed in disbelief towards the mental training room. The large screen within the training room had changed, displaying that student number 45123 had secured the top position in the mental strength test. It is known that the highest rank in mental strength at Machen Military Academy is S-Class. Previously, the top position was held by a 4th-year student who had remained at the 7th layer, merely a step away from ascension to the 8th. Many S-class students found themselves stalled at the 7th layer, each at varying stages of progress, accumulating different points. Now, astonishingly, his record had been shattered. Who is student number 45,123? When did our school acquire such a talent? My goodness, I have actually witnessed the birth of an SS class in mental strength. Does our academy truly possess an SS class individual? In the minds of these students, they believed that only those above S class could reach the 8th layer, subconsciously attributing SS class status to the student numbered 45123. Amidst the multitude of astonished voices, some raised questions. If our school has such an individual, why are we only learning of it today? If there were an SS class genius, surely the school would be eager to trumpet the news far and wide. Someone echoed this inquiry. Indeed, given our school's nature, it would be impossible to keep this under wraps until now. Could it be a newcomer? His words were met with rebuttals. The freshmen had already attended a semester's worth of classes, making it implausible for their abilities to remain undisclosed until now. The students' discussions bore no fruit, yet their fervor remained unabated, their eyes fixated on the progress of student number 45123. They were intrigued. How far could this individual ascend? Liao Yun curled her lips in a smile, basking in the chorus of praise that surrounded her, feeling a sense of pride. If her memory served her right, for 5123 belonged to Anili. This was merely conventional procedure, a trivial matter. Their understanding was still limited. There would come a time when they would be truly astounded. Ding dong, congratulations to student number 54321 for successfully navigating through the 7th level and reaching the 8th. The crowd fell into a profound silence once more. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted into a fervent discussion, even more intense than before. Chapter 34. The Sword Transforms. Alas, is an SS-level mental capacity as commonplace as cabbage? It seems to be everywhere. I don't care. I am a witness to the history of our school. Our institution is on the brink of ascendance. How fortunate I am to witness our school striving to rise among the top 5 military academies, potentially becoming the 6th. Let us add one more to the count. I hope our school gathers some spirit and ascends a level. Haha. Then I can boast that I too am part of the 6 great military academies. I think you're dreaming. Among the top 5 military academies, there are countless geniuses. We barely have 2 with SS-level mental capacity, and to them, we might not even register. That is true, yet dreams are meant to be held. What if they come to fruition? Liao Yun lifted his gaze, intently observing the large screen. Indeed, the second individual to reach the 8th level was Wu Xianwei. Liao Yun was not surprised by this outcome. He and Anili both possessed high mental capacities, and after several days of training, their mastery over the intricate details of mental prowess had grown increasingly refined. Even if they had not attained SS-level mental capacity, their displayed abilities were by no means inferior. Yu Zhuchen and his companions possessed A-level mental capacity, yet they had successively reached the 6th level, a remarkable feat in itself. However, the 2 preceding them were so captivating that the swift ascents of the following few seemed rather mundane, drawing little attention to them. The principal sat in his office, sipping tea with a leisurely demeanor as he watched the news. Director Ming rushed in, forgetting to knock on the door. Principal! Her voice was urgent, startling the principal into thinking something grave had occurred. Upon learning that someone had reached the 8th level in the mental training room, he stroked his beard and continued to recline. Oh, is that all? I thought the Zerg had arrived, he replied nonchalantly. Wait, the mental training room? The 8th level. The principal sprang up, nearly straining his old bones. Did I hear correctly? Someone has reached the 8th level? Director Ming nodded repeatedly, affirming the reality of the occurrence. The principal endeavored to calm his racing heart. Turning to the window and feigning profundity, it must be that young man from the Wu family, right? I always said that the son of General Wu could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The Machin Military Academy is merely a stepping stone for him. A vast future awaits. Director Ming nodded, then shook her head. No, principal. The principal interrupted her. What do your nods and shakes mean? Are you saying it's not him, but someone else? That shouldn't be the case. Our school has no such genius. As the principal of the school, how could he be unaware of whether there were individuals with SS-level mental capacity? Such elevation in mental prowess is rare. He dared to place all his hopes on General Wu's son. It is him. Director Ming clarified her thoughts. striving to articulate her meaning. Two individuals have reached the 8th level. One of them is indeed the son of General Wu. The principal was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged out. What? Two? Such a rarity. And suddenly there are two? His heart raced, struggling to cope with the emotional surge. The principal clutched his chest, displaying a pained expression. Director Ming helped him up and quickly found a few heart medications to place into his mouth. After a prolonged pause, the principal, trembling, extended his hand. Hurry. Take me to the training room. I must see these two students with my own eyes. Of course. At this moment, Inali found herself on the 8th level, enveloped by an invisible pressure that felt reminiscent of the sensation the instructor had imparted to her within the virtual map. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the pressure from the instructor had been more oppressive, rendering her breathless. Fortunately, she could still move, however. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring any path forward. Navigating through the earlier levels had been effortless, as if fate were silently guiding her to the next entrance. Yet, the 8th level presented an entirely different challenge. She felt like a headless fly, darting aimlessly. Each step felt as if her feet were encased in lead, making progress exceedingly laborious. If she failed to locate the entrance to the next level in due time, exhaustion would inevitably claim her, causing her to collapse. The moment she closed her eyes and lost consciousness, the device recording her bodily data would automatically withdraw her from training. Inali was uncertain of the threshold for qualification at this level. All she desired was to exert herself to reach greater heights and not disappoint her instructor. Her face was pale, lips clenched tightly, as a fog of confusion clouded her mind. She longed to collapse onto the ground and sleep indefinitely. No, she could not succumb to slumber. Having only just reached the 8th level, how could she face her instructor afterward? In her heart, she believed the 8th level to be the true test, while everything prior had merely been a warm-up. How could she return, having failed this trial, and still claim to be a student of Instructor Liao? If the other students were to discover her innermost thoughts, she would likely face their collective wrath. What kind of words were these? Did they imply that she had not even surpassed the warm-up stages, rendering her insignificant? Inali summoned her mental fortitude, enveloping herself in a protective cocoon. A voice within urged her to disperse the surrounding fog with her mental strength, revealing the entrance to the next level. The entrance lay ahead. This notion was audacious, and Inali hesitated to embrace it, for her mastery over her mental prowess was still nascent. She often struggled with control. Transitioning from walking to running was indeed daunting. She paused, inhaling deeply, and endeavored to recall how Instructor Liao wielded his mental energy in combat, gradually mimicking his technique. Mental energy originates from within and is bound by one's own limitations. It can manifest in whatever form one envisions. The words of Liao Yun echoed in her mind, awakening her awareness. She envisioned a long sword before her, capable of slicing through the fog and cleaving the void. The sword gradually took shape in her imagination. An extraordinary sensation as she perceived its presence, despite the emptiness surrounding her. The fog thickened, and the pressure upon her intensified. Her spirit began to relax unconsciously. And without caution, she risked mental disarray. Inali bit her lip until it bled, forcing herself to remain alert. Her legs trembled incessantly, and her back began to bend under the mounting strain. In this critical moment, she decided to invest everything she had. Her body unleashed an infinite potential as she moved. The longsword followed suit. She wielded the sword forged from her mental prowess, delivering a fierce strike before her. The blade was unstoppable, cutting through all opposition. The mist seemed to part as if cleaved by her sword, revealing the hidden entrance to the next layer deep within. Inali collapsed to the ground, struggling to maintain her composure. Raising her arms felt like an insurmountable task. Her muscles ached, and her vision was obscured by perspiration. Yet she could not yield. Success was within her grasp. It was unclear how long she lay on the ground, but finally, she stirred. Inali extended a hand, slowly crawling toward the entrance. Each movement was laborious, sending sharp pangs through her nerves. With an indomitable spirit and remarkable tenacity, Inali ultimately reached the threshold. A flash of golden light enveloped her, transporting her to the 9th layer. Just as she beheld the transformed surroundings, she fainted from exhaustion. Ding dong, congratulations to student number 45123 for successfully traversing the 8th layer and reaching the 9th layer. Chapter 35. The competition for talent. Upon the principal's arrival at the training room, he was immediately struck by the voice announcement, exclaiming in astonishment several times, "Excellent." They had indeed reached the 9th level. This achievement shattered the school's previous records. He dared to assert that apart from instructors with combat experience, no faculty member at Mo Chun Military Academy, possessing merely an S-level mental capacity, could attain the 9th level. Had the academy truly produced a genius with an SS-level mental capacity? In a flash of light, Anili was transported back from the training room. She had fainted, her breathing shallow, and her body gently rising and falling. Students gasped in disbelief. Is this the person who reached the 9th level? She is student number 45,123. Does anyone recognize her? Which class is she from? After some deliberation, one student confirmed. Her name is Anili from Class G. A wave of incredulity swept through the crowd. How could Class G produce such a remarkable individual? Another student spoke up, having recognized her. I know her. She was in the command department and performed quite well. I'm not sure why she ended up in Class G. Truly a student from Class G. Unbelievable. Director Ming hastily dispatched someone to carry Anili on a stretcher to the infirmary for treatment. Wait, Liao Yin interjected, halting their actions. There's no need for such urgency. She is merely fatigued and will recover after a brief rest. Director Ming adjusted his glasses, expressing his disapproval, for safety's sake. She must undergo a comprehensive examination in the infirmary. Liao Yun crossed her arms, appearing unconcerned. She is a military academy student, not a fragile porcelain doll. Why the excessive fuss? A comprehensive examination will take considerable time, and the afternoon schedule is already tight. She intends to conduct physical training after the mental capacity test. With so many students reaching the higher levels, why wasn't everyone sent to the infirmary for checks afterward? Director Ming glanced at the principal, uncertain. They had perhaps been overly anxious, but this was the first student from Imochin Military Academy to reach the 9th level. Naturally, they would give it greater importance. The scale of their concern was not unwarranted, fearing that other military academies might poach their talent. The principal stroked his beard and smiled benignly. Indeed. Let her return to the dormitory to rest. Liao Yun shook her head. She will awaken in less than 5 minutes. The principal nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us change the subject. I have heard that this girl is from Class G. Are you currently overseeing that class? He resembled a cunning old fox, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Liao Yun became wary, her gaze sweeping over the group, suddenly comprehending the implications. Principal, I understand your intentions. But you know I made a deal with you. Am I to abandon Class G now? The principal denied any intention to replace Liao Yun, as he had no plans to take along the few problematic students from Class G. His gaze softened as it settled on Anili. I believe she should be nurtured in secrecy by the academy, so she may bring glory to the school in the Military Academy League. Every year, the Federation hosts a military academy competition, requiring only third-year students to participate. In past years, the Machin Military Academy has merely played the role of a spectator. With the attention of both the Federation's leadership and the public focused on the 5 prestigious military academies. Although a student with an SS-level psychic ability cannot single-handedly alter the current state of Machin Military Academy, it has nonetheless instilled hope in the principal. If they can achieve a commendable ranking next year, surpassing military academies of equal standing as Sakado Star, recruitment will no longer be a concern. Moreover, with the presence of another SS-level psychic, having both of them would certainly allow the principal to hold his head high in front of his peers. The principal's words resonated with other students, who expressed their agreement. It was indeed time to cultivate their talents and prove their worth to those who belittled their academy. After all, Machin Military Academy had remained dormant on Sakado Star for many years, often ridiculed by emerging military academies. Did they not realize that a withered camel is larger than a horse? Indeed, their academy is a venerable institution, producing numerous graduates for the military district each year, with many alumni leaving their mark in history. The principal's emphasis on Anili was not exaggerated. A highly skilled psychic could operate more advanced mechas, and their learning curve would be significantly steeper than that of lower-tier students. Even if her physical constitution was not exceptional, it mattered little. In interstellar warfare, mechas remained the predominant force, As long as she excels in mecha technology, her potential would be immeasurable. And Li awoke amidst this cacophony. Momentarily disoriented and unsure of her surroundings, she thought she heard someone mention her name. "Principal, have you considered Li's opinion?" Liao Yun inquired. The principal had never entertained the notion that the student might refuse. He was exceedingly confident in his proposal. How could she possibly decline? With superior instructors providing specialized training, what student would turn down such an honor? He had envisioned placing the two students together to establish a class named the Blade Class. The name alone sounded formidable. Liao Yun remained silent, merely observing Li and awaiting her decision. The principal made an effort to soften his demeanor, aiming to appear approachable, lest he intimidate the young girl. "Are you willing?" he asked. Everyone present turned their gaze toward Li, anticipating her response. Li furrowed her brow, nervously fiddling with her fingers, her tension palpable. They all presumed she was hesitant to refuse Liao Yun, striving to find a diplomatic way to decline without hurting his feelings. At that moment, Director Meng interjected, "Instructor Liao also respects your wishes, correct, Instructor Liao?" "Indeed," Liao Yun replied, lounging lazily and even yawning, showing no signs of distress over a student potentially being taken away. Contrary to everyone else's assumptions, Li was not contemplating how to tactfully refuse the principal. Rather, she was formulating her words to ensure she did not hurt his feelings. She did not believe any teacher surpassed Liao Yun in prowess. In her eyes, he was a legend, unbeatable by anyone. Furthermore, it was through Instructor Liao's training that she had achieved such success. How could she be ungrateful and accept an olive branch from another? In just a few days, her mental fortitude had achieved a substantial breakthrough, for which she was profoundly grateful to the instructor. "Principal, I find great contentment in remaining in Class G. More specifically, it is the presence of Instructor Liao in Class G that truly enhances my experience." As soon as Li uttered these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. The students were incredulous, and even the usually composed principal was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless and disoriented. "Are you certain?" The principal harbored deep skepticism, suspecting that Instructor Liao might have administered some form of enchantment, for how else could she arrive at such a decision? "Yes, I am certain." Director Meng, eager to persuade, interjected hastily, "If you have any reservations, please do not hesitate to share with us. According to our records, your financial situation is quite strained. If you comply with our arrangements, your tuition for the entire 4 years at the school will be entirely waived." Upon hearing this offer, the surrounding students were filled with envy. "If only I possessed SS-level mental fortitude," one lamented. "Indeed, I am already swayed. Why is she still hesitating?" Another chimed in. "Enough already. Just put on a facade and don't be ungrateful." Li naturally caught wind of the envious murmurs around her. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast, her tone earnest. "I have no reservations. I genuinely wish to stay in Class G and learn under Instructor Liao." Chapter 36. My rejection you must contemplate carefully. Possessing SS-level mental strength necessitates specialized training. Otherwise, you cannot unleash your utmost potential. Director Meng spoke earnestly, fearing that Li might not comprehend the gravity of her situation and plunge into peril, jeopardizing her future. "I have given it considerable thought," Li asserted with conviction. After a brief moment, she tilted her head and corrected herself. "Director, my mental strength has not reached SS level." Upon hearing this, everyone except Liao Yun stood in stunned silence. "What?" they exclaimed. "She is not SS level in mental strength. How did she manage to reach the 9th tier?" The principal voiced the collective bewilderment. "If your mental strength is not at SS level, how did you attain the 9th tier?" Li pondered for a moment, carefully choosing her words. Perhaps it is due to the excellent guidance from Instructor Liao. She seemed somewhat puzzled, asking, "Is reaching the 9th tier particularly impressive? Can't you achieve it?" The invisible arrogance was particularly striking. The surrounding students were at a loss for words. They could not reach the 9th tier, so what? They were merely novices. What did it matter? Had they consumed your rice? Humph. In light of her statement, the principal and others found it difficult to maintain their stance. The principal could only leave a few dry words. "Make sure you do not regret this." Liao Yun cast an appreciative glance at Li, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. The principal and the others had yet to depart. They awaited Wu Xianyue's appearance. They were unwilling to believe they would be rejected once more. Soon, they were met with a stark reality. 10 minutes later, Wu Xianyue emerged, pale and weary. He had not reached the 9th tier and ultimately chose to abandon his attempt. Upon his exit, he sensed the intense scrutiny of numerous gazes upon him. A wave of overwhelming shame surged within him, making him wish to retreat into obscurity indefinitely. How could there be so many people? Wu Xianyue had initially thought that his disheveled state would be witnessed by only a few, but fate had other plans. The training room was now teeming with onlookers. Some even perched atop their classmates' shoulders just to catch a glimpse of him. Was this not akin to public humiliation? It was not the students' fault for their curiosity. The sudden emergence of 2 individuals with SS-level mental strength at the school was undeniably intriguing. As the news spread, the crowd in the training room grew rapidly. The principal, oblivious to Wu Xianyue's discomfort, called out his name loudly. Wu Xianyue. Wu Xianyue kept his head bowed, resolutely refusing to raise it. Why did he choose this moment to emerge, of all times? His once illustrious reputation. Despite the inner turmoil, the principal's words rang out like an incantation. Repeating insistently, "Come here quickly. We have important matters to discuss." Liao Yun noticed the flush creeping to his ears, understanding his inexplicable sense of shame. She took her jacket and roughly placed it over Wu Xianyue's head, then helped him to his feet. The fabric obscured his vision, providing some relief. He followed the instructor's lead, gradually moving forward. The darkness heightened his sensitivity, and his attention fixated on the hand Liao Yun had placed upon his arm. His ears reddened further. "Instructor," he murmured. "Yes?" Liao Yun inquired, puzzled. As Wu Xianyue removed his coat and gazed at Liao Yun, he felt a sense of ease with her presence. Liao Yun retracted her hand and informed him that the principal wished to inquire whether he would accept the school's proposal to secretly nurture him with teachers of higher caliber. The principal, pouting in indignation, interjected, "Hey, those are my words." Liao Yun shrugged, "It's all the same." The principal sighed and turned to Wu Xianyue, seeking his opinion. "So, what do you think? You may express any demands you have, and we will do our utmost to accommodate them." They watched Wu Xianyue with anticipation. He opened his mouth, and his words were unexpectedly blunt. "I don't believe anyone possesses greater strength than Instructor Liao." This declaration sent them into fits of laughter. The principal, interpreting it as an excuse for refusal, persisted, "We will establish a special elite class for you, with the finest teaching conditions and the most exceptional instructors to guide you." Wu Xianyue interrupted him. "Do you think I care about that?" As the young master of the Wu family, he wanted for nothing. The principal quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, with Wu Xianyue's family background, he would lack for none of these offerings and likely held them in disdain. He was puzzled. Was not the military academy in Capital Star far superior to the Machin Military Academy? Why was he so insistent on coming here? Director Meng, unwilling to give up, finally asked, "Are you absolutely certain?" Wu Xianyue, growing impatient, caught a glimpse of Li standing beside him. He retorted, "Has she agreed?" Director Meng shook his head. "She has declined." Wu Xianyue, expressionless and unyielding, replied, "Then I refuse as well." "Director Meng, are you toying with me?" Liao Yun stifled a laugh and reassured them, "Fear not. Under my guidance, they will surely not disappoint the school and will bring glory to it." After this visit, none had agreed, leaving the principal seething with frustration. He shot Liao Yun a look of disbelief, muttering, "I might as well trust a pig to climb a tree." He then instructed Director Meng and the others to follow him out of the training room. Once the students had witnessed the spectacle, they dispersed. Liao Yun was quite pleased with the progress of the two and boasted, "Within a year, you shall reach the 20th level." It is worth noting that the Machin Military Academy's advanced training in mental strength only extends to 20 levels, a feat attainable only by those with a mental strength rating of 3S. Her voice held a captivating charm that was hard to resist. And Li nodded, "Good. I look forward to that day." Wu Xianyue turned his head slightly, responding with a nonchalant internally. He vowed to surpass Li and reach the 20th level first. He aimed to be the most formidable in the team. Approximately half an hour later, Yu Zhuchen and his companions emerged one after another. They had all stalled at the 6th level. Upon exiting, the three appeared lively and energetic, unlike the weariness of the previous two. Liao Yun narrowed her eyes. sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. She declared confidently, "You did not exert your full strength." Yu Zhuxing replied in surprise. "Do we need to use our full strength? Wasn't it just a matter of stopping short? Is this not merely a commonplace test of mental fortitude? With just a modicum of effort, one could navigate through it effortlessly." It is evident that the other two share this sentiment. Indeed, there are no insurmountable challenges in life, provided one is willing to concede. Yu Zhuxing shook his head, sensing the strain, and chose to withdraw. Furthermore, they understood that for individuals of typical mental capacity, reaching the 5th level is the pinnacle. Yet the three of them have ascended to the 6th level. Thus, they felt their accomplishments were sufficient and opted not to push themselves further. Liao Yun delivered a sharp reprimand to each of them, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "So, you three have chosen to slack off, have you? Very well, your training will be doubled." The trio cradled their heads, silenced by trepidation. This is not merely a test. It is a rigorous exercise. I hope each of you maintains a calm demeanor and approaches every trial with utmost seriousness. Chapter 37. A challenge once more in recent days. Liao Yun had rigorously trained them, to the point where they cried out to the heavens and the earth for mercy. The five had scarcely caught their breath after finishing their run when Liao Yun subjected them to her loving care. Their evasion techniques had become so adept that it was almost painful to watch. Before long, their faces were swollen like those of pigs. Liao Yun had a particular penchant for targeting the head when she struck, her punches landing squarely. Yu Zhuxing had previously expressed his dissatisfaction, hoping to preserve his handsome visage, but before he could finish his protest, he was silenced by the intimidating fist she raised. Liao Yun had offered an explanation for her methods. "Rather than asking me to go easy on you, it would be more beneficial to focus on training, to enhance your skills and escape this torment sooner." Striking the face serves as a reminder. If you fear losing your looks, you will strive harder to master the clear wave technique. Let's see who can maintain their beauty under my scrutiny first. In truth, Liao Yun's habit stemmed from years of combat against the insect race, whose hard exoskeletons made them difficult to strike. Thus, she developed the commendable practice of aiming for the head, resulting in the demise of several foes beneath her fist in mere seconds. Even after centuries, this habit remained unaltered. However, this method of training proved remarkably effective. The five had progressed at an astonishing pace, their resilience significantly strengthened. Hats, sunglasses, and masks had become their essential accessories. Liao Yun took satisfaction in her handiwork, calmly withdrawing her fists to address their shortcomings. Inali was quick to respond but lacked power, exclaiming, "I hardly exerted any force." Yet they flew out. She resolved to enhance her physical training, shrinking her neck and concealing her reddened fists behind her back. "The instructor is far too strong," she thought, still feeling the lingering effects of her exertion. In stark contrast, Wu Xianwei and Inali were notably sluggish in their reactions, almost eager for her to strike them. Liao Yun did not hold back, her words sharp and incisive. As for the other three, she felt no inclination to even mention them. Yu Zhuxing timidly remarked, "It's not that bad, is it?" Sensing Liao Yun's discontent, he quickly ceased his words, feigning compliance. "Are you three simply idling about? You show no response whatsoever. Do you intend for me to strike you until I am satisfied, then let you go?" He Yuan gingerly touched his swollen face, struggling to articulate, "I understand. I was wrong." He tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth, his speech escaping him. Alarmed, He Yuan caught a handful of what he spat out, only to discover it was a few of his own teeth. "Oh no," he wailed, his lament echoing with sorrow. Yu Zhuxing leaned closer, unable to contain his laughter. "Huh? You've lost a tooth." Liao Yun quickly distanced herself from the incident, declaring, "That was your own clumsiness. It has nothing to do with me." She had witnessed He Yuan stumble, failing to notice the stones at the roadside, resulting in his unfortunate fall. Liao's method of discipline was skillful and measured. Children left her training feeling uplifted, while their parents could rest assured. "All right, enough of this nonsense," Liao Yun remarked, glancing at the time. "We shall now proceed to the virtual room, log on to the Star Network, and resume our training on the simulated map. This time, do you possess confidence?" The only response came from Inali's robust voice. "Yes." Silence enveloped the atmosphere, a deathly stillness. Liao Yun, in exasperation, laughed sarcastically. "Is this truly the extent of your confidence? A lack of spirit before battle is a grave misstep." Yu Zhuxing lowered his voice. It is not that we lack faith in ourselves, but rather an overwhelming trust in you, our instructor. After all, is it possible for a mere mortal to create such a map? Starting with 2 waves of star beasts, typically, on a fortunate map, one might not encounter a single star beast from beginning to end, only scattered ones. This statement left Liao Yun at a loss for rebuttal. She cleared her throat and shifted the topic. You have 15 minutes to pinpoint your positions and devise a plan. And Ali perked up, inquiring Yu Zhuxing, do you still wish to assume command? Before he could utter a word, He Yuan was the first to oppose. I do not consent to him being in charge. Yu Zhuxing had not intended to vie for command, but the dissent ignited a rebellious spirit within him. I shall lead. What can you do about it? He Yuan scoffed. At worst, we can operate separately. He had no desire to follow Yu Zhuxing's orders. Commanding is trivial. If we must act independently, so be it. Yu Zhuxing refused to relent, turning his face away. And Ali stood between them. How about you both take a step back, and I shall lead? Both turned to her, speechless. And Ali pressed on. I am, after all, from the command department. Do you have a better alternative? Upon hearing this, both men reflected and found no grounds for dissent. Yu Zhuxing and Wu Xianwei understood their lack of aptitude for leadership, thus remained silent. Once Ali confirmed that there were no objections, she began to allocate roles. He Yuan was designated as the mech master, Wu Xianwei as the sniper, Yu Zhuxing as the scout, and Yu Zhuxing to protect me and the mech master. Her role was akin to that of Yu Zhuxing, while the rest diverged. Upon learning of his role as a sniper, Wu Xianwei's eyes sparkled. He adored shooting. Although combat personnel in a typical squad also wield firearms, it never felt quite the same. Yu Zhuxing was equally content. She had no desire to play the role of a scout. The terrain was too convoluted. Who could possibly remember it all? And Ali beckoned them. And the group huddled together, whispering secrets that Liao Yun could not hear. Glancing at the time, Liao Yun interjected, time us up. Only then did they disperse, with Yu Zhuxing exclaiming in admiration, wow, that's a brilliant strategy. The faces of the 5 bore mischievous smiles. An instinct told Liao Yun that their grins were directed at her. She remained oblivious to the schemes of these students. Never mind. She couldn't pry their secrets from them. Liao Yun led them to the virtual machine, arriving at a familiar map. Previously, she had designed numerous elements that she had yet to utilize. She hoped this time they could endure a bit longer. Just days ago, she had successfully passed her own design map and obtained publishing rights, allowing her to introduce it to the Star Network for others to challenge. Given the enthusiasm of these students, she decided to enhance their experience further. Those aspiring to form teams on the Star Network discovered that the map had been updated. Initially, they paid little attention, but suddenly, they beheld the map's designer, Hua Kaifu Gui. Could it be the same individual I have in mind? To think that Sister Hua had designed the map. Without hesitation, they exclaimed, let us go. Is there anyone willing to team up with me for a challenge? Room 2560 still needs one more participant. Hurry along. Goodness. You all are incredibly swift. You've already formed a team. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Liao Yun had garnered considerable admiration on the Star Network, yet she maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public since the battle against the Zerg. Now, with her newly designed map unveiled, the individuals on the Star Network were eager to showcase their skills. Chapter 38, The Great Escape. Liao Yun had configured a multiplayer mode, and upon entering, they were scattered across various locations. The objective had shifted from reaching the finish line within a stipulated time to escaping from Rainforest Island. A collective escape. A race against time. If you dare, come and try. This was her carefully crafted promotional slogan, which she deemed quite appealing. Some individuals were unfamiliar with the name Flower Blooming Prosperity, yet were captivated by this tagline. If you have the guts. Let's see if it's as extraordinary as claimed. I hope it's not just empty advertising, they scoffed. To escape within a day? Who do they think they are? I can win in less than half an hour. Far away, at the Federal Military University, Xie Yang was roused from his slumber by his holographic assistant. Brother Yang, let's team up on the Star Network. Xie Yang kept his eyes shut and dismissed the suggestion, saying, not interested. The person persisted. There's a new map on the Star Network that many are eager to try. He pulled the blanket over his face and replied coldly, I'm not interested. All right then, I'll find someone else to team up with. I wonder if Sister Hua's map is complex or straightforward. Xie Yang, now fully awake, retorted Sister Hua. Which Sister Hua? Could it possibly be the one he was thinking of? The individual appeared slightly puzzled but answered, of course, it's Flower Blooming Prosperity. Who else on the Star Network could it be? It truly was her. Xie Yang immediately changed his mind, declaring, I'm in. Give me a few minutes. I'll head to the virtual chamber right away. He recalled that Flower Blooming Prosperity was indeed the instructor Wu Xianhua. He hadn't expected her to be so formidable, able to defeat the faced worm all on her own. Moreover, it seemed she hadn't even utilized a mech at that time, had she? Li and the others remained oblivious to the impending events, engrossed in their own plans. Li rummaged through her belongings and retrieved the map. Upon examining it, she realized they were at the same location as their previous visit. The group was encircled by 3 tribes, and to escape, they would inevitably have to traverse through their territories. No wonder they had been pursued by 2 waves of star beasts last time. She pointed to a direction, instructing Yu Shuchen to scout the area, which was the location of the Zhuke tribe. Their prior plan had been to persuade the Zhuke tribe and the fierce Tiger tribe to attack the barbarian tribe, seeking revenge for past grievances, and then take advantage of the chaos to hastily flee deeper into the map. Just as Yu Shuchen was about to step out, a mechanical voice echoed around them. Destruction countdown for Rainforest Island initiated. Please escape within the designated time. Rainforest Island was surrounded by ocean. Escaping from the exterior was utterly impractical, and they could only seek a solution from within. A massive timer materialized in midair, set for 24 hours. And the sound of the countdown sent chills down their spines. Seeing that most participants had entered, Liao Yin locked the map and picked up a megaphone, her voice resonating throughout Rainforest Island. Hello everyone, I am Flower Blooming Prosperity. I am both honored and delighted to see so many of you on the map I designed. She was indeed thrilled. After all, this was a lucrative venture. She soon realized that high usage frequency and a large number of entrants would yield financial rewards. This time, she was truly reaping a windfall. Listening to the sounds of virtual currency pouring into her account, Liao Yin felt elated. Before long, she will possess her very own treatment chamber. It seems that in the future, there will be a necessity to design more maps for widespread utilization. This endeavor promises quick and effortless financial returns. Naturally, this is only true for her. It is rare for anyone to create maps specifically tailored for training matches. Even if one were to succeed in the design, if they cannot navigate it themselves, it would be in vain. Without a flawless reference answer, publication is impossible. If the design is too simplistic, players from the Star Network will disregard it, resulting in minimal usage. Those adept at creating challenging maps typically possess considerable skill, often being influential figures within military districts. Next, you are invited to immerse yourselves in the culture and customs of the local tribes within Rainforest Island, where numerous surprises await you. At this juncture, Liao Yin contemplated increasing the difficulty for her students. By the way, besides finding the exit, eliminating all 5 individuals will also allow one to escape from Rainforest Island. Li and her companions' virtual personas were prominently displayed in midair, capturing attention. Wishing you all an enjoyable experience. A colossal timer in the sky gradually faded into transparency, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Yu Shuchen exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? The instructor is being unreasonable." In the map, they could not alter their virtual appearances, meaning they would have to roam about with such conspicuous faces, making it almost inevitable for them to be discovered. Li sensed that the situation had escalated beyond the initial simplicity they had anticipated. The group found themselves, like lambs to the slaughter, ensnared in a predator's trap. Li shouted, "Quick, get into the mechs and conceal yourselves." Just as she finished speaking, Liao Yun's voice echoed again. "Oh, right, I forgot to display their mech designs." Following this, detailed specifications of the 5 mechs appeared in the sky. Except for Li's mech, which was rather conventional, the other 4 had been extensively modified, making them extraordinarily eye-catching. While their IDs could be concealed, it was unlikely that the mechs could be hidden. Liao Yin paid no heed to their complaints, comfortably reclining in her rocking chair, enjoying the spectacle. Li and her companions muttered, "You are still a dog. Forget it, forget it. Let us not use the mechs," Li declared. The mechs were far too conspicuous. They could be identified from a great distance. What should we do now? Yu Zhuxing inquired, sensing the approach of someone nearby. Hide. Once the five were concealed, Wu Xianyue crouched with a sniper rifle, waiting for the individual to approach. Under the current circumstances, the only viable strategy was to strike first and eliminate the threat. Li signaled to them, and they understood, readying themselves for combat. As the person drew near, they leaped out, not allowing any reaction, launching a coordinated assault. With punches and kicks, they rendered the individual the cries of distress. Wu Xianwei remained vigilant in the shadows, ensuring there were no accomplices nearby. Before long, the individual was securely bound. He was known by the nickname Qingyu, who had merely sought to join in the excitement, venturing solo without forming a team. Upon entering the map, finding it deserted, he intended to explore, believing that his goal of escaping Rainforest Island posed no risks, as he had no vested interest with others. Thus, he found himself on the receiving end of their aggression. At this moment, he found his mouth obstructed, adorned with two pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and he emitted a series of muffled sounds. He yearned to inquire why he was subjected to such treatment. What transgression had he committed? Was it not preferable to coexist amicably? With his swollen eyes wide open, he scrutinized them closely. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. How familiar they appeared. Were they not the very individuals who had recently materialized in midair? Aha, it all made sense. Qingyu had mistaken Li and her companions for NPCs, believing they were deliberately causing trouble to heighten the challenge. Otherwise, why would their elimination grant an escape? Silently, he commended his own cleverness. Li lifted her chin with an air of regality, embodying a queenly demeanor. Behave, and if you release the mech, we shall spare you. Otherwise. Her tone was laced with a subtle threat, a smile dancing on her lips as she left the remainder unspoken. Beside her, Yu Zhuxing stood momentarily stunned, before erupting in excitement after a few seconds. So cool. I want to do that too. Li's lips twitched. It seemed she had inadvertently led her astray. Chapter 39. The five pig heads. Qingyu called out for quite some time, yet no one responded to him. He wished to engage in conversation, hoping to negotiate some terms. Li seemed to read his thoughts and chuckled. Do you want me to retrieve the fabric you mentioned? He nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Not a chance. Li dashed his hopes. You have two choices. Either be eliminated or surrender your mecha. There are no alternatives. She had no time to entertain others' conditions. The reins of negotiation must remain firmly in her grasp. Qingyu grappled internally, torn with indecision. He did not wish to be eliminated upon his arrival, deprived of any experience. Yet, he was equally reluctant to concede easily. Surrendering the mecha would be a significant blow to his pride. Ultimately, the scales in his heart began to tip. His desire to remain outweighed his vanity, prompting him to summon the mecha. Yu Zhuchun, this mecha is yours, Li stated calmly. She had considered the situation thoroughly. Yu Zhuchun needed to scout ahead and should don the mecha for disguise. However, she also devised a plan for the others, though she remained uncertain of their willingness. Watching as Yu Zhuchun stored the mecha, she added, "This place is unsafe. We must retreat swiftly." Qingyu watched helplessly as the group departed, struggling against his bonds. Hey, untie me. He squirmed on the ground like a large insect, attempting to capture their attention. Li had little to say about his plight. She had merely promised to spare him, not to free him. After all, what if he revealed their whereabouts once untied? It was wiser to relocate swiftly and ensure their safety. Li led them to the shade of a great tree adorned with numerous wasp nests. Along the way, she shared her thoughts with the group, awaiting their input. Unless absolutely necessary, she preferred not to act this way. The individuals were too conspicuous. And though she was uncertain how many others roamed the map, the instructor implied there were quite a few. Thus, this was a measure of last resort. Wu Xianyu was the first to conclude his thoughts and agreed. After all, in the real world, he appeared much the same. There was nothing worse than this. And it was better to strive for success, as the instructor might hold him in higher regard. He Yuan and Yu Shuchen also reached their conclusions and voiced their agreement. Only Yu Zhuxing remained silent, biting her lip, caught in turmoil. It was not fear of pain that troubled her, but her vanity. The face crafted on the starnet far surpassed her real appearance, She was a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. She could not bear the thought of looking unattractive, having been beaten into a pig's head during training in the real world. She did not wish for a similar fate in the virtual realm. Yet, she knew this was unavoidable. Everything was for the sake of victory. Yu Zhuxing closed her eyes, as if facing her demise. Bring it on. After all, once they traversed the map, everything would return to normal. She would not be deterred. Receiving their consent, Anili confirmed, "Shall I begin?" The others nodded. She picked up a long branch and began prodding the wasp nest. A swarm of wasps surged toward them, fierce and menacing. As anticipated, the wasps exhibited formidable combat prowess. Within a short span, 5 individuals were left with faces swollen and bruised. Hissing, Yu Zhuqing dared not touch his own face, shouting while fleeing, "Great wasps, cease your stings. Enough is enough." They had no notion of how long they had been fleeing before finally evading the wasps. Anili scrutinized the map to ascertain their current position. Serendipitously, they found themselves in close proximity to the Zhuke tribe. Yu Zhuqing piloted the mech ahead to scout the situation, while the others rested in place. He soon returned, having successfully gathered intelligence on the locations of star beasts in the Zhuke tribe's stronghold. Yu Zhuqing led them cautiously, skillfully avoiding the star beasts. Midway, they encountered several members of the Zhuke tribe, whom they subdued and donned their attire. After all, the people of the Zhuke tribe were mere virtual entities and likely wouldn't mind the absence of clothing, would they? Ultimately, they successfully reached the Zhuke tribe's stronghold. Much like the Wildman tribe, the Zhuke tribe resided within caves. It remained uncertain whether a so-called leader existed here. The group followed the main assembly inside. Upon entry, they were met with a throng of individuals, not Zhuke tribe members, but players from the Star Network. They were bound and piled in a comical heap, contorted in various poses. A large pot simmered in the foreground, its purpose unclear. The elder leader of the Zhuke tribe, with keen eyes, quickly noticed the 5 individuals with their grotesquely swollen faces. He inquired in a deep voice, "What has transpired?" Before Anili could respond, Yu Zhuqing interjected. He babbled incoherently, gesturing animatedly and feigning tears, leaving everyone bewildered. The Zhuke tribe leader remained silent. Anili and the others felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. There was no need for such theatrics. Was he performing a monkey show? Noticing the silence around him, Yu Zhuqing froze. Could it be that his gestures were misinterpreted? He recalled that the Wildman tribe communicated in this very manner. Perhaps the Zhuke tribe leader simply did not comprehend? He resolved to repeat his performance. Anili, seizing the moment before Yu Zhuqing could further embarrass himself, spoke up to the leader. It was the Wildman tribe that orchestrated this. Yu Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock as he began to express his disbelief through exaggerated expressions. "You spoke. Have you forgotten they do not understand human language?" Anili paid him no heed and continued. "We were on a routine patrol when, unexpectedly, that group of Wildman tribe ambushed us, unleashing wasps upon us. Leader, you must take action on our behalf." One could not help but chuckle at Yu Zhuqing's folly, while incapacitating the 5 Zhuke tribe members. They had been cursing in foul language. The leader, upon hearing this, was incensed, pounding the wooden table. "This is outrageous." Anili added fuel to the fire. "Look, he has been rendered senseless." The leader, casting a sympathetic glance at Yu Zhuqing, promised, "Rest assured, I shall advocate for you." He pointed at the pot before them. "You have suffered injustice. How about I allow you to select food first?" Anili's neck stiffened. "Wait, food? It wouldn't be those players, would it?" The following words confirmed her suspicions. "Do you think that chubby one is acceptable? It appears to be particularly tender and succulent." The player who was singled out felt a mix of despair and horror, their skin prickling in unease. Who could have anticipated that upon entering the map, there would be a risk of being devoured? Had they known, they would have refrained from becoming so plump. Anili found herself at a loss for words. Momentarily rendered speechless, the chieftain, lost in his own thoughts, declared, "Let the 5 of you indulge in this delicacy first." He gestured for them to select their portions, and, once the food was placed into the pot, consumed it before the eyes of all present. This act was akin to casting them into a pit of fire, leaving them with no option to advance or retreat. Just as the group wore expressions of distress and found themselves at a loss for solutions, A member of the Zhuke tribe entered and whispered something into the chieftain's ear. The chieftain's countenance darkened as he hurriedly departed. Before leaving, he kindly remarked, "If it does not suit your tastes, I shall return with some wild fruits for you." How reminiscent of a doting elder's tone towards their children. If only the food were not human, they lamented inwardly. Chapter 40. Deception after the chieftain departed. The other members of the Zhuke clan urged one another to hasten their selection, for they were eager for their meal, their mouths watering in anticipation. "Hold on," I said. "I have gathered a plethora of mushrooms outside, which will enhance the flavor of the broth." Anili retrieved the hallucinogenic mushrooms from her embrace and added them to the pot. As their name suggests, consuming these mushrooms induces hallucinations, clouding one's consciousness and leading to unconsciousness. Due to their striking resemblance to ordinary mushrooms, they are easily mistaken for them. When cooked, hallucinogenic mushrooms emit a captivating aroma, enticing individuals to partake. She had collected a considerable amount during her journey, not anticipating their necessity. As she stirred the pot, she remarked, "Let us first brew a mushroom soup to savor. After we indulge, we shall add the meat." The fare of the Zhuke clan was straightforward, devoid of embellishments or seasonings. Their utmost reverence for food lay in its proper cooking. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the stomachs of the Zhuke clan members rumbled, clamoring to partake. "Take your time. There is plenty more," she reassured them. Wu Xianyue and her companions ladled the soup, distributing it among the Zhuke clan members. "Thank you," they exclaimed, their smiles unpretentious and devoid of suspicion. "No need for thanks. We are all kin," Anali thought as she mentally counted down from 5. True to her expectations, just as she reached 1, the entire group succumbed, lost in their own fantasies, eyes unable to open. A satisfied smile graced their faces. The Zhuke clan, akin to the Wildman tribe, could command the star beasts outside. This method would silently eliminate those within the cave. Most of the Zhuke clan were still outside hunting and patrolling, leaving a scant number behind in the stronghold. Furthermore, a significant number had been taken by the chieftain upon his departure, providing them with the perfect opportunity to act. The captured players were astonished. This NPC faction was embroiled in internal strife. Anili approached the gathered individuals and began her intimidation. "If you wish to avoid being fed to the star beasts, surrender your mechs." Upon hearing this, they realized that these 5 individuals were also players. Mechs could not manifest without their summoner, prompting Anili to adopt a threatening demeanor towards each of them. "Hey, we are all players. Must you be so ruthless?" one individual voiced, perplexed. Without their mechs, they were stripped of their combat prowess. How would they navigate the terrain or contend with the star beasts? "Oh, so being fed to the star beasts is not considered ruthless?" She began to terrify them. "After all, we are clad in the attire of the Zhuke clan, and the star beasts stationed at the cave entrance will heed our commands. Though you may not perish, you will certainly feel pain." Both the Zhuke clan and the Wildman tribe possessed unique methods to command beasts. Had she been able to manipulate the star beasts solely with the garb of the Zhuke tribe, she would have long since orchestrated their slaughter. However, when it came to deceiving others, one must remain composed and project an air of formidable authority. You would not wish to return defeated, devoid of any experience, would you? Moreover, being torn apart by star beasts is excruciating. Imagine the psychological scars you would carry afterward. Yu Zhuxin cooperatively rubbed his arms, feeling the intensity of the experience. Pain had already begun to set in. Wu Xianwei menacingly recounted a tale. Over a century ago, a military unit encountered a swarm of star beasts, and only one soldier returned. According to his account, they were toyed with, bitten, devoured, and regurgitated by the star beasts. It took him an immense effort to escape. But not long after, he descended into madness. The group was successfully intimidated into silence, trembling with fear. They realized that for the sake of a simulated map competition, it was hardly worth the risk. Besides, finding an exit relied on luck. Lacking mechas was inconsequential, as they had a multitude of companions without mechas alongside them. With this thought, they found equilibrium and conceded to the malevolent forces. Yu Shuqing tugged at Wu Xianyue's sleeve and whispered, "Is there any truth to this?" Wu Xianyue, without a change in expression and without turning back, replied, "It's fabricated." Unexpectedly, the story had quite an effect. The cave could not accommodate such a number of mechas. They could not be gathered all at once. Inali and her companions had no choice but to transfer the mechas individually into the Mecha Nexus. Once completed, they no longer attended to the others and departed. Hey, fraudsters. Damn, I trusted you so much. Yet you scoundrels swindled our mechas and left without a care. They lamented. Woe is me, the Star Network is full of traps. I shall never trust anyone again. Damn it. What are their virtual IDs? Once we get out, I shall give them a thorough beating. They had concealed their IDs, which explained their pig-faced avatars. It was no wonder their virtual appearances were unrecognizable. Little did they know. Their intentions had led to such misunderstandings, nor were they aware that they would flaunt their pig-headed appearances while deceiving others. But in Inali's mind, this was hardly deceitful. Did she ever promise to let them go after handing over the mechas? Certainly not. She merely stated that if they did not surrender the mechas, they would be cast into the jaws of the star beasts. After they complied, she hadn't thrown them in, had she? This group mirrored the folly of that green jade offender. Did they not heed the terms laid out? Were they to know her true thoughts? They would surely be enraged to the point of hemorrhaging. Currently, Inali and her companions were in high spirits, even humming a cheerful tune. Having acquired such an abundance of mechas, inciting discord among the three tribes would be a trivial matter. Their next target was the chieftain of the Juke tribe. The rainforest island boasted a rich array of species, many of which were non-existent in the real world. For instance, there was the drifting grass. When crushed, it possessed a deadly allure for the star beasts, driving them into a frenzy. She described the characteristics of the drifting grass to Yu Shicheng, urging him to locate several more. Subsequently, she instructed Wu Xianwei to conceal himself within the thicket and remain vigilant of their surroundings, serving as their lookout. Once assured of their safety, Inali released the collected mechas and quietly whispered something to Hiyuan. Hiyuan instinctively raised his voice. Is that even possible? Inali patted him on the shoulder. How would you know unless you try? With your skills, you can create it in no time. I have complete faith in you. Soon, you shall be the next master Yunchuan. In order for the horse to gallop, it must be well fed with grass. After receiving an abundance of flattery, Hiyuan felt elated, momentarily losing his sense of direction. All right, I shall give it a try, he replied, observing his agreement and subsequent industriousness. Inali felt a sense of satisfaction. Her gaze shifted to Yu Zhuxing, deep in contemplation. Under her intense scrutiny, Yu Zhuxing felt uneasy and inquired, What is it? Inali feigned innocence. Oh, nothing in particular. I simply believe that the leader of the Juke clan must be well guarded, making it rather challenging to approach. And so? Yu Zhuxing retorted with caution. We require a decoy. The decoy must possess the strength to protect themselves, as well as quick wit and swift reflexes. I believe you are the most suitable candidate within our group. Yu Zhuxing took a step back, asserting, I am not like Yuan. I won't fall for your scheme. Inali appeared somewhat disheartened, lowering her head. Are you truly willing to see me go, only to be captured and unable to escape? Thrown into the midst of the star beasts? I am but a fragile commander. Chapter 41. Hu Sanlang Yu Zhuxing was baffled by her own agreement. And now that the words had escaped her lips, retracting them was an impossible feat by the time she found herself being pursued by a throng. It would be too late for regrets. She clutched the leader of the Juke clan, maneuvering the mecha to evade capture. Damn it. Inali had indeed harbored nefarious intentions. The Juke clan leader, shaken violently, was on the verge of losing consciousness, his stomach churning uncontrollably. Behind them, a horde of star beasts chased relentlessly, accompanied by over 10 S-class mechas, making escape utterly implausible. Returning to half an hour prior, Hiyuan had finally completed the modifications on the mechas, equipping each with a link that allowed remote control of their movements. Yet, this came with a significant drawback. The mechas lacked combat capability. Nonetheless, Hiyuan's achievements within such a short span were commendable. At this juncture, Yu Shucheng had returned with the wandering grass. Inali was quite pleased with this development and began discussing plans with them. It was easy to surmise that the Juke clan leader's anxiety and the mobilization of most of their combat forces indicated a conflict with either the Wildman clan or the Tiger clan. Negotiations were likely underway, with the threat of violence imminent. Their strategy involved using remote sensors to control the mechas, providing cover for Yu Zhuxing. Once the situation descended into chaos, They would seize the opportunity to abduct the Zhuke clan leader, diverting blame onto the Wildman clan as the orchestrators of this tumult. Yu Zhuxing would lead the charge, while Wu Xianwei would assist from the shadows, with the others weaving through the tribe, sprinkling the juice of the wandering grass onto the star beasts. This would sow disarray among their ranks, forcing them to contend not only with the attacks from the opposing tribe but also with the ensuing chaos among their own star beasts. Inevitably, this would culminate in a grand uproar. As for the rationale behind capturing the Zhuke clan leader, Enili had her reasoning. Their presence here undoubtedly came with task directives that would lead them to clues for finding an exit. However, the prolonged silence suggested that only these three tribes had NPCs present, leading Enili to speculate that the vital clues lay with the tribe leaders. Abducting him was not inherently detrimental. What harm was there in trying? Ideally, capturing the leaders of all three tribes would be a remarkable achievement. However, Enili's self-centeredness rendered her overly dismissive of others. Since entering the map, the players she encountered seemed lacking in strength, easily manipulated by her. But could it be presumed that all players in the Star Network were similarly inept? Hundreds were engaged in the quest lines of the three tribes. Could she truly guarantee that they would all obediently remain in place to assist her plan? Liao Yin scrutinized the screen, pondering this. She was still rather naive, too quick to become conceited with minor successes. Her gaze shifted to another segment of the screen. Soon, they would be meeting. She was eager to see how the situation would unfold when these individuals converged. Li and her companions were fortunate. All three tribes were present ahead of them. This development spared them considerable trouble, eliminating the need to search for individuals separately. Nearby the Wildman clan stood a group of over 10 players, engaged in hushed conversation. Li paid them little heed, assuming they were merely captives of the Wildman clan. Of little consequence, they proceeded according to their plan, with He Yuan skillfully controlling the mechs. A multitude of mechs emerged, their surfaces coated in the juice of the wandering grass, charging forward to create an imposing spectacle. Yu Zhuxing advanced boldly in his mech, utilizing the others as cover, swiftly abducting the leader of the Zhuke tribe. Yu Zhucheng and He Yuan blended into the ranks of the Wildman tribe and the Fierce Tiger tribe, scattering fragments of wandering grass around them. What was that group that just passed? I know not. Their speed was so swift that I merely felt a gust of wind brushing past my ear. Could it be mechs piloted by outsiders? Then why did they not attack us? I am uncertain. They moved too quickly for the star beasts to react. Li rushed over in a flurry, feigning breathlessness as she spoke. The Wildman tribe ambushed us from behind, rendering the tribespeople in the cave unconscious, allowing those outsiders to escape. I, too, narrowly evaded disaster by hiding. Her disheveled appearance made her words all the more believable. The Zhuke tribe glared furiously at the Wildman tribe, declaring, "You wish for a truce, yet resort to ambush. I believe this is deliberate." The leader of the Wildman tribe was no longer the figure of Liao Yun, but rather a robust man in his 30s. He appeared somewhat flustered. "Do not speak recklessly." The others from the Wildman tribe chimed in, protesting their innocence and refusing to accept baseless accusations. It seemed their silence previously was a deliberate ploy by the instructor to provoke them. A nearby player remained remarkably composed, addressing the Zhuke tribe. "Your leader has been abducted. Are you certain you do not wish to pursue?" It was only then that they realized their leader was missing. Meanwhile, the surrounding star beasts, affected by the wandering grass, began to go berserk, attacking indiscriminately. The Wildman tribe leader turned to ask, "What shall we do now?" His tone subtly implied his position of authority. The group of players summoned their mechs, the leader's demeanor calm. "What else can we do but suppress them by force? We will handle this here. You should go find more star beasts to pursue them. Any obstacle to the peace of the three tribes must be eradicated." This individual was none other than the renowned Husan Lang, a prominent figure on the Star Network, consistently ranking within the top 10. His prowess far surpassed that of the lesser players. Upon the advent of the new map, driven by curiosity for its flourishing beauty, he had led his guild to participate in the competition. Upon arrival, he encountered the Wildman tribe, and after subduing them, Husan Lang discerned the power dynamics among the three tribes. Given the map's design, there must be a rationale behind it. The three tribes had been at war for ages. Was it not his task to facilitate peaceful coexistence among them? Only in this manner could he unlock clues and ascertain the specific location of the exit. Thus, He had urged the leader of the Wild Man tribe to gather the leaders of the other tribes for a serious discussion on a truce. However, his intentions were thwarted. Hu Sanlang's mood soured considerably, and he showed no mercy in his actions. Their commotion was considerable, causing many trees to topple and crash down upon the star beasts. The star beast emitted a mournful wail, its fur stained crimson with blood. It turns out it was afflicted by the use of the wandering grass. Hu Sanlang maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no signs of anger or joy. Those who knew him well understood that he was indeed enraged at this moment. They possessed ample experience, aware that as long as the wandering grass was cleansed, the star beast would recover. Most had already pursued ahead, leaving behind individuals from various races who, under the pressure of forceful suppression, complied with Hu Sanlang's directives. Soon enough, the star beasts returned to their normal state. Hu Sanlang directed his companions, instructing them to also proceed and ensure the recovery of the Zhuge clan's leader. I am quite curious to see who is orchestrating this provocation. Inali observed the uniform assembly of S-class mechas before her, shivering slightly, silently lighting a candle for Yuzuxing in her heart. These individuals were overwhelmingly powerful. With their assistance, it would not take long for Yuzuxing to be captured. Unexpectedly, Hu Sanlang maneuvered his mecha to a halt before her. I am rather intrigued. What stroke of luck do you possess? Hu Sanlang's eyes narrowed, his voice frigid. Chapter 42. Are you male or female? Inali instinctively took a step back, her fingers curling. She endeavored to maintain a calm tone. It might be due to a recent chill. My stomach aches, and I keep running to the restroom. After I finished, I saw the people from the Wild Man tribe unconscious our companions, and I could only hide outside, helplessly watching them release those outsiders. After she spoke, Hu Sanlang remained silent for a prolonged moment, just as she believed she had evaded suspicion and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. She heard the person before her speak. Your Zhuge tribe certainly possesses refinement, even a restroom. It was unclear whether this remark was a compliment or a taunt. Hu Sanlang's expression revealed no discernible emotion. Upon hearing those words, Inali's heart raced furiously. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and she felt an oppressive atmosphere enveloping her, inducing an inexplicable sense of dread. How could she have made such a rudimentary mistake? The three tribes lived in primitive ways. How could there possibly be a restroom? Her deception was instantly unraveled, and a chill crept into her heart. This individual was perilous. Fortunately, Hu Sanlang did not press her further but shifted the topic. Didn't you say you were the only one who escaped? Then what about those two? He gestured towards Yushuchen and He Yuan, not far away. It was not that his insight was extraordinary, but rather that the trio's connection was glaringly apparent. I have no idea what happened, Inali replied after a moment of contemplation, her voice faltering. Soon, we will return to the Zhuge tribe's stronghold and assess the situation. It will be easy to discern whether you spoke the truth. He commanded, capture these three fools and ensure they do not escape. Yu Zhuxing found herself trapped between two assailants, with no avenue for retreat. She drew the weapons equipped within her mech, preparing to resist fiercely. The potential for an escape relied solely on the Zhuge tribe's leader she held captive. Do not let them take him. A voice rang out. Yu Zhuxing was taken aback to discover Wu Xianwei had been nearby all along. His voice resonated through the team channel, inaudible to the others. Wu Xianwei remained composed, beginning to direct. I am 210 meters to your rear right. I will attack shortly to draw their attention. You must seize the opportune moment. Understood. Yu Zhuxing replied, taking a deep breath and nodding. Through the past few days of training, they had developed a certain rapport, allowing them to anticipate each other's forthcoming actions. Do not come any closer. If you do, I will kill him. Yu Zhuxing's mech grasped the Zhuge tribe leader tightly, her weapon pressed against his forehead. In the presence of the mech, the leader appeared exceptionally diminutive. He was rendered speechless, blood rushing to his head, his teeth chattering. A player piloting an S-class mech, unwilling to be intimidated, stepped forward. Yu Zhuxing tightened her grip, as if on the verge of crushing him entirely. Please, we beg you, save our leader. The Zhuge tribe members, paralyzed by fear, pleaded from atop their star beasts. Please, wise adults, consider this carefully. We have but one chieftain. They feared that these few outsiders might act recklessly despite warnings, potentially leading to the chieftain's untimely demise. The others piloting S-class mechs also interjected, do not act impulsively. Have you forgotten Saburo's words? For the harmony of the three races, the chieftain must remain unharmed. One individual, though reluctant, ultimately conceded. What do you intend to do? He queried. Yu Zhuxing had not anticipated the paramount importance of the Suzaka tribe's chieftain. They would rather retreat and negotiate than allow her to endanger him. She had thought that these players would be indifferent to the chieftain's fate. Her earlier intention to intimidate had unexpectedly yielded remarkable results. Thus, she would not hold back any longer. Yu Zhuxing ascended into the sky in her mech. Withdraw now. Do not go too far. He retorted angrily, preparing to charge. Others quickly restrained him, urging patience. The group retreated a safe distance, gazing upward. Oh, going too far? She chuckled. I have even more extreme measures at my disposal. Yu Zhuxing spun in midair, her speed dizzying. Wu Xianyu seized a sniper rifle, firing several rounds toward them. Who is that? The crowd erupted into chaos, scanning their surroundings. The unknown adversary is the most terrifying of all. Now was the moment. Yu Zhuxing swung her mech's arm, hurling a person toward Wu Xianyu's position. Wu Xianyu, ever vigilant, reacted swiftly, piloting his mech to intercept the Suzaka chieftain. With a quick maneuver, he sped away. The chieftain felt the sky darken, stars flashing before his eyes. His aged body was not accustomed to such turmoil. Yu Zhuxing's actions transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers stunned. One individual, unable to contain his frustration, muttered a curse. Damn it! Where have you thrown our chieftain? You villain! Return our chieftain! The Suzaka tribe members, having failed to see where their leader had been cast, wept bitterly, tears and snot flowing freely. Oh, our chieftain! Meanwhile, members of other tribes expressed relief. Thank goodness it is not our chieftain. The agitated man, overwhelmed by the noise, felt his brow furrow in irritation. Quickly, search for him. We must see him alive or dead. Yes. The group split. One faction searching for the Suzaka chieftain, while the other pursued the fleeing Yu Zhuxing. This time, those piloting S-class mechs cast aside their reservations, cranking their speed to the maximum and unleashing all their firepower. Yu Zhuxing, disregarding her image, shielded her mech's rear, her feet igniting sparks as she fled. Hey, why are you attacking me? The chieftain is not with me. Upon hearing this, the attackers intensified their onslaught. It is you we are targeting. Because of you. Saburo's plan for peace has been disrupted. Because of you, the Suzaka chieftain has met his end. He had never encountered such a heartless individual. Even a virtual character should not be so ruthlessly inhumane. Moreover, he had never encountered a mech that moved with such an absurdity, provoking an irresistible urge to strike it. Ultimately, Yu Zhuxing was sent flying by an energy cannon, landing heavily upon the ground. Her complexion was pale, and she coughed up blood profusely. She raised her mech's arm in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "Cough, cough, I was mistaken." The individual piloting the mech approached her, crouching down before her. The first question he posed caused Yu Zhuxing to spurt blood once more. He inquired, "Are you male or female?" This could not be blamed on him. As through the mech's cockpit window, he could only discern a swollen visage, unable to distinguish gender. With a captivating allure, she tossed her dark hair and raised her gaze slightly, replying, "What do you think?" Her voice was akin to rich, intoxicating wine, tugging at the heartstrings. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her flowing locks had merged with the mech's cockpit, rendering her true appearance indistinguishable. In the eyes of that man, she appeared merely as a grotesque figure, clumsily touching her head with a greasy grin plastered across her face. Chapter 43. A gathering. The voice that resonated was unmistakably feminine. The individual spoke while nodding earnestly. Yu Zhuxing, feeling exasperated, let her temper flare. Am I not strikingly beautiful enough for you to discern my gender? Are you blind? Of course, the latter part of her retort remained unspoken, as she recalled her current appearance, realizing it was quite reasonable for others to be unable to identify her. Wait, was she not pleading for mercy? Hoping that, in the spirit of camaraderie as fellow players, she would not be eliminated? Indeed, quite lovely, the individual replied nonchalantly, devoid of any anger. Yu Zhuxing, her mind clouded with confusion, pondered, are you complimenting me or mocking me? Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. Through the mech's cockpit, she cautiously surveyed the expression of the other person, mentally showering them with flattery. You are so handsome and charming. Surely, you will spare me. Want tea? No, he replied coldly. Yu Zhuxing scrutinized his virtual likeness once more, feeling a pang of regret. No wonder he had refused. She had failed to flatter him correctly. His virtual avatar was the system's default. How could it possibly be associated with handsomeness? She stole another glance at his nickname and Star Network ID, sword pointing to the Jianghu. It was as juvenile as her brother's. Without wasting any more time, sword pointing to the Jianghu delivered a swift punch to her virtual pod, creating a breach and dragging her away. As she was ensnared by the mech, two thoughts flooded her mind. First, the wheel of fortune indeed turns. How she treated others would eventually be returned to her. Second, thankfully, the mech was not hers, so she felt no sorrow. Xie Yang and his companions arrived at the stronghold of the Zhuke tribe, where they beheld a group of individuals sprawled on the ground. A cluster of players, bound and wide-eyed, looked to them for help. What happened? He inquired. Amidst them, a chubby boy lamented, 5 swindlers tricked us with our mechs. His words were met with nods of agreement from the others. Yes, deceivers. I thought handing over our mechs would grant us freedom, only to find ourselves duped. Nearby, Qingyu, overhearing this, suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I know who it is. It's those 5 who tied me up. They must be the culprits. Qingyu's arrival here was partly due to luck. During his captivity, he had encountered no star beasts, and after finally freeing himself from his bonds, he fortuitously stumbled upon Xie Yang and his group. They intended to trigger quest clues at the strongholds of various tribes, and with no mech and being alone, he shamelessly decided to accompany them. Xie Yang and the others did not dismiss him. In fact, they even protected him when faced with star beasts, for which Qingyu felt immense gratitude. Recalling his previous exploitation, he was utterly devoted to them. Xie Yang had heard him recount his misfortunes along the way and found himself intrigued by those 5 individuals. What could they possibly want with so many mechs? The group shook their heads in unison. We have no idea. But they certainly harbor no good intentions. Indeed, it is not solely we who have fallen victim to deception. Those of the Zhuke clan have also been ensnared. Disguised in the garb of their kin, they infiltrated the Zhuke community and rendered its members unconscious. Xie Yang nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Understood. I shall release you now. In the absence of conflicting interests, lending a hand to save one is a worthy endeavor. He and his team had been slaying star beasts to accumulate points, and, upon consulting the map, learned of 3 distinct races in the vicinity, prompting their curiosity to investigate. Remaining idle in this location was not a viable option. Just as they untied the group of players, who Sanlang returned with Enili and others, the narrow path led to a tense encounter, with both parties remaining exceedingly vigilant. Xie Yang cautiously initiated conversation. We are all participants in the same contest. Let us coexist amicably. This is not a competition for elimination points, so there is no need for hostility. Sanlang grunted affirmatively, stepping forward to reveal the 3 individuals bound behind him. Xie Yang could not suppress a gasp, exclaiming, Indeed, it is the pig head. Earlier, he had heard the term and had been curious about its appearance. Now, upon sight, it was unmistakably recognizable. Little did he know that his childhood friend was equally in a disheveled state. Sanlang casually took a seat in a position of authority. While the Zhuke members bowed their heads in silence, it was evident that deception had unfolded. With his head propped on his hand, Sanlang surveyed the crowd with an air of indifference. His arrogance was matched only by his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Enili's mind raced, contemplating a strategy. She understood that honesty was paramount. Any hint of deceit could lead to their immediate elimination at the hands of the man seated above. Thus, she meticulously recounted the events with clarity, altering her narrative to obscure their true motives and concealing their identities as the silhouettes suspended in midair. Her words conveyed a sense of, though I have engaged in many unscrupulous acts, I am driven by necessity. If you rebuke me, you would be heartless in your treatment of the innocent. As they found themselves united in this circumstance, she proposed that they collaborate in seeking clues for their escape, emphasizing the strength in numbers. With her face uplifted, she began her performance. Before Sanlang could utter a word, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression resolute, embodying the image of a resilient yet delicate flower, stirring empathy in those who beheld her. If our previous actions have offended you, I offer my sincerest apologies. However, If you choose to misplace your anger upon them and refuse to cooperate, I would rather find a block of tofu to end my misery. Though her words were veiled in subtlety, they resonated deeply with the straightforward Xie Yang. He hastily gestured, "That is unnecessary. Hussein Lang would not be so unjust." "Is that truly the case?" Inali feigned vulnerability. Sensing her doubt, Xie Yang sought affirmation from the man in command. "Would you not agree, San Lang?" Hussein Lang replied, "There is no need for such concern towards me." His intention was to offer solace to Inali, yet inadvertently he found himself in a moral quandary, caught between responding and remaining silent. Meanwhile, Yu Shuchen and He Yuan, discreetly observing from the sidelines, silently commended her performance, thinking, "This is a valuable lesson." Before Hussein Lang could utter a word, Jianxi Jianghu had returned. He inquired, "Have the people been captured?" "Indeed," Jianxi Jianghu replied, then continued, "However, the whereabouts of the Zhuke clan leader remain unknown." "What is the matter? If you could capture the others, how is it that the Zhuke clan leader still eludes us?" Suddenly, Hussein Lang perceived something amiss. He raised his voice, "What is it that you carry upon your back?" Upon entering, Jianxi Jianghu had been bearing an individual upon his back. Yu Zhuxing had buried her head in the crook of his neck, her long hair cascading down. "It is a person," Jianxi Jianghu clarified. Hussein Lang, noticing Yu Zhuxing's distinctive pig-like visage, scoffed, "You were tasked with bringing back the Zhuke clan leader, yet you failed. Instead, you have personally carried back the very person you were supposed to apprehend." Chapter 44. The eerie Yu Zhuxing resembled a startled fawn, gripping tightly the attire of Jianxi Jianghu. "Do not blame him. It is entirely my fault. I was gravely injured and unable to move. Which is why he carried me," she lamented. Yu Shuchen wished he could pluck out his own eyes, for he had never witnessed his sister in such a state. They were both pretending, and now they had begun their charade. Yet, the reality slightly diverged from Yu Zhuxing's account. It was she who, with a bold face, wept and wailed, claiming she could not walk due to her pain, prompting the kind-hearted individual to carry her. However, these details were inconsequential. Hussein Lang remarked, "I am truly frightened by you all. Now that we have arrived, it is time to set her down, is it not?" With an unnatural cough, Jianxi Jianghu callously dropped her onto the ground. Yu Zhuxing winced from the impact and huffed, choosing to remain seated on the ground. "Jianxi Jianghu?" Xie Yang exclaimed, taken aback. "You two have come to explore the map?" Indeed, he was acquainted with Jianxi Jianghu in real life. Both were students at the prestigious military academies of the capital Star, frequently encountering one another during various competitions, and their rapport was quite amicable. Jianxi Jianghu, known as Xiang Qi, was a student at the Federation's top military academy, endowed with exceptional talent, his mental acuity rated at SS level, and his physical prowess equally impressive. He was a promising contender, currently in his second year, with high expectations for victory in the forthcoming Military Academy League. "Ah, you're here too?" Xiang Qi inquired. Xie Yang scratched his head, chuckling, and was about to respond when Yu Zhuxing interrupted. "Needless to say, do you think the individuals standing here are apparitions?" Once her words were out, she exaggeratedly covered her mouth. "My apologies. I spoke too hastily." Her tone bore no semblance of remorse. It was a retaliation for Jianxi Jianghu's earlier act of discarding her unceremoniously. Noticing Xiang Qi's displeasure, Xie Yang quickly interjected, "Indeed. I wish to see the map designed by Sister Hua." "So did I," Xiang Qi replied. Huakai Fugue was his idol. On that day, he had been on the Star Network, albeit from a distance, and had intended to pilot a mecha to assist when the man-faced worm had already been subdued by Huakai Fugue. He witnessed her delivering the final blow, igniting a fervor within him and deep admiration. From that moment, she became his idol. However, Huakai Fugue seldom made appearances, and her news was scarce on the Star Network. Yet, when the map she designed was revealed, the guild leader Hussein Lang had extended an invitation for everyone to form a team, and he eagerly accepted, considering it a step closer to his idol. Hussein Lang interrupted their reminiscing. "Now that the leader of the Zhuke clan is missing and the three races are at an impasse, how shall we find a clue?" The crowd clamored, "It is all due to those 5 fools. Otherwise, victory would have been ours." A voice emerged from the crowd, that of the previously bound chubby boy, relishing the chaos from his hidden spot. "Do not be hasty. Let us change our perspective." Your assumptions may not necessarily be correct, Anili urged, attempting to sway the minds of the assembly. Do you truly believe that Huakai Fugue would design something so simplistic? Merely uniting the three races in peace would lead to the sudden emergence of clues in the sky? Surely, you underestimate her. The beauty of blossoming flowers is beyond the comprehension of others. How could her own students remain oblivious to her essence? Instructor Liao delights in teasing, relishing the sight of her students caught in despair, wailing in distress. Perhaps, at this very moment, she is seated before the screen, laughing heartily, dismissing them as insignificant. Anili is indeed the one who understands Liao best. At this moment, Liao finds joy in observing the players on the screen, all at a loss. Do they truly believe that finding an exit is such a simple task? Players assigned to the quest lines of the three races will soon discover that they are ensnared in a mirrored world. Their greatest adversary is none other than themselves. Wu Xianyu successfully evaded her pursuers, seeking refuge beneath a grand tree to catch her breath. The leader of the Zhuke clan had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon dismounting from his mech, he roughly shook the leader awake. Hey, I have a question for you. The Zhuke clan leader opened his eyes. The first action he took was to expel the undigested remnants of his last meal. Wu Xianyu recoiled in disgust, her brows furrowed as she held her breath, observing the leader's state. Once the leader had purged his stomach, he felt considerably better. Weak and breathless, he inquired, "What do you wish to ask?" "Do you know how to exit Rainforest Island?" she asked. The Zhuke clan leader leaned against the tree trunk, nonchalantly responding, "How would I know?" Wu Xianyu pressed a knife against his throat, suppressing her nausea as she threatened, "If you don't speak, I shall end your life." The leader cast a disinterested glance at her and pushed the blade away. "Killing me would be futile. You cannot escape Rainforest Island." His voice was aged and weary. "Outsider, I advise you to release me, or else." He intended to utter further threats when a noise nearby caught their attention. Wu Xianyu leaned forward to investigate, her heart racing. Seizing the moment while her foe remained unaware, she turned back. Her emotions were tumultuous. How could there be two leaders of the Zhuke clan? What were Anili and the others doing here? Where was she? The Zhuke clan leader's eyes glowed red, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I told you. You cannot escape Rainforest Island. For this place is cursed." In an instant, the scene transformed dramatically. It was as if all things had come to life. Even the great tree appeared animated, silently watching them. A vine emerged, ensnaring Wu Xianyu. She attempted to communicate with her companions, to relay the eerie news of Rainforest Island. Yet, before she could utter a word, her mouth was sealed shut. A voice whispered in her ear, "Shoo." Her pupils dilated in terror. Enormous leaves enveloped her, the gaps diminishing until she vanished from sight. Outside, a commotion erupted, prompting the individuals in the cave to cease their disputes. "What is that noise?" Before they could investigate, the members of the Zhuke clan, previously rendered unconscious by Anili, awakened and began to scream in fear. Not only they, but all individuals from the three races exhibit peculiarities, muttering incomprehensible phrases. The echoing laughter within the cavern sends shivers down one's spine. Yu Zhuchen instinctively remarked, "That person from the Star Network laughed just like that insect-faced creature." Could it be that the instructor has incorporated the laughter of that insect-faced being into the audio? Has it also been utilized in the design of the map? The ground began to tremble as a dense fog arose. Fearful players hastily fled the cave, only to be met with horrific screams. One was devoured by the frenzied star beasts outside. Crisis looms over Rainforest Island. All players are urged to prepare for battle and confront their foes. Chapter 45. Another self-A timer materialized in mid-air, each passing minute and second amplifying the tension. They swallowed hard, gazing up at the incessantly ticking clock. What did it mean to face one's adversary? Liao Yun's voice reverberated above them. "Hello, contestants. The show has only just begun. The first wave of trials is about to commence." She was indifferent to the panic her words instilled in others. Her own joy was paramount. Those from centuries later were woefully lacking in both physical and mental fortitude and needed rigorous training. She was merely assisting them. The preceding 2 hours had merely whetted their appetites. The main course had yet to be served. Upon hearing her words, the astute began to devise strategies. The first wave of trials was imminent. Would there be a second, or even a third wave? Anili bit her lip, peering towards the cave's entrance. The star beasts were in a frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks. An unfortunate soul had just been devoured by one, serving as a grim reminder. Given her strength, venturing outside would be tantamount to seeking death. Sanlang and others, confident in their abilities, armed themselves, ready to fight their way out. Remaining here was deemed unwise by all. "Can you take us with you?" the chubby boy inquired. These individuals were torn between the desire to escape and the fear of being consumed by the star beasts. "You have some nerve," one among Sanlang's group retorted. "What benefit would it bring to take you along? You'd merely be a burden. It was generous of us to even consider searching for clues together when the situation wasn't too dire. Don't be so ungrateful." His words rang true. With everyone preoccupied with their own survival, who would take on the responsibility of others? The chubby boy cast his eyes downward, acknowledging that his request was somewhat audacious. But his fear overwhelmed him. The group was already lacking in strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily captured by the Zhuke clan. He turned a pleading gaze towards Xie Yang, who had previously been the most agreeable. What if he consented? To his dismay, Xie Yang declined. "Don't rely on me," he said. While he believed in mutual assistance, he was no savior, and not every situation warranted his intervention. If one entered the competition expecting others to carry them to victory, they might as well withdraw. Xie Yang wasted no more time, arming himself for the impending battle. Li and Yu Zhuchen huddled together. Exiting the cave was imperative. Staying here was undoubtedly perilous. The Zhuke clan members appeared vacant, their expressions blank, their words spilling forth in a rapid torrent. Li edged closer, straining to discern their speech. Reappear another self? Before she could ponder further, she heard Xie Yang exclaim, "Damn! How can someone look exactly like me?" "Sanlang, help!" Xiang Qi's voice echoed. The sounds of combat resonated through the air, the clashing of mechs accompanied by the roars of star beasts, indicating the ferocity of the battle ahead. Inaction was not in Li's nature. She resolved to venture out and ascertain the situation. "I will keep you updated on the developments ahead through the team channel," she assured her companions. Yu Zhuchen and the others nodded, reminding her to exercise caution. As Li emerged from the cave, she was met with an unsettling emptiness. There was no sign of Xie Yang or the other version of herself engaged in battle, nor any frenzied star beasts. It was eerily desolate. It felt as though she had fallen into another dimension. Gradually, a figure materialized before her, prompting her to raise her pistol. "Hello, I am Li," she uttered softly. Bang! Li was struck by a bullet, collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood oozed from her head as she struggled to rise. Another Li crouched beside her, pressing her down gently, whispering, "I am here to take your place. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. You will witness me living your life in your stead." The impact of these words was profound and enchanting. Li momentarily forgot that this was a virtual realm. The pain in her head felt achingly real, blurring her sense of purpose. She was uncertain of the emotions swirling within her as she watched Li step forward. The illusory projection unfolded, revealing Li training and competing with her classmates from Class G. Together, they undertook various missions under Liao Yun's guidance, traversing the land. The scene shifted to a forest where He Yuan and Yu Zhuchen were vying for roasted meat. Yu Zhuchen's delicately featured face had transformed into that of a playful cat as she devoured the meat without concern for appearances. Wu Xianwei lounged on a branch, feigning sleep, while Liao Yun regaled everyone with philosophical musings over a drink. Li tended to the grilling, a smile gracing her lips as she observed her companions. What did this mean? Li was perplexed. Was she meant to feel sorrow? Why did the projection only depict moments with Class G, devoid of anything else? Did her subconscious truly regard them as so significant? After an indeterminate duration, fatigue washed over Li. She no longer wished to witness another's life. She begrudgingly acknowledged the discomfort gnawing within her. Why did none of these figures realize she was not the true Li? The scene transitioned to Yu Zhuchen, blushing as he confessed to Li, "I like you." Li appeared bashful, nearly burying her face in the ground. Just as their hands were about to intertwine, Li cried out, "Enough." A smirk curled on Li's lips, revealing the success of her scheme. This girl indeed cared for him. Do not wear my face while engaging in acts that humiliate me. Suddenly, clarity struck Li, revealing the entire scenario as a mere illusion. The intent was to shatter her nerves and erode her will. However, Lee miscalculated one crucial factor. Yujuchin's confession was utterly terrifying for the real Lee. Indeed, it was profoundly shocking enough to jolt her awake from the mirage she was ensnared in. Moreover, has Yujuchin ever blushed, despite her audacity? Furthermore, has she ever exhibited any shyness? The object of her supposed bashfulness is none other than the foolish Yujuchin herself. It seems utterly implausible. Lee's smile faltered. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. She watched as Lee rose from the pool of blood, her mental energy surging forth. Her hair billowed around her, and her gaze was resolute. I comprehend now what the first trial entails. Instructor Liao, ever the epitome of consistency, had set the stage. After assuming command of Class G, the inaugural lesson was dedicated to the projection of mental energy. Thus, the initial challenge on Rainforest Island must also pertain to the realm of mental prowess. One must shatter the illusions and redefine oneself. There are no clues. No mention of the Zhuge clan leader, merely distractions to mislead the eye. The true exit lies beneath their very feet. By overcoming each obstacle and enhancing their abilities through the trials, they shall escape from Rainforest Island. Lee cannot guarantee her deductions are infallible, but at the very least, her reasoning is sound. The 5 students of Class G possess a unique advantage. They have genuinely interacted with the illustrious Huakai Fugue and are familiar with her demeanor and approach to matters. This allows them to deduce the most accurate path to the exit. Lee's mental energy materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. A counterfeit shall forever remain a counterfeit. Let us see how she manages to deal with her adversary. Chapter 46. The Betrayer. After breaking free from the illusion, Lee's vision gradually cleared, revealing her current surroundings. It was a close call. She had almost plunged into the sea. Had she awakened a moment later, the ocean would have consumed her, leading to her inevitable demise. A wave of pain surged through her, and as she touched her head, she felt blood on her fingers. Had she truly suffered a fatal blow in the illusion, only to carry the injury into reality? No, she should have been oblivious to everything in the illusion, merely colliding with the surrounding trees. Once ensnared in the illusion, no matter the peril that lay ahead, one remained utterly unaware. She wondered how Yujuchin and the others fared. Had they managed to escape far enough? Lee returned to the entrance of the Zhuge clan's cave, encountering hardly anyone along the way. It was eerily quiet. The cave had collapsed beyond recognition, and there was no sign of Yujuchin and the others. What might their circumstances be? And what of Husanlang and his companions? Given their prowess, they should have broken free from the illusion before her. A wave of dizziness enveloped Lee, transporting her to another location. The sky tore open, releasing a multitude of contestants. Where was this? Was it a tangible realm? A throng of people surrounded her. The map designed by Liao Yun featured various task lines, indicating they had emerged from different places. These individuals had all passed the mental strength test and were gathered by Liao Yun. Congratulations on passing the first trial. You are the elite among your team, the leaders with irreplaceable roles. Now, you are faced with a choice. Eliminate your teammates to achieve victory. A virtual screen materialized before Lee, displaying 0 teammates eliminated. What on earth? Eliminate teammates? The crowd erupted in protest. We came together as a team. How could we betray them? What a ridiculous premise. How could one possibly forsake their comrades for victory? They underestimated the bonds we share. However, silence soon enveloped them as the screen presented a tantalizing offer, something each heart yearned for. A reward of 1 million star coins upon success. This was the proposition directed at Lee. She raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat hesitant. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Rest assured, they will not know it was you. Liao Yun certainly lacked the power to fulfill everyone's desires. The contestants, with a modicum of common sense, recognized there were no free lunches from the heavens. Yet, they would be subtly hypnotized, convinced that everything was genuine, and the greed within them would swell uncontrollably. The second trial was designed to awaken the darkness lurking within their souls, testing their ability to conquer it. Those gathered here were all team leaders, and thus their challenge was whether to become the betrayer within their ranks. Meanwhile, another group of successful contenders faced their own trials elsewhere. Another wave of dizziness struck Lee, and she found herself back outside the cave. At that moment, Yujuchin stood beside her. Concern etched on his face. What happened to you? It's nothing, just a bit dizzy, Lee replied, then inquired, "How did you all manage to get out?" Yu Zhuxing responded, "It has been quite a while since you last returned, and we have received no news. We were worried about you, so we all came out to look. Have you seen Hu Sanlang and the others?" They shook their heads. "After we ventured out, we encountered individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to ourselves." Yu Zhuxing exaggerated. "Indeed, it nearly rendered me faint with fright. Before we could react, the cave began to tremble, on the verge of collapse, prompting us to retreat to a safe distance while engaging in combat with our doppelgangers." He exclaimed with fervor, "Such mere impostors cannot compare to me. I swiftly dispatched of him in no time." Yu Zhuxing's expression turned grave. "It is indeed peculiar. It seems as though everyone else has vanished into thin air, leaving only us behind." He Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is strange. What should we do?" He slapped his forehead. "Where has Wu Xianyue taken the clan leader of the Zhuke tribe? Why can we not reach him?" Enili cast a glance at the nearby virtual task panel, subtly inching closer to them. "He should be in the vicinity. Let us search for him." The group piloted their mechs for quite some time. Just as they were at a loss, a faint voice reached their ears. "Help me." It was Wu Xianyue's voice. "He is nearby?" They scanned their surroundings, but could not discern his figure. "Hey, Wu Xianyue, where are you?" "In the leaves." He sounded weak, speaking in a breathy whisper that was nearly inaudible. "Prevent the rescue of Wu Xianyue. Progress 0. Enili raised her eyes, battling an inner turmoil. To save him or not to save him? They had only known each other for half a month, after all. Was it justifiable not to rescue him? Convincing herself, Enili took action. Perhaps he is not the real one. She began to sow doubt among them. "We have all encountered another version of ourselves. Could this be a conspiracy?" The tactic proved effective as Yu Zhuxing bit the bait. "Indeed, this place is so strange. It might be a sentient tree deliberately luring us in." Yu Zhuxing picked up a stone and tossed it at the tree. "How can you prove that you are the real Wu Xianyue? Even if your voice matches, we cannot discern anything." The imposters they encountered were nearly identical to them in both form and appearance. I have taken the clan leader." He Yuan's eyes brightened. "He is real. Let us hurry and rescue him." With health points too low, they could easily be eliminated and teleported back. However, the question of how to rescue him posed a challenge. Leaves. Where can we find leaves large enough to envelop a person? They piloted their mechs, intending to destroy all suspicious leaves in the vicinity. Before Enili could intervene, vines spread out, ensnaring their mechs. The flowers by the roadside suddenly expanded, their leaves enveloping them. Darkness engulfed them. The four struggled to cut through with the long blades of their mechs, but to no avail. Their mechs grew increasingly sluggish, and the blades fell from their hands, leaving them utterly immobile. "Stop the rescue progress. 20 complete. Eliminated. 0. Quick, fire the energy cannon." Yu Zhuxing shouted. Their mechs were equipped with various weapons. Although they were immobilized, they could still launch attacks. A resounding boom echoed as the cannon fire erupted. Enili also joined the fray. It was effective. The plant spirit writhed in agony, shaking its form. Sunlight penetrated from outside, revealing the critically wounded Wu Xianyue. He had been here for an extended period, and his condition was dire. Only Enili was in close proximity if she could break free from the vines. Wu Xianyue could be saved immediately. "Enili, we will help you sever the vines. You go rescue Wu Xianyue." Upon uttering these words, the trio directed their fire at the vines ensnaring Enili. They adeptly employed Liao Yun's teachings, enveloping the bullets with their mental energy, striking the vines with precision. Soon, the vines snapped, granting Enili her freedom. She hesitated, her mission prompt incessantly reminding her. The four of them were like caged birds. If she seized the moment while they were distracted and fired a few shots, she could earn 1 million star coins. With that money, she could transfer to a better school, no longer subjected to the whims of others. "Enili, what are you still hesitating for?" The trio urged her anxiously. Wu Xianyue had ceased his struggles, his vital signs gradually fading. Chapter 47. Insult. Enili's hand hovered over the weapon's launch button with a mere press. They would all face elimination. The few individuals before her remained utterly unsuspecting, and if she acted, she would attain everything she desired. She had grown weary of being looked down upon, weary of a life lived in caution. Yet, she found herself unable to press the button. A voice deep within her insisted otherwise. No, this was not who she was. Inali would not resort to betraying her comrades for gain. She envisioned a brighter future ahead. But it would never be achieved at the expense of her teammates. Her mind felt as though it were being torn asunder, pain coursing through her. The memories buried within clamored for attention, reminding her of the life she once led. Press it. They are not worth sacrificing 1,000,000 star coins. They urged. They will never know you were behind it. The disparity between you is vast. Do you consider them friends when they do not reciprocate? Another voice echoed within her. The T-Series cosmetics were entirely unfamiliar to her, and the capital star was beyond her reach. What purpose did such a life serve? 1,000,000 star coins would vastly enhance her quality of life. Was that not desirable? She could dedicate the time once spent on part-time jobs to her studies, bringing her closer to her dream of command. No, Inali cried out in agony, her voice hoarse, hands clutching her head, eyes squeezed shut. Memories of her time with classmates from Class G flooded her mind. The moments spent enduring training under Instructor Liao, the shared sweat, the fierce competition for food. The chaotic moments in the kitchen. Though the training was grueling, their companionship rendered it bearable. Her school life had blossomed, far more vibrant than the previous semester's monotony. As she opened her eyes, clarity returned. She maneuvered her mech with deftness, swiftly rescuing Wu Xianyu. The four of them united, firing in unison, and soon, they emerged unscathed. Gently, Inali set Wu Xianyu down and opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. A virtual screen materialized, displaying, "Mission failed. Would you like to abandon the team member?" With resolve, Inali chose to forsake them. Upon making her decision, the weight upon her heart lifted, and she felt lighter. The scene before her shifted once more. Congratulations on passing the second trial. Weak in the knees, she sank to the ground, gasping for fresh air. She had come perilously close to making a grievous error. How fragile her will had proven to be. Inali managed a bitter smile. She silently vowed to strive even harder in the future. Once again, she found herself on the rainforest island, now standing before the headquarters of the Jike tribe. The cave remained as she had last seen it, collapsed. However, she was no longer alone. Hu Sanlang, Jianxi Jianghu, and Xie Yang were all present. Xie Yang greeted her. "Hi, what was your second trial?" After inquiring, he learned that everyone's first trial had been identical, defeat another version of oneself to progress. Yet, the second trials varied for each individual. Inali nodded in response. Contemplating before she spoke, it pertains to the insatiable desires buried deep within one's heart. Xie Yang uttered an acknowledging sound and began to share his own tale. "You have no idea. I need to slay 500 star beasts. Did you truly manage to achieve that?" she inquired, feigning interest. Xie Yang shook his head. "I am quite clever. I located the leader, and once I eliminated it, all the other star beasts vanished." "Wow, that's impressive," Inali replied with feigned enthusiasm. Gradually, more people arrived, among whom Inali recognized one. Wasn't he the one who had been reprimanded by the instructor, the one known as Xiao Kinsong Xiong? Xiao Kinsong Xiong appeared exceedingly pleased, surrounded by a large entourage. "With this map, I could traverse it blindfolded," he boasted. "It seems everyone is merely idealizing Hua Kai Fu Gue. In reality, she is rather ordinary. Last time, I simply underestimated her." Xiao Kinsong Xiong waved his fist, declaring, "If Hua Kai Fu Gue stands before me now, I could strike her down to the point where even her father wouldn't recognize her." Such derogatory remarks were quite unsettling. Inali could not bear to hear her instructor being disparaged. Just as she contemplated stepping forward, a voice laced with sarcasm reached her ears. "Ha! You can only play the hero from behind." Inali turned in surprise to see Wu Xianyu. He had also passed the test. Wu Xianyu crossed his arms, scoffing. "Speak with courage before Hua Kai Fu Gue. What does it mean to act tough here?" Xiao Kinsong Xiong, irate, retorted. "Who do you think you are? You impudent brat, to speak to me in such a manner?" Noticing Wu Xianyu's face covered in welts, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Just look at yourself. How dare you criticize me?" Those following him joined in the laughter, their words dripping with sarcasm. "Which pigsty didn't he keep a proper watch? Allowing you to run out?" Unable to endure the humiliation, Wu Xianyu summoned his mecha and charged at Xiao Kinsong Xiong. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Kinsong Xiong dodged and summoned his own mecha. The two clashed, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Wu Xianyu stood no chance against Xiaoqin Songxiang, who had navigated the star network for years, proving his prowess and earning a formidable reputation. What could a mere novice, whose mental fortitude was compromised, hope to achieve against him? In just a few exchanges, Wu Xianyu found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. Xiaoqin Songxiang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. How pitifully weak you are. How dare you challenge me? Exactly. You should know your own limitations. Xiaoqin Songxiang hadn't even unleashed his full strength. Truly, Brother Songxiang is impressive. We've aligned ourselves with the right person. Frustrated, Wu Xianyu pounded the control panel, lamenting his lack of strength. While others slandered Liao Yun, he felt powerless to respond. You simply cannot compete. Your strength is insufficient. I shall eliminate you now to spare you the hardships ahead, Xiaoqin Songxiang declared, aiming his weapon at Wu Xianyu's mecha cabin. Bang! Everyone turned their heads. It was not Xiaoqin Songxiang's shot that rang out. The muzzle of Xiaoqin Songxiang's weapon was struck, sparking flames. Enraged, he demanded, "Who did that?" He followed the sound of the bullet's trajectory. There stood a D-class mech, clutching a firearm. With a laugh, Songxiang couldn't help but chuckle. Is there still anyone using a D-class mech? The crowd erupted in laughter, exclaiming, D-class mech sought to be phased out. Someone provocatively remarked, that simply won't do. Those with psychic abilities at D-class would be left with no prospects. Ha ha indeed. They evidently mistook Ni Li's psychic prowess for that of D-class, mocking her without restraint. Ni Li swallowed hard. Despite her overwhelming fear, she could not afford to retreat. Class G stood united. She could not allow her teammates to be bullied while she watched from a distance. If there were to be a beating, it should be shared among them. Let him go. Ni Li raised her gun, defiantly declaring, if you don't release him, I'll blow your dog head off. Chapter 48. The encounter. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the surroundings. Ni Li felt uncertain within, yet she could not allow this to manifest outwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, she must not appear diminished in spirit. Her current lack of strength does not preclude future potential. One day, she would undoubtedly shatter the mockingly grinning head of Xiaoqin Songxiang. His audacity knew no bounds. Xiaoqin Songxiang brandished a sharp sword, plunging it down with ferocity. Wu Xianyu's lips were torn, blood spilling forth, staining his garments crimson. Without relenting, Xiaoqin Songxiang thrust several more times. He deliberately raised the long sword towards Ni Li, taunting, "Little girl, are you not formidable?" His expression was one of indifference, as he lifted his mechanized leg to mercilessly crush Wu Xianyu. "The more you urge me to desist, the more fervently I shall torment him." Ni Li's gaze was fierce, akin to a young wolf cub, as she piloted her mech towards him. She leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage from her mech, wielding her long blade with intent to strike. Xiaoqin Songxiang did not even lift his head. He merely extended a fist to intercept Ni Li's assault. The weaponry of a D-class mech was utterly insufficient to damage an S-class mech, and Xiaoqin Songxiang's familiarity with mechs far surpassed her comprehension. Ni Li endured the blow, tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Thick smoke began to rise, and Ni Li lay on the ground for an extended period without rising. This cannot continue. Both of them would be eliminated. Ni Li focused on the positions of Hussan Lang and the others, striving to rise. Her objective was to create discord, drawing Xiaoqin Songxiang and Hussan Lang into confrontation. She wiped the blood from her lips and declared, "You are not so impressive after all. Here I stand." Ni Li's long blade pierced the ground, serving as a support for her mech. The D-class mech was fragile, and after this ordeal, several components had already fallen away. Yet, despite her disheveled appearance, she resembled an indomitable warrior, unyielding in the face of oppression. Ni Li raised her mech's hand and defiantly gestured a middle finger towards Xiaoqin Songxiang. A gasp reverberated through the crowd. How audacious to provoke Xiaoqin Songxiang so brazenly. Surely she was courting disaster. Ignoring the helpless Wu Xianyu on the ground, Xiaoqin Songxiang charged towards Ni Li. Descent? Then he would fight until she submitted. Do not think that by concealing your ID, I am unable to discern your identity. His followers recognized the seriousness of the situation and chimed in. Our brother Songxiang has his ways to deal with you. Indeed. Do you wish to be hunted across the entire network by Songxiang? If you value your life, you better hurry and apologize to him. They knew all too well the terror of being pursued by a powerhouse of the Star Network. Others would fear his might and distance themselves, leaving you like a stray dog, abandoned and alone. He would relentlessly issue challenges, cornering you at every turn. Before you lay only two choices, either retreat from the Star Network to wallow in shame at home, or face the challenge head-on. In this era, people were inextricably linked to the Star Network, as the virtual realm offered abundant opportunities for growth and skill enhancement. Thus, there remained no option but to confront the battle. The fight was legitimized. As long as he allowed you to breathe, that sufficed. Once severely injured within the Star Network, one may find it exceedingly difficult to awaken in the real world, and even if one does, they may be rendered utterly incapacitated. The threats posed by the adversaries were of no concern to Anili. She deftly maneuvered her mech, gradually closing the distance between herself and Hu Sanlang. Now was the moment. Behind her, Xiaoqin Songxiang unleashed an energy projectile, prompting Anili to plunge downward abruptly, leaping from her mech to grasp Hu Sanlang's thigh tightly. At that instant, Xiaoqin Songxiang could not retract his attack in time, helplessly watching as the energy projectile hurtled toward Hu Sanlang's head. Hu Sanlang calmly interjected, "I am merely an observer, uninterested in your conflict. Please do not disturb me. Thank you." With serene composure, he summoned his mech, shielding himself from the impending projectile. Following this, he delivered a swift kick, dislodging Anili from his leg. Cast aside, Anili sought refuge among the crowd, reluctant to reveal herself. Xiaoqin Songxiang understood that certain individuals were not to be trifled with. He could not recklessly attack the gathering. However, he was determined not to relent. "You lot, go fetch that girl for me." "Understood," replied Xiaoqin Songxiang's minions, as they commenced their search for Anili. Not far away, Wu Xianwei detected the commotion and took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength to shout, "Xie Yang." Instinctively, Xie Yang stood upright, then scratched his head, glancing around. Who was calling him? The voice sounded so familiar. "Hurry and help." Wu Xianwei gasped, his strength waning. He collapsed onto the control panel, surveying the situation outside. Xie Yang, perplexed, inquired, "Who are you? Who has the audacity to command me?" Wu Xianwei, barely able to speak, replied, "You, father." Xie Yang suddenly comprehended, "Brother Yu, you two have come." It made sense. After all, he was familiar with the map designed by his instructor. There was no time for nostalgia as Xie Yang led his team to assist. As students of the 5 prominent military academies, their prowess was undeniable. Anili, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly positioned herself behind Xie Yang. Xie Yang extended his arms, standing as a barrier. "I insist, there is no need for this. It is but a trivial matter." Before Xiaoqin Songxiang could act, he glanced at their IDs and, upon realizing they were not particularly renowned figures, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I have no desire to be entangled in this. Best you leave promptly," he declared, his tone laced with arrogance. His minion, emboldened by his leader's presence, threatened, "If you do not step aside, we shall take you on as well." Xie Yang and his companions stood resolutely before Anili, forming an impenetrable wall to separate the two factions. "It appears you are unwilling to yield." They exchanged glances, the air thick with tension as conflict loomed. Xiangqi approached, positioning himself behind Xie Yang, prepared to lend his support. Upon his arrival, Hu Sanlang could no longer pretend to be oblivious. He rallied his guild members to bolster his side. With an air of nonchalance, Hu Sanlang fanned himself with an unknown handkerchief and declared, "Let us settle this amicably. Grant me this favor and let the matter rest. Should we truly come to blows, the outcome is uncertain." His words carried an implicit threat. Hu Sanlang was not mistaken. Should a confrontation arise, it was uncertain whether Xiaoqin Songxiang and his associates would emerge unscathed. With a wry smile, Songxiang understood the situation, yet his pride held him back. After much contemplation, he reluctantly ordered a retreat. Before departing, he could not resist delivering a stern warning, "If I catch you again, it shall not be so simple." As the crisis subsided, Anili released a sigh of relief. She and Xie Yang hastened to check on Wu Xianyu's condition. Upon retrieving him, Anili inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Wu Xianyu shook his head, intending to speak, but was interrupted by Xie Yang's boisterous voice, leaving his words stuck in his throat. "Ah, brother Yu, how did you end up like this?" Xie Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. just a short while ago. Brother Yu was the epitome of elegance. How could he have transformed so drastically in just a few days? Was there some peculiar preference among their team members? Unbeknownst to Wu Xianyu, had he been aware of Xie Yang's thoughts, he would have surely spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. He could scarcely muster the energy to lift his eyelids, managing only to utter a single word: leave. Upon hearing this, Xie Yang chuckled. That sounds just like you. Brother Yu. Wu Xianyu was left utterly speechless, a frown etched across his face. Truth be told, he too was curious about how Xie Yang recognized him after just a couple of words. He could not help but ask, only to receive the response. Ha! Of course I know you. We grew up together. I even know how many T chapter 49. Ruthlessness. Upon uttering this statement, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Inali struggled to suppress his laughter, pinching his thigh with considerable force. Wu Xianwei, regaining her composure, delivered a sharp kick to his rear. Are you trying to be disgusting? Xie Yang, rubbing his backside, remarked, as expected of my brother Yu, even in such a weakened state. You still possess the strength to kick me. He chuckled. You ought to be grateful to me. Just look, you still have the energy to strike. Wu Xianwei retorted. Thank you very much. He chose to say no more, merely allowing Xie Yang to assist him in rising to his feet. At that moment, another wave of individuals arrived, including Yu Zhuxing and his companions, who had also successfully passed the second trial. Liao Yun's voice resonated at this juncture. Do not rejoice too soon. The rainforest island is infested with numerous foreign creatures that require your assistance in exterminating. For each foreign creature eliminated, 1 point will be awarded. The individual with the highest score who remains standing until the end and finds the exit will emerge victorious. Before the crowd could adequately prepare, they felt the ground tremble, and an array of unknown species emerged from the fissures. Someone recognized them and shouted, Insectoids! At this proclamation, panic ensued. How could there still be insectoids? I have never faced them before, and I do not know if we can conquer them. In their minds, insectoids were relics of history, too distant to grasp. When confronted with reality, they felt uncertain and hesitant to act impulsively. It was unexpected that a seemingly ordinary map would integrate elements of insectoids. After all, following the extinction of the insectoids, their knowledge about them was scant, and their daily lives were devoid of any references to these creatures. Recently, with the reappearance of the insectoids, the higher echelons of the Federation had intended to incorporate training against them into everyday life. However, time was of the essence, as they were still addressing the various insectoid uprisings and had yet to implement their plans. Xiang Qi and his companions were unperturbed, for those in their guild were aware that Hu Sanlang possessed extensive knowledge about the insectoids. Sanlang, we're counting on you shortly, they said. Hu Sanlang, who prided himself on his understanding of the insectoids, furrowed his brow and shook his head. I am uncertain of their weaknesses. Unlike others, he had been fascinated by insectoids since childhood and had considerable insight into them. Yet now, there were numerous types of insectoids he had never encountered in his readings, let alone discern their vulnerabilities. Should Liao Yun become privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff. Given her level of understanding about the insectoids, she was far superior. Who in the current star realm could rival her knowledge of the insectoids? She had merely uploaded partial data regarding the insectoids she had previously encountered onto the star network. Should she upload all of it, it would surely cause quite a stir. However, there was no rush. This was merely the beginning. All things must unfold gradually. Leading the charge was an intelligent insectoid, which instructed the lower-tier insectoids to encircle them. At intervals, a mid-tier insectoid stood guard, preventing any escape. As for the higher-tier insectoids, they had transformed into humanoid forms, concealing themselves among the crowd. Ni Li and others have gathered, their faces etched with concern as they inquired of Wu Xianwei. Can you still pilot the mech? With a forced smile, Wu Xianwei nodded, assuring them, trust me, I can. They possessed more knowledge about the Zerg than the average person, yet alone they could not vanquish the swarm. Prior to entering the map, Instructor Liao specifically taught them a battle formation designed for their quintet, and through relentless training, they had gradually developed a synergy. Individually, their abilities were modest, but together, they could rival others. However, the formation would falter without any one of them. Thus, Wu Xianwei strained himself, determined not to hinder the team. Watching Xie Yang and the others already engaged in combat with the Zerg filled him with a bittersweet pang. If not for that unfortunate incident, would he not be in a better position? He could have stood alone, dispatching the Zerg with a mere nod. From a young age, he and Xie Yang had been regarded as prodigies, laden with high expectations. Now, the chasm between them had widened. Xie Yang was a student at one of the 5 prestigious military academies, honing his skills in the military district during breaks, undoubtedly far more formidable than Wu Xianwei. Even in moments of crisis, he found himself relying on his childhood friend for assistance. To claim he felt no inferiority would be disingenuous. Wu Xianwei raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, softly uttering, "Let us go." As a team, they should trust in one another. He mentioned it was nothing, and Li and the others refrained from probing further, promptly aligning their matches. Wu Xianwei filled in the vacant position. And they worked together seamlessly, well-versed in the weaknesses of various types of Zerg, swiftly eliminating 10 of them in no time. Watching from a distance, Shao Kahn's mischievous thoughts began to stir. Although they all fought against the Zerg, there were no explicit rules against using the Zerg to eliminate others, was there? He kicked a nearby Zerg, sending it tumbling towards Li and the others. His minions followed suit, unwittingly adding to their woes. Li and her companions, already struggling, found themselves overwhelmed as the Zerg multiplied around them. Their formation began to fracture, and the 5 were scattered. Medium-tier Zerg appeared, obstructing their path to regroup. Their gaping maws and long, drooping antennae presenting a terrifying visage. Among the competitors, the stronger ones could dispatch a low-tier Zerg with ease, yet the Zerg seemed endless. Gradually, fatigue set in, and a momentary lapse led to them being gnawed upon and devoured by the creatures. The anguished cries around him sent chills down Hu Sanling's spine as he glanced at the wound inflicted by Xiang Qi. Disbelief etched across his face. No, the figure before him was not Xiang Qi. He immediately dismissed the thought. Hu Sanling locked eyes with the leading Zerg in the distance, a tempest of fear swirling within him. So, the Zerg were indeed that fearsome. In battling the Zerg, one must also be wary of those beside them. He drew his blade. Turning it against Xiang Qi, he came to realize that no one could escape Rainforest Island. They were merely competing to see who could endure the longest. Li continued to retreat, her body marred with wounds, each strike from the Zerg igniting a searing pain that rendered her unable to lift her mech's arm. Fortunately, it is merely a virtual realm. Were it the tangible world, she would become a member of the insectoid race, turning against her own kin. A colossal mid-tier insect obstructed her view. Suddenly, she heard the anguished wails of Wu Xianyu. Given his remarkable fortitude, such minor pain would not elicit a cry from him. Something disastrous must have transpired. Li and the others shifted their position, directing their gaze toward Wu Xianyu. Upon witnessing the scene, a torrent of blood surged to their heads, igniting an unnameable fury within their hearts. There they beheld Wu Xianyu, his mech's limbs cruelly torn asunder by the merciless Shao Kahn's, while others held him down, rendering him utterly immobile. They then placed low-tier insects upon Wu Xianyu, allowing them to gnaw at him at will. The viscous secretions released by the lower insects provoked his nerves, igniting a searing pain throughout his body. Already injured, the torment he now endured felt as though he were losing half his life. Wu Xianyu could no longer perceive the existence of his limbs. Within the confines of the mech's chamber, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, enveloped in despair. He likened his plight to plunging into the depths of the sea, devoid of any driftwood to grasp. His body was drenched, a mingling of blood and sweat. At last, the agony became so overwhelming that he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 50. Protecting the weak with a mocking gaze. Shao Kahn's relished in tormenting others, refusing to allow Wu Xianyu to be eliminated, intent on subjecting him to further suffering. Li and her companions were driven to the brink of fury, recklessly charging forward. The mid-tier insectoids attempted to obstruct them, but were halted by their leader. This creature possessed intelligence, rather than slaying them outright. It preferred to witness the humans turn upon one another. Such an outcome was far more entertaining, was it not? With this thought in mind, it deliberately allowed a space for them, cornering the others instead. Unbeknownst to Li and her group, they remained oblivious to the insectoid as consideration. They exerted every ounce of strength in their assault, yet one by one, they were knocked down by Xiao and Song Xiong. Had all 5 of them managed to hold out a little longer, perhaps they could have fared better. Alas, they were only 4. At that moment, they resembled salted fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of their adversaries. Xiao and Song Xiong turned to his underlings, declaring, "These 5 shall serve as your free punching bags." Upon hearing this, his minions erupted in laughter, eagerly rolling up their sleeves, unleashing all the pent-up frustration they had accumulated. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. Li's head buzzed, her surroundings spinning as if the very heavens were collapsing. Vaguely, she sensed someone standing before her, absorbing the brunt of the attacks meant for her. "Oh, still thinking of a hero to save the damsel?" They scoffed. Perhaps disapproving of such gallantry, they struck even harder. Through the mech's armor, Li could hear the muffled groans of the person shielding her. Who could it be? Her vision blurred, blood vessels in her eyes bursting as she strained to discern her surroundings, but to no avail. She felt the mech that stood in her defense being forcibly pulled away. "Ha ha ha. So you wish to play the hero, do you? I shall let you experience the agony of having your limbs severed." No. Li attempted to rush to their aid but stumbled and fell to the ground. Her mech was in tatters, now beyond her control. "Let go of my brother." She heard Yu Xing's agonized scream. "No," echoed the voice of He Yuan Yi. Li's mech cabin was damaged, and she tumbled onto the ground, dwarfed by the colossal figures surrounding her. A mere shift of their feet could result in her demise. In the midst of this chaos, Li succumbed to unconsciousness. Yu Xing bore witness to her brother being brutally executed, his head shattered and limbs torn from his mech. This anguish was far more unbearable than death itself. In the distance, Xie Yang sought to intervene, but found himself ensnared by higher-tier insectoids, unable to assist. Xiao and Song Xiong had long since pinpointed their exit, ensuring they could not escape. He had yet to fully enjoy the spectacle. An early elimination was simply not worth it. After toying with them for a while longer, the life force of Li and her companions dwindled, leading the system to automatically deem them eliminated. He feigned disappointment. "Why weren't you more cautious?" "I was done with my fun." His underlings, eager to please, chimed in, "We'll be more careful next time. With experience, we can target the most nerve-sensitive areas to inflict maximum pain, but we must be mindful not to let them bleed out too quickly." As the number of remaining participants dwindled, the leading insectoid turned back, flashing them a sinister grin, its smile unsettling. With a disdainful glance, Xiao Qian and his companions instinctively sought to flee, but a probing tendril emerged, ensnaring them and dragging them before the commanding insectoid. The swarm of insectoids surged forward, encircling them, devouring them one by one. Liao Yin sat before the screen, her expression devoid of emotion, her hand crashing down upon the table with a resounding impact. The table split in two. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Although the injuries sustained during the simulation were illusory, the pain was undeniably real. Her students were subjected to such humiliation, and as their instructor, she could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. Rage threatened to consume her. If Xiao Qian and his ilk stood before her, she could not guarantee that she would refrain from ending their lives in a legitimate battle against the star beasts. Regardless of the severity of her students' injuries, Liao Yun would remain unfazed. However, the deliberate torment, the refusal to allow an exit, revealed a malicious intent. She was uncertain of the mental fortitude she had summoned to refrain from storming into the battlefield. They dare to threaten my students? They dare to issue a bounty on Starnet? They look down upon D-class mechas? She vowed to retaliate, to restore her students' honor. They prided themselves on dismembering others? She would ensure they experienced the same sensation. Nay, she would inflict upon them suffering 1,000-fold greater. Liao Yin arrived at the map's exit, awaiting the emergence of the eliminated contestants. She busied herself by issuing bounties on Starnet. Huakai Fugue. Huakai Fugue. Declare a nationwide bounty on Xiao Qian from this moment forth. Huakai Fugue. Wherever Xiao Qian goes, I shall block his path. No one shall offer assistance, or I shall strike them too. She relentlessly posted more than 10 messages, dominating Starnet's feed. Many who had just completed their training looked up to see the announcements. Who is so audacious? Someone inquired. Ah, I know. It's my sister Hua, exclaimed another. What has stirred such fury in Sister Hua? Does anyone know what transpired? Soon, a response emerged. Xiaokan had a previous altercation with Sister Hua during a shooting competition. However, Xiaokan is formidable as well. Can Sister Hua truly prevail? Given the scenes of Sister Hua dispatching the insectoids, I unconditionally believe in her. Others voiced dissent. He is too arrogant. I hope Xiaokan gives her a thorough beating. Indeed, during the last competition with Hua Kai Fu Gui, he didn't even utilize his mecha. The outcome remains uncertain. Hua Kai Fu Gui. Oh, I forgot to mention. I am currently at the exit of the Rainforest Island map, awaiting a challenge from Shao, Kansas. The majority of StarNet users, driven by curiosity, flocked to the location reported by Liao Yun. Many were unfamiliar with the individuals involved, yet the throngs of people heading that way compelled them to follow suit. Upon exiting the map, Enai Li and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment. Have we truly emerged? Enai Li pondered, pinching his own cheek. Ouch, that hurts. We really are out. It felt as though they had just awoken from a dream, and now, recalling the events, their bodies still convulsed with pain. A few individuals appeared dispirited, their heads hanging low. Yu Zhuxing cast a sideways glance and spotted her instructor. The grievances she had harbored within finally erupted. She could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face. Oh, instructor, it hurts so much, she cried, rushing toward Liao Yun and burying her head against her chest. Liao Yun gently stroked her head, offering solace. The four others gradually moved closer to Liao Yun, their eyes glistening with tears. Strangely, despite not shedding a tear during their ordeal, the moment they beheld Instructor Liao, their emotions overflowed like a faucet left running. Liao Yun exhibited an extraordinary patience, comforting them one by one. Don't worry, none of them will escape. She endeavored to soften her expression, yet the ferocity within her seemed unwilling to subside. Enai Li and the others did not fully grasp the meaning behind Liao Yun's words. Suddenly, they noticed a throng of people surrounding them, a veritable sea of onlookers. Oh dear, why are there so many people? Yu Zhucheng lamented, tears and snot streaming down his face. Mid-sentence, he hiccuped from crying. My dignity is completely ruined. He buried his head behind Liao Yun, refusing to lift it. Get up. You're going to wipe your snot on me, Liao Yun remarked with a hint of disdain. Chapter 51. The challenge with a thunderous shout from Liao Yun. Yu Zhucheng reluctantly lifted his head from her shoulder. Swiftly, he wiped away his tears, pretending as though nothing had transpired moments before. He was not like Yu Zhucheng, who had embarrassed himself to such an extent. He had discreetly dried his tears, his movements sharp and decisive. Had he not spoken, none would have guessed he had wept. Enough, Liao Yun said with a hint of exasperation. The two of them huddled together, chattering incessantly. Instructor, when are we heading back? Enai Li inquired. Liao Yun scoffed. Heading back? Not until I make them pay for what they've done to you. I want to bear the Liao surname. At that moment, clarity dawned upon them. Their instructor was prepared to avenge them. A warm wave of gratitude surged within their hearts, leaving them profoundly moved. Wu Xianwei murmured softly, actually, there is no need. He wished to express that such intervention might burden their instructor. They were capable of resolving their own dilemmas. Liao Yun interrupted him. What do you mean? No need. It is imperative. You are my students. If I do not stand up for you, who will protect you from future bullying? This group of Na'vi youngsters thought they were being assisted while they were, in fact, being taken advantage of. Wu Xianwei lowered his head slightly, a sense of secret joy bubbling within him. There was something truly comforting about being protected. While they conversed, Xiaokan Songxiong and his cohorts emerged. They were still reeling from their previous encounter, struggling to maintain their balance. It was evident how deeply they had been psychologically impacted. One of them immediately recognized Enai Li and the others. He exclaimed, You truly are fearless. Did you come here specifically to face my grandfather, Songxiong? Their group erupted into laughter, jeering. Are you perhaps afraid that Songxiong will trouble you, so you're waiting here to apologize? Xiaokan Songxiong surveyed his surroundings, realizing they were encircled. This was precisely what he desired. He aspired to be a figure of authority like Hu Sanlang. However, his strength fell short compared to theirs. And in their presence, they scarcely acknowledged him. He could not penetrate their circle, and his prestige was vastly inferior. Even if someone acknowledged his abilities, they would never equate him with the likes of Hu Sanlang. Unwilling to accept this, he believed himself exceptional. thinking that those stronger than him merely hailed from more formidable families and had received superior education. If placed on equal footing, he might not be inferior to them. Now, a chance had presented itself, an opportunity to establish his reputation. These oblivious individuals were his stepping stones. Thus, he declared, "If you wish for me to spare you, kneel and call me grandfather, and I shall grant you your pitiful lives." Oh dear, that is far too lenient. Our Tsangxiong is truly benevolent. Were it me, I would hack into the Star Network, uncover their real identities, and systematically incapacitate them. The words spoken were undoubtedly boastful. Could anyone just waltz into the Star Network? If he truly possessed such prowess, he would have long been recruited by the Federation's clandestine operations rather than serving as a subordinate here. Naturally, he believed that Li and her companions, being young and naive, were easy targets for his intimidation. His underlings praised him incessantly, as if to portray him as a benevolent and understanding figure. Liao Yun could hardly suppress her disdain, and a retch escaped her lips. Shuken Sangxiong, basking in the flattery, was momentarily taken aback by the disruption to the atmosphere, turning his brow towards Liao Yun, who had suddenly appeared. He had not even noticed her presence until now. Liao Yun greeted him. "Hello, it's been a while. Am I really that forgettable that you only just noticed me?" Shao Kahn's expression stiffened. Why was Hua Kai Fu Gui here? Did he speak ill of her on Rainforest Island, leading her to confront him? This notion quickly dissipated. From what he knew of Hua Kai Fu Gui, she was not one to make a trip over such trivial matters, and certainly would not compromise her dignity for it. Liao Yun, observing his rapidly shifting demeanor, found it immensely entertaining. She continued, "Let us make this simple, as you just suggested. If all 6 of us could just bow to you 3 times, I shall spare your lives." Her bravado matched, if not surpassed, that of her adversaries. Shao Kahn fixed his gaze upon her, his tone menacing. "Do not overstep your bounds." It dawned on him that Hua Kai Fu Gui had come to support the 5 individuals. Liao Yin retorted, "Am I not merely returning your words to you? How is that an overstep?" Shao Kahn, reluctant to engage her further, recalled the significant impact she had left on him during the shooting competition. Her true strength was unknown to him, and he dared not act recklessly, especially considering she had effortlessly dispatched a human-faced insect. He questioned himself, could he achieve such a feat? Liao Yun, unwilling to squander words, summoned her D-class mech. As she climbed into the cockpit, she addressed Shao Kahn and the others, "Let us have at it." Li looked up at the instructor piloting the mech, uncertain of what to say. She knew the instructor must have heard Shao Kahn's derisive remarks directed at her. And the fact that she now operated a D-class mech was undoubtedly to help her regain her dignity. The thought brought tears to her eyes. She had endured too many injustices in her youth, leading her to conceal her emotions and maintain a facade of composure. Yet, because of her instructor, she felt her defenses crumbling repeatedly. Suppressing her tears, Li inhaled deeply. Crying would not resolve her troubles, she needed to strive even harder. Shao Kahn, doubting his own ears, incredulously asked, "Are you certain you wish to fight me with a D-class mech?" More precisely, it was a fight against all of you. Liao Yin issued her challenge. Awaiting their acceptance, Brother Sangxiong, she truly did not lie. She has issued a challenge to me as well. With a smile, Sangxiong's worries dissipated entirely as he summoned his mech. Had she piloted an S-class mech, he might have hesitated. But the fact that she was engaging them with a D-class mech was nothing short of reckless. Was this a misguided attempt at bravado? After consenting to the duel, Sangxiong soared into the sky, declaring with fervor, "You, who look down upon others, shall receive a thorough lesson today." How dare she underestimate him? Once he had her thoroughly defeated, he would ensure she bowed before him 3 times in front of the crowd. Liao Yun, too, ascended in her mech, raising her weapon and stating, "Let us speak candidly. You do not merit my employing a more advanced mech." Chapter 52. A severe beating. The onlookers began to murmur. This display of wealth and grandeur is truly audacious. Perhaps they genuinely possess such prowess, regardless of their actual capabilities. The sight of Shao Kahn Sangxiong's infuriating demeanor incited a desire to confront him directly. Some spectators had already initiated video recordings, irrespective of the outcome. Posting the footage online would surely attract viewers, promising a lucrative return. Who does not relish a spectacle these days? A premonition stirred within him, foretelling that this battle would undoubtedly stir a tempest on the Star Network. Liao Yun would not engage in endeavors lacking certainty. Following her previous ambush by the cloaked figures, a simmering frustration lingered within her. Consequently, she devoted herself to rigorous training, achieving remarkable progress each day. Although the previous assailants operated A-class matches while Shuk and Songxing piloted an S-class, they were hardly comparable. The disparity between maneuvering mechs in a virtual realm and in reality is akin to the heavens and the earth. Many adeptly navigated mechs online, yet faltered in the tangible world. Operating a mech in reality demands exceptional mental acuity and a valid pilot's license, a formidable challenge to obtain, akin to traversing through hell. Despite Shuk and Songxiong's current bravado, he might not even possess a pilot's license in the real world. Furthermore, the sheer number of cloaked figures during the last encounter, coupled with the suddenness of the attack, had caught her off guard, allowing them to prevail. Shuk and Songxiong's subordinates were also prepared, each equipped with mechs of varying classifications. Shuk and Songxiong raised his chin defiantly, declaring, "You all stay put. I can handle her alone." Liao Yun chuckled softly, "Is that so?" She aimed at the cockpit of Shuk and Songxiong's mech and pulled the trigger. Shuk and Songxiong made no attempt to evade, barreling straight towards her. The weaponry of a D-class mech was beneath his concern. Bang! The crowd witnessed the bullet pierce through Shuk and Songxiong's cockpit with their own eyes. No, this cannot be. Shuk and Songxiong could scarcely believe that his cockpit had been so effortlessly breached. The outside air rushed in, and his expression soured. Almost immediately, he felt his mech shudder and found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground. How could this be? Liao Yun had been directly in front of him. When had she maneuvered behind him? What trickery is this? He could not help but exclaim. Liao Yun, however, had no time to elucidate his queries. She closed the distance to Shuk and Songxiong and unleashed a powerful punch upon him. She favored this primal form of combat over weaponry. It was far more gratifying. In her prime, she could have shattered their mechs without ever stepping into one. Thus, she found it disheartening to witness the physical capabilities of people centuries hence. They had become overly reliant on mechs. On the front lines, when mechs were rendered inoperable, warriors were forced to confront the insectoid foes with nothing but their bodies. A perilous endeavor indeed. Under her deft control, the D-class mech seemed to possess a life of its own, rivaling even the prowess of an S-class mech. A voice from the crowd cried out, "Ah, Sister Hua is so impressive. My goodness, is this truly the potential of a D-class mech? Henceforth, I shall cease to complain about the mechs. It appears the issue lay within my own abilities. I implore you, Sister Hua, share your tutorial on piloting mechs. I am eager to learn." Liao Yun's ears perked up, and she took this sentiment to heart. Perhaps she could indeed contemplate establishing a training class to elevate the skill levels of interstellar citizens. With a disdainful gaze, she observed the pathetic Songxiong, who was now reduced to incoherence, sputtering, "Why are you still standing there? Help me." His subordinates felt a surge of indignation. Had he not commanded them to remain motionless? Yet, they dared not voice their grievances and hastily piloted their mechs to assist. "Instructor, be cautious." Anili could not restrain her warning. At this moment, Liao Yun stood with her back to them, showing no signs of movement. The onlookers held their breaths, anxious that Liao Yun might be struck. A barrage of bullets surged toward her, yet she calmly raised the mech's arm. An invisible barrier seemed to envelop her, deflecting all incoming assaults. Then, lowering her arm, the redirected bullets hurtled back at Songxiong's cohorts. The subordinates, having never witnessed such a spectacle, scrambled in a frenzy, shielding their heads. Liao Yun then manipulated the limbs of Songxiong's mech, contorting it into a spherical shape. Songxiong was engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as though his very organs were being crushed. The sickening sound of fracturing bones echoed, and terror gripped him. This was not within the confines of a game. No matter the torment, it bore consequences in the real world. Now that he had ventured outside the simulation, the repercussions of severe injury would be dire. He wished to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, he was launched through the air. Songxiong spun like a top, toppling those who fled in panic. In mere seconds, Liao Yun, with remarkable speed, dismantled the limbs of the mech surrounding her. The air was filled with the sounds of agony as bystanders instinctively covered their ears. This was an overwhelming one-sided domination. A D-class mech effortlessly incapacitated numerous higher-tier mechs. The individual recording the spectacle was ecstatic, exclaiming, "This is it. I'm going to make it big. He hastily reached for his holographic device to upload the video online, fearing that others might seize the opportunity first. Liao Yun, wielding one of the mech's legs as if it were a golf club, sent Song Xiong flying once more. Hey, anyone interested in a round of golf? She called out to the crowd, utterly indifferent to Song Xiong's plight. Yet, there was little need for concern. He was merely a plaything in her hands. Song Xiong, regaining his composure, quickly raised a white flag, seeking to concede. However, Liao Yun would not easily acquiesce. She rejected his plea. Acceptance of the challenge required mutual consent to conclude the encounter. She had not yet settled accounts with the one known as laughing at the Sangqiu. This individual had prevented her students from leaving Rainforest Island, and she vowed to ensure that he would find himself in a predicament from which he could neither survive nor escape. Did he not take pleasure in the dismemberment of others? She would allow him to experience it to the fullest. Liao Yun did not immediately sever laughing at the Sangqiu's limbs, but instead shattered them repeatedly, reattaching them each time. Laughing at the Sangqiu wished desperately to lose consciousness. Yet Liao Yun would not grant him such mercy. The intensity of her attacks escalated with each blow, and his spirit had long been extinguished. He was so terrified that he nearly soiled himself, disregarding all semblance of dignity as he pleaded, "Sister Hua, I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Regret consumed him. He regretted provoking those 5 individuals. He lamented underestimating the power of Hua Ke Fugue. He questioned why he had chosen to participate in the Rainforest Island map. Every thought that crossed his mind was one of regret. He wished to admit his faults, but alas, she had yet to tire of her game. Liao Yun's voice echoed in his ears like a demon demanding his soul, filling him with dread. Chapter 53. The Blood Wolf Gang. Xiaoqin Song Xiong was enveloped in despair. What more could she possibly do? She had fought and teased. But did she truly have the audacity to kill them? Liao Yun, however, was indifferent to her thoughts. She sent her opponent soaring into the air with a swift kick. Following which Xiaoqin Song Xiong and her companions endured unparalleled torment, experiencing a suffering that rendered life itself unbearable. Liao Yun did not forget the harsh words she had spoken, vowing to strip him of his dignity, and she was resolute in fulfilling that promise. Thus, Xiaoqin Song Xiong was not only beaten to a pulp, but also humiliated beyond measure. This was no ordinary embarrassment. It was akin to running naked before a crowd. The only solace was that the Star Network had removed her clothing, enveloping her in a protective white light. This feature had been introduced years ago due to an exhibitionist. Once she had dealt with them, Liao Yun disdainfully brushed her hands together. "Do you understand your mistakes now?" she inquired. Xiaoqin Song Xiong and the others nodded, hastily kneeling as they performed deep bows to the 6 individuals. Only after receiving Liao Yun's permission did they exit the Star Network. Following such a thorough beating, they would remain subdued for quite some time. Their physical bodies in reality would undoubtedly be affected. The more severe cases might even suffer from madness, while milder ones would experience mental deterioration and a regression in their abilities. Liao Yun was unconcerned, for she bore the responsibility of her actions. Since they had chosen this path, they must possess the courage to face the consequences. Liao Yun addressed the students of Class G, "Let us go." And Li and the others finally regained their composure and approached her side. Yu Zhuchen chattered excitedly, "Instructor, you were so impressive just now. What technique did you use?" Liao Yun playfully rapped him on the head, chiding, "That's what you get for not paying attention in class." She began to tally up their performance. You all engaged in combat with Xiaoqin Song Xiong without employing the clear wave technique. What were you thinking? Upon hearing this, the 5 felt a wave of shame wash over them. In the critical moment, they had truly forgotten. However, Liao Yun's tone shifted. Your teamwork was commendable. It was her usual practice to balance praise with criticism. As a teacher, she believed in addressing issues constructively. For their poor performance, she would certainly reprimand them. But for their commendable efforts, she would not hesitate to offer praise. All right, let us head back. The 6 departed from the Star Network, unaware of the immense attention this incident had garnered. That day, the trending topic online was none other than Hua Kai Fu Gue drives D-Class mech to crush S-Class mech. The addition of an explosive character indicated just how fervently this was being discussed. The top 10 trending topics were all related to Liao Yun's exploits. And for a time, Hua Kai Fu Gue enjoyed a meteoric rise to fame. Both the Federation and the Empire had heard of her deeds, and many began to idolize Liao Yun. The military forces of both the Federation and the Empire were eager to outmaneuver one another in their efforts to recruit her. Should she align with either side, the strength of their armies would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Today, a modicum of time remained, and Liao Yun instructed them to review the recordings, reflecting on their shortcomings and conducting a self-examination. She stretched her sore neck and, upon the conclusion of each individual's reflection, provided her critiques. Naturally, in the eyes of N.I. Li and the others, the instructor had delivered a rather scathing reprimand. After the day's lessons concluded, Liao Yun navigated her way to the underground city with familiarity. Upon entering, she was greeted by a colossal poster that proclaimed, "Do you feel that your immense abilities have no avenue for demonstration, lacking recognition from others? Do you find life excessively mundane and devoid of excitement? Then hasten to join the Blood Wolf gang. Here, you shall revel in a life of unrestrained joy, surrounded by brothers who would stand by you, and an abundance of wealth. Action speaks louder than words. Proceed below for an interview." Liao Yun stroked her chin, sensing that the Blood Wolf gang seemed vaguely familiar. With an hour remaining before work, she had ample time to investigate further. Soon, she arrived at the designated location, where a long queue had already formed. She began to converse with the person beside her. "Good sir, from your physique, I can tell you have trained." The man, a veritable embodiment of muscle, turned upon hearing his address but initially could not locate the source. Liao Yun cleared her throat. "I am here." Only then did he lower his gaze to see her. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his bulging muscles made him appear quite formidable. "Indeed, I have undergone specialized training," he replied, pride evident on his face as he demonstrated his unique skill. He picked up a stone from the ground and placed it against his muscular arm, squeezing until it crumbled to dust. "Impressive," Liao Yun exclaimed, and his pride swelled further at the compliment. "You are aware that various gangs congregate in the underground city, yes?" Liao Yun nodded. "Joining their ranks is no simple feat. One must possess extraordinary abilities and the opportune moment," he continued, shaking his head. "Typically, gangs are saturated with members and seldom accept new blood. My skills have no outlet." Unexpectedly, today, the Blood Wolf gang was recruiting, and the promotional slogan resonated deeply with him. "I believe this is fate," he declared, his eyes sparkling. Liao Yun responded with an "oh," inquiring, "Do you know why the Blood Wolf gang has begun recruiting?" At this, the man glanced around furtively, bending closer to whisper in her ear, "I heard that recently the Blood Wolf gang suffered significant losses in members." Surprised, she replied softly, "What happened?" Clearly well informed, he responded, "During a mission, they were ambushed and killed. Among the casualties was their core member, Fang Yanqing." Liao Yun's expression stiffened, her lips twitching at the mention of Fang Yanqing. It dawned on her that those members had perished by her hand. The man nodded. Indeed, Fang Yanqing was formidable, having accomplished much for the Blood Wolf gang. Their fury over the loss of such a key figure is immeasurable. Heavenly, have they managed to uncover the identity of the murderer? The elder brother shook his head. No. Judging from the scene, this individual took their lives in a remarkably brief period, employing methods that were both swift and decisive. They speculate that this person must be formidable and exceptionally powerful. The Blood Wolf gang, fearing the entanglement with greater forces, chose to let the matter rest. Liao, with his imposing presence and extraordinary strength, remarked, "After all this discussion, it boils down to a single word, cowardice." She chuckled lightly, realizing the truth. "Elder brother, with such prowess and knowledge, you must certainly be aware of what interviews entail, correct?" The elder brother, flattered by the compliment, responded with a sense of pride. "Of course. It is rather simple. You may challenge individuals corresponding to the identity you wish to attain. If you succeed in your challenge, you will be granted an equivalent status. However, if you aspire to a higher position, you must confront core members, which, naturally, presents a greater level of difficulty compared to ordinary members." He concluded with a word of caution. "Therefore, you must contemplate wisely and be aware of your own capabilities. Do not be lured by lofty positions, lest you end up with nothing." Chapter 54. The leader, his name was Wahong, a seasoned inhabitant of the underground city. Wearied by the relentless struggles of life at the bottom, he yearned to forge a path towards greatness. Alas, fate proved cruel, as every endeavor he undertook ended in failure. After a series of setbacks, his spirit dimmed to a mere ember. However, just as despair threatened to engulf him, hope flickered anew when he learned that the Blood Wolf gang was recruiting. He expended a considerable sum to acquire this insider information. Observing Liao Yun's slender arms and legs, Zhuo Heng worried that she might be eliminated. Out of goodwill, he readily divulged the hard-won news to her, unaware that she was oblivious to his gesture. After a lengthy wait, it was finally their turn. Zhuo Heng opted for the most unassuming rank, believing it prudent to proceed with caution. Gaining entry into the Blood Wolf gang was paramount. He could always seek advancement later. Liao Yun closely scrutinized Zhuo Heng's combat abilities and discerned his unique approach. He appeared untrained, relying solely on brute strength and exhibiting a reckless fighting style. Nevertheless, his sheer power led him to victory in no time. Beaming with joy, he emerged and encouraged Liao Yun, assuring her not to fear, for they would not unleash their full strength. As long as she remained calm, she would surely pass the trial. The others who had completed their trials exchanged skeptical glances. Was it truly as effortless as he claimed? Among the numerous entrants, how many would actually succeed? Liao Yun smiled at him, graciously accepting his encouragement. Zhuo Heng lingered, intent on observing her match, still feeling apprehensive. It was not that he underestimated her. Rather, her appearance hardly suggested she was capable of fighting. Standing below his chin, what strength could she possibly possess? After much contemplation, he resolved to stay. Should Liao Yun find herself in dire straits, he could lend a helping hand. He felt a sense of kinship with her, akin to that of a protective older brother. Upon entering the room, Liao Yun assessed her surroundings. The space was modest, clearly a makeshift stronghold. Seated in the commanding position was a man in his 30s, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang. He inquired in a gravely voice, "Please select your challenge identity." Before her lay numerous options, yet she didn't even glance at them. Her objective was crystal clear. "I wish to challenge the leader of the Blood Wolf gang," she declared boldly. Having come this far, she refused to settle for anything less than the highest rank. The leadership of the Blood Wolf gang was the only position worthy of her ambition. Unbeknownst to her, Zhuo Heng, who was outside, nearly choked on his own saliva, his face and neck flushing a deep crimson. Coughing, he was utterly taken aback by her audacity in challenging the leader outright. Did she intend to seize the Blood Wolf gang for herself? Indeed, Liao Yun harbored such aspirations. The Blood Wolf gang was merely a stepping stone. She sought to conquer more factions and emerge as the true sovereign of the underground city. "Well, you certainly have lofty ambitions," someone mocked. "To aim for the leader's position right off the bat. Aren't you worried you might choke on it?" The elder looked anxiously at the leader. Concern etched across his face. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang did not utter many words, merely nodding in agreement. He held no belief that he would be defeated. The two prepared themselves, standing upon the arena, reminiscent of the underground boxing ring Liao Yun had encountered upon her arrival, where no mechas were required. Relying solely on bare-knuckle combat, they simultaneously swung their fists, colliding with one another. Truly, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang possessed formidable strength. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would encounter her? With that initial punch, both combatants gauged the other's prowess. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang silently retracted his numbed fist, maintaining a composed facade while internally astonished. This individual's strength was not inferior to his own. To be precise, she surpassed him by a considerable margin. Liao Yun glanced at the time. The delay during the queue had consumed quite a bit of her time, and now she had merely 10 minutes left before her shift commenced. She needed to conclude the battle within 5 minutes and swiftly reach the Enrue mecha shop in the remaining 5. Time was of the essence. Just as the leader of the Blood Wolf gang was about to speak, she swiftly took him down with a few precise strikes. "You." He could hardly finish his sentence before receiving a punch to the face. Not yet. Another blow struck his abdomen. Why was it so difficult for him to utter a complete sentence? Liao Yun paid no heed to his attempts at conversation, her movements relentless. The leader of the Blood Wolf gang was utterly powerless to retaliate, coughing up blood as he hastily conceded defeat. Fear gripped him. He had merely wished to engage in conversation and glean some information, but her urgency left no room for dialogue. It was indeed a fortuitous circumstance for the Blood Wolf gang to possess such a formidable individual, likely to shine brightly in the upcoming gang tournament. However, her identity warranted further investigation. Upon realizing her victory, Liao Yun had no time to revel in her success, quickly glancing at the time once more. There were precisely 5 minutes remaining. In a state of urgency, she hurried away, scarcely acknowledging those behind her. "Let us congratulate the Blood Wolf gang on acquiring a new leader," the announcer declared, expecting her reaction. When he looked up, she had already departed. What was happening? Was she truly in such a rush that she could not wait for the announcement to conclude? Bewildered, he turned to the leader, asking, "Leader, what do you think about this situation?" The leader waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not, she shall return." He had an inkling that she was no ordinary individual. He certainly was not attempting to excuse his own defeat. Outside, Zhua Heng stood with his mouth agape, utterly incredulous. How could it be? That young woman achieved victory so effortlessly? She had so easily become the leader of the Blood Wolf gang? Did this mean he would now be working under her? Zhua Heng gave himself a sharp slap to regain his composure. This was disastrous. What had he been saying earlier? How could he have had such a stereotypical notion that she was weak? Had he known of her true capabilities, he would have endeavored to ingratiate himself while in line. Nonetheless, Zhua Heng felt fortunate that he had not provoked her and had instead shown considerable enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming found himself in a wooded area, appearing quite uncomfortable as he rubbed his hands together incessantly. Before him stood a girl clad in a white dress, her delicate features framed by cascading locks of hair. "Have you had any interaction with Liao Yun?" she inquired, her voice gentle, imbued with a unique charm that ensnared one's attention. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ming's gaze became entranced. With a lack of caution, he confessed, "Indeed, she struck me once, and I have harbored resentment ever since. I yearn for revenge. Yet I have found no opportunity. Why must I endure her tyranny? Who does she think she is?" His tone was laced with bitterness, as he declared vehemently, "If only I possessed the strength, I would teach Liao Yun a lesson she would not forget, making her aware that I am not to be trifled with." The girl chuckled softly. "Release your pent-up grievances. I can bestow upon you formidable power, enabling you to exact your revenge." Upon finishing her sentence, a wisp of dark energy surged from her hand, penetrating Xiao Ming's body. His expression contorted in agony as he could not suppress a pained scream. The malevolent energy coursed through him, battering his internal organs. Ultimately, it coalesced in his abdomen, morphing into a small black insect. This creature began to insidiously erode him, gradually staining his insides a deep black. This transformation occurred within mere seconds. Xiao Ming's eyes took on a crimson hue, revealing the traits of a parasitic entity. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, impervious to any calls to awaken. The girl, satisfied, proclaimed, "Come, become my subjects. One day, the insect race shall conquer the cosmos, and thereafter, humanity will be our slaves." "Ah, Liao Yun, you may save one, you may save 100, but can you save thousands upon thousands of souls?" The mere thought of Liao Yun ultimately kneeling beneath her brought her immense joy, eliciting a chorus of laughter that echoed into the void. Chapter 55. Framing. Upon entering the Anrue mecha shop, Liao Yun was immediately enveloped by a rich scent of perfume. "Did you apply perfume?" she inquired, puzzled. Li Jingxuan shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Is the scent overwhelming?" "A bit," she replied candidly. Liao Yun seemed genuinely curious. "Why did you decide to wear perfume?" In her perception, Li Jingxuan had always been someone indifferent to his outward appearance. After all, working with mechas daily inevitably left him smeared with dirt. She had even witnessed him hastily finishing dinner without bothering to wash off the lingering oil from his hands. Raising an eyebrow, she teased, "Something's up, isn't it?" Having spent considerable time together, their relationship had progressed to a point where they could share light-hearted banter. Li Jingxuan played along with her jest, "Of course. Just look at how handsome I am, like a jade tree in the wind, charming and dashing." Liao Yun interrupted, "I see, so there's nothing going on." Li Jingxuan halted, adopting a serious demeanor, and earnestly asked, "What kind of person do you think I am?" "What kind of person?" This was a question Liao Yun had never contemplated. After a moment of reflection, observing his expectant expression, she replied, "A good person." Li Jinghuan was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't suppress a chuckle, his dimples becoming subtly visible. Well, a good person is certainly preferable to a bad one, he conceded, a hint of resignation in his tone. Liao Yin found herself inching closer, intrigued by the mecha he was repairing. Sensing her proximity, Li Jinghuan instinctively stepped back. What are you looking at? Liao Yin pointed to the mecha component in his hands, exclaiming, You can repair such severely damaged mechas? Impressive. She gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Li Jinghuan scratched his head and explained, It only appears serious. In fact, everything inside is intact and quite easy to fix. Oh, I see. After observing for a while, she grew bored and decided to leave. As she turned, a spark of interest flickered in her eyes. She caught a whiff of blood on Li Jinghuan, a scent that even the overpowering perfume could not mask. His identity is quite extraordinary. The next day, Liao Yun arrived at school as usual. In the morning, she conducted combat training for Class G, and in the afternoon, as her students attended classes, she found herself momentarily unoccupied. Liao Yun intended to return to the underground city to handle matters concerning the Blood Wolf gang. However, just as she reached the school gate, she was intercepted. Seeing that it was Qiao Ming, she asked, What is the matter? Qiao Ming wore a forced smile. Instructor Liao, may I have a word? Something felt amiss. Liao Yun's instincts heightened, but trusting in her own strength, she followed him, intrigued by his intentions. They arrived at a location devoid of surveillance, standing face to face. Speak. Liao Yun stated bluntly. Qiao Ming twisted his neck, veins bulging on his forehead. He began to transform, wings sprouting from his back, morphing into a half-human, half-insect creature. Transformed into a Zerg? Liao Yun exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder she had detected a nauseating odor moments ago. Refrain from uttering meaningless words. Today marks your demise. Qiao Ming's body was swollen with pus, his head grotesquely split into three, and his fierce gaze locked onto her. He raised his tentacles and lashed out at Liao Yun with great ferocity. Liao Yun skillfully evaded the attack, a cold light flickering in her eyes. Qiao Ming could not be allowed to remain. If he stayed at the academy, the entire Imo-Chin military school would fall victim to the parasitic infestation of the insectoid race, leaving both students and faculty with no chance of escape. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, locked in a relentless battle. It was intriguing. Liao Yun, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, summoned all her strength and delivered a powerful kick. She did not cease her onslaught, methodically obliterating his head in a series of strikes. With a sickening splatter, Qiao Ming's brain matter spilled forth, pooling on the ground like a dark puddle. Disgusted, Liao Yun inspected her bloodied fists, noting how the viscous liquid had corroded her skin, revealing bone beneath. After delivering a final blow to Qiao Ming, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She needed to expeditiously erase any traces of the scene. Should anyone inadvertently come into contact with it, the consequences would be dire. Just as she bent down to assess the situation, a piercing scream shattered the silence. A student, pale with terror, gazed at Liao Yun as if she were a harbinger of doom. He staggered backward, then fled in haste, shouting, Someone's been murdered. Call for help. Someone has been killed. Damn it, she had been careless and failed to notice someone approaching. Liao Yun froze in place. She had intended to offer an explanation, after all. The insectoid carcass before her could attest to her innocence. However, to her astonishment, the telltale signs of Qiao Ming's transformation had vanished. Not a trace of the insectoid presence remained. When the principal arrived, he was met with the sight of Qiao Ming lifeless on the ground, devoid of breath. While Liao Yun stood there, drenched in blood, a look of shock etched on her face. The principal thundered, How dare you commit murder within the confines of the school? Do you not fear the law? Liao Yun opened her mouth to explain, Would you believe me if I said he was not in this state just moments ago? The principal, impervious to her words, replied sternly, I have already contacted the authorities. You must accompany us. Behind him, a throng of students had gathered, their expressions horrified at the gruesome scene. Some had begun to retch. Murderer? Good heavens, who is she? How could she commit such an act? She is Instructor Liao, exclaimed a student who had been taught by her before. A murderer is unworthy of being called an instructor. Indeed, she is unworthy of that title. A murderer must be expelled from Imo-Chun Military School. The students, fueled by outrage, raised their voices in unison. Murderer, begone from Imo-Chun Military School. Director Ming endeavored to calm the students, saying, "Please, let us have some quiet. The school will cooperate with the police investigation, and I trust that justice will be served." However, her words fell on deaf ears as the students' complaints grew louder. "This matter is far from over. We will not rest until we receive an explanation. Yes, we demand accountability. If attending school poses such a danger, who would dare to return to Imochin Military School? Exactly, the school cannot shield the perpetrator." Listening to the clamor of the students, Liao Yun remained unfazed. At that moment, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Qiao Meng's body, left there, would have any impact on the surrounding environment. Would future students passing by be tainted by the essence of the insect tribe and become infected? "Principal, may I first dispose of the body before proceeding?" Upon hearing this, the principal sprang to his feet, pointing at her, rendered speechless for a long while. It was another teacher who eventually spoke on the principal's behalf. "You actually intend to destroy the evidence?" No, she truly did not mean it that way. Unable to clarify her intentions, she chose to remain silent. Ai Li and others, drawn by the commotion, approached as well. Along the way, they gleaned a general understanding of the situation. As Wu Xianwei noticed Liao Yun's figure receding into the distance, he contemplated chasing after her. However, Ai Li grasped his arm and shook his head in disapproval. Chapter 56. Deceive the past holds no significance now. Moreover, we ought to place our trust in the instructor. Should we not? Ai Li spoke softly. The cacophony of insults from the group of students infiltrated their ears, prompting Yu Zhuqin to lose his composure. He furrowed his brows in agitation and exclaimed, "Enough! The investigation results are not yet out. How can you hastily conclude that Instructor Liao is the perpetrator?" As students of Class G, they unconditionally believed in Liao Yun. They knew the instructor was not the type to commit such an act. Upon his words, the murmurings of the crowd ceased. Someone retorted, "We all witnessed it firsthand. The evidence is irrefutable. How can she not be the murderer?" Ai Li countered, "So, you personally saw Instructor Liao kill that student?" The individual stammered, unable to articulate a response. They had not witnessed Liao Yun commit murder. But she had been the only one present at the scene, blood on her hands. Who else could it be if not her? Ultimately, he could only mutter, "How do you prove she didn't commit murder?" Several voices echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, how can you prove she is innocent? Perhaps you are all in cahoots with her." Yu Zhuxing and He Yuan joined the fray, their faces flushed as they argued fervently. "Why should we have to prove anything to you? Let the police handle it. Seeing is not always believing. One must speak with evidence. Defending a murderer, you are no better. In this era, even murderers have those who would cleanse their names." The two could hardly compete with such a multitude, and soon their voices were drowned out. Wu Xianyue could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Enough!" Someone muttered under their breath, "What is so fearsome about that?" The person next to him nudged his arm and whispered, "Stop talking. They're not to be trifled with." The remaining crowd soon recognized the identities of Yu Zhuqin and the others, causing them to hush. Someone dissentingly remarked, "Is it merely a bit of wealth? What is so impressive about that? Indeed, if I speak the truth, will I be arrested?" It was quite amusing. Are the laws of the Federation merely for show? Are they beginning to oppress us with their power? They only dared to voice their opinions in the crowd, confident that amidst many, it would be impossible to pinpoint the instigator. After all, what is wrong with speaking the truth? Yu Zhuqin and Wu Xianwei, both quick-tempered, rolled up their sleeves, intending to confront the speaker and deliver a sound thrashing. Ai Li interjected, "There is no point in arguing. Let us return for now. They have already deemed Instructor Liao the murderer, and it will be challenging to change their minds. Rest assured, the police will clear the instructor's name." Reluctantly, they made their way back. Liao Yun found her hands shackled and was escorted to the interrogation room. The officer seated above her bore a piercing gaze and inquired, "Did you kill the person?" Liao Yun nodded in acknowledgement. The officer continued, "According to the investigation, months ago, student Xiao Ming assaulted you, sending you to the hospital. Thus, you harbored resentment and sought revenge today." "No, I did not," Liao Yun denied. She recounted the entire sequence of events to the police. "Today, as I was about to leave the school, Xiao Ming intercepted me, insisting on discussing something in a different location. Out of curiosity, I complied. To my astonishment, He led me to a secluded area devoid of surveillance, where he underwent a grotesque transformation into a half-human, half-insect creature. I suspected that he had been parasitized by the insect race, and my suspicions were confirmed during our confrontation. Consequently, I resolved the matter. Liao Yun raised her eyes, her expression grave. It was an unavoidable circumstance. The presence of the insect race within the school posed a significant danger, thus I had no choice but to eliminate it. The police concurred. Had they been present at the scene, they would have made the same choice as Liao Yun. The insect race was a menace that could not be allowed to persist. Another officer hastily recorded notes, stating, around 2:10 in the afternoon, she encountered Xiao Ming at the school gate. The surveillance footage revealed Xiao Ming gesturing for her to approach. He was the one who initiated the invitation. The first officer to speak indicated his understanding, adding, "We have dispatched Xiao Ming's remains for professional examination to determine the presence of insect race genes, and results will be forthcoming. Should Liao Yun's assertions prove accurate, they would not only release her but also commend her. After all, ridding humanity of the insect race is a noble contribution, and such actions are encouraged by higher authorities." Liao Yun nodded, yet her heart remained heavy with apprehension. She sensed that this matter would not be resolved so easily. Before long, the specialized testing agency contacted the police. Upon answering, the officer's demeanor darkened. He hung up, his face flushed with anger. According to the blood tests conducted at the scene, it was unequivocally the blood of student Xiao Ming. Where's this insect race? To evade responsibility, you resort to such absurd fabrications? Before Liao Yun could offer an explanation, he continued, someone fortuitously recorded the entire incident of your crime with a drone. Would you like to view it now? Liao Yun remained non-committal. She asserted that it could not be so simple. What a coincidence it would be for someone to capture the very moment she dealt with Xiao Ming. This was merely a trap set by the insect queen. Indeed, she had been careless. Soon, the interrogation room projected the original footage. It depicted Liao Yun and Xiao Ming engaged in close combat, their struggle culminating in Liao Yun delivering a powerful kick that sent Xiao Ming flying, her fist striking his head. In an instant, his brain matter erupted forth, the scene gruesome and nauseating. Liao Yun sought to identify any signs of video manipulation. Alas, the figure on screen was undeniably her. She had indeed performed those actions. So it was, the signs of Xiao Ming's transformation were visible only to her. To the outside world, he appeared as himself. The insect queen had devised a cunning scheme, and she couldn't help but admire it. However, the queen also recognized that this ploy would not result in any significant loss for Liao Yun. At most, it was a minor obstacle. After all, Liao Yun possessed another identity. She was the illustrious figure known as Flourishing Blossoms on the Star Network. Once this identity was revealed, who would dare to penalize her for the death of a single student? The high-ranking officials of the Federation relentlessly vie for her, offering her enticing conditions. Yet, Liao Yun remains unwilling to succumb. Why should she allow herself to be led by the nose by the queen of the insectoid? Moreover, she has no desire to reveal her true identity so soon. After watching the video, the police officer scrutinized Liao Yun's reaction. Noticing her silence, he set his jaw in a straight line and asked, "Is that you in the footage?" Liao Yun replied, "Yes, it is." "Did you kill that person?" He pressed. "Yes," she affirmed. The officer slammed his hand on the table. "Then what further arguments do you have?" Liao Yun responded with a calm demeanor, "I killed the insectoid turned Xiao Ming." The officer raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Are you implying that we made a mistake in our assessment? That the video is fabricated?" He chuckled in disbelief, his frustration evident. Chapter 57. In prison she did not harbor such intentions, yet she lacked evidence to substantiate her differing perception from theirs. Nonetheless, it was an undeniable truth that Xiao Ming had been infested. The Zerg genes he carried, propelled by the air currents, would soon infect the entire Machin military academy. She continued, expressing her desire for them to cleanse the location of Xiao Ming's demise, preferably employing specialized instruments for crime scene processing. It remained uncertain how much the police would absorb this statement. Once the case was concluded, they would handle the cleanup themselves. He scoffed. "Are you still able to worry about other matters? Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament." According to federal law, premeditated murder would result in the forfeiture of one's civil rights and a forced relocation to the garbage star. Although termed reform, It essentially entailed performing labor for free on the garbage star. Factories emitting nuclear radiation were typically established there, where pollution was already severe. Prolonged exposure to radiation would lead to significant bodily harm, with various diseases emerging over time, ensuring a short lifespan. Clearly, he had disregarded her words. All her communication devices had been confiscated, rendering her unable to contact Li or the others. If the individuals at Machin Military Academy were infected, it would spell disaster. She resolved to explore the possibility of stealthily escaping under the cover of night, planning to return silently afterward. Following the interrogation, Liao Yun was escorted to the prison. Under stringent surveillance. Once the verdict regarding her fate was rendered, she would be transported to the garbage star. Liao Yun did not resist. Instead, she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Once, she had been the one inflicting torment upon others within these very walls, and now, with her role reversed, it was a peculiar experience. Centuries later, prisons had become more fortified, equipped with an array of surveillance devices monitoring the inmates from every angle. The entrance was laced with electricity, where a moment's carelessness could result in death. Under such conditions, even a fly could not escape. Liao Yun was confined to a solitary cell, furnished only with a bed for rest. She squatted in a corner, her boredom palpable, as she awaited the fall of night. Darkness would enhance her operational convenience. The guards, relaxed in their duties, merely glanced her way before attending to their own affairs. The walls were constructed from a rare black copper ore, exceptionally robust, even with extraordinary capabilities. Escape was implausible. However, they were unaware that to Liao Yun, these barriers were mere decorations. Through rigorous training, her mental prowess had ascended from its original A rank to S rank. In the interstellar realm centuries hence, an S rank mental capacity permitted the piloting of higher-tier mechas, facilitating daily training, but that was the extent of its significance. Yet, in Liao Yun's eyes, its potential was vast. For instance, she could envelop the prison in a silent shroud of mental energy, acutely aware of every sound within. Furthermore, she possessed the ability to manipulate thoughts, compelling the guards outside to willingly grant her freedom. This mere prison could not contain her. As time trickled by and the twilight deepened, the moon and stars emerged in the night sky. The moment had arrived. Liao Yun unleashed her mental energy, allowing the police outside to manipulate the surveillance data. She stealthily escaped, leaving no one alerted. Under the cover of night, Liao Yun arrived at the Mo Chun Military Academy. She effortlessly scaled a wall to gain entry. The body of Qiaoming had already been removed, yet it was evident that the scene had not been meticulously cleaned, as traces of his DNA still lingered. Throughout that afternoon, the presence of the insectoid species had insidiously infiltrated the nerves of many individuals, posing a latent threat within the school that might one day erupt. As she employed her mental prowess to purify the insectoid essence, a figure approached from behind her. Liao Yun remained composed, gathering her strength, poised to incapacitate the intruder. Just as she turned, her hand poised to strike, a familiar voice resonated. "It's me." Startled, Liao Yun hesitated, but her momentum could not be halted instantly. Instead, she altered the trajectory of her strike, narrowly grazing the figure's cheek. "Li Jingwan?" she exclaimed. "What brought him to Imochin Military Academy?" Clad in a dark outfit, he was nearly unrecognizable at first glance. He responded, "It's me. Why are you here?" Liao Yun inquired, puzzled as to why he had abandoned the Anrue mecha shop late at night to come to the academy. Upon hearing her question, Li Jingchuan appeared somewhat aggrieved. His voice was laden with indignation as he retorted, "How can you ask me that?" The tone suggested that she had wronged him in some way. "I waited for you for a long time, but you never came." He pursed his lips, adding, "I'm a fragile mecha engineer in need of protection, so I came to find you." Liao Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Brother, do you hear how contradictory that sounds?" Setting aside how he had managed to remain in the underground city, the pressing issue was that if he was indeed fearful, why venture so far at such an hour to seek her out? Was he attempting to deceive her? Noticing Liao Yun's skepticism, Li Jingwan swiftly shifted the topic. "What happened to you?" "What do you mean?" Liao Yun feigned ignorance. He sighed in exasperation. "How did you get taken by the police?" "How do you know I was taken?" Liao Yun crossed her arms, regarding him with an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it." Li Jingchuan conceded. "I was merely concerned for your well-being. I don't believe you, she replied. Listening to his nonsensical chatter, Liao Yun cast a glance at the backpack he carried, which fueled her suspicion that he was there to clean up the scene. Did he also know that Chao Ming had been transformed by the insects? It appeared he harbored many secrets, yet Liao Yun had no interest in uncovering them. What brings you to the academy after escaping? He asked, regarding her as a dangerous individual. After all, few managed to escape successfully. However, he was curious as to why she would return to Mo Chun Military Academy instead of fleeing further away. Liao Yun cleared her throat. We must speak cautiously. I merely stepped out temporarily. I intend to return shortly, so do not accuse me of escaping. To be a fugitive was to be hunted by the Federation, and she had no desire to live in hiding. She added, I came to do the same thing as you. She laid her intentions bare. Li Jingchuan did not succumb to the awkwardness of the moment. Instead, he extended the tool towards her. Let us get to it. Both were acutely aware of each other's complexities, yet they tacitly refrained from probing further. Liao Yun accepted the proposition, agreeing to collaborate. Indeed, their combined efficiency surpassed that of a solitary effort, and soon, the remnants of Qiao Ming were thoroughly eradicated. They settled on the ground, and Li Jinghuan stretched lazily. He jested, I have never witnessed anyone emerge from prison solely to tidy up a site. Liao Yun placed her hands behind her head and reclined. Well, now you have. She replied. Li Jingchuan inquired, why go to such lengths? Once the cadets at Mo Chun Military Academy are infected, it would suffice to prove her innocence, wouldn't it? Liao Yun pondered for a moment before responding, there is no alternative. My moral compass is simply too strong. Chapter 58. General Liao Yun once again cast the conversation back to him. Then why did you go to such lengths? Why travel such a distance merely to eradicate the traces of the insect race? Their infection would not implicate you. Alas, the sense of morality is too strong. Li Jinghuan teased. He was surprised to find himself mirroring her manner of speaking. Liao Yun merely shrugged, as if recalling something. May I borrow your light brain? She intended to message the students of Class G, instructing them to conduct a comprehensive check the following day. Every individual present at the scene today would carry the essence of the insect race within them. If this were to propagate, the consequences would be dire. If only every teacher and student at Mo Chun Military Academy could undergo a thorough examination, regrettably, her words would not be believed. Should a frail individual unwittingly become infected, their life would be irrevocably ruined. The students of Class G were to perform a complete inspection in front of everyone. If they bore the essence of the insect race, it would validate her assertions. The entire faculty and student body would be compelled by fear to ascertain whether remnants of the insect race lingered within them. After all, who does not fear death? Authorities would soon dispatch personnel to reinvestigate the matter. Before long, Liao Yun would find herself freed from prison. After sending her messages to Ni Li and others, she looked up to find Li Jingchuan gazing at her intently. Do you truly trust those students? He inquired. He struggled to comprehend such sentiments, as in his eyes, others were inherently untrustworthy. Trusting anyone was less desirable than trusting oneself. If those students were to report her, her predicament would become perilous. Liao Yun, unfazed, replied, Of course I trust them. After spending several days in their company, she had gained considerable insight into the character of the Class G students. She was confident they would not betray her. Moreover, as a general of the Federation, she had encountered a myriad of individuals. Did she lack the discernment to judge character? If they truly did betray me, I would not blame them, she stated. I would only hold myself accountable for failing to recognize their true nature. She was confident in her sharp discernment, regardless of who stood before her. She could perceive their hidden intentions. Li Jingchuan fell silent, and a momentary awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. He gazed into the distance, his gaze darkening with contemplation. Perhaps he did not understand such feelings. He had no one worthy of trust. Sensing someone approaching, Liao Yun promptly leaped onto the wall. Someone's coming, Li Jingchuan warned. Noticing the absence of the person beside him, he turned to find Liao Yun already perched upon the wall. She waved at him, saying, I'll take my leave first. That person is yours to handle. With that, she leaped away. As for the ensuing matters, Li Jingchuan would manage them adeptly. Only after Liao Yun had distanced herself did he retract his gaze, chuckling helplessly. Did she not fear that he might divulge the details of her escape? Did she trust him so readily? Yesterday, Liao executed her actions flawlessly, leaving the outside police completely unaware of her temporary departure. Who could have imagined that someone would return after breaking out of prison? The sound of chains echoed, signaling the arrival of someone. Entering was a middle-aged man clad in military attire, his feet adorned with black knee-high boots. He exuded a powerful aura, embodying the authority of a superior. Liao Yun gazed up at him, her eyes unwavering, devoid of any hint of fear. She felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this individual, as if she had encountered him before. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. This was Wu Xinshan's father, Wu Qingsheng, a general of the Federation. She had seen him on the news. "You are Liao Yun?" he inquired, looking down at her with a tone laced with disdain. His curiosity piqued. He wondered who could compel his notoriously rebellious son to bow his head and apologize, urging him to save someone. The relationship between father and son had long been strained. With years having passed since their last conversation, whenever they spoke, it resulted in a quarrel, ending in discord. When Wu Xinshan had contacted him, he was nearby, dealing with issues concerning the insectoids. In an attempt to mend their fractured relationship, Wu Qingsheng agreed to come and see what kind of person Liao Yun truly was. What if his son, in his youth, had been deceived? It would be a tragedy to see genuine affection squandered and trampled upon. Liao Yun found his condescending demeanor discomforting, as if she owed him a debt. "It's me," she replied, withdrawing her gaze. Since he showed her no respect, she saw no reason to extend warmth to his coldness. Were it not for his connection to Wu Xinshan, she would have preferred not to respond at all. Wu Qingsheng scrutinized her. She leaned against the wall, her coat draped over her arms, exuding a languid air. He had never been treated with such disdain before. Those around him were always obedient, and he was unaccustomed to any form of defiance. A flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. "Do you know who I am?" he demanded. Liao Yun replied nonchalantly, "Yes, you are a general of the Federation." Her tone suggested that she regarded his esteemed title as that of a mere passerby rather than a figure of high rank. Enraged, he retorted, "Then why do you still?" His chest heaved, as if his heart might leap out at any moment. No, he couldn't afford to lose his temper, he reminded himself. He must not jeopardize the situation, for that would lead his son to sever their ties completely. Liao Yun remained unfazed. If it was a matter of status, hers surpassed his significantly. She was a general, personally appointed by the president, enjoying endless honor. Such a position was unprecedented, with many generals but only one grand general. Although that was a relic of her past, it mattered not. When she held the title of grand general, she would not have been perturbed by the disdain of others. "I can release you, but with one condition," Wu Qingsheng began. Before he could finish his stipulation, Liao Yun promptly declined. He was taken aback. "Do you not wish to leave?" He could not fathom why she would refuse. After all, who in prison did not yearn for freedom? "Of course I do," she admitted. "Then why refuse?" he asked, bewildered. Liao Yun rose and stood before him, her presence exuding an aura that rivaled his own. Wu Qingsheng regarded her with a newfound respect, sensing her substance. "Is it through legitimate channels that I have been released?" she inquired. Wu Qingsheng denied it, asserting, "Certainly not. How could it possibly be through legitimate means?" His implication was clear. He intended to fabricate a false identity for her and send her to another location to begin anew. Liao Yun stretched languidly and stifled a yawn. "Well, that settles it. In just a few days, I shall be exonerated." Wu Qingsheng, of course, found her claim hard to believe. Liao Yun, uninterested in further explanations, approached the bedside, removed her shoes, climbed into bed, and drew the covers over herself, executing the action seamlessly. She closed her eyes, waved her hand dismissively, and began to usher him away. "You may go visit the Mo Chen Military Academy. By now, N.I. Li and the others should be conducting their inspections." Chapter 59. A Problem at the Maxian Military Academy. The principal banged on his desk, pointing accusingly at N.I. Li and her companions, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Do you comprehend the immense expense involved in conducting a comprehensive examination for the entire school? If they bear no trace of the insect race within them, will you assume the responsibility?" He had toiled late into the night and awoke with a foul mood when he learned that the students of Class G sought his audience. He anticipated a matter of great significance. To his astonishment, they insisted on subjecting the entire faculty and student body to a thorough examination. The principal was thoroughly incensed. They were truly impervious to the hardships of the common folk. These young lords and ladies had no understanding of the burdens borne by others, merely based on their assertions. They demanded the entire school participate in their tumultuous endeavor, whose time is not valuable. And Lee was well aware that the principal would refuse. That was not her true intention. Upon receiving a message from Instructor Liao, they finally felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Subsequently, they had a discussion late into the night. The instructor had painstakingly arranged for them to accomplish a particular task, and they were determined to execute it flawlessly. They aimed to ensure that everyone in the school witnessed firsthand that Instructor Liao was innocent. They wanted those who had wronged her to feel remorse and gratitude towards the instructor. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the graver the repercussions would be. They needed to investigate the matter thoroughly before the faculty and students interacted with outsiders. And Lee devised a strategy to propose an idea that the principal would undoubtedly reject, thereby leading him to accept her subsequent suggestions more readily. They could conduct their medical examinations privately, but such an approach would lack the impact of having the entire school bear witness. And Lee feigned difficulty and proposed, "Very well, principal. Let us keep the school sealed for now, and once our examination results are available, we shall discuss it further. What do you say?" Following the incident involving Xiao Meng, the school had swiftly implemented a lockdown to prevent the insect race's presence from affecting others. Today, they needed to negotiate with the principal before the school reopened. Yu Zhuxing, sensing Lee's cue, interjected before the principal could speak. "Rest assured, we will assume all consequences." She hesitated regarding this year's construction. The principal grasped her implication. The Yu family was affluent and had generously donated several buildings to the Maxian Military Academy last year. It was fair to say that the arrival of the Yu siblings had significantly alleviated the school's financial burdens. Therefore, the principal could not disregard the Yu family's influence. "Very well," he acquiesced. Lee and her group felt elated, and she continued to articulate her demands. "I hope that our visit to the infirmary for the examinations can be publicized so that more people are informed. That is not a difficult request. I can accommodate it." The principal agreed. She added, "I hope everyone can witness our examinations." "That is unacceptable," the principal firmly rejected. Beside him, Yu Shucheng cleared his throat. "Then this year." "We shall not." The principal hastily interrupted. All right, you esteemed ancestors, I cannot afford to provoke you." He felt a sense of frustration within. Burdened with the future of the school, was it easy for him? Lee and the others found amusement in the situation, assuring the principal, "Rest assured, you will certainly be grateful to us in due time." The principal cautioned them, "If you bear no trace of the insect clan within you, the consequences will be yours to bear. The wrath of the entire faculty and student body is not easily quelled. Fear not. We are well aware of our responsibilities and shall certainly accept the consequences." As Lee and her companions prepared to leave, the principal called out to them, "Do you truly place such trust in Liao Yun?" Lee turned back, her countenance resolute, declaring, "Why should we not trust her? She is our instructor, and we have faith in her." The others remained silent, yet their expressions spoke volumes. They believed in her. The principal felt a stirring within, lifting his teacup and urging them to depart. "All right, enough of this. Hurry along, for my head aches with worry." After their exit, he sipped his tea and reflected. Liao Yun indeed possessed some skill, managing to win over those students. The students of Imochen Military Academy stood on the playground, their faces displaying impatience. They grumbled. "Who knows what the school is thinking? While others undergo medical examinations, we are left here idly watching." "Exactly. It seems like they are validating the words of that Liao Yun from yesterday. Does it truly warrant such an elaborate verification, coming from a murderer?" "Indeed. The police have already detained her. Does that not suffice as proof?" Lee and her companions had anticipated such reactions and dismissed their remarks. Soon, the truth would be revealed to them. Lee rolled up her sleeves, awaiting her blood draw. With an abundance of examinations, they had already spent a considerable amount of time. The blood draw was the final task. Once the school doctor was prepared, he began to call the students forward one by one. Amidst the crowd, one voice rang out particularly loud. After all this time, nothing has been discovered. What will you do to compensate for my time? His words ignited the fury of the crowd. Voices erupted in succession. Yes. I still need to train in the training room. Had I known, I would never have enrolled in this wretched school. The education is subpar, and the troubles are endless. Indeed, a friend of mine applied to the neighboring Sakado Military Academy. They are currently training and enhancing their skills. While I stand in the scorching sun watching others undergo examinations, it's a complete joke. The school doctor paused in his actions, casting a questioning glance at Lee. Her expression remained unperturbed, and she replied, "Continue." It was the final task. If the blood draw yielded no results, they would be drowned in scorn by the entire school. However, Lee was unconcerned. She placed her trust in the instructor. The school doctor drew a vial of her blood and placed it in the testing apparatus. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed slowly, yet the machine remained unresponsive. Lee, skeptical, called out to Wu Xianyu and the others, "You try it." Wu Xianyu and the others rolled up their sleeves, beckoning the school doctor to proceed with the blood draws. 1, 2, 3, 4. The blood of the 4 individuals did not elicit any response from the instrument. The students began to protest. "See, there is nothing. Liao Yun is the murderer. And no matter how you try to absolve him, it won't change the truth. You're wasting my time, making me wait so long. The school owes us an explanation." The teachers and other instructors desperately tried to calm the students, urging them to settle down. Amidst their furious outcries, the students in Class G grew increasingly anxious, unable to maintain their composure. "What is happening? This is impossible." Just when Lee felt helpless, a voice echoed in her ear. "There is an issue with this instrument." Chapter 60. Resolution. She lifted her gaze towards Wu Xianyu. Indeed, that voice just now belonged to him. He approached the instrument, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, he pivoted and strode to the school doctor, seizing him by the collar, and exclaimed with fury, "Did you tamper with this? This instrument is undoubtedly flawed." No wonder at all. After so many examinations, nothing was revealed. "It turns out it was all your doing." The school doctor, trembling with fear, raised his hands in protest, struggling to speak. "It wasn't me. Just let me down first." His physical constitution faltered under Wu Xianyu's grip, his feet leaving the ground, gasping for breath. Students on the playground witnessed the scene unfold, voicing their discontent. "Stop it. In front of all these people, you dare to strike someone? Principal, are you going to stand idly by?" Realizing he could no longer control the students, the principal approached. Attempting to soothe Wu Xianyu, "Please, release him. Let us discuss this calmly." Lee added, "You need to calm down." Wu Xianyu, his face flushed with anger, shouted back, "How can I remain calm? This school doctor is definitely up to no good. I can't imagine the conditions our instructor faces in prison. It must be dire. I yearn to rescue him. Although our instructor messaged us yesterday, assuring us of his safety, a night has passed, and I am left in uncertainty regarding his current situation. I cannot wait any longer." As the school doctor's breath grew fainter, the principal hastily dispatched personnel to restrain Wu Xianyu. He was forcibly held back, unable to break free. Yu Shuchen and others rushed to assist. "Let him go." The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with a cacophony of voices. Wu Xianyu bellowed, veins bulging from his neck. "We have this type of instrument at home. Under normal circumstances, the button's base emits a green light. But just now, when I pressed it, nothing changed." No one was willing to heed his words any longer. They were solely focused on removing him from the scene. Lee and the others, unable to contend with the instructors, were also subdued. A familiar scent filled Lee's nostrils, the distinct stench of the insectoid race. Having spent considerable time in virtual simulations, they were all too familiar with this odor. Only a faint trace of the insectoid presence lingered nearby, imperceptible unless one paid close attention. Students from Class G were taken aback. There are insectoids. While they had fought against them in the virtual realm, this was the real world. None had ever truly encountered the insectoids. They were undoubtedly stronger than during their training. Everyone present dismissed their claims as mere fantasy. Insectoids? What nonsense! The principal was consumed with regret, wishing he had been firmer from the start, preventing this chaotic situation. Just then, A thunderous noise erupted from the sky above Mo Chun Military Academy, lightning flashing ominously. The once frail school doctor transformed dramatically, his eyes glazed over, blood seeping from his nose and mouth. Abruptly, he opened his mouth, teeth falling out, landing on the ground in a pool of blood. The school doctor's body stiffened as he slowly raised his arm. "What is wrong with you?" inquired the person supporting him. He suddenly turned around and hissed at him. Subsequently, that person was firmly bitten on the neck. The individual looked at him in disbelief. Shortly after, he collapsed to the ground, undergoing a transformation. In a brief span, several individuals were bitten by the school physician and completely metamorphosed into insects. The school physician himself grew extraordinarily large, exhibiting characteristics of the insectoid species. He towered as high as a building, the largest insectoid the group of Nili had ever encountered. His head struck the ceiling, puncturing through the wall. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Did the school physician truly have an issue? The principal quickly reacted. "Everyone, teachers, pilot your mechs and protect the students." The insectoid queen, concealed among the crowd, lowered her head and smiled slyly. This was her newly cultivated boneless insect, a significant pawn in her arsenal. How could these individuals possibly stop her? Let them all perish. The third and fourth graders also piloted their mechs, ready for battle. The first and second graders were gathered together, awaiting the teacher's command for an orderly retreat. Nili and his companions stepped aside, realizing that more and more people were being affected and beginning to transform. What to do? The principal and the others were not even a match for that insectoid. If the fighting continued, their own side would ultimately become insectoids as well. The insectoids were draining their mental energy, their strength continuously escalating. In the end, who could halt this? If only the instructor were here, Nili and the others thought. The boneless insect shook off numerous mechs, its body gradually softening as it lay atop them. The principal and the others' mechs were corroded, their vision entirely obscured. The boneless insect toyed with them, soaring upwards before crashing down with great force. Bang! The principal's mech was already damaged. Another blow like that, and they would meet their demise. Others who had been infected crawled forward, heading straight for the group of students. Nili and his companions enveloped themselves in mental energy to prevent infection. An insectoid, emerging from nowhere, mounted them, its enormous tongue extended, ready to swallow them whole. Nili and his companions closed their eyes, surrendering to the struggle. Suddenly, a golden mech descended from the sky, rescuing them. Everyone on site recognized the person within the mech. It was General Wu. "How wonderful, we are saved." Well, the legendary SSS class mech, the Golden Python, the federal hero who had been reported in the news, had appeared before them. The students breathed a sigh of relief. With General Wu present, they had nothing to fear. True to his reputation as a federal general, he swiftly dealt with the boneless insect. Those who had been infected did not escape their fate either. Wu Qingxing fired several bullets, and they fell to the ground, lifeless. Once the situation was resolved, the students felt a profound sense of sorrow. Among those infected were several of their everyday teachers and classmates. The school physician had served at the Imochin Military Academy for many years, and the students were quite familiar with him. The transformation of someone so close to them into an insectoid filled them with deep anguish. Wu Xianyu stood dazedly on the ground, unable to recover even when Wu Qingxing stood before him. The instructor's words rang true. It was indeed the Zerg. Wu Qingxing spoke first, mentioning Liao Yun. Wu Xianyu's thoughts returned to the present. Is the instructor well? Noticing that his son was more concerned about Liao Yun than himself, Wu Qingxing felt a twinge of annoyance. "Oh, he is doing just fine, hardly worth your concern." Wu Xianyu furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Why speak in such a sarcastic tone? Is the instructor well or not?" Wu Qingxing did not respond. Instead, he activated his communicator to summon reinforcements to the Machin Military Academy. There was a need to secure the scene and conduct thorough examinations on everyone present, administering treatment injections as required. He also needed to report this incident. The Zerg's infectious nature was far too potent. He ought to propose the development of medication to enhance antibodies. Otherwise, every encounter with the Zerg would entail considerable effort and resources. With numerous matters still to attend to, Wu Qingxing took his leave, leaving his son behind. Chapter 61. The disguise Li and the others approached Wu Xianwei. Yu Shuqing, astonished, exclaimed, "You actually know General Wu. My goodness. To converse with General Wu is such a tremendous honor." He openly confessed his envy. In the entire Federation, who wouldn't wish to engage in dialogue with General Wu? Even a single word would suffice. He Yuan, unsure if Wu Xianwei intended to disclose his identity, prudently refrained from mentioning it. However, Wu Xianwei did not conceal anything from them, stating, "My surname is Wu, and so is his. What do you think?" This rhetorical question effectively left Yu Zhuqing speechless. He stroked his chin, confidently asserting, "I understand now. You are both from Capital Star, and you are related to General Wu." It seemed he had convinced himself, nodding affirmatively. "By the way, how are you related? Is it a close relationship?" He Yuan was utterly embarrassed by him, muttering under her breath, "Fool. Hey, who are you calling a fool?" Yu Zhuqing retorted, displeased. With his intelligence, it was all too easy for him to overshadow others, especially someone as dim-witted as He Yuan. Yu Zhuqing hurriedly covered her brother's mouth with her hand, fearing that if he continued, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Why was it that whenever he spoke, she ended up embarrassed? She wished to disown this brother and hoped someone would take him away promptly. Not close at all, Yu Zhuqing pushed aside his sister's hand, wearing an expression of knowing triumph. "See, I wasn't wrong. It's not a close relationship." Then, Wu Xianwei spoke in a calm tone, "He is my father." He was not mistaken. His relationship with his father was indeed distant, as they often argued whenever they met. Yu Zhuqing nearly choked on his own saliva. Coughing, he pondered the astonishing fact that his classmate was the son of a general. The general's son was right beside him. His classmate was, in fact, a concealed young master. Such thoughts raced through his mind. The Yu family paled in comparison to the Wu family. However, even after learning of Wu Xinyue's identity, the group felt no discomfort. Wu Xianwei remained their classmate, and nothing had changed in that regard. Before long, the personnel summoned by Wu Qingxing arrived, dressed in protective gear. They were well trained and promptly cleared the battlefield. Subsequently, all faculty and students were isolated in a designated area, waiting for individual checks. This was the closest they had ever come to death. The students' emotions had yet to settle, and they gathered together, chattering excitedly. "I can't believe I actually saw the Zerg. They only existed in our textbooks before. They are truly terrifying. Had it not been for General Wu, we would all have perished. How did General Wu even come to our school? He must have sensed the Zerg presence. But what intrigues me is that General Wu was just chatting with Wu Xianwei. Yes, they say Class G has significant family power. We know the identities of the others, yet Wu Xianwei remains a mystery. Could he possibly have some connection to General Wu?" The students engaged in lively analysis, each offering their own insights. "I prefer to inquire about the students' circumstances on site. It is inconceivable that the son of General Wu would attend our school. They possess enough self-awareness to understand this. By the way, does today's incident not validate that Liao Yun was truthful? Has Qiao Ming truly been parasitized by the insectoid race? It is difficult to ascertain. Today's insectoid activity may not necessarily be attributed to Qiao Ming. Let us leave the investigation to the police. Indeed, we must place our trust in the authorities." The insectoid queen, standing not far away, listened intently to their conversation, nearly crushing the aluminum can in her grasp. What is Wu Qingxing doing here? Was he not supposed to be handling a task in Lenny City? Even if he had heard of the situation here, he should not have arrived so swiftly. They were fortunate to have narrowly escaped a calamity. It remains uncertain whether they will continue to enjoy such luck in the future, as anticipated by Liao Yun. Wu Qingxiang returned to confront her. He stood opposite her, scrutinizing her with a piercing gaze. Liao Yun graciously raised her hand to facilitate his observation, awaiting him to speak first. As expected, Wu Qingxiang could no longer contain himself and remarked, "There really are insectoids. How did you ascertain that Qiao Ming was one of them?" It seemed he had come to believe Liao Yun's assertions. They had examined Qiao Ming's remains with more sophisticated equipment, although the results were yet to be revealed. They were likely to align closely with the claims made by the individual before him. He had reviewed the surveillance footage, and even with Qiao Ming's seemingly normal behavior, he might not have recognized the signs of parasitism. He had ruled out factors such as first-hand observation, which would have provided a more immediate and tangible sense of the insectoid presence. Nevertheless, Detecting such an anomaly promptly and responding accordingly presents considerable challenges. Upon introspection, he realized that he could only reach this level of understanding. Observing Liao Yun's calm demeanor, as if everything were within her control, he found her inscrutable. Liao Yun spontaneously replied, "Instinct." Indeed, it was instinct, an innate ability honed through years of combat experience, etched deeply in her soul. Fearing that Wu Qingxing might press her further, she continued, "Are you aware of a master named Li Yun in the underground city?" The name Li Yun was one she had conceived for herself. When she challenged the Blood Wolf Gang leader, she had donned a complete disguise. Thus, she intended to navigate the underground city under the guise of Li Yun. Liao Yun. Flourishing and prosperous, Li Yun. Perhaps there would be other identities in her future. She must ensure that these three identities remained entirely distinct to prevent recognition. The insectoid queen had likely been present in this world longer than she, with a broader sphere of influence. She had reason to suspect that the group of individuals in black was also sent by the insectoid queen to eliminate her. If this were the case, the queen's influence had already infiltrated the ranks of federal officials. To safeguard herself, she must begin to establish her own power base. Wu Qingxing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have not heard of such a person." He mentally reviewed every individual and name he could think of, finding no trace of Master Li Yun. "You must have investigated my identity and are aware of my previous frailty. Until that day, when I encountered Master Li Yun in the underground city, she enlightened me, helping me discover the meaning of life." Liao Yun felt she could easily become an actress. Her performance was so compelling that she could win an award for Best Actress in no time. At the emotional moments, she even wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. "She taught me methods for mental fortitude and techniques to enhance my own capabilities. Initially, I was skeptical, but after a few days of training as she advised, I felt myself progressing at an astonishing rate. She is indeed a benefactor in my life." Liao Yun's actions are undoubtedly aimed at paving her own path. Blossoms of Wealth and Prosperity is her online moniker, and she has another purpose as well. She can connect with high-ranking officials of the Federation under the alias Li Yun. Using this identity, she disseminates the methods of mental training and various secret techniques. This way, the overall strength of humanity can advance. However, she is not one to suffer losses herself. Expecting her to have a spirit of selflessness and to freely share her knowledge with the masses is simply unrealistic. If a fee-based model is adopted, disparities among people will naturally arise. Some individuals simply do not have the means to afford it, making it challenging to elevate overall strength. Yet, the Federation and the Empire possess wealth. They are the citizens of the Federation and the Empire. And it is only fitting that the Federation and the Empire invest in their own citizens. Who would not desire an enhancement in the overall strength of their nation? Chapter 62. The gift Wu Qingxing pondered in confusion. Is it truly so remarkable? If you wish to ascertain the truth of my words, you may venture to the underground city and witness it for yourself. Liao Yun added, the resurgence of the insect race has rendered the methods to combat them long forgotten. However, visiting will incur no loss. Master Li Yun possesses considerable skill, and I believe she would be eager to collaborate with you. After some contemplation, Wu Qingxing agreed with this reasoning and resolved to visit the underground city to seek out the highly praised Master Li Yun once the matter was settled. "Is she truly willing to collaborate with me?" he inquired. If Master Li Yun were as formidable as claimed, she would undoubtedly seek to recruit talent. Liao Yun affirmed. Of course. Does she not know her own worth? Who would turn away from financial gain? Having secured allies on the Federation's side, only the Empire remained. Nevertheless, Liao Yun was not anxious. She had faith in her abilities. Once she established the reputation of Master Li Yun, the Empire would inevitably come knocking. After Wu Qingxing departed, Liao Yun spent a few more days in the prison. She was capable of enduring the confinement, spending her days indulging in sleep and sustenance, finding a peculiar joy in it. Lying on her bed, she blinked her sleep-laden eyes. Calculating the time, she realized she would soon be released. Unaware of the circumstances outside, she could intuitively guess that a Federation general had come to investigate, indicating that the matter could not be delayed much longer. Within 3 days at most, the truth would be revealed, and she would regain her freedom. A few minutes later, someone called for her from outside. Upon stepping through the prison gates, Liao Yun inhaled deeply. Although her time inside was relatively easy, the confinement was stifling. The space was far too cramped for comfort. She immediately spotted her students waiting for her up ahead. It was Enili and the others who had come to retrieve her. Liao Yun approached them with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, you still have a shred of conscience. You remembered to come for me." Before she could finish her sentence, she was enveloped in a warm embrace by Wu Xianhua. He buried his head in her shoulder, his voice a soft murmur. "Instructor, you are finally out." Without overthinking, Liao Yun gently patted his back as one would soothe a child, reassuring him, "It's all right. See, I am perfectly well." Meanwhile, Enili observed Wu Xianhua with a contemplative gaze. Wu Xianhua lifted his head, scrutinizing her for a while, before finally relaxing. He seemed poised to say something, but was elbowed aside by Yu Zhuchen. "All right, enough of that. You've hugged her long enough. It's our turn now," Enili remarked. "This person cannot possibly be foolish." Yu Zhuchen enveloped Liao Yun in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "Instructor, you cannot imagine how those individuals have acknowledged your correctness. They are clamoring to express their gratitude." He scoffed, "Better late than never." Liao Yun embraced each of them in turn, and upon reaching Enili, she remarked, "You all did well." Receiving her praise, the G-class students swelled with pride. However, the afternoon training would proceed as usual. Upon hearing this, their expressions instantly fell. "Ah, surely not, Instructor. I had hoped to treat you all to a splendid meal in celebration." Yu Zhuchen felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had already selected the restaurant. Today was meant to be a day of enjoyment. Liao Yun delivered a playful smack to his head. "What enjoyment? Training is of utmost importance. If you wish to have fun, the internal simulation competition is just a few days away. Focus on your training and strive for a top position, and afterward, I shall treat you all to a feast from my own pocket." Her meticulously designed maps had earned her a handsome profit, allowing her the luxury of treating them to a grand meal. "Hooray! For this feast, we shall surely secure a top spot," they vowed earnestly. In the distance, a figure approached, interjecting, "What about inviting me for a meal?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Liao Yun jested, "Oh, Mr. Li, do you expect me, your employee, to treat you?" Li Jinghuan, dressed casually and holding a cup of milk tea, handed it to Liao Yun, saying, "Your boss is rather impoverished." She accepted the drink, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Her eyes instantly sparkled. It was her favorite flavor. A thick layer of creamy milk foam topped the drink, with taro paste and mochi beneath. "How did you know I liked this?" Liao Yun inquired. Li Jinghuan feigned mystery. "I want to tell you." He himself was unaware of how he had come to know her taste. It was simply an instinctive choice made at the tea shop. Wu Xianhua felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing that he seemed oblivious to what the instructor enjoyed. He then asked, "Instructor, who is he?" His tone revealed a hint of jealousy that he himself did not recognize. Enili observed the exchange with keen interest, suppressing a smile as she quietly watched the unfolding drama. Liao Yun clarified, "He is my boss. Don't be fooled by my stern demeanor during the day. At night, I must work for him." Li Jingchuan's eyes twinkled as he reminded her, "You haven't shown up in quite some time." Liao Yun raised her hands in mock surrender. Yes, I shall make up for it." "Truly, Li the skinflint," she muttered under her breath. Unbeknownst to her, she felt more at ease and unguarded in front of Li Jingchuan. In the presence of G-class students, she typically maintained a serious facade to uphold her authority as an instructor. "How heartless. I specifically came to find you today, and even brought you a gift." Li Jingchuan retrieved a necklace from his pocket, playfully toying with it. "Since that is the case, I shall." Upon hearing the word mecha, Liao Yun perked up. She snatched it from him and tucked it into her bosom with such swiftness that it left him momentarily stunned. "Oh, no, I apologize. My boss is truly generous. Please forgive my folly." Adaptability was one of Liao Yun's defining traits. Li Jingchuan teased her, "What if I were to demand it back?" Liao Yun looked at him incredulously. "Do you really wish to reclaim it?" Her words implied that Li Jingchuan was akin to a notorious scoundrel. Seeing their instructor adopt a rather unruly demeanor, the G-class students could no longer bear it. They turned away, stepping back to create some distance from Liao Yun. She noticed their subtle retreat and awkwardly touched her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. This is a mech, and at present, what she lacks the most is indeed a mech. Furthermore, How could the mech provided by Li Jingxuan be of inferior quality? His identity is inherently significant, and it is unlikely he would merely present her with a subpar mech. Moreover, it was originally intended for her. What fault would there be in her accepting it? The advantages of acquiring a mech are numerous, and if it means being shameless, then so be it. Once they achieve commendable results in the upcoming school simulation competition, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Li Jingxuan extended his pinky finger, forming a hook. Is it a promise? It is a promise. Liaoyan placed her finger alongside his. Their thumbs met momentarily in the air before they swiftly parted. Chapter 63, Ming Tianshi as night fell. Liao Yun arrived at the underground city. Due to the matters concerning Qiao Ming and the Blood Wolf gang, she had delayed her plans for far too long. She was uncertain whether the competition from a few days prior would still hold significance. Having acquired a new mech today, if the competition proved futile, she intended to launch a merciless assault on the Blood Wolf gang. After all, the gang had committed numerous wrongdoings, and it would be a service to the public to eliminate them. The temporary stronghold of the Blood Wolf gang was no longer in its previous location. After inquiring around, she found herself at a bar under the gang's jurisdiction. Upon entering, a familiar face greeted her with a smile, bending slightly. "Welcome." "What a coincidence," Liao Yun exclaimed, surprised. She had assumed that someone with such a muscular build would be thriving, at the very least, not reduced to working as a bartender. Zhuaheng looked up and recognized Liao Yun, exclaiming, "You finally came." Since Liao Yun had hastily departed after securing the position of leader of the Blood Wolf gang, its members had been eagerly awaiting her return. However, as days turned into 1, 2, and 3, and she still did not appear, Zhuaheng had begun to believe that she had abandoned her claim to leadership. Liao Yun, puzzled, asked, "Is it customary to start from the bottom after joining the Blood Wolf gang? This is nothing short of false advertising." The promotions made it sound so appealing. Yet it turns out to be merely empty promises. Upon hearing Liao Yun's words, tears welled in Zhuaheng's eyes. He lamented, "No, those who arrived with me are faring quite well. This Blood Wolf gang is a complete trap. We are forced to abduct innocent women and extort protection fees from vulnerable elders. I do not consider myself a virtuous person, but I do have my limits. Women, children, and the elderly, those are my boundaries." Realizing their differing values, he sought to withdraw, only to discover that he had signed a lifelong contract, making escape impossible. These past few days had been particularly grim for him. He faced constant targeting, forced to endure all the dirty and strenuous tasks. Any sign of resistance would result in a brutal beating. Upon understanding the situation, Liao Yun resolved to proceed. Zhuaheng tried to dissuade her, saying, "Take my advice and leave quickly. Do not wade into this murky water." Aware of his good intentions, Liao Yun reassured him, "Do not worry. I am well aware of my course of action. Given Fang Yan's character, it is evident what kind of individuals inhabit the Blood Wolf gang." Thus, she had set her sights on them. Her plan was straightforward. If they resorted to trickery, she would take the life of their leader without hesitation. Anyone who dared to oppose her would meet the same fate until they submitted. Today, she had come early, armed with ample time to reorganize the Blood Wolf gang. Seeing that he could not deter her, Zhuaheng resigned himself to her decision, hoping her fate would not mirror his own. The events unfolded smoothly. Liao Yun pressed a dagger against the throat of the bar's overseer, demanding the leader of the Blood Wolf gang to present himself. The overseer, trembling, relayed the message to the leader. Before long, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang arrived, flanked by a host of armed followers. Upon spotting Liao Yun, he exclaimed, "Is it you?" Extending his hand backward, he commanded, "Lower your weapons. She is another leader of our Blood Wolf gang." Just like that? Do they truly keep their promises? Liao Yun pondered, her mind clouded with doubt. The bar manager timidly spoke up. "You should have revealed your identity earlier. Otherwise, could he have stopped you? Why go through the trouble of beating him up only to summon the leader?" Liao Yun released him. "I wasn't aware you acknowledged my identity." The leader of the Blood Wolf gang, without a doubt, harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she decided to take things one step at a time and observe their true intentions. Upon investigation, Liao Yun learned that the leader of the Blood Wolf gang was named Ming Tianshi, a formidable figure. His underlings had been involved in countless deaths, and at a mere 30 years of age, he managed to uphold the entire gang. Although the Blood Wolf gang held a position of moderate power in the Undercity, it appeared they were poised to ascend even higher. Ming Tianshi produced a chair and invited her to sit. He settled at the table, facing her directly. "You left in haste at that time. We have been waiting for your return," he began, displaying a sincere demeanor. "The Blood Wolf gang seeks talent, and given your capabilities, we could make an exception and elevate you to the status of another leader within our ranks." He extended an olive branch, eagerly awaiting her response. "And what does that entail?" she inquired. Meng Tianshi replied, "The annual gang competition is approaching. The Blood Wolf gang will be divided into 2 teams. We will assist each other to elevate our standing." Liao Yun understood. It seemed he intended for her to serve as a free enforcer. The members of the Blood Wolf gang would undoubtedly abandon their team to protect their own. She despised the notion of being used as a stepping stone. Liao Yun composed her expression, resting her chin on her hands. Very well, she conceded, though whether she would comply remained another matter. She planned to subtly replace the gang's members with her own, reshuffling the internal dynamics of the Blood Wolf gang. The bartender she had encountered earlier seemed promising. With further investigation, should his claims hold true, she would recruit him. The G-class students were still too naive and required observation. Noticing her swift agreement, Ming Tianshi appeared taken aback, then smiled. "May I ask how to address you?" She replied, "You may call me Li Yun." Ming Tianshi rose, presenting her with an identity token and extending his hand to a fruitful collaboration. Liao Yun placed her hand in his, echoing, "To a fruitful collaboration." Once Ming Tianshi had distanced himself, she withdrew her gaze and rubbed her hand against her clothing, pondering the situation. How intriguing. Ming Tianshi bore the scent of the insect tribe. Their presence was indeed tenacious. The bar manager, striving to diminish his presence, quietly edged toward the corner, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, Liao Yun suddenly turned to him, placing her finger on her lips. "Shoo!" She then made a slicing motion across her throat. The threat unmistakable. The bar manager's legs trembled, and he collapsed onto the ground, hastily bowing his head. "I saw nothing at all." Liao Yun kicked him lightly, her tone indifferent. "If you wish to keep your tongue, behave yourself." Yes, he stammered in response. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable dread towards the new leader, perceiving her as more fearsome than the previous one. Liao Yun, satisfied with this realization, crouched down and lifted his chin. "Over the years, you have amassed quite a fortune in this bar, haven't you?" The manager, terror-stricken, raised his gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, too fearful to wipe them away. The weight of anxiety bore down upon him, and his mind raced. This matter must remain hidden from Ming Tianshi, otherwise his life would be forfeit. His lips turned pale with fright as he pleaded, "What must I do to be spared?" Upon hearing this, Liao Yun recognized her suspicions were indeed correct. After all, residing in the Undercity and managing a bar, who could resist the allure of greed? Finding the situation tedious, she casually tilted his head aside and rose to leave. Before departing, she remarked, "Keep that mouth of yours in check, and you may yet preserve your life." Once she had gone, the manager gasped for breath, his heart racing in fear. He could not afford to offend either of these leaders. Chapter 64. The youth as anticipated by Liao Yun. None of the Blood Wolf gang held her in any esteem. Although they feigned respect towards her, in reality, they reported all her movements to Ming Tianshi. Today, she was to accompany Ming Tianshi to address some disturbances caused by individuals within the Blood Wolf gang. They arrived at a casino, and before entering, they were met with a cacophony of insults from within. "You garbage. Your casino is nothing but trash. I have never encountered such shameless individuals. You cheat. Then turn around and blame me. I refuse to serve you any longer." The voice belonged to a youth, likely in his prime, possibly even a student from a nearby school. Ming Tianshi's expression darkened as he led his entourage inside. Upon entering, the casino manager immediately noticed Ming Tianshi and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Leader." He also caught sight of Liao Yun standing to the side but quickly averted his gaze, as if she were invisible. Unlike the bar manager, the casino manager had been in service to Ming Tianshi for quite some time and was one of his trusted subordinates. He understood that his master was the sole authority, Ming Tianshi. The masked figure, enveloped in layers, had been granted a semblance of leadership by the chief. Yet it was clear to any discerning observer what the reality was. It was merely a gesture. It was best for the masked individual not to overstep her bounds and mistakenly believe herself to be the true leader of the Blood Wolf gang. What is the matter? Ming Tianchi inquired. The casino manager pointed at the troublemaker and responded, this person was caught cheating, and upon being discovered, refused to acknowledge his wrongdoing, even injuring several of our staff. Hey, you are the ones who cheat. The youth retorted angrily. How can anyone be so shameless? The casino manager leaned closer to Ming Tianchi and whispered, he possesses some strength and seems to have an elevated status. What should we do, leader? Ming Tianchi scoffed. What does his status matter? Once he steps into our casino, he must abide by our rules. Break his legs and throw him out. Times have changed. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now he had the backing of a powerful ally. With that command, his subordinates began to move. Suddenly, Ming Tianchi spoke again. Wait. He turned to Liao Yun, deliberately stating, they are too weak and cannot contend with him. How about we let the leader show us a demonstration? Without waiting for her refusal, he added, this would also help to establish authority. Those unaware would think he was acting in her best interest. Liao Yun observed the youth. He appeared to be of similar age to Yu Shuchen and others, dressed in fine attire that indicated he hailed from an affluent family. However, what piqued her curiosity was why someone of such background would venture alone into the underground city without any bodyguards. The youth glared at her with a look that conveyed, if you dare approach, I shall fight you to the death. As she stepped closer, he instinctively retreated. Liao Yun chuckled lightly. You're not that formidable, are you? So timid. Following the recent scuffle, the youth bore several injuries and lacked the strength to contend with others any longer. Liao Yun cornered him, leaving him with no means of retreat. The young man placed his hand on a certain part of his body. Should she take another step forward, he would press down. Letting his identity be revealed seemed a lesser evil than falling prey to that group. At worst, he would merely lose his freedom again. Liao Yun winked at him, and before he could comprehend her meaning, he witnessed her charge towards the wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. They were conveniently shielded by an overturned table, rendering them invisible to their pursuers. She whispered into his ear, cooperate with me. The young man, quick-witted, soon grasped her intent. Consequently, Ming Tianchi and his companions were startled by the blood-curdling screams of a pig being slaughtered. Ah, help. I was wrong. It hurts so much. I swear I won't do it again. Oh no, my bones are truly broken. Please, no more. If this continues, I might lose my life. The onlookers instinctively shut their eyes upon hearing the anguished cries of the youth. They collectively thought, the new leader has quite the prowess. He truly knows how to deliver a beating. Just moments ago, that young man had appeared so formidable, standing his ground against so many. Yet now he seemed to be in excruciating pain. Minutes later, the young man appeared, disheveled and smeared with crimson. He limped and conceded, I want to dare again. At that moment, Liao Yun emerged as well, concealing her left hand, and instructed Ming Tianchi, let him go. Ming Tianchi was taken aback by her decisive and efficient handling of the situation. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with. He had assumed she would be like Luohang, burdened by a futile sense of compassion. Nodding, he declared, I shall spare your life today. Should you dare to wreak havoc on the Blood Wolf Gang's territory again, I will ensure you never return. After the youth departed, Liao Yun followed Ming Tianchi to several establishments under the Blood Wolf Gang's control. She gained a deeper understanding of the organization. Realizing that a medium-sized faction governed such numerous enterprises within the underground city, not to mention the leading powers. As the night grew deeper, Liao Yun was intercepted on her way to the Anrue mecha shop by the very same youth. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Without you, my life would have surely been forfeit. Liao Yun's expression remained neutral as she replied, no need for thanks. Even without my intervention, you would not have perished. She noticed the subtle movements of the youth, discerning that he likely possessed some means of self-defense. The young man felt a jolt of surprise. How did she know? Liao Yun sidestepped him and continued on her path. Do not ponder how I know. You are simply too inexperienced, displaying everything openly. If Ming Tianchi were to notice, would he wait for you to act first? The young man felt a pang of regret for his earlier carelessness and found himself even more grateful toward Liao Yun. Regaining his composure, he realized she had walked quite a distance away. Hastily, he chased after her, asking, Benefactor, is your hand all right? Without turning her head, Liao Yun replied, It's nothing. Such a minor injury was of no concern to her. The blood on the young man's clothing was a result of her own palm being cut and stained. The voice of the boy echoed incessantly in her ears. Benefactor. Why are you associating with that group of miscreants? Benefactor, what is your name? Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chio Nanching. Benefactor, may I glimpse your appearance? Benefactor, why do you ignore me? Liao Yin halted her steps, and the boy collided into her from behind. Chio Nanching rubbed his reddened nose and asked, What is it? Benefactor? Liao Yin turned around, her expression devoid of emotion. You are quite bothersome. If you continue to shout behind me, I shall end your life, she threatened. Chio Nanching, unconvinced, touched his head and replied, You are a kind-hearted person, willing to injure your hand to save me. You would not harm me. Oh, is that so? She said, tightening her grip around his neck. Chio Nanching's feet lifted off the ground, and he desperately tugged at her hand in an attempt to free himself. As he felt the very real threat of suffocation, he was finally released. He coughed several times, still reeling from the sensation of asphyxiation. Do not follow me again. With that final remark, Liao Yun vanished into the dark alley. This time, he did not pursue her. Chapter 65. The Pampered Husband Before Entering the Anrue Mecha Shop. Liao Yun removed the disguise she had donned. She transformed from the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Li Yun, into a bodyguard at the Anrue Mecha Shop. Although she was currently occupied, she still made time to return to the shop, continuing her role as Li Jingchuan as protector. Perhaps it was here that she found a sense of relaxation and inner tranquility. Observing Li Jingchuan as he tinkered with various mechas and robots was indeed quite entertaining. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the sight of numerous bags and luggage scattered about. Are you going on a long trip? She inquired. Indeed. I've secured a significant contract and must travel to Capital Star, he replied. Does that mean I want to need to come in for a while? She asked. He nodded. Continuing with his tasks, how about I grant you a few months off? Are you pleased? Of course, I'm thrilled. This way. I want to have to shuttle back and forth between school and the underground city, without the obligation of work. She would have ample time to manage the affairs of the Blood Wolf gang. She intended to seize this opportunity to fully control the gang, transforming it into her stronghold. Li Jingchuan paused momentarily, suddenly recalling something. Do you still have the invitation from Master Yunchuan? Had he not mentioned it, Liao Yun would have completely forgotten about the invitation. At that time, she had no money to spare, and attending the auction would have been futile, so she had left it somewhere in her room to gather dust. Yes, I still have it. Why do you ask? She queried. I recall that the auction is being held at Capital Star, he responded, setting his luggage aside. If you're going to Capital Star, we might have a chance to meet. Liao Yun raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid I might miss you? He shook his head, lowering his voice. It's me who misses you. His voice was so soft that Liao Yun barely caught it. What? Never mind. What I meant was, if you're interested in the auction, you should come and take a look. There will be many valuable items. Without needing to be prompted, Liao Yun intended to attend. Now that she had money, she could purchase even more. The healing pod she had longed for remained elusive, surely. The auction would feature something even better. As she watched him meticulously clean the shop, transforming the once chaotic space into a pristine haven, she couldn't help but marvel at his prowess. She was utterly inept at tidying up. Her only recourse was to let the housekeeping robot do the work. Li Jingchuan, however, preferred to do everything himself, fearing that the robot might mishandle his precious components. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate, she remarked, realizing she had spoken too freely. She quickly covered her mouth, her eyes darting in embarrassment. She merely thought he had the potential to be a pampered husband. How had she let her thoughts slip so carelessly? She attempted to rectify her slip. No, I meant to say, you are truly exceptional. Yes, genuinely remarkable. She nodded emphatically, affirming her statement. Seeing that he remained silent, Liao Yun feared he was upset. Thus, she offered reassurance. I apologize, I spoke without thinking. However, you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I once knew, who would always prepare everything for me a day in advance, regardless of what I intended to do. Though he spoke little, his thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. She sighed inwardly. Ever since she arrived hundreds of years into the future, the absence of his companionship left her feeling utterly disoriented. It turned out that he had unknowingly done so much for her. For instance, He would prepare a warm bowl of porridge for her in the morning, handle the aftermath of her fights, and assist her with dressing her wounds when she was hurt. She realized she had never witnessed him in a state of anger. In her youth, she would intentionally provoke him, yet she never succeeded. He would wipe away the stains she had left on him and gently stroke her head, asking in a soft tone, "Would you like some candy?" As a child, she was easily soothed, following him around and clamoring for sweets, completely forgetting her mischievous intentions. In retrospect, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. Li Jingwan responded, "I'm not angry, nor do I feel offended by you. On the contrary, I am quite pleased. It indicates that you have been observing me attentively." Upon hearing his words, Liao finally felt at ease. She randomly selected a movie to watch, gradually becoming engrossed in it. Faintly, she sensed that the person beside her had spoken. "What?" she inquired, her gaze still fixated on the screen. Li Jinghuan raised his voice slightly. "I asked, who was that friend you mentioned?" It turned out he had been contemplating this matter all along. "It's nothing. You wouldn't know them anyway," she replied casually. The movie was simply captivating, completely absorbing her attention. Li Jingwan fell silent. From their first meeting, she had been looking at another person through him. Initially, he paid no heed to it. However, he now had to admit that it mattered to him. Zhua Heng had heard the news that Li Yun had become the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, and he felt genuinely happy for her. Even though his own circumstances were dire, living from meal to meal, he never harbored resentment over why she did not assist him in escaping his plight. Those around him had mocked him more than once, insinuating that they had both attended the interview together, yet now one soared while the other languished. Their words implied that his kindness had been taken for granted, leaving him to toil in vain. Some even made a jest of his past, recalling how he had waited outside for her, unaware that she had merely toyed with him. Zhua Heng did not share this sentiment. He and Li Yun were essentially strangers. What bond did they have? Offering help was an act of goodwill on her part, while withholding it was her prerogative. Why should one impose moral obligations on another? That evening, he returned home, dragging his weary body. He longed to collapse onto his small bed and sleep soundly until noon. Unfortunately, work awaited him. Upon arriving home, he noticed a wooden box placed at his doorstep. Instinctively, he opened it, and upon realizing its contents, he swiftly discarded the box. It contained a severed, bloodied head. That man had reprimanded him that very morning, establishing his position as a superior. How could it be that he was suddenly decapitated? Why was his severed head delivered to his doorstep? A gentle breeze caressed his skin, yet it sent chills down his spine. The head tumbled from the box, accompanied by a note affixed to it. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear as he cautiously approached the gruesome sight and scrutinized the words on the note. It read, "Look, I have taken care of him for you. Consider this head a gift. Work for me, and you shall obtain everything you desire. Those who have tormented you will inevitably face retribution." Chapter 66. The contradictions. Zhua Heng glanced around in terror. The silence enveloped him, save for the sound of his own breath. What could this note possibly mean? Was someone silently observing him? The thought intensified his fear. Having spent many years in the underground city, he believed he had no enemies and considered himself to be a reasonable person. So it was improbable that it was someone he knew. Since joining the Blood Wolf gang, he had frequently faced setbacks and had become a target for others. Although those behind him had eliminated those who threatened him, who could assure him that the next victim would not be himself. The individual capable of silently dispatching others and easily locating his residence was undoubtedly formidable. Zhua Heng gripped his thigh, compelling himself to regain his composure. What was he supposed to do? The note merely stated to do something for him, yet the specifics eluded Zhua Heng. Once a person is manipulated by another, escape becomes exceedingly difficult, ultimately leading to one becoming a mere puppet. Silence surrounded him, and just when he believed he would receive no response, the note suddenly soared into the air. The words upon it transformed. "Approach Li Yun." Approach Li Yun? He murmured to himself. Soon after, he dismissed the notion. With such a vast disparity in their statuses, what chance did he have to draw near her? Surely, he was mistaken for someone else. "Do not worry, it won't be long before she contacts you." Contact him? Surely, the individual was not jesting. How could Li Yun possibly reach out to him? Subsequently, no matter how much he inquired, the text on the note remained unchanged. Zhua Heng incinerated both the note and his own head, attempting to erase the events of the night. He could only hope that the person behind this was indeed mistaken. The following day, he resumed his role as a bartender at the bar, enduring the usual torment from patrons and scoldings from his superiors. The disappearance of a member from the Blood Wolf gang had barely stirred any ripples. After all, the missing individual held only a slightly higher status than Zwahang, and thus went unnoticed. In the underground city, it was all too easy to make enemies. The consensus was that the missing person had been slain by a rival. Just when he thought the day would pass uneventfully, a ragged beggar approached him. Zwahang intended to shoo the beggar away, but to his surprise, the beggar leaned in and whispered, "After work, meet Li Yun in the alley behind the Drunken Wind Pavilion." With that, the beggar clasped his hands together, pleading, "Please, give me something to eat. I am truly starving. Go away." Zwahang dismissed him, then pondered the implications of the beggar's words. Could it be true that Li Yun was indeed seeking him out? Was he really expected to heed the mysterious person's advice and deliberately approach her? A throbbing headache washed over him. All he desired was a peaceful existence, free from entanglements in others' affairs. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was being monitored by the enigmatic figure, his every move under scrutiny. What was he to do? The Drunken Wind Pavilion was the largest restaurant in the underground city, frequented by many powerful individuals who conducted their clandestine dealings there. Liao Yin also wished to arrange their meeting at this location, not only for its aesthetic charm, but also for its commendable confidentiality measures. However, the minimum expenditure here was 20,000 star coins, which she deemed unnecessary. There are wiser ways to spend money. She found the alley behind Zue Feng Lu quite appealing. With a mere glance upwards, one could admire the opulence of Zue Feng Lu's architecture, thus it could be considered a suitable venue for their conversation. It wasn't long before Zwahang arrived. "Hello," she greeted him. Zwahang, burdened by his thoughts, remained unusually silent. A fierce internal struggle was taking place within him. He harbored no desire to betray others, nor to have his own head severed. Liao Yin detected his hesitation and inquired, "What's wrong?" Given his nature, he shouldn't be this morose. Before he could respond, she continued, "Is someone threatening you?" She squinted her eyes as if attempting to peer into the depths of his very soul. "No, how could that be?" He instinctively waved his hand dismissively. Liao Yun became increasingly convinced of her suspicion. "Who is it?" she pressed. Zwahang realized he had revealed too much too soon. She did not specify who. Yet his swift denial raised her alarm. He replied uneasily, "Nothing. It's just the usual difficulties. I have grown accustomed to their troubles." He hastily shifted the topic. "What brings you to me?" Liao Yin moved closer, extending her hand toward him. "As you know, I have recently ascended to the leadership of the Blood Wolf gang, and there are many beneath me who do not accept my authority. I lack capable allies, making my position quite precarious." She began to play on their shared history. "We both interviewed for the Blood Wolf gang together, and your background is clean, untainted by any affiliations with the others. Thus, I hope you will stand with me. Do you not wish to alter your current situation?" She pressed, "You toil in the Blood Wolf gang without recognition, waking before the rooster crows and retiring later than a dog." Her words struck a chord with Zwahang. If he lacked ambition, he would not have joined the Blood Wolf gang. He yearned for a better life. Yet, it seemed as if he were incapable of effecting any change. Had he not encountered that wooden box, he might have risked it all, wagering on the hope that he and Li Yun could alter their fates. Alas, there are no what-ifs, and he was destined to be a treacherous soul. Once an arrow is loosed, it cannot be recalled. Zwahang took a deep breath and raised his hand. "I am sorry." He did not seek to justify his actions. He had done what he had done, and there was little to say. Zwahang was a man of his word. Upon being discovered, he would not utter a single defense. "Very well, I agree." With his affirmative response, Liao Yin felt a surge of elation. With Zwahang as her ally, the forthcoming tasks would become significantly more manageable. For instance, eliminating Ming Tianshi. She intended to discreetly assassinate him and subsequently fabricate a lifelike robot to take his place. Thereafter, Ming Tianshi would relinquish all power to her under the pretense of ill health. By that time, the students in Class G should have matured sufficiently to stand on their own. Everything unfolds so logically. Who could possibly know that their leader has perished? Liao Yin has not forgotten the connection between Ming Tianshi and the insect tribe. Hence, his demise could easily be attributed to the latter. She must ensure that everything is meticulously arranged before the gang competition. You will not regret this, she assured. Zhuang could hardly fathom the effort he exerted to return home. The weight of pressure bore heavily upon his heart, plunging him into a peculiar state of disquiet. At this moment, he felt as though he stood on the precipice of a cliff, pursued by a multitude behind him. Indeed, he found himself in a predicament, neither able to advance nor retreat. How could he carve a path to survival? Once the truth is revealed, he believed that Li Yun would not easily let him off the hook. Zhuang lay upon his bed, the back of his hand shielding his eyes. The actions he had taken starkly contradicted the principles he held dear, leaving him in dismay. Yet, he was powerless, for he too feared death. Suddenly, a paper airplane fluttered towards him. He reached out, grasping it and unfolding it. Written upon it were the words, "Hold your position for now." Chapter 67. Enhancement of physical fitness. As the internal simulation competition approaches, the atmosphere at Imo-chin Military Academy is charged with intensity. The training rooms and virtual arenas are teeming with students who gather in groups to exchange training techniques. The campus forum has quieted down, lacking the usual fervor. Except for the fourth-year students, all other grades are required to participate in the internal simulation competition. This year, Imo-chin Military Academy has opted not to separate the competition venues, bringing together students from 3 different grades. However, their tasks differ, thus avoiding any conflict. Despite this arrangement, the younger students cannot help but grumble about the school's decision to combine grades in a single competition venue. Indeed, in previous years, the schedules were staggered. After all, the upperclassmen possess greater strength, relegating the underclassmen to mere supporters, with most of the attention focused on the senior students. Should they inadvertently incur the displeasure of a senior, there is a risk that their performance in the internal simulation competition could be jeopardized. The last simulation competition was exhilaratingly intense, and one cannot help but wonder what new challenges this year will bring. Liao Yun observed the strength testing apparatus, her expression revealing satisfaction. Next, Anili's strength had rapidly improved, advancing from a C grade to an A grade. It was evident that she had been diligently training. Next was Wu Xianyu, who raised his fist and struck the apparatus, registering a remarkable SS grade. The students from Class G erupted in cheers, surrounding Wu Xianyu, lifting him high into the air. "Hooray! We have an SS grade physique among us," Yu Zhuchen exclaimed joyfully. "Simpleton, celebrate all you want, but put me down," He Yuan urged anxiously. "He's still up there. Don't let Wu Xianyu fall." Yu Zhuchen sheepishly replied, I forgot. My apologies." He reached out to catch him again, and the group managed to safely lower Wu Xianyu. Liao Yin found the result unsurprising. After suffering a setback in his mental acuity, he had focused on enhancing his physical fitness. Under her rigorous training, his physical capabilities had undoubtedly improved. Next was Yu Zhuxing, who stifled a yawn. "Come on, sis. You can do it," Yu Zhuchen encouraged. "Winning or losing isn't what matters." Though he said this, he was more invested in her performance than she was. A few days prior, they had made a wager on who could elevate their physical grade more swiftly, with a stake of 30,000 star coins. Both were at A grade, and this moment was pivotal for victory. Yu Zhuxing lightly punched the apparatus before retracting her hand. Yu Zhuchen exhaled in relief, patting his chest. He was certain of his win. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What the? Sis, when did you become this formidable? Your physique is also SS grade." Yu Zhuxing playfully shoved his head. "You're bound to lose. Get ready to part with 30,000 star coins." He Yuan leaned in, incredulously asking, "How did you manage that?" In a remarkably brief span, her physical prowess ascended 2 levels. This achievement surpassed even the prowess of the moonlit crow. Had she been concealing her true capabilities? Is there anything more disheartening than witnessing someone of equal standing quietly surpass oneself? Yu Zhuchen and He Yuanya both bore expressions of profound sorrow. Indeed, there is none. Anili took Yu Zhuxing's hand, exclaiming, "Congratulations." She had always believed that Zhuxing's physical level would elevate significantly. Yu Zhuxing tossed her long hair, haughtily declaring, "They underestimated me." The hardships she endured to prepare for this moment were known only to her. "Ah, truly, you are the strongest individual in our team. My safety and that of He Yuanjie rests entirely in your hands," Anili praised. Yu Zhuxing, overwhelmed by the compliments, felt as if she were adrift. If she could wield a grand trumpet, it wouldn't take long for the entire Machin military academy to learn of her achievement of SS-level prowess. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to approach you, she vowed. Subsequently, Yu Shuchen and He Yuenya proceeded with their evaluations. Both experienced notable improvements. Yu Shuchen advanced from A to S level, while He Yuenya rose from C to B level. Their happiness was palpable. Liao Yin approached, stating, enhancing physical strength is more attainable than elevating mental prowess. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. She reminded them that the internal simulation competition was imminent, urging them to maintain a balanced mindset during the challenges ahead. One must not boast in victory nor falter in defeat. She hoped they would embody this principle. She refrained from disclosing the agreement made with the principal, wishing to alleviate any undue pressure on her students. After all, she had faith in their abilities. Understood, instructor. The students lined up in formation. Liao Yun, hands clasped behind her back, paced before them. Before the simulation competition, I shall impart some advanced techniques. She raised her hand, gesturing in the air. What appeared to be a simple motion resonated with immense power in the eyes of the students. With a swift thrust of her hand, a tree before her toppled to the ground. Is this truly the strength of a human? They gasped in awe. Their instructor consistently astonished them. Yu Zhuchen swallowed hard, murmuring, inhuman. Realizing his slip of tongue, he quickly amended, I meant to say, instructor, you are exceptionally formidable. Liao Yin disregarded his comment, stating, this is the technique I shall teach you, named Moonslaying Palm. Mastery of this will unleash even greater strength. She had previously employed this technique in her battle against Fang Yinqing. Before she could finish her authoritative display, the intercom blared to life. Liao Yin, what are you doing? The principal's voice rang out, laced with exasperation. He, initially bored, had been observing the school as surveillance, only to stumble upon the scene of Liao Yun destroying the school as trees. He magnified the footage repeatedly, nearly choking on his own indignation. Without delay, he utilized the school intercom to intervene. Did those trees offend you? Why inflict harm upon them? Does the school need to look so bare? Liao Yin awkwardly touched her nose, apologizing, my apologies. She had been so engrossed in her own world that she momentarily forgot she was in a school setting. The principal was exceedingly furious. Those trees had been present since the establishment of the school, enduring for several centuries. Did they expect to transport new trees from elsewhere without incurring any expense? The principal, unwilling to embarrass himself over the loudspeaker, opted to send a message to Liao Yunguang instead. Upon hearing the sound of the ringing, outside, lamenting her carelessness. Soon, the principal's voice would echo in her ears. Once she answered the communication, she immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I apologize, principal. I acknowledge my mistake. Her subsequent words were astonishing. My students will compensate for this. Yu Zhuchen exclaimed, hey, instructor, how can you say that? As soon as he spoke, Liao turned her ire towards him. Yes, you. Is it easy for me to teach you things? And you still have the audacity to gamble? Is it not merely a matter of abundance? Your moment of reckoning has arrived. At that, He Yuan could not help but chuckle. Liao continued, and you, Yu Zhuxing, having learned from the experience, shot them a mocking glance. To their surprise, she was soon called out as well. Do not think you are exempt from this. Thereafter, they fell silent. The principal observed them huddled together like quails and could not suppress a smile as the corners of his mouth turned upward. Chapter 68. Moonslaying Palm. Liao Yin had no intention of making her students compensate. She merely aimed to intimidate them momentarily. Observing their drooping heads, she found their demeanor amusing. Once the minor episode passed, she resumed her teaching. This time, she had the foresight to escort them to the training room. The designated training area for students was currently overcrowded, so she decided to lead them into the teacher's training room instead. Along the way, she encountered numerous acquaintances, whose attitudes had undergone a remarkable transformation, greeting her warmly. However, there was Instructor Yu, whose expression was a curious mix of indignation and confusion. Liao Yin distinctly remembered their previous grievances, and she anticipated teaching her a severe lesson during the instructor ranking competition. She was not a student of Qiao Meng's caliber, and with a mischievous grin, she made a face at Instructor Yu before departing with her students, leaving her fuming in place. The teacher's training room was significantly larger than that of the students, allowing for the option of private training sessions if desired. Liao Yun invested 100 star coins to secure one such room, fully equipped for comprehensive practice. With helmets donned, the students could train freely. The walls of the training room were constructed from special crystals, impervious to mere human strength. Reassured, Liao Yun continued her instruction on the moon-slaying palm. After an extensive explanation, she allowed her students to demonstrate. They mimicked the movements, pushing their hands forward, yet nothing changed in their surroundings. Liao Yun, standing opposite them, remarked humorously, "Are you giving me a back massage? With such feeble strength, you couldn't even harm a chick. Pair up and battle. Whoever knocks down an opponent may step aside. The last person remaining must run 30 laps around the playground with added weight." Yu Zhuxing was thrilled. She had never feared engaging with these individuals. However, Liao Yun's next words plunged her into despair. "You must use the moon-slaying palm. If you defeat someone using any other method, you will still have to run 30 laps. After delivering her instruction, Liao Yun stepped aside to observe their performance. It was truly a spectacle. They seemed to be enacting a silent play, flailing about without any coherent purpose. Liao Yun buried her face in her hand, reluctant to acknowledge these individuals as her students. After numerous setbacks and failures, Wu Xianwei was the first to unleash his power, sending Yu Zhucheng flying with a single palm strike. The force astonished even him. He gazed at his hands in disbelief. Had he truly exerted no effort and yet managed to propel someone away? Yu Zhucheng, clutching his backside, struggled to rise. "My sister is right across from you. Why didn't you strike her?" he exclaimed. She was quite distant. How could he have hit her so easily? Was he targeting him specifically? Wu Xianyue, his gaze wandering, sheepishly admitted, "I couldn't control my direction." Nevertheless, he felt elated with his unexpected success and hurried over to Liao Yun's side, eagerly awaiting her praise like a devoted puppy. "Well done, there's progress," Liao Yun affirmed, ruffling his hair. She had initially thought the first triumph would belong to Enili. To her astonishment, it was Wu Xianyue who first grasped the essence of the matter. Thus, her praise was heartfelt and genuine. Enili stood opposite Yu Zhucheng, gesturing dramatically while reciting incantations. Swiftly, swiftly, come. She was already weary and could only place her hopes in the arcane. "Ha ha ha, you crack me up. What are you reciting?" Yu Zhucheng exclaimed, clutching his belly with laughter, wiping away the tears that had formed at the corners of his eyes. He had not anticipated Enili's remarkable talent. It was as if a child were casting spells. Little did he know, in the next moment, that familiar sensation returned, and he was once again pushed away. "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" he lamented, feeling as though he might weep. Could it be that the incantations truly held power? Should he give it a try as well? Without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet and approached He Yuanjie. "The king covers the earth. You are a fool." He Yuanjie responded with a blank stare. Is there a chance that Enili was already on the verge of success? Yu Zhucheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Surely, he had mispronounced the spell. No, he must try again. Closing his eyes, he chanted, "Swiftly, swiftly, come." With eager anticipation, he opened his eyes, only to find He Yuanjie looking at him as if he were a simpleton. His gaze fell to his own palm. It was still the same hand, at most. It had merely displaced a bit of air when he thrust it forward, nothing unusual. Darn it. Why isn't it effective? Yu Zhucheng shouted in frustration. He covered his head and dodged around, for unbeknownst to him, his sister and He Yuanjie had reached an unspoken agreement and commenced their assault. Yu Zhucheng found her rhythm, feeling a surge of power in her hands, as if it were about to escape her grasp. "Quick, crouch down," she urged. In the next instant, the force in her hands erupted forth, unstoppable. Yu Zhucheng barely had time to crouch. He was struck squarely. A wave of pain washed over him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Truly, his sister packed the most formidable punch among the three. After being struck by all three, he concluded a valuable lesson. When the moon-slaying palm approached, he ought to brace himself with his backside. That way, the agony might be somewhat alleviated. Words were futile now. It was just he and He Yuanjie left. He had entirely surrendered, lying on the ground with his neck craned. "Come on, let me see how long it takes you to execute the moon-slaying palm," he declared, presenting his rear in a display of utter resignation. He Yuanjie found himself in a predicament, unsure whether to strike or refrain. Why did this pose seem so peculiar? He certainly had no inclination to strike someone's backside. Can you please get up? He implored. I cannot, Yujuchin replied, resting his arm on his face, appearing as though he might drift off to sleep. I have accepted the reality of my burden. Yuanye covered his face, taking a deep breath. He felt no embarrassment. What did he have to fear? After all, it was not his own backside that was being struck. With newfound resolve, he summoned his courage, applying the force as instructed by the instructor. His palm met Yujuchin's backside from a distance. Yujuchin felt a cool breeze sweep across his backside, and beyond that, he sensed nothing. You are not capable either. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up like a carp, flailing his arms without much hope for success. To his astonishment, that very move sent Yuan flying far away. Ha 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 ha. Yujuchin, hands on his hips, regained his confidence. Good brother, I am grateful for you. Yuan, now on the ground, muttered a string of expletives. Yujuchin conveniently filtered out the profanity, interpreting it as a compliment instead. Once the students had mastered the moonslaying palm, Liao Yun encouraged them to practice other techniques. She too remained active, training alongside them, occasionally surprising them with little tricks. For instance, after they donned their virtual helmets, she would kick them down, compelling them to remain vigilant against her real-world assaults during their virtual sparring. The day passed swiftly, slipping away unnoticed amidst their training sessions. Chapter 69. Will you save me? As another leader of the Blood Wolf gang, Liao Yun found herself rather idle. The affairs of the gang scarcely required her attention. Her presence alone sufficed each day. Indeed, Meng Tianshi would never grant her any other opportunity. He guarded her like one would a wolf. Just as she was about to step through the entrance of the Blood Wolf gang, a shadow lunged at her. To her surprise, she had not noticed anyone lurking about. At the very moment her fist was about to descend, she discerned the face before her. As her hand retracted, Qiu Nanxing let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his benefactor still remembered him. Before the benefactor could utter a word, he hurriedly interjected, You must come with me. I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Liao Yun paused for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Thus, she was led away. The location for their conversation remained strikingly familiar. Indeed, it was the narrow alley behind the Drunken Wind Pavilion. With no surveillance and few passers-by, it was an ideal place for clandestine dealings. Oh wait. Observing the mysterious demeanor of the youth before her, Liao Yun's lips twitched. If you have something to say, then say it. Qiu Nanxing's face gradually reddened, his stomach growling audibly. All his money had been lost to the gambling den, and for days he had subsisted on scraps, leaving his stomach in disarray. Nevertheless, his benefactor was indeed astute, even discerning when he wished to relieve himself. A resounding flatulence erupted, echoing through the air, the foul odor permeating the surroundings. Liao Yun pinched her nose, her expression one of disdain. Seriously? You actually let one rip? What do you want? What is so urgent? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. If his words proved useless, she would surely give him a good thrashing. Surely. Had he summoned her merely to waft his unpleasantness at her? Qiu Nanxing glanced around, a serious look adorning his face. Did you know you were being manipulated by the Blood Wolf gang? After speaking, he scrutinized Liao Yun's expression closely. With an unperturbed demeanor, Liao Yun replied, And so what? Is that it? You're wasting my time. Qiu Nanxing could hardly believe his ears. Under normal circumstances, you should be astonished and eager to inquire further. He seized the chance to suggest that perhaps his benefactor could shelter him in exchange for divulging all he knew. Bored, Liao Yun stood to leave. Wait. Do you not know that Meng Tianshi intends to eliminate you after the gang competition? Liao Yun halted in her tracks. This was indeed news to her. She turned around. One must speak with evidence. I reasonably suspect you were sent by another gang to sow discord within the Blood Wolf gang. Qiu Nanxing quickly clarified. No, I'm not. I'm not affiliated with any other gang. Fearing misinterpretation, he swore to the heavens. If I were from another gang, I would never gain admission to the Federal Military University. This was no trivial oath for him. He had exerted immense effort to enter the medical department of the Federal Military University. However, his father had consistently pushed him towards the mecha department of the Federal First Military Academy, leading to a fierce argument between them. Thus, he chose to run away, leaving not even a letter behind. Liao Yin raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Xiao Nanqing shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. This already demonstrates my sincerity. As he noticed his benefactor preparing to leave, he stepped forward to obstruct her path. I possess other valuable information, but the prerequisite is that you must take me in. Liao Yin was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with him. I refuse to listen, she stated coldly. In a bid to retain her, Xiao Nanqing divulged everything he knew. That fellow, Zhua Heng, cannot be trusted. I observed him sneaking around, inquiring about your whereabouts while I was rummaging through trash. In an instant, Liao Yin seized him by the throat, her gaze perilous. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? I genuinely harbor no ill intentions. I merely sense that Zhua Heng is suspicious. Xiao Nanqing coughed, his breath faltering, his complexion flushing. It was the second time he had found himself in such a predicament. The sensation of impending doom washed over him once more, yet Liao Yin cast him aside onto the ground. There was a significant flaw in his words. To the outside world, her interactions with Zhua Heng were minimal, limited to a mere encounter on the day of the interview, where only a few words were exchanged. Yet, he had deliberately mentioned Zhua Heng's dubious nature to her. Perhaps his earlier reference to Ming Tianchi was merely a pretext. Let us dispense with the circumlocution. Speak plainly. Liao Yin commanded. Xiao Nanqing lay prostrate on the ground. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Do not feign ignorance, she retorted, kicking him lightly while crossing her arms. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. The insect queen sought you out? After deliberating, it seemed to be the sole explanation. This individual bore no malice and had come specifically to caution her. It appeared she had misjudged him. Xiao Nanqing recoiled, fear evident on his face. How could she possibly have sought me out? He denied. Liao Yin raised an eyebrow. It seems she indeed has. Under normal circumstances, would one not inquire about the identity of the insect queen at the first opportunity? With his thoughts laid bare, Xiao Nanqing hung his head, asking, Can you trust me? Of course, Liao Yin replied, extending her hand to help him up, just as he anticipated words of comfort from his benefactor. She spoke mercilessly. Who else can you turn to besides me? Xiao Nanqing pondered. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Her words left him momentarily speechless. Liao Yun's expression remained unchanged, yet her heart sank. The insect queen was aware of her true identity. She had even threatened those close to her, seeking to deliver a lethal blow at the opportune moment. The insect queen operated in the shadows while she stood in the light, placing her in an exceedingly precarious situation. Recalling the traps set by the insect queen, while they posed no tangible harm, they were undeniably repulsive. This realization sickened her to the core. It became apparent that all her actions had been orchestrated under the insect queen's control. These minor setbacks were merely the beginning. The insect queen undoubtedly had greater schemes in store for her. Xiao Nanqing recounted his tribulations. After being rejected days prior, he had nowhere to turn and was forced to sleep on a bench. During these past few days, his experiences had shattered his previous understanding of life. He discovered that 10-star coins could procure a considerable amount of goods. He also learned that many individuals went hungry, scavenging through dumpsters in search of sustenance. Life has proven to be exceedingly arduous. He secured a part-time job, yet due to his inexperience, he was deceived. After laboring for 3 days, he had earned a mere 50-star coins. Rising early and toiling late, he could scarcely afford a meal. He felt that if he persevered any longer, he would inevitably bow down and admit his faults to his father. Exhausted, he returned home only to discover a wooden box at his doorstep. Upon opening it, he was met with a chilling sight, a severed human head. It belonged to none other than his unscrupulous employer who had exploited him. From that point on, Liao Yun was aware of the unfolding events. A mysterious figure urged him to get closer to her and cultivate a relationship. Thus, when I observed Zhua Heng's concern for your whereabouts and recalled the recent disappearance of an individual from the Blood Wolf gang who had previously tormented Zhua Heng, I surmised that Zhua Heng's interest in you must harbor ulterior motives. Liao Yun, perplexed, queried, Why are you warning me? Xiao Nanqing blinked his eyes. You saved me. You are a good person. Are you not afraid that the mysterious figure might eliminate you after divulging this information to me? He pondered this question for a moment. Finally, he smiled brightly. Hence, I have come to seek your assistance. You will save me, won't you? Chapter 70. the healing system gazing at the hopeful face of the youth before her. Liao Yun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her emotions were conflicted, leaving her in silence. Xiao Nanxing, feeling anxious, ventured uncertainly. You won't leave me to my fate, will you? It depends on my mood, Liao Yun pondered before responding. His expression fell. No way, sister. Are you really going to abandon me? Noticing that she was about to depart, he scrambled after her. This time, he maintained a respectful distance, their conversation less frequent. Benefactor, may I accompany you? He asked. As you wish, she replied. Benefactor, where are we headed now? Liao Yun, grasping his collar with an air of exasperation, retorted. Didn't I just mention that you interrupted me before I could infiltrate the Blood Wolf gang? Where do you think I would go now? Feeling embarrassed, Xiao Nanxing scratched his head. That's a fair point. Yet, he was overwhelmed with joy. His benefactor had taken him in. He would no longer have to subsist on scraps. Liao Yun arranged for him to rent a fully furnished apartment near the Blood Wolf gang's headquarters, sufficient for his needs. Before departing, she advised, contact me if you encounter any danger. Although the queen of the insectoids was unaware of his betrayal, it wouldn't be long before she discovered it. No, Xiao Nanxing was still far too vulnerable. After much deliberation, she returned, just as Xiao Nanxing settled into his bed. Ready to relish the comfort of his new abode, a sudden ring at the doorbell interrupted his peace. Reluctant to rise, he remained sprawled on the bed. Having gone several days without a proper night's sleep, drowsiness began to envelop him. Finally, unable to endure the incessant ringing, he trudged toward the door with heavy steps. Irritated, he muttered, "Who is it? Can't a young master get some rest?" Upon opening the door, he was met by a familiar face. Liao Yun, with a bemused expression, remarked, "Young master?" Instantly alert, Xiao Nanxing waved his hands. No, you must have misheard. Sister, do you have something else to discuss? Leaning against the doorframe, Liao Yun fiddled with her fingers. Can I not come if there is nothing to discuss? Of course you can, he replied, eager to please. It's too perilous for you to be alone here. Xiao Nanxing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind her words. This place was far safer than the streets where he had previously slept. Besides, he was a grown man. Surely, he couldn't be easily devoured? Oh, so you're not the least bit concerned about being discovered by the mysterious individual to whom you betrayed me. Well then, I shall take my leave, since you seem unafraid. Liao Yun feigned departure, taking a step forward, feeling a strong tug at her right leg. She glanced down to see the youth crouched, clinging tightly to her. I'm scared. I don't want to lose my head. The thought hadn't even crossed his mind until now. Remembering the gruesome image of the severed head, he shivered. Hey, when are we going home? Liao Yun inquired. Remaining in the underground city was not a viable solution. Along the way, she had gleaned a general understanding of the youth's situation. In essence, he was merely a child who had run away from home. Xiao Nanxing said nothing, his gaze lowered as he traced circles on the ground with his fingers. There is no point in returning. After all, my sister is far more exceptional than I am, and they hardly care about me. With reddened eyes, tears fell to the ground. Throughout my life, the most frequent words I have heard are, "Your sister is so remarkable. Why are you so unremarkable?" Whatever my sister desires, she merely needs to exert a little effort to attain it. As for me, I must labor tirelessly in the shadows, and still, I may not achieve my ambitions. Over time, my family has come to place greater importance on my sister. Though we are twins, our talents are like the heavens and the earth apart. Upon entering high school, I strove relentlessly for my dreams. Yet, during my final year, despite my grades improving enough to qualify for one of the 5 major military academies, my father insisted that I attend the Federal First Military Academy. He believed that a career in healing lacked promise. However, I do not share his perspective. I aim to serve in the military district, where every moment on the battlefield is critical. Healers are the backbone of the army, the assurance for every soldier. It is because of them that soldiers can charge forward without hesitation. I believe healers play a vital role, much like Bai Rujuan, one of the top 10 physicians. Through sheer determination, she sustained a severely injured squad for 3 days until rescue arrived. That was hundreds of lives at stake. The soldiers believed they would perish on the battlefield. During that time, There were no potions, no bandages, no food. For 3 days, Bai Rujuan used her mental strength to treat them, staunching their wounds and calming their disordered minds. It was during that ordeal that her mental capacity dropped from 3S to S level. Consequently, when her own child was gravely injured and her mental strength diminished, she found herself powerless. After reading this report, I resolutely decided to apply to the healing department of the Federal Military University, Bai Rujuan's alma mater. Though the world labels her as the wife of General Wu, I perceive her differently. Bai Rujuan is her own person, and she shines brightly. Thus, whenever classmates mention General Wu, I feign nonchalance and remark, "Ah, Bai Rujuan's husband." It feels as if I am reclaiming a measure of respect. Why do you possess so many life-saving weapons if they don't care about you? Liao Yin inquired. I lowered my head further. Those are gifts from my sister. And who sent your bodyguard? I muttered, also sent by my sister. Liao Yin was astonished. Are you truly siblings, or more like a brother and sister? Is she really that formidable? Of course, we are siblings. Speaking of my sister fills me with pride. My sister is incredibly talented. She skipped grades and gained admission to the Federal First Military Academy. With her abilities, she will undoubtedly secure a place in next year's Military Academy competition. My sister is that brilliant star, captivating attention wherever she goes. My relationship with my family is strained, yet I share a particularly close bond with my sister. At times, he would inadvertently direct his anger towards his younger sister. However, she remained unfazed and would go out of her way to cheer him up. Thus, he felt profoundly fortunate to have such a sister. What is the matter? Have you lost interest in applying to the Federal Military Academy? Have you secretly run off to Sakado Star and given up on your studies? Liao Yun spoke earnestly. Focus on your studies for now. You can always pursue your aspirations later when the time comes to select your future path. By then, you could easily find a part-time job to support your university education. He was determined to shine through his own efforts, and in time, his parents would come to accept his choices. Xiao Nanxing understood this logic, yet he was reluctant to concede his mistakes. If he returned home, he would certainly face restrictions on his freedom, have his personal computer confiscated, and endure the full brunt of familial discipline. This had been his life from childhood to the present, no matter how strict the measures. He felt he could never measure up to his sister. A rod does not yield a filial son, and a strict teacher does not necessarily cultivate a great student. Liao Yin pondered deeply, wondering if she had struck the right balance. Reflecting on the audacity of the G-class students, she dismissed her previous thoughts. When dealing with those who possess thick skin, different approaches must be taken. Chapter 71. Conspiracy. Having resolved the matter concerning Xiao Nanxing, she arrived at the Blood Wolf Gang. The headquarters of the Blood Wolf Gang was sprawling, comprising various departments, each managing different resources. The armory was located 6 floors underground, with the key entrusted to Meng Tianshi. The personnel inside were preoccupied with their tasks, greeting her only with hurried nods before continuing on their way. Liao Yin felt like a mere fish out of water in this environment, possessing little authority and no substantial duties. One silver lining was that the gang paid her a monthly salary, which was quite generous, given Meng Tianshi's trust in allowing her to remain within the headquarters. She decided to take advantage of the situation. The armory awaited her. Having engaged in numerous acts of violence and plunder, it was only natural for the Blood Wolf Gang to possess an abundance of weaponry. After employing the cleansing wave technique to conceal her presence, she evaded surveillance and descended to the 6th underground level. It was evident that access was restricted, as unauthorized personnel could not enter. A wrong password would trigger an electric shock, resulting in immediate demise. Truly, the precautions in a weapons storage facility were stringent. With a snap of her fingers, Liao Yin began to infiltrate the minds of everyone within the headquarters using her mental prowess. She first targeted those in high positions who had separate offices. As anticipated, she successfully uncovered the password to the armory. Upon entering it, she was met with a sight that sent a chill down her spine. Countless dismembered bodies lay in disarray, their severed limbs crawling with small insects. These creatures feasted upon the flesh and blood, growing stronger with each bite. Meng Tianshi had indeed colluded with the insect race. This experimental base appeared to be in its infancy, suggesting that the alliance had formed only recently. While the specifics of their transaction remained elusive, Liao Yun could surmise much from the experimental apparatus surrounding her. The insect queen provided Meng Tianshi with power and weaponry, while he sought human subjects to nourish the insects. It was clear that Meng Tianshi did not fully trust the insect queen. He harbored ulterior motives. The human remains had been bathed in an unknown concoction. The insects thrived on fresh blood, growing at a rapid pace, but exposure to the potion diminished their effectiveness drastically. Some of the smaller creatures appeared lethargic, as if on the brink of death. Liao Yun recognized these insects. They fed on humans and, upon reaching a certain stage of maturity, would stealthily crawl onto their hosts, integrating into their bodies. Ultimately, the insect queen would gain control over these individuals. This process differed from parasitism. Once the insects infiltrated a person, their outward appearance and thoughts remained unchanged, devoid of any trace of the insect race. Such a transformation would be nearly indistinguishable. Should any high-ranking officials within the Federation or Empire fall victim to this infestation, the consequences would be dire. Meng Tianshi possessed a modicum of intelligence, though not in abundance. It seemed he was eager to comprehend the nature of these insects, yet his approach was too overt, treating the insect queen as though she were a fool. For the time being, the queen found him useful and would not hold him accountable. However, when he ceased to be of value, it was inevitable that Meng Tianshi would one day succumb to a sudden illness, leaving this world behind. Indeed, Liao Yun harbored a profound curiosity regarding how the Zerg Queen seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of her whereabouts. Upon careful reflection, she realized that every individual she had encountered in the underground city was somehow connected to the Zerg Queen, Zhua Heng, Qiu Nanqing, Ming Tianshi. Never mind, she decided, as she resolved to capture a few small insects for a meticulous examination. Perhaps these diminutive creatures held more significance than she had previously surmised. The answers might very well lie within them. Fortunately, after acquiring some wealth, she had purchased a spatial device replete with various supplies. Clad in white gloves, she retrieved an empty test tube and carefully placed 2 small insects inside before securing them away. After inspecting the experimental base, she ventured to the adjacent armory. The armory was secured with an additional layer of locks, and no one at the base knew the combination. To force entry would create too much noise and could easily trigger the base's protective mechanisms. Is there a wholesale market for locks? Have they installed so many just to thwart me? Liao Yun mused, ruffling her hair in exasperation. Enough of this. Today shall suffice. At least I've made some progress. Before everyone, she clocked out and returned to her rented abode. The sound of snoring emanated from the neighboring room. Qiu Nanqing had succumbed to slumber. Liao Yun collapsed onto her soft bed, yet sleep eluded her. She pondered the whereabouts of Meng Tianshi. It had been several days since he last made an appearance. No matter how busy he was, he would typically return to the Blood Wolf Gang-ass base every few days, taking out her light brain. She perused the information pertaining to the underground city. The gang competition held once every 5 years in the underground city is fast approaching. Hurry to make reservations to witness it firsthand. The Joyous Daughter Gang is recruiting. All genders welcome. Interested parties contact 14856XXXXXX. Upon reading this, Liao Yun's lips twitched in bemusement. The Joyous Daughter Gang? What an absurdity. A quick search yielded startling revelations. The Joyous Daughter Gang ranked impressively within the top 3 of the underground city, categorizing it as a major faction. How could such a significant gang recruit so casually, akin to the Blood Wolf Gang? According to the website, the Joyous Daughter Gang consisted entirely of formidable women, each capable of slaying a star beast with their bare hands. She wondered, then, why they were now accepting male recruits. Recently, an S-class star beast has appeared near the underground city. Leaders of various gangs have gathered to see who can sever the head of the S-class star beast. Now it made sense. Her limited engagement with her light brain had rendered her uninformed, and only now did she encounter this news. Meng Tianshi must have gone to stake out the S-class star beast. As drowsiness began to envelop her, Liao Yun contemplated shutting down her light brain to sleep. After all, the S-class star beast had yet to make its appearance. She could always check again tomorrow. However, a fleeting glance caught her eye. A trending topic had swiftly ascended to the top. S-class star beast sighted in the underground city. Gang melee ensues. What an infuriating timing. Why could it not have appeared earlier or later, but precisely when she wished to retire for the night? There was no time for sleep now. She hastily donned her attire and set off toward the location of the S-Class Star Beast's manifestation. It seemed that this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. While the Star Beast itself was of little concern to her, she was apprehensive about whether the Zerg Queen would seize the opportunity to create mischief. The S-Class Star Beast was undoubtedly a treasure trove, and Ming Tianshi would surely covet it. However, his prowess was not particularly remarkable among the gang leaders. And prior to their departure, he undoubtedly sought out the queen of the insectoid. What transaction transpired between them remains unknown. In any case, the situation appears dire. The number of individuals lying in wait for the Star Beast is considerable, comprising leaders from various factions. The insectoid queen intends to seize this opportunity to implant her minuscule kind within them, effectively transforming this underground city into her dominion. This cannot be allowed. She must thwart the plans of the insectoid queen. Upon arriving at the destination, Liao Yun found that the chaotic brawl among the factions she had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, they were all huddled at a distance, trembling in fear. She located Ming Tianshi and leaned in to inquire, "What is happening?" Ming Tianshi's expression was grim. His gaze fixed ahead, his gums quivering. "The information is erroneous. This is not an S-Class Star Beast at all. It is an SSS-Class Star Beast." Chapter 72. The Joyful Daughter Gang. Upon hearing this, Liao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Star Beasts differ significantly from humans at the same level. They possess far greater strength and are much more challenging to confront. Moreover, this was an SSS-level Star Beast. Should it become enraged, all present would be doomed. With her current abilities, she stood no chance against it. "What are you all hesitating for? Run," she urged. Without waiting for a response, she sprinted several dozen meters ahead. Meng Tianshi attempted to say something, but upon turning around, he found her already gone. He was left exasperated. There was no need for alarm. The Star Beast remained in slumber, rendering the situation relatively safe. Yet, many were too intimidated to approach, fearing they might disturb it. They were uncertain why an SSS-level Star Beast had appeared near the underground city, but they understood that as long as it remained, danger loomed over the city. Therefore, they set aside past grievances, resolved to unite in eliminating the Star Beast. Liao Yun returned, rejoining the group to listen to their plans. At the forefront stood the leader of the Joyful Daughter Gang, acknowledged by all as the most formidable among them, thus naturally assuming command. The leaders of the first and second gangs were absent for two reasons. 1, they had more pressing matters to attend to, and 2, they deemed the S-level Star Beast beneath their notice. Little did they anticipate that this evening's Star Beast would prove to be a bountiful prize, one they had foolishly overlooked. The leader of the Joyful Daughter Gang was Mo Fuling, a woman in her 40s, exuding an enduring charm. Every movement she made was imbued with exquisite grace. Akin to a lethal potion, drawing countless admirers. The Star Beast is still asleep. This is our opportune moment to strike. Once it awakens, it will be too late. She declared. They must eliminate the SSS-level Star Beast in one decisive blow, preventing it from mounting a counterattack. The crowd nodded in agreement. What must we do? At that moment, Liao Yun timidly interjected, "Shouldn't we inform the federal higher-ups and have them send professional beast tamers?" The notion of attempting to kill the SSS-level Star Beast directly seemed utterly fantastical, setting aside whether this approach would provoke the beast's wrath. Did they truly possess the strength to vanquish it? Did they think the SSS-level Star Beast was defenseless? Even the most ordinary of beings would awaken from such a tumultuous assault. In truth, Mo Fuling and the others were well aware of this reality. Yet the allure of the SSS-level Star Beast was simply too enticing. Its entire being was a treasure trove. If they succeeded in slaying it and sold it at auction, they would reap substantial profits. Who could resist such temptation? At present, all the gangs were united in purpose. Anyone who delayed their opportunity for profit would be deemed an enemy. Liao Yun's words attracted criticism from the crowd. Look at the individuals present. Do you think they're mere nobodies? A scarred man retorted. As long as we work together, we could take down not just one, but even 10 3S-level Star Beasts. Why involve the federal higher-ups in the affairs of the underground city? If we do, the people here won't even get a taste of the spoils. Unable to persuade them, Liao Yun discreetly communicated with Wu Xianyu. instructing him to inform his father about the emergence of an SSS-level star beast near the underground city. She had to admit that although Wu Qingsheng had some issues, his strength was indeed impressive. With him around, the crisis of the underground city would be alleviated. Liao Yun could not depart just yet. She needed to buy time, preventing them from attacking the star beast while also keeping an eye on Meng Tianshi. Vigilant of his subtle maneuvers, she decided to sow discord among them. Have you all thought about how to distribute the spoils after slaying the star beast? Any relationship fraught with conflicting interests would inevitably become fragile, and the various factions were no exception. Their temporary alliance, already strained, could easily be undermined. Realizing the implications, the crowd quickly responded, "Indeed, how will we allocate it? If my share is diminished, who would agree to that? Why should I end up with less than you after we jointly slay the star beast?" Mo Fu Ling, a formidable presence, calmed the crowd. "Rest assured, I will ensure none of you suffers a loss." She had already devised a plan. "I will distribute the rewards evenly among the factions." Only then did the crowd appear satisfied, invigorated by the prospect. "Let us hurry then. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home." A voice, disruptive to the atmosphere, interjected. "Wow, your Shi Jinyang faction has the fewest members, huh?" Liao Yun chimed in. "Our faction has the most people and contributes the most effort, yet we end up with an equal share." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to react. Those from factions with larger numbers grew disgruntled. "Yes, with so many of us, we will bear the greatest losses. Why should we receive the same as them?" Conversely, those from smaller factions were also displeased. "Ha! Is it based on numbers? Shouldn't it be based on strength? What use is there in having many if they are merely cannon fodder, ineffective? They wish to take the lion's share, utterly shameless. We haven't complained about your lack of strength. What is so impressive about numbers? If you're so capable, why not prove it? Let us compete. Who is afraid?" The crowd erupted into chaos, blinded by rage, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Mo Fu Ling shot a fierce glare at Liao Yun, then, suppressing her anger, commanded, "Silence. What are you all arguing about? If the star beast wakes up, all our plans will be ruined." The crowd quieted down, though they exchanged glances filled with tension. Liao Yun touched her nose, gazing up at the sky. Why were they glaring at her? Wasn't she merely stating the truth? Seeing that no resolution was forthcoming, a member of the Shi Jinyang faction quietly inquired of Mo Fu Ling, "Leader, what shall we do next?" Mo Fu Ling smirked coldly. "What shall we do? We shall leave no one behind." She had yet to witness the power of the newly developed soul-capturing insects by Her Majesty. Tonight, everyone present would become subjects of Her Majesty's experiment. The 3S-level star beast that Her Majesty desired would be acquired at any cost, to be presented to the Queen with reverence. Before Liao Yun could comprehend the meaning of her words, she felt something crawling up her neck. Upon inspection, she discovered it was a small insect from the Bloodwolf faction's underground 3rd level. A tiny insect stirred upon her hand, and in the blink of an eye, it burrowed into her skin. It was too late for her to intervene. Liao Yun maintained a composed demeanor, using her mental prowess to expel the insect, subsequently crushing it without mercy. She had been preoccupied with Meng Tianshi, neglecting the presence of others. With Mo Fu Ling's words in mind, she now understood that this insect was released by the Shiji Mother Gang. The sheer number of insects indicated that this was no task accomplished in mere days. No wonder the Shiji Mother Gang had begun recruiting. They intended to use them as bait to cultivate these creatures. Meng Tianshi was merely a distraction. The true power of the Insect Queen lay within the Shiji Mother Gang in the underground city. It became apparent that she had delved deeper into the underground realm long before her. Chapter 73 Severance. All must submit to Her Majesty the Queen. Mo Fu Ling gestured emphatically. Indeed, a gentle tone was futile with them. Otherwise, they would truly overstep their bounds. She should have acted decisively from the outset. Everyone present, save for the members of the Joyful Daughter Gang, was under the control of the soul-controlling insects, their eyes vacant, transformed into mere puppets. Liao Yun noticed that Meng Tianshi was also ensnared, indicating the Insect Queen's distrust in him. Initially incredulous, his expression soon twisted in agony as he lost all ability to move. Mo Fu Ling was halfway through her incantation, nearly achieving complete control over them. Unlike the Insect Queen, who merely needed a flick of her wrist to manipulate the creatures, Mo Fuling required an elaborate spell. Liao Yun stealthily approached her from behind, wielding a long blade, and severed her hands. At first, she was taken aback, her expression frozen in shock. Then, she let out a pained scream, her eyes wide with rage, as if she wished to flay Liao Yun alive. Liao Yun placed the blade on his shoulder, defiantly raising his middle finger. She was not foolish enough to stand idly by and allow him to complete his spell. Seizing the initiative was paramount. Even if Mo Fuling summoned her mech, it would be futile. She could not operate the controls without her hands. He was determined to seize the opportunity to extinguish her life. In their fierce confrontation, Liao Yun struck with lethal precision. Mo Fuling, a favored subordinate of the Insect Queen, proved to be a formidable opponent even without her hands. Matching Liao Yun blow for blow, her techniques were dark and vicious, a testament to the Insect Queen's teachings. Targeting vulnerabilities and occasionally deploying concealed weapons to catch Liao Yun off guard. The members of the Joyful Daughter Gang had encircled Liao Yun, while the others, under the insect's control, stood frozen in a stupor. Liao Yun began to feel the strain. For every adversary he incapacitated, another would take their place. The Joyful Daughter Gang, the leading faction, was far superior to the Blood Wolf Gang. They possessed exceptional physical prowess and an unparalleled synergy, enabling them to maximize their strength. When would Wu Qingsheng arrive? Liao Yun silently implored. He hoped he wouldn't show up only to find her lifeless. For now, he was grateful for the timely interruption. Otherwise, facing hundreds alone would have been insurmountable. Nearby, the star beast stirred, releasing a breath that suggested it was awakening. Hold your attacks. Let us speak amicably. The star beast is about to awaken. Shall we set aside our old grievances and join forces against it? Her words went unanswered, and Mo Fuling, consumed by fury, only sought to eliminate her to vent her frustration. The confrontation with the star beast is paramount. The voice of the Insect Queen echoed in her mind. Mo Fuling regained a semblance of composure, halting her actions. Yet, she was unwilling to accept this indignity. Throughout her life, she had never suffered such humiliation. Those who had wronged her had met their demise, and this woman would be no exception. Mo Fuling, will you defy my command? Her subordinates dared not oppose her. Mo Fuling pressed her lips together, her gaze fierce as she glared at Liao Yun. Liao Yun merely shrugged, unperturbed. A glare would not be her undoing. After all, it was not she who was incensed. Mo Fuling received an injection of a therapeutic agent, and the bleeding ceased swiftly. Her faction was well prepared, bringing forth an array of heavy weaponry. It appeared that the intelligence from the Shi Jinyang faction was indeed accurate. They had been aware from the outset that this star beast was of the SSS grade. Liao Yun piloted her mech, maintaining a prudent distance from them. Those under the control of the soul-binding insects began to stir. It was evident, without a doubt, that this was the command of the queen of the insectoid race. She found herself curious about the limitations of the queen's control. What was the range? Why had she allowed Mo Fuling to exert control initially? Was it possible that the queen had been too distant to maintain stable control? It made sense, considering the Federation's vigorous campaign against the insectoid race. The queen would be reluctant to reveal herself. She was merely a wretched creature lurking in the shadows. Liao Yun squinted and raised her mech's arm to fire towards the distant Undercity. There was no movement ahead, yet her suspicions were confirmed. The insectoid queen had arrived nearby and concealed herself. The star beast had awakened, and everyone was on high alert as they methodically advanced to attack it. The star beast roared, its tail sweeping through the air and toppling everyone in its path. Liao Yun executed an emergency brake maneuver in her mech. Fortunately, she was a hair's breadth from being sent flying. Before she could revel in her narrow escape, the star beast noticed her. Raising its forepaw and bringing it down with tremendous force, Liao Yun was uncertain as to why she too was propelled into the air. Perhaps she had been knocked back by the shockwave, she pondered. The weaponry prepared by Mo Fuling struck the star beast, but it was akin to mere tickling, inflicting no harm whatsoever. What to do? The queen had promised to assist her from the shadows. Why had she yet to intervene? The individuals under the control of the soul-binding insects halted in their tracks. They had momentarily malfunctioned. Now was the time. Liao Yun sprang up from the ground, her movement swift and unhesitating. With her fists imbued with psychic energy, she incapacitated several hundred of them. The soul-binding insects emerged from their bodies, exposed to the air. In mere moments, she eradicated those vile creatures. The crowd regained their senses, yet before they could comprehend their surroundings, they were once again flung aside by the star beast. The chorus of confusion arose. Who am I? Where am I? The SSS-grade star beast possessed intellect. It seemed to relish in this tormenting spectacle, showing no urgency to slay them. However, a few of the smaller creatures were particularly bothersome. The beast did not appreciate their presence. Fire billowed from its nostrils as its claws seized a member of the Shi Jinyang faction, preparing to consume her. Quick, summon the mechs, urged Mo Fulling. She clung to the framework of her subordinates, directing, to the left, no, a bit higher. Liao Yun approached, deliberately striking the star beast's eye to incite its fury further. She adeptly maneuvered her mech, tracing arcs through the sky. The SSS-grade star beast had locked onto Liao Yun, pursuing her with flames spewing forth. So much for being an SSS-grade star beast. You're not so formidable after all, she taunted, steering her mech towards Mo Fulling and the others while occasionally hurling insults. The star beast roared, its voice deafening. Its claws sharpened, targeting her mech directly. The sound of shattering metal echoed, yet it was not Liao Yun's mech that had succumbed. Ah, I seem to have mistaken the person, Liao Yun remarked, playfully slapping her mech. Mo Fulling retorted, don't you dare say that. Why is it that they act so foolishly, yet suffer the consequences? Indeed, the sound of shattering metal had emanated from the mechs of the Shi Jinyang gang. Throughout this period, Liao Yun had persistently provoked the star beast, seeking to incite its wrath. She then deftly evaded, leaving the members of the Shi Jinyang gang to endure the beast's onslaught. In mere moments, the gang had already lost several members. Mo Fulling took note of this transgression. In her heart, she fervently whispered, My queen, I am your most devoted follower. I beseech you for boundless strength. She hoped that her plea would reach the ears of her sovereign. The star beast loomed perilously close, its gaping maw poised to engulf Mo Fulling. At that critical juncture, a dark purple radiance enveloped her, forming an invisible barrier that prevented the beast from consuming her. Within this protective sphere, her severed hand began to regenerate at an astonishing pace. Chapter 74. It is him. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Some rubbed their eyes while others pinched their companions' arms. Why are you pinching me? One asked awkwardly, gazing skyward. Of course, pinching your own arm hurts. As if I don't feel pain. The star beast's sharp fangs failed to breach the barrier. After a futile struggle, it ultimately relinquished the effort. Mo Fulling was pushed aside, feeling a surge of strength coursing through her power greater than ever before. Once the invisible barrier shattered, she summoned her mech, readying herself for battle. She locked onto her target and raised her energy cannon, unleashing a barrage at the star beast. Liao Yun was caught in the crossfire, spinning through the air before landing on the ground. The star beast, unwilling to waste any more energy on them, gathered a massive fireball in its mouth, poised to unleash a fiery torrent that threatened to engulf the entire underground city. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Liao Yun had no time to ponder anything else. She rushed to Mo Fulling's side and hurled her toward the beast's maw. Mo Fulling, having anticipated this move, deftly maneuvered her mech to escape from the star beast's jaws. Now, let's see how you handle this, she thought with a cold smirk. Almost immediately, a flurry of unidentified spheres descended upon her. With little time to think, she raised her energy gun, firing at each one in rapid succession. The sound of metal clashing resonated in her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Liao Yun chuckled to herself. With so many members in the Joyful Mother gang, could they truly manage all of this? Her speed increased, and the mech's movements became increasingly fluid. The star beast found its mouth stuffed with numerous mechs, causing its fiery breath to be stifled. Despite its fur, the beast's face visibly reddened. It expelled the contents of its mouth, humorously sticking out its tongue and gagging. Ugh, choke on that. A multitude of mech spheres appeared around Mo Fulling, and by the time she realized those spherical entities were her gang members, it was too late. However, she was indifferent. The lives of those few were not worth her hesitation. Her mech transformed, revealing an array of weapons, suggesting that crafting this mech had required quite a fortune in star currency. Liao Yun felt a pang of foreboding. The star beast and Mo Fulling seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, halting their skirmish. Both locked their sights on Liao Yun, disregarding everyone else. Their singular focus was to eliminate her in a fit of rage. Neither had ever been so mocked before. Seconds later, Liao Yin piloted her mech at breakneck speed, evading the countless attacks in pursuit. This mech, a gift from Li Jingchuan, far surpassed the ones issued by the Academy. She didn't need to press buttons. By linking her mental energy with the mech, she could execute her intentions seamlessly, akin to natural movement. It was reminiscent of the mechs from centuries prior. She recalled her exclusive mech, Blazing Red Sun, capable of transforming into any shape, far superior to the mechs of this era. Even while being hunted, she found time to reminisce about her mech's transformation into a speedster, a velocity unmatched by any other. As she contemplated this, she felt a transformation in the mech she was piloting. Before the eyes of all, her mech morphed into a dazzling flying vehicle. The Star Beast was momentarily stunned, its large eyes blinking in curiosity as it tilted its head, intrigued by this new mech design. A fiery determination ignited within Mo Fulling. She was resolute in her desire to possess this mech. The Federation has such advanced mechs? Well then, she would not hold back. On the ground, the spectators were not only wary of the assaults descending from above, but also cautious of the traps laid by the joyful mother gang beneath their feet. As the adage goes, when deities clash, mortals suffer. They were indeed the mortals in this scenario. When Liao Yun's mech transformed into a flying vehicle, the crowd below collectively looked up, their mouths agape in astonishment at this unprecedented sight. A mech can transform into a vehicle, and one that can soar through the skies? Forgive my ignorance, but I have never encountered such high-tech mechs in my life. They seem to forget the imminent danger surrounding them, engaging in animated discussions among themselves. Is this a new type of mech? Flashy yet impractical. Even Liao Yin herself was taken aback, her mouth agape momentarily at a loss for what to do. It truly could transform into a flying vehicle. She experimented with various forms, a spaceship, a floating bus, an energy battleship. All were possible. The onlookers transitioned from shock to a state of numbness, as if they were witnessing a mech transformation show. After her mech reverted to a flying vehicle, Liao Yin exhaled a heavy breath, her conviction solidified. Li Jinghuan was undoubtedly that very Li Jinghuan. In that moment, she was resolute in her thoughts. He was the person she had been searching for. No one else could create such a mech. Throughout their time together, she had harbored doubts about whether the two Li Jingchuans were the same individual, yet lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Now, the truth lay before her. The mech's design was reminiscent of styles that were popular centuries ago, far beyond the capabilities of modern mech engineers. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her original self. If Li Jingchuan remembered her, he could not possibly remain unaffected. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. He had lost his memory, or perhaps in this lifetime. He simply did not recall her. Earlier conversations replayed in her mind. My face is the masterpiece you sculpted? Not quite. It was merely in a moment of reverie that I thought of my most cherished creation. What is it? A thorny rose. At that time, she had been curious about what a thorny rose might be. Now, reflecting back, she recalled how her mech, the fiery red sun, had dazzled opponents with its blinding speed in battle. Li Jingchuan had once remarked that her mech resembled splendid fireworks, bursting forth in the sky with wild abandon, his most treasured creation. I would call this battle a bloodied rose. After one such encounter, he had opened his arms wide, welcoming her with fervor. How had she responded? She had disdainfully observed the bloodstains on her mech and immediately set about cleaning them away. At his words, she wrinkled her nose, offering a singular critique. Common. It appears that everything follows a traceable path. Liao Yin skillfully maneuvered the flying vehicle, playfully toying with the Star Beast and Mo Fu Ling, who were utterly incapable of catching her. She was merely stalling for time, awaiting the arrival of Wu Qingxing. As seconds ticked by, she fled while frantically stuffing items into the mouth of the Star Beast. There was no alternative. Once the fire erupted from the Star Beast's maw, everyone would be rendered helpless. The creature landed with a fury, causing the ground to cave in and nearby structures to collapse, while others piloting mechs soared into the air. The ground was truly no place for humans to remain. Liao Yin felt the strain intensifying when the Star Beast seized the opportunity to strike her mech with a powerful slap. Her mech shook violently. In that moment, she was immensely grateful that Li Jingchuan had equipped her with high-quality materials for her mech, boasting formidable defenses. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to mere pulp by that single blow. The Star Beast, sensing her precarious situation, flashed a wicked grin, hands on its hips. Liao Yun stumbled, choking on its saliva, and coughed violently, ignoring the pain coursing through her body. She could only ponder. How had she discerned the essence of a domineering CEO from the presence of a star beast? Chapter 75. Just a baby when Wu Qingsheng arrived. He beheld a grotesque mech being pursued by a man and a beast. He was not exaggerating. It truly was quite repugnant. The mech wiggled its rear to lure the star beast into attacking, while defiantly raising its middle finger at them. Its running style was so absurd that even he felt an urge to deliver a blow. Who could be piloting such a contraption? Moments later, the mech transformed into a flying vehicle. Undeniably, its speed increased significantly in this form, making it difficult for the star beast and its pursuers to keep up. Liao Yun, enduring the pain coursing through her body, shouted triumphantly, "Ha ha ha! You can't catch me. You're utterly useless." She had no desire for self-destruction. Yet by drawing the attention of more star beasts, she could spare others from suffering. Switching between the mech and flying vehicle forms, she adeptly evaded her pursuers, creating distance from the underground residential area, allowing the star beasts to wreak havoc in the open terrain. Where was Wu Qingsheng? She truly felt she could not hold out much longer. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a golden mech standing nearby. Damn! It had arrived early. What was it doing? Just watching the show? She dashed over and concealed herself behind Wu Qingsheng. "Help me! Help me!" Liao Yun quickly shrank her mech, peeking out like a chick. Mo Fulling halted, a large question mark appearing above her head. The mech could shrink? Which mech engineer possessed such a skill? Even Master Yun Chuan couldn't manage that. Liao Yun feigned bravado. "Reinforcements have arrived. None of you will escape." She tugged at the mech's head, causing it to wobble as if sticking out its tongue. Mo Fulling's fists clenched. However, she recognized the owner of the golden mech. After pondering for a few seconds, she turned to leave. She did not wish to provoke a federal general. Damn it. She had failed the task assigned by Her Majesty the Queen. Returning would surely result in punishment. All because of that wretched person. Who on earth was she? The next time, she would ensure that the woman experienced what it meant to suffer. The Star Beast, oblivious to Wu Qingsheng's identity, had been enjoying itself immensely. Initially irritable, it gradually found amusement in the chase, akin to a child playing with a toy. Fearing it might accidentally harm its toy, it softened its grip, capturing Liao Yun gently. It roared at Wu Qingsheng, "Return my toy." Liao Yun translated, "General, it's provoking you. Quickly deal with it and show it that humans are not to be trifled with." Wu Qingsheng sighed. He chose not to engage in banter with this individual. He stepped forward in his mech, confronting the star beast directly. The beast paused, continuing to bellow, "I don't want you. I want my toy." Wu Qingsheng prepared for battle, his gaze turning perilous. An SSS-level star beast, he had not encountered one in a long while. Consider this a practice session. Ah, such a wild temperament. It seems that taming it will prove to be quite the challenge. The star beast watched with disdain as the golden mech approached, intending to swat it away with a single strike. Alas, it decided to deal with this troublesome foe before reclaiming its toy. In the next moment, it clutched its cheek, spitting out bloodied teeth. It felt wronged. "I am but a child. Why treat me this way?" Even Wu Qingsheng was taken aback. Normally, an SSS-level star beast possesses far greater strength, which is why he had exerted himself completely, planning for a fierce encounter. He did not anticipate that it would be so fragile. The star beast grew increasingly aggrieved, on the verge of tears. Large droplets cascaded down its face, seemingly impossible to halt. Liao Yun stood in shock. What happened to the strength you just displayed? The 3S star beast was discerning. Sensing the formidable power of the individual before it, it refrained from acting rashly. It felt genuinely wronged, having just been born. It had lost its way and fallen into slumber here, unaware of how much time had passed. Upon awakening, it found the surroundings unfamiliar, confronted by a group of malicious individuals eyeing it greedily. Now that those people could not overpower it, they had summoned someone stronger. If they cannot play, they should not engage. What does seeking a protector mean? It stamped its foot, crying even harder. Wu Qingsheng became flustered. After years of battle, he had encountered various star beasts and even slain SSS level ones, yet he had never seen one so anthropomorphized. weeping like a child. He attempted to communicate. "Can you understand me?" The star beast sniffled, nodding in response. He breathed a sigh of relief. Understanding was the first step toward communication. An SSS-level star beast represents considerable combat prowess, and if it could be tamed by the Federation's beast tamers, it would serve as a powerful trump card. At that moment, Liao Yun had distanced herself, relishing the unfolding drama. "General, how can you let it off so easily? You were fierce when striking it. Yet now it feigns pity before you." "Humph, a green tea beast." The star beast shot her a fierce glare. "Silence, wicked woman. You are no longer my toy. As long as you do not harm others and cooperate with us, not only will I spare your life, but I will also provide you with delectable food and a comfortable dwelling." Its eyes instantly gleamed, nodding vigorously, almost leaving an afterimage in its eagerness. This inconsequential demeanor starkly contrasted with its towering physique. "What are we waiting for? Let us go." After such an extended slumber, it was famished. The star beast lowered its head, nudging the golden mech with its nose, growing impatient and urging the human onward. Wu Qingxing understood its intent and summoned several combat teams. The star beast required dedicated supervision to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could lead to further losses. The dilemma that had troubled Liao Yun was thus effortlessly resolved, her desire to restore her strength reaching a crescendo. Wu Qixing approached her, inquiring, "Have you contacted my son?" Liao Yun denied. "I had Liao Yun convey the message to him. You saw the situation. Had you not arrived, none of us would have survived. The inhabitants of the underground realm may also be implicated. Her words are not without merit. It is indeed the case, and she harbors no desire for accolades." "Well done," Wu Qingsheng remarked with admiration. "What is your name?" "Li Yun." Liao Yun was enveloped in layers of clothing, always accompanied by a voice modulator, fearful of exposing her identity. Upon hearing the name Li Yun, Wu Qingsheng pondered for a moment, and after a few seconds, comprehension dawned upon him. "Are you the esteemed Master Li Yun that Liao Yun spoke of?" Liao Yun lifted her chin. "Indeed, that is I." Although she was situated within the mech pod, invisible to others, she still maintained an air of mastery. It was imperative to leave a favorable impression on Wu Qingsheng, as her future earnings would depend entirely on him. Just as she anticipated that Wu Qingsheng would inquire about her, unexpectedly, his next question nearly caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Who crafted your mech?" Chapter 76. Refusal. How presumptuous you are. This phrase lingered on Liao Yun's lips, yet she stifled it. Admittedly, she acknowledged that her mech was indeed too conspicuous. It was entirely reasonable for inquiries to be made about it. Confidential, she feigned an air of mystery. Li Jinghuan certainly wished to avoid revealing too much, and she had no intention of causing him trouble. Wu Qingxing was not taken aback by her response. He addressed the matter with professional detachment. "If the master who designed this mech was interested in collaborating with us, whatever he required, our Federation would provide. The Federation holds a high regard for elite mech engineers, respecting their wishes and refraining from intrusive investigations into their identities. Neither the Federation nor the Empire would be foolish enough to offend a formidable mech engineer." Liao Yun had been awaiting his subsequent remarks. After extending an olive branch to the mech engineer behind Li Yun, surely the next would be her? Clearly, she had miscalculated. Not receiving any information regarding the mech engineer behind Li Yun, Wu Qixing rose to depart. Liao Yun stopped him. "Do you not intend to discuss this with me?" Wu Qingxing shot her a glance. What is there to discuss? Having witnessed a portion of her combat today, he could sum it up in 2 words. Quite absurd. It was nowhere near as miraculous as Liao Yun had claimed. He truly could not fathom why one would believe another's words. Liao Yun withdrew her hand, no longer pressing him. His stance was apparent. He had declined her overtures, deeming her unworthy of his attention. She certainly would not demean herself by continuing to pursue him, as that would be quite undignified. "Very well, you disdain what is offered and insist on disregarding those who are indifferent to you, who had been persistently harassing her on the Star Network, who was pleading with her to train their troops, who had extended enticing conditions to her." Liao Yun's mood soured. "I hope you do not come to regret this." After walking some distance, Wu Qingxing turned back, and Liao Yun thought he had reconsidered. However, his words left her perplexed. Does the Machin Military Academy monitor students' curfews? She instinctively nodded. For the safety of the students, returning to the dormitory past school regulations incurs penalties. Recalling the individual she had encountered near the underground city, Wu Qingxing remarked, "Inform Liao Yun that I spotted a girl in the Machin Military Academy uniform nearby. She was walking with a group of boys from another school, and I fear for her safety." It was already past midnight. She was uncertain if his earlier words had any impact or whether that girl had returned. Liao Yun's lips twitched. Is the Federation General now resorting to reporting? Indeed. This issue was quite serious. As an instructor at the Machin Military Academy, she bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of each student. Where is she? I will send Liao Yun a message to check on her. After providing the location, Wu Qingxing departed without a backward glance. With the matter of the Star Beast resolved, people began to leave one by one. This night had yielded nothing, and they had sustained injuries. It was decidedly unprofitable. Liao Yun exited the mech, determined to seek out the students of the Machin Military Academy. Alas, after all this commotion, sleep would be a distant hope for her. As she was plagued by a headache, Meng Tianxia approached and positioned himself in front of her. His demeanor was particularly solicitous. "Lian, where are you headed? Do you require my escort?" It was evident, without a doubt, that he was coveting her mech. "Do you truly believe I need an escort?" Liao Yun replied with a smile that barely concealed her disdain. Meng Tianxia, taken aback, stammered, "I forgot that your prowess surpasses mine." Liao Yun, disinterested, rose and departed. Those who had been ensnared by the Soul Eater worm would awaken without any recollection of their control, remaining oblivious to the connection between the Shiji gang and the insectoid race. Once the Soul Eater worm fell to the ground, it vanished without a trace, leaving her with no evidence to substantiate that the Shiji gang was merely a pawn of the Insect Queen. Thus, when General Wu arrived, she refrained from mentioning the incident. Upon reaching the designated location provided by Wu Qingxing, she found no students present. However, the scattered bottles and smoldering cigarette butts on the ground indicated that there had been quite a commotion moments before. They must have left, she mused. The federal general had personally instructed her to return to school. Could she dare to defy such an order? Still, Liao Yun felt a gnawing unease. Logically, she could return to the school to check if that girl had returned, but she understood students all too well. Those who intended to stay out for the night would undoubtedly prepare accordingly. Without a doubt, the school system lacked any record of her absence. Liao Yun's headache intensified. How on earth was she to locate this student? There were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. Who could possibly know where anyone was? Amo, why are you silent? A man of aristocratic appearance inquired, extending his hand as if to touch the girl's face. He was Qianyu, the son of the Star Lord of Sakado. The girl recoiled, responding coolly, "No, I'm merely unaccustomed to such a crowd." Qianyu awkwardly withdrew his hand. "Is that so? I merely wished to introduce you to my friends. I thought you would be pleased today." Although she was his fiancée, he felt utterly devoid of security, unable to sense any affection from her. Thus, he had sought her out today, hoping to introduce her to his companions. The individual he had just mentioned was a federal general. We could not afford to disregard his status. "You're not upset by this, are you?" He probed cautiously. The Insect Queen. Oh no. At this moment, she should be referred to as Chun Weishuan, fought to repress her fury while maintaining a facade of false cheer. His incessant chatter drove her to the brink of wanting to silence him permanently. Yet, she could not. He was the son of the Star Lord of Sakado, guarded by several bodyguards in the shadows. With her current strength, she could not afford to offend a Star Lord. "I am not angry. I concur with what the general stated. It is late, and I must return to school," she declared, attempting to turn away, only to have a large hand grasp her wrist. "It is quite late. Let us find a hotel." Qianyu's gaze burned with fervor, his intentions unmistakable. She was his fiancée, yet they had not even held hands. He was unwilling to endure any longer. Chun Weishuan lowered her gaze, watching as he held her hand, darkness swirling in her eyes. By the time she looked up again, the shadow had dissipated. She fervently wished she could sever his lecherous grasp. Had it not been for their presence tonight, she would have had no opportunity to act. Otherwise, Liao Yun would have easily endured until Wu Qingxing arrived. Originally, she had meticulously planned to covertly assist Mo Fuling and her companions in capturing the SSS-grade Star Beast, eliminating Liao Yun, and seizing control of all the factions in the underground city. Yet, what transpired? Nothing came to fruition. All of this was the fault of Qianyu. The cultivation of the little insects is exceedingly laborious, and she currently lacks the strength to develop them further. All her months of scheming have been rendered futile. Once her power is restored, she will undoubtedly exact vengeance on him, displaying his severed head in the sky as a warning to others. Behold, this is the fate of those who offend me. No, she refused. Qianyu, somewhat embarrassed, pressed on. Are you truly going to turn me down? His tone was firm. Should she voice her refusal, he might resort to extreme measures. Chapter 77. Chen Weishuan was truly vexed. She did not wish to squander any more time with him. Yet, he clung to her tenaciously, and if she did not provide him with an answer this time, he would undoubtedly relay something to his father. The Chen family could not afford to offend Lord Sicardo of the Stars. If this young master were displeased, her nominal father's position as mayor would be jeopardized. Without the privileges of the mayor, her actions would be severely restricted. How bothersome indeed. As she opened her mouth to concoct a few evasive remarks, she sensed someone approaching. The insectoid species possessed an acute sensitivity to human presence. And this individual was an old acquaintance of hers. Liao Yun had arrived. The unexpected nature of this encounter left her unprepared. Instantly, she altered her expression, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Are you attempting to coerce me into doing something I detest? This guise immediately ignited Qian Yu's protective instincts. Whether she loved him or not was inconsequential. As long as she remained his fiancée, that sufficed. He was confident he could win Chen Weishuan's affection. Just as he contemplated stepping back and arranging for her return to school, a figure interposed itself between him and Chen Weishuan. Upon her arrival, Liao Yun had witnessed a girl in the uniform of Machin Military Academy being seized by a man, who audaciously declared his intent to take her to a hotel. In broad daylight, how dare he bully a girl so brazenly? Oh, but the hour had grown late. She hurried forward, positioning herself protectively behind the girl. Who are you? Qianyu snapped impatiently. Liao Yun replied with a cold smile, your great aunt. She was aware of his high status and the numerous bodyguards that surrounded him. Yet so what? Liao Yun was resolute. There was no one she could not protect. Qianyu, exasperated, retorted, do you even know who you are speaking to? Oh. And who might that be? She replied nonchalantly. Did she appear to be intimidated in front of Wu Qingxing? No matter how lofty his status, could he surpass that of a federal general? My father is Lord Sicardo of the Stars. What business is it of yours concerning my fiancée? Liao Yun turned to scrutinize the girl, observing her features with care. She possessed almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, evoking an instinctive sense of pity. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a white dress, her delicate lips slightly parted, clearly startled by the encounter. The fiancée of Lord Sicardo's son? Was she not the same girl who had previously led the bullying of Anili, the mayor's daughter from City A? Her name seemed to be Chen Weishuan. Perhaps out of a sense of protectiveness, Liao Yun harbored no fondness for Chen Weishuan. Yet, as a student of Machin Military Academy, she bore the responsibility of ensuring the girl's safe return to school. With her expression growing more severe, she inquired, so what? Does she consent to this? This question rendered Qianyu momentarily speechless, his countenance darkening as his brows furrowed deeply. If she were willing, would he be so troubled? As tensions escalated and a confrontation loomed, Chen Weishuan tugged at Liao Yun's sleeve, shaking her head softly. I will handle this. She stepped forward, whispering something to Qianyu. Upon hearing her words, his expression softened. Before departing, he menaced, if it weren't for Ahmad, you'd have long since become a corpse. Liao Yun shrugged. She was not easily intimidated. A mere punk with bleached hair held no significance for her. After he left, Liao Yun averted her gaze. Chen Weishuan smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Instructor, for saving me. I have always admired you, and I never expected you would rescue me today. It seems we are truly fated. Liao Yun remained unresponsive, offering only a curt acknowledgement. It appeared that this girl could manage on her own without her assistance, making her intervention seem unnecessary. Throughout the journey, they exchanged little conversation, maintaining a respectful distance as Liao Yun followed behind to ensure her safety. Upon delivering her to the school, she glanced at the time and decided to return to her own dormitory. That night, after the Zerg Queen had commanded Emo Fulling to regrow her severed hand, she had not reappeared, likely ensnared by some unseen force. The situation on Qiu Nanqing's side was momentarily secure, requiring no further concern from her. As expected, Chen Weixuan was reprimanded for returning late. With Liao Yun present, she could not scale the walls to sneak back in. Reflecting on Liao Yun's protective stance moments earlier, she found it oddly reminiscent of their first encounter. As long-standing rivals, she was acutely aware of Liao Yun's character, possessing an unwavering sense of responsibility and a firm moral compass. Such traits had, on occasion, led to her own misfortunes. Initially, during their confrontations, Liao Yun often fell prey to her cunning, but eventually she too learned to employ underhanded tactics. Ultimately, the means to achieve victory mattered little. Perhaps this could be deemed her first lesson. If Liao Yun were to discover that the person she had safeguarded today was someone she despised, she would undoubtedly feel an urge to strike herself in disbelief. The expression on her face would surely be a sight to behold. With this thought, she couldn't help but chuckle. How could Liao Yun ever suspect that the Zerg Queen was lurking right within the confines of Imochin Military Academy, so near to her? As the old adage goes, the most perilous places often provide the greatest security. She was more than willing to engage in this game of hide and seek. The following day, Liao Yun entered the classroom for Class G, her eyes heavy with dark circles. Anili expressed concern. "Instructor, did you not sleep well?" Liao Yun rubbed her eyes and replied, "I suppose." She had spent the entire night awake. Once back in her dormitory, her fatigue dissipated and sleep eluded her. This morning, she struggled to muster any energy. It appeared that she needed to retire earlier in the future. No matter the circumstance, sleep was paramount. Yu Shuchen approached eagerly. "Haha. The instructor seems off today. We might actually have a chance to counter during combat class." Liao Yun did not even lift her gaze. "You may certainly try." Thereafter, she demonstrated the essence of what it meant to be a commanding instructor. Due to her lack of rest, her strikes were more forceful than usual, leaving Class G students in considerable distress. Stepping on Yu Zhuchen's backside, she inquired, "Do you still wish to counter?" No, he hastily waved his hands in denial. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to remain standing. This is nothing short of a one-sided crushing. Alas, today I must once again brave the world with a comically oversized head. Although Yu Zhuchen does not stand out in terms of strength within the team, his commendable mindset compensates for it. It matters not. Others will accompany him. The son of the federal general, just like him, will also don a similarly ridiculous headgear for classes, which brings him some solace. Instructor, in the future, if he talks back, feel free to strike him. We are not acquainted, He Yuan remarked. Yu Zhuchen ought to refrain from speaking altogether. How many beatings have his words cost them? From now on, when outside, he will distance himself from him to avoid any repercussions. After breaking free from Liao Yun's grasp, Yu Zhuchen rushed to Yuan's side. Clinging to him with all his might, he exclaimed, "Instructor, I have the closest bond with him. If you strike me, you must include him." Chapter 78. The slogan He Yuan made a determined effort to extricate his hand, but each time he succeeded, the other party ensnared it once more, rendering him unable to break free. With a pained expression, he lamented, "No, I have no connection with him. What bond do we share? At best, it is a superficial brotherhood, one that could easily be severed at the slightest provocation." Liao Yun scoffed, "Do not worry. Each of you shall feel the caress of my affection." After another round of punishment, gasps emanated from the floor. The students lay there like lifeless fish, unable to muster the strength to rise. When would these days come to an end? With merely 3 days left before the internal simulation competition, could they possibly achieve commendable standings with such a lackadaisical attitude? Liao Yun expressed her disappointment with a tone of exasperation. Look at Class A of the combat department. Their spirit is truly commendable. Instantly, the students of Class G stood up straight, heads bowed in submission. Liao Yun continued, "I have heard that discussions have begun on the forums regarding elite classes and inept classes. This is an initiative organized by the students themselves during simulation competitions. The enthusiasm among the various classes is palpable as they strive to uphold the honor of their own. To be designated as an elite class would bestow a sense of pride when out in public. As the saying goes, one fights for a breath of air, just as a Buddha contends for a stick of incense. Conversely, no one wishes for their class to be labeled as the inept class. Thus, In the lead up to the competition, students exert themselves not only for personal gain but for their class as well. Last semester, Class G did not participate in the internal simulation competition, leaving them without any title. However, one can surmise that had they participated, the title of inept class would have been tailor-made for them, an appellation no one could wrest away. Although instructors from other classes may discourage their students from concerning themselves with such titles, my approach is different. I certainly do not wish for the class I have painstakingly taught for 2 months to end up branded as the inept class. How embarrassing would that be? If word got out, would I retain any semblance of dignity as a general in the Federation? Indeed, we shall secure the designation of elite class. Yu Shuchen interjected. Ah, that may not be necessary, Liao Yun replied, placing a hand on her forehead. I do not wish to place undue pressure on you. Just do your best. She remarked deliberately. She understood these students from Class G all too well. The less faith one has in them, the more fervently they strive to prove their capabilities. Sure enough, their voices rose in a crescendo, each one louder than the last. That will not suffice. Instructor, you must set a goal for us. Yes. The title of elite class is too low. Let us strive for first place. At this moment, Anili clenched his fists, waving them in the air, declaring, We will crush them utterly. This sentiment garnered the agreement of Yu Zhuxing, who proclaimed, When Class G strikes, the world is ours. Let us kick the combat department, punch the mecha department, sweep through the command department, and suppress the healing department. Yu Zhuxing had already envisioned how to showcase their talents 3 days hence. They would undoubtedly shine brightly, bringing honor to their instructor's face. Wu Xianwei placed a hand on his forehead, wishing to distance himself from them. How exceedingly juvenile. He took a discreet step backward, only to be promptly noticed. Yu Shuqing pressed his hand against his heart, exclaiming, Your retreat has deeply wounded me. To his surprise, he even sang it aloud. Wu Xianyue, however, felt no desire to engage in conversation. They surrounded him, declaring, Class G is a collective. You shall not escape. Wu Xianwei remained silent. He could indeed stand alone, truly. The students of Class G seemed to possess rather peculiar minds. Yu Zhuqing placed his arm around his shoulder, urging, Join us in chanting, Class G strikes, and the world is ours. The others echoed enthusiastically, Class G strikes, and the world is ours. After they finished, their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they looked at him. Wu Xianwei steeled himself, reluctant to offend them. He forced out, Class G strikes, and the world is ours? The sound was barely louder than a mosquito, lacking any fervor. Yu Shucheng was not pleased. Yet he understood that one must not expect immediate results. Progress must be gradual. The very act of speaking was a significant advancement. The rest would come in time. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, Kick the combat department, punch the mecha department, sweep the command department, suppress the healing department. Kick the combat department, punch the mecha department. Sweep the command department, suppress the healing department. Wu Xianyue's eyelids twitched, casting a desperate glance toward Liao Yun. Instructor, you must assist me. Liao Yun returned his gaze with an expression of helplessness. After all, she too was eager to witness him utter these over-the-top slogans, paired with his rigid demeanor, which would undoubtedly be comical. Realizing the instructor was merely an amused spectator, he sighed. After much internal struggle, he acquiesced. Fine, he would indulge in childishness just this once. He closed his eyes and declared, Class G strikes, and the world is ours. Kick the combat department, punch the mecha department, sweep the command department, suppress the healing department. As he concluded, he added 2 final lines. In short, Class G is formidable. Once he finished, he noticed the surrounding silence and opened his eyes to find that everyone had departed. A few students from other classes passed by, their expressions a complex mix of amusement and disbelief. Several girls stifled giggles, covering their mouths as they looked down and walked away. It was over. His image was irreparably tarnished. Had Yu Shucheng and the others been mocking him? Wu Xianwei stood alone, disoriented in the wind, his face gradually flushing with embarrassment. Unable to lift his head, he had truly misjudged Yu Zhucheng and his companions. Just moments ago, the principal had summoned them, stating there were matters to discuss. Alas, Wu Xianyue had been so lost in his own world that he had not even heard them call his name. That day, a post appeared on the campus forum. Students of Class G boastfully declare their intent to conquer all departments. Can we tolerate this? Once the post went live, it garnered countless replies. Chapter 79, The Arrogance of Real Names LZ. I was present at the scene and witnessed Wu Xianyue's exceedingly arrogant demeanor. They boldly proclaimed, kicking the combat department, punching the mecha department, sweeping the command department, suppressing the healing department. It seems that Class G is determined to secure the first place in the internal simulation competition. The original poster kindly included a video that captured Wu Xianyue in an exceptionally flattering light, leading to subsequent comments that extolled his looks. Completely overlooking the title of the post, 3L, is this a celestial being? How can someone be so attractive? 10L, I've noticed that everyone in Class G is rather good-looking. 29L, indeed. I must confess, I'm a fan of G-Class's aesthetics. Yu Zhuchen has such a youthful visage, appearing quite innocent. He Yuan's peach blossom eyes are both charming and flirtatious. Wu Xianyue is cool and taciturn, making him seem unapproachable. Yu Zhuxing is stunningly sultry. I wish to be close to her. Li is quiet and reserved, evoking a desire to cuddle. When the students of Class G supported their instructor on the playground, many peers felt a surge of admiration, which only intensified post-incident, significantly boosting their favorability. If it were not for the students of Class G, they might have succumbed to the Zerg infection. Speaking of which, they indeed saved everyone's lives. LZ, please pay attention to the title. I'm not asking you to fawn over them. LZ, for goodness sake, they are bullying us right now. Shouldn't we retaliate? During the internal simulation competition, all departments should unite to take down Class G first. What do you think? 63L, there's a saying that I'm uncertain whether to voice. The original poster promptly replied, speak. Don't be afraid. 100L, is it possible that the students of Class G also perused the campus forum? The original poster immediately panicked but reassured himself, it's fine. The campus forum is anonymous. They won't find me. However, subsequent replies shattered his illusions entirely. 123L, ahem. Have you forgotten the identities of the students in Class G? One from the Yu family, one from the He family, and an unknown identity in Wu Xianyue. I can only assume their family influence is formidable. Which of these esteemed families would one dare to offend? Currently, they are students of Machen Military Academy. Top-tier families would hardly regard them. But what about after they graduate? Who wouldn't want to pave a way for themselves? Who would be foolish enough to offend those young masters and mistresses? LZ, I'm out of here. This post quickly sank into obscurity, with far fewer discussions. Until midnight. It was resurrected. The catalyst was a suitor of Chun Weishuan, who, after being spurned, drunkenly stumbled upon the original post and felt a surge of anger. This group is far too cowardly. Just because they are wealthy and powerful, they rush to fawn over them? They have thrown down the gauntlet. And you still take it lightly. Indeed, being wealthy and influential has its perks. Even flatulence is deemed fragrant. They merely possess a bit of filthy lucre. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Thus, he logged into his account and left a comment beneath the post. 157L, a bunch of cowards. 158L, Wang Tianlong can't stand such behavior. Let us see your true skills in the simulation competition. Wang Tianlong has garnered considerable renown within the combat department, owing to his exceptional marksmanship and commendable fighting skills, positioning him as a formidable contender for the chief of the individual combat unit. His life has been a smooth sail, with every desire fulfilled until he recently encountered his first setback. Just 2 hours ago, he mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Chen Weishuan via his holographic terminal. The agonizing wait for her response was almost unbearable. Although he was aware that Chen Weishuan was engaged, he pondered the implications of familial arrangements. Perhaps she did not truly love her fiancé. Her betrothed was known for his volatile temper, which may not compare favorably to his own attentiveness. He was convinced that Chen Weishuan would not reject him. However, shortly after this hopeful thought, he received her response, a mere word, get lost. When he attempted to send another message, he was met with a red exclamation mark, revealing that Chen Weishuan had removed him from her contacts. Where had he faltered? Was it merely because he lacked their wealth? It dawned on him that Chen Weishuan was, indeed, such a superficial woman. He vowed she would come to regret her decision. Upon witnessing his public post, Wang Tianlong's loyal followers rallied in support of their leader. 170L, Sun Chun, cannot abide such behavior. Let us see your true abilities in the simulation match. 171L. I, Qian Feiyu, share the same sentiment. Let us witness your prowess in the simulation match. 172L. I, XXX, also find this unacceptable. Let us see your true skills in the simulation match. The subsequent dozens of posts echoed this sentiment, leaving their classmates feeling a sense of second-hand embarrassment. Yet, given Wang Tianlong's evident capabilities, there was little room for dissent. They could only watch the unfolding spectacle from their screens, occasionally liking the posts to ensure the G-class noticed. Anticipation for the upcoming school simulation match grew palpable, setting the stage for a confrontation between Wang Tianlong and his loyal followers against the notorious G-class students. 210L, let the battle commence. 215L, Wang Tianlong hails from the combat class 1. Let us see which class prevails. Some students from class 1 were reluctant to engage in what they deemed a meaningless conflict, yet they were equally disinclined to suffer defeat at the hands of G-class. Last semester, G-class had not even secured a dedicated instructor for their specialized courses, and many of their members frequently skipped classes, leading to an embarrassing loss if they were to face them in competition. Rumor had it that their instructor was notoriously ineffective. Despite the aftermath of the Qiaoming incident, Liao Yun still bore the reputation of incompetence. Consequently, students from Class 1 began to join in supporting Wang Tianlong. 220L, the audacity of G-class is astounding. Do they intend to oppose every department? 221L, a fun fact, G-class at Machin Military Academy was formed precisely because no other department wanted them, resulting in their designation as a special class. 239L, that Liao Yun has truly lost his mind, allowing Ni Li and He Yuan to major in 2 subjects. I was skeptical when I first heard, yet many praised it, so I refrained from voicing my doubts. 240L, count me in. Surely students from the 5 major military academies wouldn't dare to double major, would they? The thread was alive with diverse opinions, with voices both defending G-class and disparaging them, alongside onlookers and provocateurs, creating a lively atmosphere. The host had retired for the night, completely unaware that the post would evolve in a manner he could never have anticipated. Yu Shuchen, a true night owl, relished perusing the campus forum for gossip. During the day, he had stumbled upon a thread concerning Wu Xianwei. Initially, he found it amusing and shared it in a small group designated for students of Class G. He even tagged Wu Xianwei, laughing heartily. Subsequently, He Yuan, Ni Li, and Yu Zhuxing joined in, mercilessly mocking Wu Xianwei. None of them took the post seriously, believing it to be mere banter, and assumed there would be little consequence. Little did they know, a student named Wang Tianlong made a brazen declaration, which left Yu Shuchen. He found himself stifling laughter beneath his covers in the dead of night, a most torturous endeavor. Chapter 80. Embarrassment. Yu Zhuxing covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, his eyes squinting into mere slits, nearly invisible unless observed closely. Their dormitory housed 4 occupants, yet only 3 resided within: himself, He Yuanya, and Wu Xianwei. Given Yu Zhuxing's nature, he would undoubtedly opt to pay extra for a villa on campus, which would be exceedingly delightful. However, Liao Yun had once remarked, "Are you here at military school to indulge in comforts?" Her words ruthlessly shattered his aspirations. Very well, a 4-person dorm it is, which is certainly preferable to an 8-person one. Among the trio, the others had succumbed to slumber early, leaving Yu Zhuxing brimming with energy. Engrossed in a game on his holographic device, he struggled to suppress his laughter, propping his chin on his hand in contemplation. Should he respond? The provocative remarks from Wang Tianlong and his ilk had only reached his eyes within Class G. Class G must not falter in dignity. He needed to devise a more sophisticated retort to uphold the honor of Class G. Wang Tianlong and his crew were inadequate. Their ideas were utterly trivial. He must take the lead. Thus, furrowing his brow before the holographic screen, he pondered with his limited intellect. At last, inspiration struck, and he joyfully pounded his palm. He Yuanya stirred awake, turning over before returning to slumber. Yet, he could hear Yu Zhuxing muttering to himself, occasionally bursting into laughter. Unable to endure any longer, he hurled a nearby pillow at Yu Zhuxing, striking him squarely. "Are you still going to sleep? If not, get lost." aware of his fault. Yu Shuqing muffled his laughter, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, implying that they had Wu Xianwei beside them, and he ought not disturb him. He Yuanya, amused yet exasperated, thought it absurd that Yu Shuqing seemed to blame him. Resignedly, he pulled his quilt over his head, intending to snatch a few more moments of sleep. However, something felt amiss. No matter how he tried to rest, discomfort lingered. Where on earth was his pillow? Curse Yu Shuqing. Nothing good ever came when he was around. On the campus forum, the main parties began to respond. Yu Shuqing's remarks were both eloquent and skillful, mimicking the manner in which celebrities address scandals. 300L. I apologize for occupying public resources. I am Yu Shuqing from Class G, and I shall respond to the questions posed above one by one today. 311L. Wow, we VE caught Yu Shuqing. 337L. By the way, ISNT that was Xianwei in the video. Why ISNT he responding? 340L. Why should he? Mind your own business. 341L. Oh. Some people kneel for so long that they can no longer rise. By the time Yu Shuqing had meticulously crafted his response, the thread had already reached 400 posts. 401L. Firstly, regarding the incident where my classmate's cheer was recorded and posted on the forum. I must ask, don't you all engage in casual banter at times? Really, with the simulation competition approaching, students cheering for their class, must that be policed? The original poster sneaked a shot from behind, like a rat in a gutter. Why not protest face-to-face? Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude to those who admire Class G. A heartfelt gesture to you all. As for the individual named Wang Tianlong, you are akin to an elephant-esque trunk adorned with scallions, attempting to feign sophistication. How amusing. So, you wish to orchestrate a scene, do you? This is merely a game my ancestors played centuries ago, and now I shall demonstrate something remarkable. Truly, it is characteristic of Yu Shuqing to stray from serious discourse, revealing the truth of his somewhat foolish nature. Numerous onlookers during the evening were intrigued, pondering how Yu Shuqing might reclaim his standing. They waited and waited until they beheld petals adorning their screens, accompanied by the upbeat tunes of square dancing, a favored genre among the elders. Eventually, a few large characters emerged, practically emblazoning the word arrogance across the screen. Regardless of whether you approve, if you are displeased, keep it to yourself. Even those who did not click on the post were privy to this statement, thanks to a new forum feature requiring expenditure to activate. This feature was somewhat superfluous, and no student would wish to be taken advantage of, except, of course, for Yu Shuqing. The spectators, having waited patiently, anticipated a more impressive retort from him, only to be met with such a lackluster response. The audience was left bemused, questioning why their time had been squandered. Behind the screen, Yu Shuqing proudly lifted his chin, eagerly awaiting the dawn, yearning to witness the admiration in others' eyes. Surely, the forum members were taken aback. He had spent a staggering 10,000 star coins for this display, and it had better yield satisfactory results. He had longed to utilize this feature since its inception but had struggled to find the right moment. The feature was described as an essential tool for declarations of love, allowing the entire school to witness your romance. Want your announcements to be visible to all your classmates? Come and experience it. Customizable text, complete with flowers and music. Just look how perfectly suited this feature is for making bold statements. Yu Shuqing waited in anticipation, and finally, the following day arrived. That night, he had scarcely slept. He flitted about like a flamboyant peacock among his peers. Yin could no longer contain himself, clenching his fist and asking, "What madness has possessed you?" Yu Shuqing defiantly retorted, "You wouldn't understand." Understand what? Yin was perplexed by his erratic behavior today. More accurately, what had driven him to such eccentricity from last night to today? Yu Shuqing had no desire to engage in trivial conversation. Foolish mortals. Utterly oblivious to his great accomplishments. He approached Liao Yun, attempting to chat about various topics. Liao Yun, growing impatient, asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Realizing they were unaware, Yu Shuqing sighed and revealed, "Instructor, have you seen the campus forum?" Upon hearing campus forum, Liao Yun was filled with ire. She had yet to settle the score with him, and now he was approaching her to claim credit? "I have seen it," she responded, quietly clenching her fists. Then why, after viewing it, did she not praise him? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Liao Yun struck him, sending him flying. Subsequently, she pinned him to the ground, delivering a vigorous reprimand. Her methods of assault were uniquely her own, as she struck with fervor while proclaiming apologies for occupying public resources. Are you a superstar? In this insignificant school forum, what are you even worth? Such nonsense. With each blow, her force intensified, causing Yu Zhucheng to cry out in agony. Oh, it hurts so much. Forgive me, instructor, I realize my mistake. Liao Yin paid no heed to his pleas for mercy, retorting. It seems you still fail to comprehend your error. As a military academy student, why do you engage in such childish behavior? You dare to boast on the forum? How audacious. Wouldn't it be more prudent to devote that time to training? When Wang Tianlong replied, she was still mocking the instructor of Wang Tianlong, but by nightfall, Yu Zhucheng's actions proved even more foolish. The instructor, who had been ridiculed during the day, returned the mockery with interest that evening. How could she possibly face such embarrassment? Chapter 81. Campus Simulation Competition. Yu Zhucheng winced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath. This was not the end. A group of onlookers, with a mocking tone, chimed in. Apologies for monopolizing public resources. These are merely the leftovers of your grandfather's playtime. If you're dissatisfied, keep it to yourself. While typing, he felt no embarrassment. But upon hearing those spectators mimic him, he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Forget it. Let it all end in ruin. Another stain on his already tarnished history. Li and the others erupted in laughter. Earlier, upon hearing about some campus forum, they hurried to log in and indulge in last night's gossip. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhucheng had become famous at school in such an embarrassing manner. He you and wiped away tears of laughter. Brother, you should have told me earlier. Had I known, I would have praised you right away. Given his amusement, he forgave the noise Yu Zhucheng had made the previous night. After their playful banter, Liao Yun corralled them for training. After all, sharpening one's skills at the last moment is better than remaining unprepared. The 3 days passed swiftly, and the campus simulation competition arrived as scheduled. The principal stood on stage, delivering a passionate speech. The Machen Military Academy boasts a long-standing tradition, having nurtured numerous talents for the military. Major He ran from the 3rd District is an alumnus of our esteemed institution. Below, students struggled to keep their eyes open, fighting off sleep. Every year, during the simulation competition, the principal delivered the same lines without variation. Yu Zhucheng, however, was full of vigor. He turned to Li and the others, assuring them, don't worry, in a few years, the principal will change his script. Wu Xianwei, intrigued, whispered, why? Yu Zhucheng shook her head at him. She knew her brother all too well. He would undoubtedly say something inappropriate. True to her expectations, Yu Zhucheng's next statement left everyone blushing with embarrassment. Soon, the name the principal proclaims will shift from Major He ran to mind. He puffed out his chest, already envisioning himself as a formidable figure. By then, all the junior students would recognize his name. If he dared to dream even bigger, the entire Federation would come to know of his renown, with many aspiring to follow in his footsteps by enrolling in Machen Military Academy. Wu Xianwei thought to herself, I shouldn't have engaged in this conversation. A scoffing voice broke through the air. Yu Zhucheng turned to see a tall boy, whose appearance was nondescript, easily lost in a crowd. He stood among the first class of the combat department, and Li knew without a doubt that he was either Wang Tianlong himself or one of his lackeys. Yet, Yu Zhucheng, the fool, remained oblivious. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. What, are you really happy right now? For a moment, everyone was baffled, unsure of why he would pose such a question. The positioning of Class G and the first class of the combat department was quite close, with the second class of the combat department and the first class of the command department observing the scene. Who had the inclination to listen to the principal's speech? Wang Tianlong replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I am quite happy. Do you have a problem with that? Yu Zhucheng replied, It is not my opinion, but rather that of the principal. Wang Tianlong exhibited a look of confusion, and in the next moment, Yu Zhucheng raised his hand, fervently declaring, Principal, there is a student who, with a flippant demeanor, is disturbing those around him. It appears he delights in the misfortune of the Machen Military Academy during the Morani competition. Just moments ago, the principal had referenced the previous performance of their school in the Morani competition as a cautionary tale, urging everyone to avoid repeating the same mistakes. The Morani competition. held once every 5 years on the planet Sakado, serves as a platform for military academies to engage in friendly rivalry. This event has the power to reshuffle the rankings of various academies on Sakado, and Machin Military Academy, a time-honored institution, has consistently held the top position. In the last competition, however, their school inadvertently fell into the trap set by the Feichi Academy, inciting the wrath of the formidable star beasts. The upperclassmen faced a malfunction with their exit keys, leaving them to fight valiantly amidst the chaos. The teachers, concealed in the shadows, failed to recognize the dire circumstances in time, missing the optimal moment for rescue. By the time they arrived, the students were utterly exhausted. Some perished before help could reach them, while others were left incapacitated, forever unable to wield a weapon again. This has remained a profound sorrow for the Machin Military Academy. While casualties are a common occurrence in such competitions, the losses sustained by Machin were particularly severe. The first-place standing of the academy was a title earned through the ultimate sacrifice of its students. The principal has been haunted by this tragedy, feeling unworthy to face the parents of those students. Henceforth, prior to each competition, he has used the Moroni competition as an example, reminding everyone to prioritize their safety above all, placing life before competition. This is no trivial matter. It is a battlefield fraught with peril. Even the countless internal mock competitions pose latent dangers. Wang Tianlong could hardly believe that someone would resort to reporting such matters. How could he possibly explain this? The principal, glaring at them, demanded, "What are you doing instead of paying attention?" Yu Zhuchun, with a contrite expression, responded, "I apologize, principal. I understand my mistake." However, this student has expressed his happiness, and everyone around heard him. The principal felt a headache coming on and directed the issue toward Liao Yun. "Instructor Liao, please handle this matter." Suddenly called upon, Liao Yun responded without bias, "Both of them have violated the rules. How about this? Let them enter the venue a few minutes late." The mock competition arena features both class and individual scoring, with class scores calculated as an average for ranking purposes. High individual scores often attract the attention of various subject teachers, benefiting students in their future studies and training. Thus, they strive to showcase their abilities. Entering late means less time to eliminate star beasts, which is detrimental to accumulating points. As a form of punishment, this approach is indeed fitting. The principal concurred. "So be it. You too shall enter the arena 1 hour late. Students will remain in the competition arena for 3 days, with the task for first-year students being straightforward, to see who can slay the most star beasts and achieve the highest score. As for the tasks assigned to the second and third grades, the first-grade students remained oblivious, showing little concern. Surely, the responsibilities of the upper grades had no bearing on them. Wang Tianlong, feeling dejected, seethed with indignation. Just you wait. He cared not for the matters of the Yu family. Those who provoked him would face dire consequences. Yu Zhuchun feigned ignorance, standing tall and gazing straight ahead, embodying a facade of earnest attentiveness. "What a pretender," Wang Tianlong muttered to himself. The main group gradually entered the arena, dispersing in various directions. Liao Yun, assigned as a supervising instructor, had the primary duty of safeguarding the students, ensuring they were shielded from the chaos of the star beasts. Before departing, she waved to the stationary Yu Zhuchun. Chapter 82. The Desert. This implies a desire for him to cease his provocations. With a subtle smile, Yu Zhuchun patted his chest in assurance. Once everyone had entered the arena, he casually seated himself on the ground, adopting a relaxed posture. He lounged nonchalantly, one leg bent, whistling to himself. He regarded this punishment with indifference, contrasting sharply with Wang Tianlong, whose expression darkened ominously. His face twisted as if burdened by an unfulfilled debt. Yu Zhuchun, unceremoniously, broke the silence. "Why the long face now?" he inquired with sincere curiosity. Wang Tianlong, at a loss for words, contemplated the gravity of his situation. "Do you think I could be happy right now? You know I'm a bundle of nerves," he retorted. He found it hard to believe that Yu Zhuchun remained so composed, seemingly untroubled about his own performance. "Oh, it seems there's nothing to worry about, is there?" Yu Zhuchun mused. "When has our class G ever cared about grades?" Suddenly, comprehension dawned on him. "Were you deliberately trying to sabotage my entrance?" Perplexed, Yu Zhuchun responded, "Deliberately? What do you mean? Wang Tianlong wore an expression that suggested he was privy to a hidden truth. Your Class G intentionally delayed my entry by employing you as a diversion. You may be unconcerned about your timing, but for someone of my caliber, a late entry of an hour could result in a significant loss of star beasts. This assertion carried an element of exaggeration. Were star beasts truly so easily vanquished? Yu Zhuchen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Your ego is rather inflated. Aren't you the one who instigated this mess? You. The energies between the two were utterly incompatible, and before long, they were on the verge of throwing punches. Yet, as their fists met, both halted, retracting their blows, and closed their eyes to brace for the impending clash. Yu Zhuchen exclaimed, "If the instructor discovers I've caused trouble again, she will obliterate me." Wang Tianlong replied, "I see now, it must be this rascal's ploy to thwart my participation." In unison, Yu Zhuchen and Wang Tianlong declared, "At worst, it's just a punch. I'll be the first to cry foul." Consequently, both of them stood there, eyes shut, facing one another. Just then, the principal approached and queried, "What are you two up to?" As they opened their eyes and beheld each other's startled faces, they both jumped back in surprise. Before they could offer an explanation, the principal remarked, "It seems you both have reflected quite well. Students should always strive for amicable relations." Wang Tianlong, unimpressed by the principal's lecture, squatted to the side, harboring a resentment greater than that of a queen insect. Yu Zhuchen had honed his ability to feign indifference. He vacated his mind, while occasionally nodding along with the principal's words. Why does an hour feel so interminable? For this internal simulation competition, the Machin Military Academy had invested a considerable sum. The previous years had offered only a handful of training grounds, with students having exhausted their potential. This year, however, the Academy had resolutely acquired a specialized venue for simulation training, calibrated for a desert environment. Truly, this purpose-built facility was remarkably effective. As the students entered, they were instantly enveloped in the sensation of being in a desert. Almost immediately, they were met with a wave of oppressive heat, as though they were being scorched alive. Deserts may share a common visage, but Li and the others were uncertain as to where they had been assigned. The arena was vast, and apart from their small group, they found themselves utterly alone. Yu Zhuchen fanned herself with her hand, exclaiming, "It is so hot. I should have brought my small fan." In truth, she longed to have her home assistant robot with her. It would provide a cooling breeze in this heat, prepare meals when hunger struck, and offer a soothing massage when fatigue set in. Unfortunately, the school regulations forbade such companions. Hiyuan's carefully styled hair was now drenched in sweat, drooping heavily. It had not been long, yet she found it unbearable. The thought of having to slay star beasts made her heart ache. Fighting was the most bothersome of all. Not only did she sweat profusely, but she might also bear injuries. At that moment, she contemplated asking the instructor if there existed any techniques that were both effortless and impressive. He wished for all the girls in the school to become infatuated with him, to go wild and crash against walls in their frenzy. Li's vision was obscured by perspiration. She raised her hand to wipe her brow, her cheeks flushed. "We must endure here for 3 days. It will be a test of our resilience." She had a points board in front of her, divided into 3 sections, each representing different grades. Attempting to access the second grade section to view the scores of the upperclassmen, she found herself thwarted by insufficient permissions. Reluctantly, she returned to the first grade section. There, she saw the class points and individual scores, all currently at 0, indicating that no one had encountered any star beasts yet. The first day would not be too challenging, as lower-tier star beasts were plentiful, ensuring that the gap between classes would not be significant. The true disparity would emerge in the following 2 days, when higher-tier star beasts would appear. However, Li had grander ambitions. If she were to act, she would aim for something monumental. She gazed at the map, pointing to a specific location. "Our target is this." The others gathered around, their eyes widening in astonishment as they exclaimed, "An S-class star beast. The long shadow serpent, an S-class star beast, with venomous fangs and formidable scale defenses." Li had her reasons for selecting this creature, as it was among the weaker attackers in the S-class, offering them a greater chance of success. Defeating an S-class star beast would secure their position. Wu Xinyue's countenance was not favorable. He clutched his stomach and bent slightly. Yu Zhuxing noticed his condition and inquired. "What is wrong?" "Perhaps I ate too much this morning," he replied, forcing himself to remain strong so as not to hinder the team's progress. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll be alright shortly." The long shadow serpent would not appear until the day after tomorrow, so they needed to make haste towards its lair and lie in wait. As they proceeded, they encountered several upperclassmen, who completely ignored them and continued sprinting ahead. "I wonder what tasks the higher-grade students have," He Yuan remarked, watching them disappear into the distance. Yu Zhuxing tied her long hair up to cool her neck. In response to He Yuan's comment, she replied, "You should focus on our own situation." And Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I believe a certain level of curiosity is essential." The others looked at her, puzzled. She stated plainly, "I suspect that the upperclassmen's tasks are related to ours." This assertion was quickly countered. If that were the case, why would they not even glance at us? And Li shrugged. "Exactly. That makes it all the more suspicious." They were utterly disregarded, as if those few individuals did not exist at all. Subsequently, they encountered several senior students. To validate their conjecture, Li stepped forward to intercept them. In the next moment, what transpired left the students of Class G utterly astonished. Those senior students astonishingly passed right through Li. Chapter 83, Unconventional Strategies in the Monitoring Room. The teachers observing the students commenced a discussion. This year's simulation competition was nothing short of a hellish ordeal for the first-year students. An elder teacher stroked his beard and lamented, "I wonder what the principal was thinking. Why create such a formidable challenge?" In previous years, the simulation competitions followed a consistent pattern. The more star beasts one eliminated, the higher their ranking. However, this year was markedly different. When the principal had summoned them for a meeting, the sight of the thick proposal laid upon the table brought them considerable distress. Who conducts a simulation competition that is so treacherous for the students? The principal, well aware of their sentiments, invoked the example of the Federation's top military academy to silence their impending objections. The Federation's premier military academy is notorious for its rigorous training. Their intensity far surpasses ours, which is why they are among the 5 major military academies, while we can scarcely keep pace with their tail. The teachers conceded, "All right. You're the principal. Your word is final." At this thought, some of the teachers chuckled. A newly appointed, youthful teacher, who had quickly bonded with the students, was supportive of the principal's plan. "We ought to temper these students' spirits." "Wait, a student has noticed something," she exclaimed, pointing to the monitor displaying Class G. Another teacher remarked, "They are progressing much faster than we anticipated, but what does it matter? They remain oblivious to the tasks assigned to other grades." The group of students, however, was troubled. The young female teacher shook her head, sensing that these few students were not as simple as they appeared. He Yuan's mouth fell agape. Yu Zhuxing rubbed his eyes, and Wu Xinhua paused, clutching her stomach. Li's greeting hung awkwardly in the air, and she turned to observe her senior classmates retreating. What was the school attempting to achieve? Were they not in the same location? How could someone pass through her? With a swift shift in perspective, Li soon convinced herself and, in turn, persuaded Yu Zhuxing and the others. Of course, given the school's financial resources, how could they afford such an expansive simulation arena? The combined number of students across grades was in the tens of thousands. Thus, the school must have configured the venue to obscure their visibility of one another. It was only when they moved further along that they would truly encounter each other on the map of the desert. Yet, she was perplexed as to why they could see their seniors. Was this a flaw in the setup? As they made a beeline for the long shadow serpent, Li chose the route with the fewest star beasts and the shortest distance. Along the way, they managed to slay a few low-tier star beasts, but their points were still insufficient in the rankings. Li and her companions maintained their composure, unconcerned about the momentary gap. After all, they had ample time to catch up. In the simulation arena, devoid of any supply stations, students were left with only the bread and water they had upon entry. Once consumed, they would have to face the star beasts on empty stomachs. Consequently, when other classes encountered them, they adopted a bandit-like demeanor, eager to seize their food and water. In the midst of chaos, it would be ideal to eliminate a few members from other classes. Within less than an hour, several individuals had been removed from the leaderboard. It was quite a coincidence that after such a lengthy period without encountering anyone, Lee and her companions now stumbled upon a group of individuals, students from the healing department. These students were often regarded as the favored ones within the school, their backpacks overflowing with provisions, far more than those of other departments. The healing department students were the most delicate, each one fairer than the last. During regular simulation matches, students from other departments would typically refrain from provoking them. As the star beasts within the arena were ferocious, any injury sustained would necessitate the assistance of these healing students. Unlike the healing, command, or mecha departments, their means of accumulating points did not involve personally slaying star beasts. Instead, they would employ the hapless soldiers from the infantry department as free labor, sending them to confront the beasts directly. The infantry department students, known for their simplicity and lack of finesse, were easily manipulated. Upon spotting the G-class students, the leader of the healing department could hardly contain his glee. Ah, another group of unsuspecting sheep, he thought. Would you care to collaborate? He inquired, his tone dripping with insincerity. It's quite a bargain, you see. Given the dangers posed by the star beasts over the next 3 days, what will you do if you sustain injuries? He sighed dramatically, feigning concern for their well-being. Raising an eyebrow, Lee thought, no one can outdo me in terms of cunning. She donned a smile and approached, responding, Indeed, what shall we do? The boy had been waiting for this very response. With a flourish, he gestured with his hands, forming a 3, let us make it simple. We want to take advantage of you. All we require is 30% of the star beasts you slay during the competition. For any injuries sustained over these 3 days, you can come to us. Lee's eyelids twitched with apprehension as she pondered the implications. It was no wonder that in previous school simulation matches, the healing and mecha students consistently ranked at the top. After all, when one is injured, they require treatment, and when a mecha is damaged, it needs repairs. If an entire class were to yield 30% of their star beasts, how many classes could they potentially collaborate with? They were merciless in their exploitation, yet managed to convince the infantry students to willingly deliver their slain beasts into their hands. In the team channel, Lee discreetly sent a message, do not act hastily. Once I give the signal, we shall all mobilize and capture these con artists. Yu Zhuxing and the others acknowledged her command. Lee feigned a troubled expression, isn't that a bit excessive? Our Class S offer is already quite low. The healing department demands 40%. The boy, skilled in negotiation, feigned to leave, creating an urgent sense of pressure. Most would likely attempt to stop him and acquiesce to his demands. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lee. She pondered for a moment. Well, all right then. Just as a gleaming smile spread across his face, he was met with a punch. His expression morphed into disbelief as he trembled. Pointing a quivering finger at Lee. Capturing you for our Class S healing is also a viable option, she retorted, not allowing him to continue his protests. Swiftly incapacitating him. The other students were swiftly subdued by Wu Xianwei and her allies. The healing faction's capabilities are hardly superior to those of the average individual. How could they possibly contend with Class G? Their numbers are overwhelming, and figures like Wu Xianwei treat them as if they were mere chicks, casting them aside effortlessly. The students of the healing faction soar into the air, one after another. Who would have imagined that the members of Class G would so blatantly disregard martial ethics? Not even attacking those from the healing faction? Is this not an unwritten rule? In response, Lee remarked, apologies, but we possess neither martial ethics nor morality. This revelation nearly caused the members of the healing faction to choke on their own indignation. They had never encountered such shameless individuals. Lee clapped her hands, surveying the bound captives with evident satisfaction. Yu Zhuxing leaned closer to her and whispered, Yu Zhuxing has arrived at the venue. Let's send him our coordinates so he can hurry to join us. However, a look of discomfort crossed Yu Zhuxing's face, and she hesitated to speak. Sensing something amiss, she quickly checked the team channel. There, she found Yu Zhuxing's desperate message. Help, I've been captured by Class 1 of the combat faction. Hurry and rescue me. Lee responded with a grimace. What should we do if our fists have hardened? Chapter 84. At long last Yu Zhuxing found himself bound tightly. His mouth gagged with a handkerchief. With a sense of despair, he gazed skyward. The tale begins when he first entered the simulated arena. It was a day drenched in sunlight, and with a heart full of joy, he stepped into the venue. To put it succinctly, He had been randomly transported to the headquarters of Class 1 of the combat department, where he fortuitously collided with the class leader. Consequently, he was bound and treated as a hostage. Despite his prowess, none in Class 1 of the combat department were his match, yet they overwhelmed him with sheer numbers. And the relentless wheel battle proved too taxing for him. The class leader demanded that he send a message to Class G, requesting his ransom. Would Yu Zhuchen ever be the kind of person to burden his class for personal gain? He resolutely declined, only to have them resort to tickling the soles of his feet. This was utterly intolerable. Class G was a collective. They must come to his rescue. The notion of being a burden was inconsequential. What would Class G do without him? When Anili arrived, it was nearly impossible to disregard the fervent gaze of Yu Zhuchen. Even in his bound state, he showed no signs of restraint, nearly leaping with anticipation. At last, I've awaited your arrival. I'm glad I didn't give up. Had his mouth not been muffled, he would have serenaded her. Anili forced herself to avert her eyes from him, clearing her throat to negotiate with the class leader of the combat department. What must be done for you to release him? The members of Class 1 surrounded her, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. She adjusted her thick glasses, betraying no hint of fear. The class leader spoke. You possess quite the audacity, daring to come here alone. Anili replied, You flatter me. The class leader coldly retorted, Once you've come, you shall not leave. Like a lamb entering the den of wolves. A grim fate awaited her. In truth, the others in the class were reluctant to be so ruthless, yet they felt compelled not to lose. Wang Tianlong and Yu Zhuchen had made bold threats, leaving them to clean up the mess. Anili snapped her fingers. Wait, I propose a business arrangement. Business? The class leader questioned, puzzled. Just then, Wu Xianyue and others arrived with students from the healing department. Yu Zhuchen's eyes widened, sparkling with golden light. Seeing so many others bound like him, he felt a sense of equilibrium. You may capture me, but you shall not lay claim to these healing department students. Anili's voice was soft, yet the surrounding silence allowed her words to reach every ear. The starbeasts were bound to sustain injuries. What would they do then? Naturally, they would seek the healing department students. Hence, I took the precaution of bringing them along. In previous years, they had to surrender 3 to 4 portions of starbeasts to them. Do you not harbor resentment? Her tone was impassioned, akin to a stirring oration, effortlessly stirring the emotions of the combat department students present. Voices of discontent arose in a cacophony. I've been dissatisfied for ages. Indeed. Why should we labor to capture starbeasts only to relinquish them so easily? That group from the healing department sees us as easy prey. In the past, when it came to treating injuries, they would casually hand us a few herbal remedies and instruct us to drink the concoction. Such a simplistic process. Yet the charges were exorbitantly high, truly shameless. The students from the healing department had their mouths sealed, unable to voice their objections, and could only express their resentment through piercing glares. Severing someone's source of income is tantamount to endangering their very existence. You could simply refuse. There is no need to play the victim in this scenario. Isn't it a mutually agreed matter? Upon their admission, the upperclassmen had warned them that the combat students were nothing but fools, and it would be a pity not to exploit them. Hence, this notion was revered as truth among the healing department students. This sentiment was not theirs alone. Students from other departments shared the same view. Alas, if they were to sustain injuries, they would rely on the healing department for treatment, and those who misbehaved would be eliminated. I am certain they would be more than willing to assist you under such conditions. This enticing proposition made the combat class leader unable to suppress a gulp. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Keeping Yu Zhuchen around served little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to exchange him for a few healing department students. Wouldn't he that aid in slaying the astral beasts? Before he could voice his proposal, Anili continued, In truth, Yu Zhuchen is neither the strongest nor the most intelligent in our class G. His marksmanship is not the finest either, yet he possesses an unparalleled knack for causing trouble. With so many students from the healing department, we could collaborate with others. Why remain tethered to your solitary tree? After all this discourse, one message was clear. Yu Zhuchen held little value. Attempting to leverage him against Class G in exchange for all the healing department students was utterly implausible. They were not fools, unwilling to relinquish such a substantial prize. Yuzhuchen wished to bury his head in the sand, transforming into a cactus, thus rendering himself oblivious to their words. How could he be as ineffectual as she claimed? Yet, upon reflection, there was some truth to it. When it came to combat prowess, his elder sister reigned supreme. As for intellect, Li undoubtedly topped the list. In terms of marksmanship, Wu Xinyue had no rival in Class G. Even He Yuan, that fool, played a crucial role in the team, being the sole mech engineer. As for him, he seemed devoid of any particularly outstanding attributes. His head drooped, his hair appearing lackluster. However, it wasn't long before he regained his vitality. He understood this was merely a delaying tactic, and Li was deliberately speaking thus. The instructor had stated that every individual in Class G was irreplaceable, urging them to trust one another and believe in their comrades. With this realization, he endeavored to minimize his presence, awaiting rescue. Wu Xinyue stoked the flames further. I said we shouldn't have come. It's a waste of time. Though he is my brother, victory remains paramount, Yuzhuchen remarked. Ha ha ha, let us hurry and eliminate Yuzhuchen. That way, his points will be lower than mine, and I can mock him freely once we're outside. The leader of the combat class momentarily wavered, uncertain of their stance. He inquired, how many from the healing department do you wish to exchange for him? And Li, hands clasped behind her back, replied enigmatically, 5. 5. The other students in the class gasped in astonishment. There were a staggering 50 students from the treatment department, yet only 5 were allocated to them. Indeed, and Li, with a pained expression, urged, hurry up, what if I change my mind later? The class leader pondered for a moment, wrestling with his thoughts. Ultimately, he conceded, nodding in agreement, when suddenly a realization struck him. He smacked his forehead in enlightenment. Why should I engage in a transaction with you? With so many of us, we can surely overpower you. His words awakened the others, and the rest of the class readied themselves for battle, poised to pounce and seize their targets. And Li recognized that they were not so easily deceived inside. I prefer to avoid violence. This is of your own making. She crouched down, and He Yuan tossed an unknown object forward, which detonated upon impact, sending sand swirling through the air and obscuring everyone's vision. In that hour, they had not encountered any star beasts, but they had collected ample mecha materials, sufficient for He Yuan to craft some small gadgets. Chapter 85. I hope you restrain yourself. Yuzhuchen found himself blinded by the swirling sands, unable to open his eyes. In the midst of darkness, he felt a sudden tug, prompting a desire to resist. In the next moment, a soft voice whispered, "Shit, don't move." It was Li. When had she arrived here? Before he could ponder further, he was whisked away. The students of the combat class 1 found their plans thrown into disarray as a sandstorm surged forth, lifting them into the air. Who could have anticipated that the few small objects they had thrown could summon such a tempest? Wu Xinyue and He Yuan also provided cover for Li and the others to escape, while Yuzhuchen seized the chaos to eliminate several students from combat class 1 with the ease of slicing through fruit. Were it not for the brevity of the sandstorm, she could have continued her eliminations indefinitely. Indeed, students who had endured Liao Yun's rigorous training found this moment devoid of challenge. Yuzhuchen even stifled a yawn, contemplating a nap. Her younger brother had fared poorly, captured by this group of weaklings. Clearly, he needed more practice. If Yuzhuchen had heard her thoughts, he would have been infuriated. Those caught in the sandstorm were unable to summon their mechas, utterly stripped of their combat capabilities. Could they possibly compare with their vigor from earlier? Fortunately, Yuzhuchen remained oblivious. Students from Class G, including He Yuan, had erected protective shields to withstand the storm, escorting their healing classmates to safety. Once Yuzhuchen observed their retreat, she retrieved a few explosive orbs from her pocket and tossed them, following suit in her withdrawal. These orbs, devised by Master Yunchuan, may be small in size, yet their power was astonishing. Master Yunchuan had shared the creation method on the Star Network, and as a devoted fan, He Yuan had tirelessly researched it, ultimately succeeding. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the simulation arena, they swiftly gathered all the materials needed for the explosive orbs, resulting in He Yuan crafting numerous devices. Their uniqueness caught the students of Machin Military Academy off guard, as they were generally of lesser skill and found themselves momentarily bewildered, unable to devise a countermeasure. A student from one of the 5 major military academies would not have been so easily flustered. they would exploit the orb's weaknesses to counterattack. For this simulation competition, every member of Class G exerted their utmost effort. The plan to rescue Yuzhuchen was executed without loss of personnel. Inali considered the healing students to be of great importance, unwilling to let those from the combat classes gain an advantage. In the days leading up to the emergence of the Long Shadow Serpent, they would not rush to hunt the star beasts. Their objective was to capture both healing and mecha students. Indeed, their strategy involved seizing them all and negotiating with the combat class students. To avoid the complexities of individual transactions, she aimed to assist by establishing a trading market. Mecha students would proceed to the left, while healing students would veer to the right. As for the command class, their cunning made them more challenging to capture. With the plan firmly established, the group set their actions in motion. By the following day, the leaderboard began to widen in its margins. The top class was Combat Class 3, with a score of 1586. The individual leader was Wang Tianlong, with a score of 331. Liao Yun continued to search for the shadow of Class G. Flipping through the pages from beginning to end, her expression growing increasingly dark. Class G had scored a mere 10 points. Beside her, Instructor Yu, reveling in their misfortune, remarked, "Where's Class G? I haven't come across them at all. I told you, those young lords and ladies are far too arrogant. They treat the simulation competition like a vacation." She feigned concern for Liao Yun, suggesting, "If I were you, I would sneak away now, the farther from our school. The better, to avoid becoming a laughingstock." As a follower of the instructor, they had indeed been through much hardship. Just recently, they had dealt with the S-class star beasts provoked by third-year students, finally finding a moment to rest. Those students were reckless, charging straight into a horde of S-class star beasts, pursued mercilessly. The blood of the star beasts still clung to Liao Yun, and she remained silent. A heavy atmosphere surrounding her. Instructor Yu, oblivious to the tension, chattered on, "You've not been staying at school these past few days. Have you found a decent place to live?" Honestly, expecting Class G to secure a top position is nothing short of a fantasy. The simulation arena was under constant surveillance, with every movement monitored from the control room. Otherwise, Instructor Yu would have certainly received a well-deserved thrashing. Taking a deep breath, Liao Yun finally smiled. "Let us not speak too soon. Until the final moment, it is uncertain who will triumph." The internal simulation competition was far simpler than the maps she had crafted. How could Class G have such low scores? Surely, Inali, that little girl, was concocting some mischief. After 5 minutes, Class G's score surged rapidly, akin to a spaceship taking off, showing no signs of slowing down. After a long wait, it finally settled at 4163, claiming the top spot. Liao Yun blinked in disbelief. Had they actually defeated an SSS-class star beast? How could their score have skyrocketed so? The more she observed, the more unsettling it became. Upon closer inspection of the leaderboard, Class G's score continued to rise, yet the scores of other classes dwindled. The once leading class had fallen to second place, their score plummeting from 1586 to 1086, with others correspondingly losing points as well. A cacophony of screams broke her concentration, and Liao Yun frowned slightly. Instructor Yu's mouth hung agape, her expression one of shock. After a moment, she closed her mouth, exclaiming, "This leaderboard is definitely malfunctioning." Liao Yun feigned indifference, replying, "Oh yes, Class G's score is low. The leaderboard is fine." But when Class G's score is high, suddenly there's an issue. With a sly smile, she continued, "Instructor Yu, do you harbor some grievances against Class G? You may report your concerns to the principal after the issue is resolved, rather than incessantly whispering in my ear." With a swift motion, her hand sliced through the air, conjuring a transparent blade that landed in the sand not far away. The sand instantly rose, encircling them. At that moment, a fierce wind whipped around them, causing Instructor Yu to inhale a mouthful of sand, making it difficult to breathe. She felt as though her body was no longer her own, the tempest threatening to tear her apart, her very insides feeling as if they might burst forth. Yet Liao Yun's hair remained perfectly in place. She slightly raised her right hand and remarked nonchalantly, "It would be quite effortless to eliminate you. I hope you exercise some restraint and refrain from courting disaster." Chapter 86. Times have changed. The monitoring room was in a state of uproar, filled with incessant debate. and none had taken a sip of water for quite some time. One teacher's lips had turned pale and cracked. He was parched, his throat felt as though it might ignite. As a military academy student, how could one engage in the trade of fellow classmates? He vehemently opposed the actions of Class G, deeming them profoundly inhumane. To treat one's peers so callously over a mere internal simulation match raised troubling questions about loyalty on the battlefield. He had witnessed the auctioning of potions and mechs, but never the sale of fellow students. Who would ever dream of auctioning their classmates in a competition? Oh, but here he was, witnessing it firsthand. The students were scrambling to buy one another. Without trade, there would be no harm. The actions of Class G shattered the teacher's moral compass, leaving them astounded. However, some teachers, possessing a more adaptable mindset, supported Class G's approach. Why should it be unacceptable? They were rivals. Employing strategy was part of the game. Indeed, there were no rules forbidding such conduct. At that moment, another voice emerged. If Liao Yun had been present, she would have recognized this individual as the one who had previously obstructed Instructor Yu, urging her to seek vengeance during the internal simulation match. Her name was Shan Yuqiu, a mid-tier instructor among many, often trailing behind Instructor Yu, whose every word she revered. Though she was labeled as a follower, her rank far surpassed that of Instructor Yu. The more contentious tasks were handled by Yu, while she reaped the rewards. She remarked, continuing this quarrel is futile. Without the principal's input, there is no resolution. Her words illuminated the room, prompting the most vociferous teacher to leap to his feet, exclaiming, I shall report this to the principal. Shan Yuqiu pressed him back down. The principal is currently entertaining esteemed guests. Why add to the commotion? Do you truly believe the principal is unaware? She thoughtfully poured tea for everyone, suggesting they first hydrate their throats. From my perspective, the principal's silence tacitly endorses this behavior. After all, Class G is under Instructor Liao's guidance. The principal would not wish to see her lose her position. Her words were artfully crafted, subtly insinuating that the principal's protection of Class G students was due to Liao Yun. Discontent rippled through the room as the teachers voiced their grievances. How can the principal condone this? Were it not for the principal's intervention, Liao Yun would have been expelled long ago. The earlier supporters of Class G fell silent, and the room echoed with condemnation directed at Liao Yun, who knew how she discovered that Xiao Ming was a member of the insect race. If I were in her shoes, I could have done the same. One remarked with a tinge of envy. Liao Yun had garnered fame for defeating Xiao Ming. What an opportune moment for recognition, yet it had been squandered on her. Indeed, how could a person undergo such a drastic transformation in such a short time? There must be something amiss. She is undoubtedly putting on a show for us, they speculated. Shan Yuqiu feigned sympathy, saying, All right, let us refrain from further discussion. Instructor Liao must simply be eager to remain. One of the male teachers remarked, You are simply too kind. Everyone is well aware of Liao Yun's true nature. After successfully leading the group astray, she inquired, I had been meaning to ask, is it really necessary for someone to observe our school's mock competition? While it is understandable for the 5 major military academies to have personnel from the military district attending their matches to scout and promote outstanding students, this is merely a small-scale mock competition at the Machin Military Academy. Surely, it does not warrant the attention of the military district? She was uncertain, for the principal had not elaborated. The issues surrounding Class G remained unresolved, and the teachers refused to relent. Some of them impulsively suggested contacting Liao Yun. They reviewed the surveillance footage featuring Liao Yun, only to discover that the camera was obscured by sand, rendering the view unclear. After a considerable time, the wind finally subsided, and Liao Yun appeared on the screen. Shan Yuqiu failed to notice Liao Yun's grave expression and clenched fists, nor did she observe the terrified Yu instructor, who was trembling with fear. She spoke up, relaying the misdeeds of Class G to Liao Yun without a moment's pause, her words stretching into an extensive monologue. Her subsequent remarks were a critique of Class G's behavior, her disdain unmistakable. Liao Yun raised her hand, interrupting her. I understand the situation. So, can you refrain from rambling? Do you have something to say? Shan Yuqiu asked. Liao Yun shrugged. I have nothing to convey. After a brief pause, she added, It is futile for you to seek me out. I am no longer in front of Class G and cannot oversee them. Moreover, what rules have my students violated? She was oblivious to who was conversing with her. All she perceived was a dull thrum in her head. The demands of work were exhausting, and navigating through these trivial matters was even more draining. She rubbed her temples, listening to the sounds transmitted from the surveillance feed. You see, you have no reason to compel my students to withdraw. Otherwise, why would you be seeking me? She remained steadfast. If you believe they have violated any rules, then let them step forward. Do not engage me in this roundabout discussion. Do you expect me to personally escort them out? That is quite a bold assumption. When the principal inquires about this matter, they will distance themselves from it entirely, placing all the blame upon me. Furthermore, this is a mock competition. Do you think it's merely a game? The other students on the field are their adversaries. Have you ever seen anyone treat their enemies with kindness? This would be akin to delivering them on a silver platter. Oh, you argue that this is different? Then allow me to ask, how do you define a mock competition? This question rendered Shan Yuchio speechless, her words caught in her throat. The school established the mock competition venue precisely to allow students to experience a realistic combat environment. As educators, should you not be aware of this? Shan Yuchio replied, I am aware, but I believe their actions were excessive. Lao Yin retorted with a sardonic tone, so, your compassion knows no bounds. In that case, when we are on the battlefield, we shall forego our mechs and rely solely on your ability to sway the Zerg with your kindness. Her mood already soured. She was not inclined to be courteous with this person who approached her uninvited. As Shan Yuchio wished to utter more, she suddenly perceived Liao Yun's visage enlarging before her, followed swiftly by a fist that struck out, causing the surveillance feed to plunge into darkness. It was evident that she had shattered the monitor. The assembled teachers could only exchange silent glances, astonished by the volatility displayed. Resorting to violence instead of dialogue was quite alarming. Liao Yin retracted her fist, casting her gaze downward at the shards of the destroyed monitor scattered across the floor, and inhaled deeply. At long last, her ears were free from the cacophony. Instructor Yu endeavored to diminish his presence, cautiously retreating step by step. He resolved never to accompany Liao Yun again, not for all the world. No one could fathom the depth of her despair at that moment, though Liao Yun was oblivious to the identity of the voice that had spoken. She was acutely aware of the implications. She could only hope that Shan Yuchio would not court disaster. This Liao Yun was not the same as the one of yore. Times had indeed changed. Chapter 87. Moral coercion. The students of Class G were blissfully unaware of the tempest they had stirred outside the arena. Gazing at the leaderboard, their smiles were so broad it seemed they might cramp. Along the way, they encountered students from the healing department and the mecha department, all of whom they seized upon with glee. Now, a majority of the first-year students had gathered in this lively spot. As he yuan passed by the mecha students, he was met with a barrage of resentful glances, entirely unsurprised. By all accounts, he was a member of the mecha department himself, and such treatment of his fellow students was bound to elicit animosity. He Yuan, however, remained unfazed, his thick skin rendering him indifferent to others' opinions. In fact, he leaned in closer and made a silly face, saying, It was you mecha folks who first rejected me, so don't blame me for being ungracious. With that, he broke into song, the mecha students' faces turning an ashen hue as they listened intently. Back then, it was you who wanted to part ways, and now you wish to woo me back with true love. I am not a mere commodity to be bartered at your whim. Let me go, let me understand. Relinquish your love. How shameless could he be? The mecha students felt their heads might explode, wishing fervently for the power to deliver a sound thrashing to He Yuan. In previous years' campus simulation competitions, the mecha and healing departments had basked in glory, always held in high regard. Who could have anticipated that this year the students of Class G would defy convention and dare to strike back? Once the simulation concluded, they would undoubtedly face the scorn of their seniors. Casting glances across the way, they exchanged knowing looks with the healing students. Both sides understood the necessity of collaboration, given the current predicament. The mecha and healing departments could only unite. However, devising a means of escape from the watchful eyes of Class G's cunning guardians posed a formidable challenge, for they were utterly powerless and could only bide their time. At last, fortune smiled upon them as their savior arrived. When Wang Tianlong stepped into the trading market of Class G, a tempest brewed within him. Who could have foreseen that students would congregate in one spot? Trading starbeasts for students from the healing and mecha departments? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it unbelievable. Class G was indeed shameless, employing all manner of duplicitous tactics. Not long ago, after vanquishing a star beast, he had glanced at the leaderboard and was appalled to see Class G's scores soaring, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. This leaderboard was undoubtedly flawed. How could Class G be so far ahead? Was it merely their audacity? Once he regained his composure, he realized that the leaderboard must be accurate. Otherwise, the principal and teachers would have long since halted the competition to investigate the matter, burdened with a mix of confusion and anger at being overtaken in points. Wang Tianlong's demeanor grew increasingly ominous, prompting other students to distance themselves from him, which only deepened his sense of bewilderment. Eventually, he encountered classmates who elucidated the situation, allowing him to grasp the full extent of what had transpired in his absence. The words of his peers echoed in his ears, "Brother Long, you want to believe the losses our class has suffered at the hands of Class G. You must seek justice for our class." Wang Tianlong clenched his fists, silently vowing within. This time, he would settle both old and new scores, ensuring that Class G would not have an easy time, particularly that individual named Yu Zhuchen. He would undoubtedly force him to kneel and call him father. However, he was not foolish enough to wander around in front of the students of Class G with a face they recognized. During the mock competition, it was entirely normal for students to end up in a disheveled state while battling the star beasts. Some even sported cacti on their heads, their mouths filled with dirt, having lost their shoes. Thus, even if he made his face dirty, no one in the crowd would pay him much mind. Wang Tianlong had pondered more than once how beneficial it would have been had his mind been sharper, thinking of this tactic sooner. Those conniving students of Class G monopolized the market, leaving him unable to emulate their success. The majority of students from the healing and mecha disciplines were gathered there. Even if he managed to rally the remaining ones, it would be of little consequence. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he managed to restrain himself. The person before him was none other than Qin Weishuan, who had rejected him a few days prior. Though resentment brewed within him, he was not foolish enough to display it openly. The Qin family was still a formidable force in his eyes. Before he could lower his head and retreat, Qin Weishuan spoke. "I apologize. I was in a foul mood at the time and failed to consider your feelings." After saying this, she performed a slight bow. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, revealing her flushed earlobes, and an inexplicable fragrance enveloped the two. Her words left Wang Tianlong momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, and he resorted to scratching his head to ease the awkwardness. A flutter of emotion surged within him, causing his head to spin slightly as he grappled with his reaction. "You are truly wonderful. We could be friends. However, you know my fiancé has always disapproved of my interactions with others." Qin Weishuan bit her lip, her words trailing off. Wang Tianlong waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. It was my fault for being so presumptuous." Though he spoke these words, he felt no genuine remorse. Friends? He had no desire for such a relationship. Wang Tianlong's ambition soared, convinced that Qin Weishuan would inevitably belong to him. As for her fiancé, he would ultimately fall before him. If he was so keen on keeping Qin Weishuan close, then he would orchestrate for her fiancé to deliver her right into his hands. The aroma intensified, clouding his rationality and ensnaring him in a web of fantasies. The moment had arrived. A glimmer of darkness flickered in Qin Weishuan's eyes as she casually remarked, "This place truly resembles a slave market. The students from the healing and mecha disciplines are quite pitiful. Their only fault is their lack of strength, yet they face such a fate." She softened her tone. Imbued with compassion, "It's merely a competition. Why must their dignity be trampled upon?" Wang Tianlong, his mind clouded, instinctively responded, "Indeed, Class G is truly treacherous. Given this, would you consider helping them?" He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed." Qin Weishuan gestured towards the students of the healing and mecha departments in the distance, urging, "Go swiftly. They are in dire need of assistance. You embody justice. You are in no wrong, for your sole desire is to rescue them. The ones in the wrong are those from Class G." As she observed Wang Tianlong stride forward, Qin Weishuan stretched languidly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. She excelled at stirring the hearts of others. Moral manipulation came effortlessly to her. After all, the weight of public opinion can be formidable.